We were run past Eve and Adams from swerve of shore to bend of bay, brings us by a commodious leakers of recirculation back to health, castle, and environs. Sir Tristram, Gilor de Morris, over the short sea, had passant corps re-arrived from North America on this side the scraggy isthmus of Europe Minor to wield or fight his peninsula war. Nor had talked Sawyer's rocks by the stream Orkney exaggerated themselves to Lawrence County's orgies while they went doubling their mumper all the time. Nor a voice from afar bellows Mishy Mishy to Tough Tough George Pittsburgh. Not yet, though Venice soon after had a kid scat buttoned in a bland old Isaac. Not yet, though all's fair in vanity, where saucy sisters wroth with corn Nathan Joe. Wrought a peck of Paul's malt had Jim or Shane brewed by Arclight and Rory into the Regan brow was to be seen ransom on the upwithus. The fall. Baba ba dalgar ha ta kamer na ron kum bron toro ron ton ton trova hun on skom toro the netalot. Of a once Wall Street old par is retailed early in bed and later on life, down through all Christian minstrelsy. The great fall of the off-wall entailed at such short notice the pursuit of Finnegan, yes, solid man, that the Humpty Hill head of himself promptly sends an unquarrying one well to the west in quest of his tumty-tum toes, and their upturned pike-pointing places at the knockout in the park where oranges have been laid to rust upon the green since Devon's first loved Livy. What clashes here of wills gain wounds, osteogods gagging fishy gods, gagan, gagan. Ox, box, gods. Well, voila! Where the Badlery's partisans are still out to math master Mollucus migraines and the burdens catapulting the cannibalistics out for the hoity boys of Hoodiehead. I see gates and boomerang strums, swords brood, be me fear, Sanglorian safe, arms appeal with larms, appalling. Killy, atoll. What chance goodlies, what castles aired and ventilated, what bidding me to loves seduced by what devoted absolvers, what true feeling for theirs higher with what strong voice of false Jacob. Oh, hear how half-sprouted met the dusk, the father of fornication is the spot. Oh, my shining stars and body, how have fan Spain most high heaven the sky sign of soft advertisement. But was is so? Here were sewers? The oaks of art now they lie in peat, yet elms leap where asties lay. File if you will, rise if you must, and none so soon either shall the fires for the nuns come to a set down a secular finish. By Mr. Finnegan, of the stuttering hand, Freeman's marrow, lived in the broadest way imaginable in his rushed too far back from West Rogers. The four Joshuan judges had given us numbers or have Leviticus committed Deuteronomy. One yesterday he sternly struck the dead in a tub for to watch the future of his fates, but ere he swiftly stuck it out again, by the mighty Moses, the very water was evaporated and all the Guinnesses had made their exodus, so that ought to show you what a pension juicy chap he was. That during mighty odd years this man of hard cement and edifices in copper starp piled bildong super bildong upon the banks for the livers by the so and so. He had a little fife and he oaked the little crater. With her hair in horns tuck up your party there. Off while Baubilis mither ahead, with goodly trowel and grasp and ivor-oiled overalls which he have attackingly fancied. Like Haron Chederick Akeberth, he would calculate by multiplicables the altitude and magnitude until he seesaw by neat light of the liquor, where twint was born his round-head staple of other days, to rise in undressed masonry upstanded. Joy grabs it. A wall worth of skirskip of most eye through Hoyt entirely, originated from next to nothing and celescalating the hamels and all. Tip-top plostical, with a burning bush above off its bubble top and with larons of coolers glittering up and tumbles of buckets cluttering down. Of the first was he to bear arms and a name. Vasali Buzala of Reisenberg. His crest of heraldry, invert with ancillars, tubulant, argent, a hedgehog, pursuivant, horrid, horned. His scutcheon fist with archer's strum, Helio of the second. hooches for husbandman handling his hoe. Ho 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 ho, Mr. Finn, you're going to be Mr. Finn again. Come day morn and all you're fine. Sunday's Eve and your vinegar. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Finn, you're going to be fined again. What then, agent-like, brought about that tragedy on Thursday, this municipal sin business? Our cube house still rocks as ear witness to the thunder of his arafatas, but we hear also through successive ages that shabby choirs of unqualified Muslim hymns that would blackerize the white stone ever hurtled out of heaven. Stay us, wherefore, in our search for righteousness, O sustainer. What time we rise and when we take up to toothpick and before we lump down upon our leather bed and in the night and at the fading of the stars. For a nod to the Nabir is better than a wink to the Wapsunti. Other ways, west ways, like that provost scoffing between the Jebel and the Egyptian sea. Copper the crunchy bracken she'll decide, then we'll know if the feast is a fly day. She has a gift of seek on sight, and she all casually answers helpers, the dreamy dearie. Heed. It may have been a misfired brick, as some say, or it might have been due to the collapses of his back promises, as others looked at it. There extend by now 1,001 stories, all told of the same. But so sordid Abe-ite Ivy's hollered Abels, what with the wall halls, horrors of rules, rights, car hacks, stone engines, kissed veins, tram trees, Fargo ballers, auto kinotins, hippo hobblies, street feeds, turning taxes, megafolk circuses and wards modes and basilic kirks and Europa gods and the Hoys and the Jolly Brule and the Peeler and the Courts and the Mecklenburg bitch bite at his ear and the Merlin brow burks and the spore old porcoots, the moor, the boar and his bright black working stacks at 12 pins a dozen and the newbie buses slading around Safety First Street, and the Jerry Jellybees snooping around Telno Taylor's Corner, and the Fumies and the Hawks, and the strop of thump of his Diaz, indigenous Rome keepers, home sweepers, dome creepers, thrum and throb, and fancy mug murbid, and all the uproar from the old roofs. A roof for man, a wreath for hill, but under the bridge suits Tony. One wandering field felt Kipling full. His howled field heavy, his heart did shake. There was a wall, of course, in erection. Dim, he started from the ladder. Damn, he was dead. Dumb, Master Batum, Master Badtum, when a man marries his lute is all long, for all the world to see. She's or should she? Maku, or why did ye die of a trying Thursday morning? Sobs they sided at Finnegans Wake, all the holy winds of the nation, prostrated in their consternation and the duo dismally profuse of plethora of ululation. There was plums and brooms and cherries and cedars and raiders and cinnamon too. And the all gained in with the shout most joviality, Agog and Magog in the round of the McGroke. To the continuation of that celebration until Han and Hoonigan's extermination, some in Kinkin chorus, Mo, Kankankeening, belling him up and feeling him down. He's stiff but he's steady as Priamorum. 'Twas he was the dancing gay labyrinth youth. Sharpen his pillowscone, tap up his beer. Where in this world would ye hear such a din again? With their deep brow fundigs and the dusty fidelias, they laid him prone down alongst bed, with a buckle-lips of Finnegan for his feet, and a barrel-load of Guinness's o'er his head. Tea the total of the fluid hang the total of the fiddle. Oh! Hurrah, there is but young leave for the hour globe wheels in view, which is tautologically the same thing. Well, him a being so on the flounder of his bulk like an overgrown babbling, let we peep, see, at home, where, see, PG-ought, platter plate. At home, from Shoppeless to Bailiwick, or from Ashtown to Baranock, or from Boytherbanks to Round the Head, or from the foot of the Brill to Ireland's Eye he calmly extends to lies. And all the way, a horn, from fjord to fell, his bay winds orbibles shall wear him rock-bound. Ho ho ho! And swim, and all the levy long night, the del dappling night, the night of brewery bills, where flitter flute and tricky chorchies. Oh, Green! Oh, Green! Wake him. with her Isabans and her Jack Martins about all them ins and outs, telling a tale of tomb, telling a tale of teary turty tablim, grace before blatting. For what we are gives a gross if we are about to believe. So pull the bag and pass the quiche for cross sake. Omen. So sigh us. Grumpopus has fallen down, but Granny spreads the board. Why sun the joint of a dash? Fin for foam the foosh. Wasp be his bacon head. A loaf of St. Pantry's Kennedy bread. And was hitched to the hop of his tail. A glass of Dano O'Donnell's foamous old Dublin ale. But, lo, as you would quaff off his throat stuff and sink teeth through that pith of a flower-white body, behold of him as behemoth, for he is no him all. Finiche. Only a photograph of a yestern scene. Almost Rubicon Salamasar, ancient from out the ages of the Agamemnines. He is smolten in our midst, wobbly canned and packed away. So that meals dead off for some man, schluck, slice, and good with herring. Yet may we not see still the Brontoithian poem outlined as slumbered, even in our own night time by the sedge of the trattling stream that Bronto loved and Bronto has a lean on. Hic cubat erile, apud libertinum parvulum. What if she be in flags or flitters, weak in rags or Sunday echoes, with a mint of minds or beggar of piney weight? But sure, we all love little Annie Rooney, or, as we mean to say, love little Anna Rainey. When under her umbrella, made a peru, made poru, she nanny goes, dancing by. Yo, Bondalone slaps your snores. Upon being heather and Sepul is out too. The chronic head on him, caster of his reasons, per yumder and yomd mist. Who's? His clay feet, sworded in verdigras, stick up stork where he last fell in him, by the moon of the magazine roll, where our Maggie seen all, with their sister and shoal. While over against this Bez alliance beyond the ill 60, all alone ill, backsides of the fort, boom, taraboom, lurk the ambushes, the sides of the levying weight of the upchuck and hookums. Hence, when the clouds roll by, Jamie, a proud eye view is enjoyable of our Moundings Mass, now Wallenstone National Museum, with, in some greenish distance, this charmful Waterloo's country and the two quite white villagettes who here show of themselves so gigglesome mix the foliages, the pretty leaves. Penetrators are permitted into the museum on free. Welsh and the Paddy Patkinses, 1 shilling. Redismembers invalids of old guard find pussy pram to set the sort of their butt. For her passkey supply to the genetrix, the mistress cat. Tip. This way to the music room. Mind your hats going in. Now yes are in the Willie Gun music room. This is a Prussia's gun. This is a French. This is the flag of the Prussians, the cap and the swords. This is the bullet that behind the flag of the Prussians. This is the French that fire up on the bull that bang the flag of the Prussians. Salutes the Coscon, up with your pile and fork. Brooksfoot, bang. This is the cheaper one hat of Napoleon. Napoleon hat. This is the Wellington on the same white horse, the cock and head. This is the big spout of Wellington, grand and magnetic in his gold kin spurs and his iron dukes and his quarter brass woody shoes and his magnets, garters and his Bangkok's best and the Goliath's galoshes and his pull-up-on-easy watches. This is his big white horse. This is the free Napoleon boy crouching down on the liver edge. This is an Iron skilling English. This is a Scotch grey. This is a David stooping. This is the bog Napoleon murdering now Napoleon beg. A Gallagher's I'll come on. This is the petty Napoleon boy that was neither bag nor bum. Aside. Touch old Fitztwormish, Dirty McDyke, and Harry O'Hurry. All of them arm in his farmers. This is the line out. This is Mount Table, and this is Mount Gypsy. This is the Grand Moon's engine. This is the crime line of the Alps swooping to shelter shock the free Napoleons. This is the genies with their leghorns painted to read in their handmaid's book astrology while making their wars on the sides the Wellington. The genies is a coal in her hand, and the genies is a rave in her hair, and the Wellington get the band up. This is Big Wellington Memorial Telescope room, the worker up skies on the flanks of the genies. Sex caliber horsepower. This is me Belgium sneaking his Philippi out of the most alpha Gramus sunshot come welling. Looted. This is the genius Hastings dispatch for to irrigate the Wellington. Dispatch in thin red lines cross the short front of me Belgium. Ja, Liebert, order. Per second. Field gaze by tiny fro. Hogacting. Not. That was the tic-tacs of the genies for to form the noise the wheeling done. She. The genies is jealous again courting all the Napoleons. And the Napoleons is going boycotting crazy onto the one wheeling done. And the wheeling done get the band up. This is Bob Belgium, born to Busby, breaking his sacred word with the ball up his ear to the wheeling done. This is the wheeling done's hurled dispatch back. Dispatch deplored on the regions whereof me Belgium. Salamanga. Aye. Cherry genies. Big trio. Damn Farian, Vodler, Willingdon. That was the first joke of Willingdon, tick for tack. This is me Belgium in his 12-mile cow chokes, wheat, tweet, and Samfor's foremost, footing the camp for the genies. Drink a sip, drank a sup, for he's a sooner buy a Guinness than he'd stale store stout. This is Roche's bowls. This is a trench. This is missile throats. This is cannon footer with the puppy nose. After his 100 days indulgence, this is the blessing. Caras withers. This is genies in the bony brown brooches. This is the volumes in the rowdy houses. This is the wailing done by the splinters of cork or the fire. Tonere. Bullshit. Pray. This is Camery. This is Flodens. This is the sufferings in action. This is their Mobley. This is panic burns. On me the god. Us is too loose. This is wailing done cry. Bro. Come bro. This is Genie's cry. On the weather. Cold strip pin lamps. This is Genie's running away to the Austerlitz down in the bunker shields. With a nippy nip and a chippy chip so airy. For the heart's right there. This is me Belgium's thank you silver plate for kitchen the crepes in the cool of his canister. Pour the pay. This is the Bismarck of the Marathon Mary of the genies they left behind him. This is the wailing Don Brandlish's same armorial telescope Soviet keyboard for his royal diversion on the runaway genies. Gambarista della Porca, della Bellis Pimielis. This is the pettiest of the Napoleons, toffee teeth, spy on the wheeling Don from his big white horse, the Cape and Hook. Stonewall wheeling Don is an old maximum Termini. Napoleon's is a nice humble slush. This is Hyena Hennessy lapping aloud at the wheeling Don. This is Litzig Dooley creaking the funk from the Hennessy. This is the Hindu shimmer shin between the Dooley ball and the Hennessy. This is the waxy old Willingdon picking up the half of the trefold hat of Napoleon's from out the blob of filth. This is the Hindu waxing rangy mad for a bone shoot. This is the Willingdon hankering the half of the hat of Napoleon's up the tail on the buck side of his big white horse. That was the last joke of Willingdon. Hit. This is the same white horse of the Willingdon, Copenhagen, waggling his teroscope with the half of a hat of Napoleon's insword on the Hindu seaboy. Nay. Bullsran. Foe. This is the seaboy. Badistratas, up jumping pumpum, cry to the Willingdon. Up, Pacoro. Puga, Europe. This is the Willingdon, born stable gentleman, tenders his max botch to the Carcesian Shimarshin. Basucker, you're stead. This is the door from Seaboy blow the whole of the half of the hat of Napoleon's off the top of the tail on the back of his big white horse. Bullseye. Game. How Copenhagen ended. This way, music room. Mind your boots going up. Phew! What a warm time we were in there, but how killing is here the hereabouts. We know where she lives, but you must not tell anyone for the lamp of Giga Lantern. It's a candle little house of the one and one windies. Down a down, high, down a down, and no more quaintly mine. And such reasonable weather, too. The vagrants wind, the outs around, the piltdowns on the every blasted nolly rock. If you can spot 50, I spy 4 more. There's that gnarly bird gathering, a run little, do a little, pray a little, pour a little, wipe a little, kicks a little, sever a little, eat a little, whine a little, kin a little, health a little, pelf a little, gnarly bird. A very table and a big bird feels. Under his 7 boss shields lies one, Lumpro, his glove beside him, scored unworsed. Our pigeons pair are flown for North Cliffs. The 3 of crows have flapped it suddenly, cracking up the backle to the cabarches of that sky when Stribu's answer, well, 'tis well. She never comes out when tons on shower, when bombs flash with his Nixie girls, when ponds blowing tomb cracks down the gales of bone. No, but all, nebulous on you live. Her would be too much a threat. of burly Megan, bind me rolling eyes and all the deed in the war. Fear for fool. She just those hopes till buys will be buys. Here and it goes on to appear now. She comes, a peaceful, a parody's bird, a Perry Pot's mother, a prinkle pick on the island skippy, with Pee-wee and powwows and bacon baggy on her bakey back, and a flick flask fleck thingy on its pixie lighting packs. Humera bros, picking here, pecking there, pussy pussy, blunder pussy. But it's the arm tides tonight, Militopicus. And to morn we wish for a muddy kissments to the minutia workers, and there's to be a gorgeous choose for happiness child everywhere. Come nebo me and Suso sing the day we sally bright. She's burled the culture's headlights, the better to pry. Who goes cute, goes silk color and shoes around. And all spoiled goods go into her knapsack. Cartridges and rattan bootins, nappies, puttees, and flasks of all nations, clavicures and scampulas, maps, keys, and wood piles of hay pennies and moonlit brooches with blood-stained bricks in them, Boston night garters and masses of shoe sets and nickly knacks and Porter Almichael and a lovely parson of Kates and howitzer moochiels and midgers and maggots, ills and ales with lofts of coughs and clears of bells and the last sigh that come for the heart, bucklead, and the fairest in the song sow. That's York. With kiss Chris, cross Chris, kiss cross, on dual lights end, slain. How beautiful and how true the wife of her, when strangely forbidden to steal our historic presents from the past prophetical so as to will make us all lordiers and lady majoresses of a pretty nice kettle of fruit. She is living in our midst of death and laughing through all pores for us. Her birth is uncontrollable, with a nipper on for her mask and her sabots kicking arias. So sad, so sully. If you's ask me and I sack you, ho, ho, cricks may rise and trousers fall, there being two sides forever a picture. For in the byways of high improvidence, that's what makes life worth living, and the world's a sale for sitters to Satan. Let young women run away with the story, and let young men talk smooth behind the butler's back. She knows her night's duty while Luntung sleeps. Did ye save any tin? Says he. Gee, I what? With a grin, says she. And we all like a Mary Ann because she is mercenary. Though the length of the land lies under liquidation. Plunk! And there's not a hair brow for a eyebush on this cloudburst face of her shuft water welter. She'll loan a Vesta and hire some peat and search the shores her cockles to heat, and she'll do all a turf woman can to piff the business on. To puff the blaziness on. Puff, puff. And even if Humpty shall fall from times is awkward again in the bird's bosom of all our great remonstrancers, there'll be eggs for breakfast come to morning, sunny side up with care. So true is it that there wears a turnover, the tay is wet too, and when you think you catch sight of a hind, make sure you're but cooked by a hen. Then as she is on her behaviorite job of acquaintance Banby, fruiting for firstlings and taking her tithe, we may take our review of the 2 months to see nothing of the himples here as at elsewhere, by 6s and 7s, like so many Hughes and Cordens sitting around, sit-breeched and some potrick, in their swish-a-wish satins and their tap-tap tights, playing Barton's folly at a tree party on the planko in the park. Stand up, Mikos. Make strike for Minas, by order Nicholas Proud. We may see and hear nothing if we choose of the short-legged Bergens of Corkhill, or the Bergamores of Arbor Hill, or the Bergagambles of Summerhill, or the Bergensallies of Misery Hill, or the country boss Bergones of Constitution Hill, though every crowd has its several tones, and every trade has its clever mechanics, and every harmonical has a point of its own. All us on the rise, and Ivers on the lift, and Citrix placed between them. But all they are all there, scraping along to sneeze out a likelihood that will solve and solve life's robulous rebus, hopping around the middle like keepers on the griddle, or as he lays dormant from the microberg of Old Hard to the microberg of Pete the Porter. Behold the sound of Irish sense. Really? Here English might be seen. Royally? One sovereign punt to petty pence. Regally? The silence speaks the scene. Thick! So this is Joe Blanc? Hush. Caution. Echoland. How charmingly exquisite. It reminds you of the outwashed engravure that we used to be blurring on the blotch wall of his inkept house. Used then? I am sure that tiring shabber shoveler with the moody cow chocolate box, Mary Mitchell, is listening. I say, the remains of the outworn gravenger where used to be buried the dominance of the incubus. Used we? He is only pretendant to be struggling at the Jubilee harp from a second existing listener, Fiery Valley. It is well known. Look for himself and see the old goods know. WKOO. Here? By the mausoleum wall. With the grand phone for all. Pum. 'Tis octophone which ontophanes. List. Wheatstone's magic lyre. They will be tuggling forever. They will be lightning for aloft. They will be tumbling forever. The harp's discord shall be theirs for all of us. Four things, therefore, saith our hero the tiring Mammon Lugius in his grand old historium, wrote near Bororium, Blues book and Bializanos, F.T. and Diflanorski's ne'er safe fall till hither smoke and cloudweed ires ill talpal. And here now they are, the fear of 'em. T. Toides, unum, edar. A bullimbos surmounted upon an argument. Aye, Dulum. Nizo. A shoe on a prayer old woven. Ah, ho! Trio. The moose. An auburn maid, Obran abride to be desired. Adir, Coodlibus. Marches fan. A pin no wager nor a poor post. And so, and all. So close. So how idlers went, turning pages on pages, as innocents with Anaclete play Popeye and the Pop, the leaves of the living in the bulk of the deeds, annals of themselves timing the cycles of events grand and national, bring fossil wise to pass, how? 1132 AD. Men like ants or emmets wandering upon a groot-wide wolfish which lay in a runnel. Blobby wears up at Oblanium. 566 AD. On Balfire's night of this year after deluge, a crone that had a wicked kish for to hail dead Turbis from the bog, looking it under the play of her kish as she ran out for to satisfish her curiosity and beamy soul, but she found herself sackful of sports goody quick and shoon and small elegant probes, so rich and sweet. Brewery works at Hurlersford. Silent. 566 AD. At this time it fell out that a brazen-locked damsel breathed, so Princelus, because the pupil Germanian was ravished of her by the ogre Propius Pius. Bloody wars in Baliogokhiabari, 1132 AD. 2 sons at an hour were born until a good man and a sadig. These sons called themselves Caddy and Primus. Primus was a Sanchi man and jailed all decent people. Caddy went to Winehouse and wrote a piece of farce. Bloody words for Dublin. Somewhere, apparently, in the Ginigo gap between Antediluvius and Anadomant, the copyist must have fled with his scroll. The belly flowed rose, or elk charged him, or the sumcho bull right from the exosimos imperium, but, in soon, earth spake, or the Danaman Gallus banged pan the bleedy Durin. A scribicide then and there is laid off under old code with some fine covered by 6 marks and 9 pins in metalman for the sake of his neighbor's jaws, while it will be only now and again in our rear era, as an offshoot of military and civil engagements, that a gynecure was led on the scaffold for taking that same fine sum covertly by meddlement with the drawers of his neighbor's safe. Now after all that far-fetched and peregrino dignant of Clare, we lift our ears, eyes of the darkness, from the tomb of Lever Levitus, and, though peaceably ironicum, all dimmering dunes and glimmering glades, so stretches afar us our Friedeland's plain. Lean neath stone pine the pastor lies with his crook, young pricket by pricket sister niblets on maternus viridities, amid her rocking grasses the herb trinity shams lowliness, scoiopus of Evergrey. Thus, too, for Loki's years. Since the bouts of Haybear and Harryman, the cornflowers have been staying at Ballyman. The dust grows as choosed out Goatstown's hedges, tulips have pressed to gather them by sweet rush. Townland of twined lights, the white thorn and the red thorn have ferry guide the May valleys of Knockmaroon, and, though for rings round them, During a chiliad of Finnegans, the Fomorians have riddled the two of the dens, and the oxman has been pestered by the fireballs, and the joints have thrown up cherry building to the cabins, and the little on the grain is child's father to the city. Yeah, yeah, and laughed tears. These patched ceiling buttonholes have quadrilled across the centuries, and we've now wafted to us, fresh and made of all smiles, as on the eve of Killalhu. The babblers with their strongest vein have been refusing them hold them. They were in wind, digging tongues were, and honey song toms were comely norgas and polyfool fiances. Men have thawed, clerks have surrounded, the blonde has sought of the brune. Elsie kissed thou may, mean carry piggy. And the dunsel dams have counted with the hellish fellows, who else Tonkulo, a space of dumber siri. And they fell upon one another, and themselves they have fallen. And still now nights and by nights of yore do all bold floors out the field to their shy fond lovers say only, call me ere I will to thee, and, but a little later, pluck me whilst I blush. Well may they wilt, marry, and profuse that they blush, betrothed, for that saying is as old as the Howards. Live well a while in a wheelbarrow. Isn't it the truth I'm telling you? To have fins and flippers that shimmy and shake. Tin Kimmy can't tempt her, tempting Tam. Flippity, flippity, flippa! Oh! In the name of Adam, this call on the cockgy and pelted thumbs apart alone, who the Joe bigger be he? For shaping his pig-made hog's head, shrunk his clothes foot. He hath locked toes, this short shins, and all behold that pectoral is mamma's most mysterious. It is slaking nunching out of some thing's brain pan. Me seemeth the dragon man. He is almost on the kip thief by here is comestible Saxon, be it Juniperi or February, Marax or Islebird, on the ramping riots of Purios and Furios. What a higher sort of a Mahan. It is evident the Makin Daddy. That's we overstep his fire defenses and these crawls of slit-stucked marrow bones. Cave. He can perhaps posturous the pillory where to Hercules pillar. Come on, fool, porterfool, wizard woman blown monk sewer. Excuse us, surely guy. You taller than dogs? You talkative Scoegian? You spaghetti Angus? You phonio Saxo? Clearer art so. 'Tis a jute. Let us swap hats and exchange a few strong verbs. We coach etel, yappa yazzer the abasta blow the crates. Jute. Utah. Mutt. Wook's pleasure. Jute. Are you Jeff? Mutt. Some hards. Jute. But you're not Jeff Mute. Mutt. Moho. Only an outro. Jute. Oh? What is the motto with you? Mutt. I became a stomach. Jute. What a horrible thing to be caused. How? Mutt. Mutt. I put the button, sir. Jute. Whose partner? Wherein? Mutt. The ends of dumb turf were used ought to be he. Jute. You that side your voice are almost inaudible to me. Become a bit skin more wiseable, as if I were you. Mutt. Has at? Hesitancy? Erk. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, sir. I'd shrunk up from wrath in minds when I remember him. Jute. One eye gone black. Bisons is bisons. Let me for all your hesitancy cross your comb with drink guilt. Here have silver coin, a piece of oak. Guineas here's good for you. Mutt. Louis, how wouldn't I not know it? The intelligible great clock of Cedric Silky Shag. Seats merely faulty rices for one dabbling bar. All grillsy grousy. He was poached on in that identical spot. Here where the labor is monomark, there where the miser's moony, minikin posse. Jute. Simply because, as taciturn pretales, a wrong story shortener, he dumped the whole barrel of rubbages onto soil here. Mutt. Just how a puddling some in at the brook cells by a river pool. Jute. Low down marshy, with wide for a norse like. Mutt. Similar with a bull on a clump turf. Brooks, Worm, Rex, Rome. I could snore to him at the spoomy horn, with his woozy side in, by the neck I am certain on, did Brian give Lynn. Jute, Bulldorian raw honey on me when I can be a ray for standard weird from Sturk to Finnegan such a pat what was your Rotterdam rotter, unheard and of unseen. God after me, see you doomed. But, quite a grim, but of a sake. Walk a don't blink roundward this outward sile and you go see how o'er the plain of my elders, home free and ours, were wont to wear Wimbro to Pee-wee or the Saltings, where will be city by law of Ismom, whereby a joint of signory, ice flow was from his in the big mean to whose finished their punt, that error him rumor. Merged two races, spit and brack, bouldering brew. Hither, crashing eastwards, there insurgents. Hints, cool at ebb, they requiesce. Countlessness of life stories have never fallen on this page. Plickers, flowflakes, litters from aloft, like a washed wizard of all worlds. Now are our tomb to the mound, Iscus to Iscus, early from earth. Pride, oh pride, thy prize. Jute, stench, mud, dear foot, here and under lithe. Large by the small and every night lives also the strange. Babylon, the great grand hotel with till house out on Earwig, Tunct Ild, like is equal to unequal in the sound cemetery which is Labour's loaf. Jute, smooth, mud, melodies, by the fierce wave behalted, this phone soon, and glass just mount up swallowed them all. This art of years is not save brick dust and being humus the same rule terms. He who ruins may read it all on fours. Oxto, Nuxto, Chisto, crumbling. Sell me suit the bear for homeland, homely fair. But speak it all so softly, murdering. Be in your wished. Jute, west. Mud, the grind of forfeit cools with Hamney the Fay. Jute, how? Mud, here is Vice King's grab. Jute, wad. Mud, hurry is Stoningen, dude you? Jute, I am thunderstruck, they mud. Stoop. If you are absent-minded to this clay book with curious of signs, please stoop in the side of bed. Can you read, since we and thou had it out already, its world? It is the same told of all, many miscegenations on miscegenations, chico. They lived and laughed and loved and left. For sin, the thing doom is given to the Medes and Persons. The minder tale, a loss and again, of our old Heidenberg in the days when hidden clouds walked the earth. In the ignorance that implies impression that needs knowledge that finds the name form, the wits that convey contact that sweetens sensation, that drives desire that adheres to attachment, that dogs death, that bitches birth, that entails the ensuance of existentiality. But with a rush out of his navel reaching the reredos of Ramaspasam, a terriculous vaguely on view with this, queer and it continues to be quaking. A hatch, a kilt, an ear share the porcus, of which was to cassay the earth crust at all of ours, forwards, backwards, like yoxen at the turnpike. Here say figures bellicose, arming and mounting and arming bellicose vigor and see here. Further up, this little effigy is for a fire fling called a flint for all. Face at the east. Oh, I fay, face at the west. Oh, you fie, up weapon dogbum. Face to face. When a part soaked tea does duty o'er the hollows we soon grow to use of an owl for appet. Here, please to stoop, are silver and cured petite peas of quite a peculiar interest in as little as they are the pellets that make the Tumtum's payroll. Right a rank Ragnarok's and with these rocks are angle tangles wrangled rough and right go wrong. Wisha, white a da. Thick is for thorn that's stuck in its toil like stormer fool's threat or thrust for vengeance. What a nice old mess it all makes. A meat and hide horde of objects, olives, beets, Kimmels, Dollies, Alfreds, Beatties, Cormacs and Daltons, Owlets, Eags, all stoop to please, are here, creakish from age and all now fight excellent, and old worldy wobblers, how'd work a wipe of brass. See the snake worms every side. Our Durblend is swarming in snakes. They came to our island from triangular touch theatre, beyond the wet prairie reared up the midst of the cargan of prohibitive pomifrux, but a long-latted Paddy Whippingham and his garbage cans coached the creeps of them pricker than a who's there out of man could quick up her what's that's. Some divide and some the lot, but the tally turns round the same balance. racketeers and bootleggers. X on tracks, accent wise. One by one place, one be three ditto and one before. Two nurses, one make a plausible free and eight in behind. Starting off with a big boa and three-legged cowbirds and ivory-grained jadisses with a message in their mouths. And 100 filled unleavened weight of liberorium Q to Conan we can till our horror's eve. With a Neanderthal tale to unfurl, and with what's an end in view of squatter and anti-squatter and post-pronounced squatter. To say to us to be every Tim, Nick and Larry of us, sons of the sword, sons, little sons, yea, and lay little sons, which horses not to be, every Sue, sis and Sally of us, doctors of none, accusative unsired, damadam to infinities. True there was in Nilos Diabos as yet no lump and papier in the west, and might mountain pin still grown for the mices to let flee. All was of agency. You gave me a boot, signs on it, and I ate the wind. I quizzed your quid with for what, and you went to the chord. But the world, mind, is, was, and will be writing its own runes forever. Man, on all matters that fall under the ban of our infrarational senses for the last milk camel, the heart-vein robbing between his eyebrows, has still to moor before the tomb of his cousin Charmian, where his date is tethered by the poem that's hers. But the horn, the drinking, the day of dread are not now. A bone, a pebble, a ramskin, chip them, chap them, cut them up always, leave them to tear a crook in the mothering pot, and Gutenberg with his Cro-Magnon charter, tinted fast and great primer must once for omnibus step red brick red out of the WordPress, else is there no virtue more in alcohoran. For that, the rapt one mourns, is what paper is made of, hides and hints and misses and prints. Till ye finally, though not yet in like, meet with the acquaintance of Mr. Typus, Mistress Top, and all the little tape toppers. Pistop. So ye need hardly spell me how every word will be bound over to carry 70 top tipsical readings throughout the book of Dublin's giant. May his forehead be darkened with mud who would sunder, till Daleth, Mahoma, who opened it closet thereof the door. Cry not yet. There's many a smile to know them, with city maids per man, sir, and the park so dark by candlelight. But look what you have in your hand, self. The movables are scrawling in motions, marching, all of them ago, in pit-pat and zing-zang, for every busy eerie wig's a bit of a Tory tale to tell. Once upon a time, and two's behind, they're let asleep and three's among the strawberry beds. And the chicks picked their teeth, and the donkey he began. You can ask her ass if he believes it, and so Cardi me only wallets have heels, that one of a wife with fruity barnets, for then was the age when hoops ran high, of a noark and a chop wife, of a pomeful grave and a family of levity, or of golden news that wanted gelding, or of what the mischievous made a man do. Mal married dad, he was so reverse aghast by the frisky of her frascas and her pretty perique. My fay, she is like this snaky woman, from that chippy toll expect on pelic. Pale Valentine eyes. She's the very best when he blows nay on good. Flaw in, flaw an. Ho ho, so it's sure it was her, not we. But lay it easy, gentlemen, we are in rearing of an Norwood. So weeny beeny teeny. Comes he see, he twiz if he newt. Listen, I am doing it. Hark, the corn entreats, and the lark notes prattle. It was of a night, late, lang time ago, in an old stain eld, when Adam was devlin in his madamine spinning water tilts, when Mook Monty man was every bully, and the first little river robber that ever had her ein way everybody to his love-saking eyes, and every Billy lived a love with every Billy else, and Joel Van Hooter had his bird head high up in his lamp house, laying cold hands on himself, and his two little Jimneys, cousins of Arm, Christopher and Hillary, were kicky-heeling their dummy on the oilcloth floor of his home rye, castle and earthen house. And, be Dermot, who come to the keep of his inn, only the niece of his in-law, the prank queen. And the prank queen pulled a rosy one and made her fit for an inch the door. And she lit up and fireland was ablaze. And spoke she to the dour and her petty Perusian. Mark the wands, why do I am a look like a horse of Portuguese? And that was how the skirmishes began. But the dour hand worded her grace and touched no sow. Shut! So her grace O'Malice snapped up the Jiminy tryst of her and into the shandy westerness she ran. And Jarl Van Hoeder wirelessed after her with soft dove skull. Stop, thief, stop, come back to my errand, stop. But she swarded to him, unlikelihood. And there was a Branwell that same Sabbath night, a fallen angel somewhere in Ariel. And the prank queen went for her 30 years walking curly-mooned, and she washed the blessings of the love spots off the chimney with soaps all of her saddles, and she had her 4 hours masters for to catch him his tickles, and she converted him to the one sure all good, and he became a luderman. So then she started to rain, and be red comb. She was back again at Jarl Van Hoeder's in a brace of samers, and the chimney with her in the Pinefront, late at night, at another time. And where did she come but to the bar of his bristlery? And Jarl Van Hoeder had his bare full of bruised heels, drowned in his salamote, shaking warm hands with himself, and the Jiminy Hillary and the dummy in the first infancy were below on the tear sheet, ringing and coughing like brother and hister. And the prank queen nipped the pally one and lit up again, and red cocks flew flackering from the hill combs. And she made her witcher before the wicked say, Mark the why do I am a look-alike to pass a Portuguese? And shut, says the wicked, hand-wording her majesty. So her majesty, aforethought, set down a chimney and took up a chimney, and all the lily pathways to woman's land she ran. And Jarl Van Hoeder breathed at her with a loud Finnegan. Stop, come back with my earring stole. But the prank queen swarded, I'm liking it. And there was a wild old gran while that Lawrencey night of star shooting somewhere in Ariel. And the prank queen went for her 40 years walking turnlimim, and she punched the curses of Comshuel with the nail of a top into the chimney, and she had her 4 larksical money tricks to touch him his tears, and she perverted him to the one certain all secure, and he became a Tristram. So then she started raining, and in a pair of charges, bedumped her. She was back again as Jarl Van Hoeder's and the Larry Hill with her under her abramet. And why would she hold it all if not by the ward of his mansion home of another nice lace for the 3rd charm? And Jarl Van Hoeder had his hurricane hips up to his pantry box, ruminating in his hood for stomachs. There, oh, there. And the chimney toiletries and the dummy were below on the watercloth, kissing its bidding, roguing in podium, like nail poultry and naive bride and in their 2nd infancy. And the prank queen picked the blank and lit out, and the valleys lay twinkling. And she made her wittiest in front of the earthquake triumph, asking, Mark the tryst, why do I am a look alike 3 passport piece? But that was how the skirmishes induct. For like the capos are coming with a forked lance of lightning, Jarl Van Hoeder Bonarses himself, the old terror of the dames, came hip-hop handy-hack out through the pike-open archway of his 3 Shoton castles, in his broad ginger hat and his civic collar, and his all-above-hemmed and his bull-bragging sewn gloves, and his ladbroke breeks and his catgut bandolier, and his fur-framed panuncular combots like a red, yelling, grubling orange man in his violet indignation, to the whole length of the strength of his bowman's bill. And he clapped his rude hand to his easy hitch, and he ordered, and his thick spec for her to shut up, Dappy, and the dopey shut the shutter club. Percod Huskaran Barglario Gogorlio Grom Grimmick Gunhurst Bromatona Radidilly Fadatelli Boomerlockalum. And they all drank free, for one man in his armor was a fat match always for any girls on the shirts. And that was the first piece of alliterative poetry in all the flaming fruity flatuous world. How curiously the Tyler made the sweet unclosed to the Norwelian capo. Saw 4 shouts thou see, be ton ye and be. The prank win was to hold her dummy ship, and the Jiminy was to keep the peace wave, and Van Hooder was to get the wind up. Thus the hearsomeness of the burger felicitates the whole of the polis. Oh, Phoenix corporate, ex nihilo malo comes the meconacid bonum. Here real roams in company, belated, let's be proud of. Breast high and bestride, only for that these will not breathe upon Doronasin or Iranian secrets of their sourcelessness. Cory selects home fried no answa, om the gentian festinies, livia no answa. Warren cap is on him, frowned. Odorant, he would eavesdrip were it most at hand, were it din of bottles in the far ear. Murk his veils are darkling. With lids she lippeth to him all to time of butch on butch and thou on thou. She, he, she, ho, she, ha, tula. Herr Flug, if he could but twig her. Impalpabunt, he abhors. The sound waves are his buffeteers. They chomp him with their chomps. The wave of Rory and the wave of Hushid and the wave of ha-ha-hard and the wave of never heed them horse-luggers and listen to mine. Landlord by his neighbor or mistress, and perpetuated in his offspring, saves and suckers, the morning pipers could tell him to his face back, the loudy one whose lobe we are devourers of, how but for his whole haribut, or her to hort hooter-puff, the lip one whose life we drink at, how biff for her tiddly-wink of a windfall, or breed and washer givers, there would not be a holy spire on the town, nor a vestal floating in the dock, nay to make plain avows, nor a you nor an I to play cash and novo nilbud by swamplet, nor a tool or tall or tolly and naughty hint to the convenience. He dug in and dug out by the skill of his tip for himself and all belonging to him, and he sweated his crew beneath his auspice for the living, and he earned his dread, that dragon volant, and he made laws for us and delivered us to bold weavers, amen. That mighty liberator, Unfu Chikta Uru Wukuru, and begad he did our ancestor most worshipful, till he thought of a better one in his widower's house with that blush mantle upon him from ears end to ears end. And would again could whispering grasses wake him, and may again when the fiery bird Decembers. And will again, if so be soothed by elder to his youngsters shall be said, have you wines for my wedding? Did you bring bride and bedding? Will you whoop for my deading Isa? Wake? Who's quadruple? Item mook and do. Did ye drink me doornail? Now be easy, good Mr. Fenimore, sir, and take your lizer like a god on pension and don't be walking abroad. Sure you'd only lose yourself in Heliopolis now the way your roads in Cape Lavasta are that winding there after the Calvary, the Northumbrian and the Thieves' Bow and the Wadling's Red and the Bowermore, and wet your feet maybe with the foggy dews abroad. Meeting some sick old bankrupt or the Coterick's donkey with his shoe hanging, heckada-checkada, or a slut snoring with an impure infant on a beach. 'Twould turn you against life, so 'twould. And the weather's that mean, too. To part from Devlin is hard as Nugent, no. To leave the clean tangle someone loosier than its neighbor in franchisable fields, but let your ghost have no grievance. You better off, sir, where you are. Prime send in the full of your dress, broad eagle waistcoat and all, remembering your shapes and sizes on the pillow of your baby curls under your sycamore by the killed water where the Corey's clay will scare the varmints and have all you want, pouch, gloves, flask, ricket, kerchief, ring, and ambulola. The whole treasure of the pyre, in the land of souls with Homan and Broin Baroque and Paul Old Lonan and Nobot Nosler and the Wingus Corn. And we'll be coming here, the Humber players, to rake you gravel and bringing you presents, what with Indians. And it isn't our spittle we'll stint you of, is it, Jewets? Not shabby little immigrants, penny dirts and dodge my eyes you buy in the sorty stores, but offerings of the field. Meliodores, that's Dr. Faraday, the Madison man, taught to good you. Puppy paps a passport out, and honey is the holiest thing ever was. Hive, comb, and earwax, the food for glory. Mind you, keep the pot, or your nectar cup may yield too light. And some goat's milk, sir, like the maid used to bring you. Your fame is spreading like Basilico's ointment since the Fin-10 Lailers piped you overboarder, and there's whole households beyond the Botnians and the hulling names after you. The men here is always talking of you, sitting around on the pig's cheeks under the sacred roof tree. over the bowls of memory where every hollow holds a hallow, with a pledge till the dregs in the salmon house. And admiring to her super shilla where the palms writ on high is the mark of your monument. All the toothpicks ever our nations chewed are on chips chipped from that battery block. If you are bored and soiled and let down itself from the owner of the load, it was the paddy planters might pack up plenty, and when you were undone in every patch for the lapse of goddesses you showed our labor lasses how to free was easy. The game old gun, they do be say, school. That was a planter for you, a spicer of them all. Because what he was, the G.O.G. He's duddle and gone now, and we're after finding the source of his acidic, but peace to his great limbs, the Budok, with the last league long rest of him, while the million candle die of Tuskor sweeps the moil in Maine. There was never a warlord in great Aryans in Bretland, no, nor in all Pike County like you, they say. No, nor a king, nor an Ard king, Boom king, Zone king, or Home king. That you could fail in Elm Street, 12 urchins couldn't ring round and hoist high the stone that Liam veiled. Who but a McCullumore, the rays of our fortunes and the phony man at the funeral to compass our cause? If you was Hugger Bully itself and most 50 like you was taken Rogers still, what all where was your like to lay the cable, or who was the batter could better your grace? Magnus Macaulay can take you off to the pure perfection, and Leatherbags Reynolds tries your shuffle and cut. But as Hopkins and Hopkins puts it, you were the pale Aggie Naggy and the kiss to Tiliup. We calls him the Journey Out Boogerloff since he went to Jerusalem bearing in Arcia manner. You had a game your cock than Pete, Jake, or Martin, and your arch goose or geese stubbled for All Angels Day. So may the priest of 7 worms and scalding Tabor, Papa Vestroy, come never near you as your hair grows weeder beside the lady that's in heaven. Hip, hip, hurrah there! Yero! 7 times thereto we salute you. The whole bag of kids, stocking pooms, and jackboots included is where you flung them that time. Your heart is in the system of the she-wolf, and your crested head is in the tropic of Cooper Clapram. Your feet are in the cloister of Virgo. Your Udalai is in the region of Sahurs, and that's as sure as you were born. Your shuck Texas well, and that there Texas is Tolanin. The lonesome road to Lafayette is ended. Drop in your tracks, babe. Be not unrested. The head bodily watcher of the temple of Isid, Totem Calamum, saith, I know thee, messenger, I know thee, salvation boat. For we have performed upon thee, thou abomination, who comest ever without being invoked, whose coming is unknown, all the things which the company of the presenters and of the grammarians of Christ Patrick's order concerning thee in the matter of the work of thy toming. How of the shipman, steep wall? Everything's going on the same, or so it appeals to all of us in the old homestead here. Coughings all over the sanctuary, bad scrunch to me influenza, the horn for breakfast, one ogong for lunch and dinner time. As popular as when Belly the First was king and his members met in the Diet of Man. The same shop slop in the window, Jacob's ledger crackers and Dr. Table's vehicle and the Edwards dissipated soup beside Mother Seagull's syrup. Meat took a drop when rarely Parsons failed. Coal's short, but we've plenty of bog in the yard, and barley's up again, but range to it. The lads is attending school lessons regular, sir, spelling bees knees with hadafancy, and turning out cables by mood application. All for the books, and never pegging smashers after Tom Bow Blasars or Kimi the Tosser. 'Tis rarely the truth. No, isn't it, Roman Pathorix? You were the double-jointed janitor the morning they were delivered, and you'll be a grandfer yet entirely when the right hand seizes what the love arm knows. Kevin's just a dodge with his cherub cheek, chalking ocklers on walls, and his little lamp and school belt and lack of nicks playing postman's knock round the diggings, and if the seat were milk you could leave his old by his hide, but love's sake, the devil does be in the nerps of the Jerry sometimes, the Tarantan plaid boy, making incaustic income out of the last of his lavings and writing a blue streak over his birthday shirt. Hetty Jane's a child of Mary. She'll be coming, for they're sure to choose her, in her white of gold with the torch of ivy to rekindle the flame on Felix Day. But Essie Shanahan has let down her skirts. You remember Essie in our Luna's convent? They called her Holy Mary, her lips were so ruddy berry, and Pia de Purabelle when the Red Miners riots was on about her. Were I a clerk designate to the Williams Wood manufacturers, I'd post those pouches on every jam in the town. She's making her rabbit lanners twice nightly, with the tabourine tam-tammers of the whirligig McGee's. Beats the cachucha flat. Put dilate your heart to go. Easy now, you decent man, with your knees and lie quiet and repose your honor's lordship. Hold him here, Ezekiel Irons, and may God strengthen you. It's our warm spirits, boys, he's spurring. Demetrius O'Flanagan, cork that cure for the Clancatis. You swamped enough since Portobello to float the Pomeroy. Fetch near here, Pat Coy, and fetch no you, Pam Yates. Be neither angst of Ramowich. Here's Lombos, where misty's swat 'em, where mysteries lodge none, where mysteries pour kind on. Oh, sleepy, so be yet. I've an eye on Queer Bahan and Old Cake and the Butter, trust me. She'll do no juggly-wuggy with her war souvenir postcards to help me build me Muriel tippers. I'll trip your traps, assure there, and we put on your clock again, sir, for you. Did or didn't we, share stutterers? So you won't be up a stump entirely, nor shed your remnants, the stern wheels crawling strong. I seen your missus in the hall, like the Queen of Ire. Ah, it's herself that's fine too. Don't be talking. Shirksins? You story in hairy chap loma me hairy chap story in grass woman plenty good chopped. Shake shans. Gibble a hayfork's wrong with her only her legs is a leg. Bold tib, those be yawning and smirking cat's hours on the Pulitzer's woolly round tabard cushion watching her sewing a dream together, the tailor's daughter, stitched to her last, or while waiting for winter to fire the enchantment, decoying more nesters to fall down the flue. It's an avalanche that blows no pussy food. If you only were there to explain the meaning, best of men, and talk to her nice of gold and silver, the lips would moisten once again, as when you drove with her to Findrenny Fair. What with reins here and ribbons there, all your hands were employed, so she never knew was she on land or at sea, or swooped through the blue like Arranger's bride. She was flirtsome then and she's fluttersome yet. She can second a song and adores a scandal when the last post's gone by. Fond of a concertina and Paris passing when she's had her 40 winks for supper after Ken Canan and Ebly dimpling and is in her Merlin chair assaulted, reading her evening world. To see is its smarts, full lengths of swaggers. Lose, all the news. Death, a leopard, kills Fala in Fez. Ego sings at Stormont, still a star with her lucky and going aways. Opportunity fair with the China floods and we hear these rosy rumors. Ding Tamsy noise about all same hairy chap. She's seeking her way, a chicken, a chuckle, in and out of the serial story, the loves of self-scarrant Pavence, freely adapted to the Norwegian's fave. There'll be bluebells blowing in salty sepulchres the night she signs her final tear. The end. But that's a world of ways away, till track lost time. No silver asher switches for that one, while flattering candles flare. Anastasis, how are you? Water waste in the noblest, says Adams and Sons, the woodplay actioneers. Her hair is as brown as it ever was, and wavy and wavy. Repose you now, fin no more. For, be that same sip substitute of a hooky salmon, there's already a big ruddy ram lad at random on the premises of his haunt of the 100 borders, as it is told me. Shop illicit, flourishing like a lord major or a boa boom, letting flop but dead lop, a loose, to lee but lifting a pin branch a yard along, ayavue, on the breezy side, for sure. The height of Brewster's chimney and as broad below as Phineas Barnum, humping his share of the shoulders, and second on him he's such a grandfather, with a pocket wife and pickle that's fly fire and 3 lice needle clinkers, 2 twirling bugs and 1 midget puchel. And either he cursed and recursed and was ever seen doing what your 4 footers saw, or he was never done saying what your cool pigeons know. Weep the clouds aboon for smile down witnesses, and that's what do now about the fairy he's and the fairly she's. Though as it fiblet to the Zephyroth and arts a zoomage round her heavens forever, Creator he has created for his creatured ones a creation. White monopoid, red theatrocrat, and all the pink prophets go harloting? Very much so. But however 'twas, 'tis sure for one thing, what Sheriff Horaha vouchifers and bequip makes put out, that the man whom the cheapener is overseen as we thought him, yet a worthy of the name, came at this time-colored place where we live in our parochial firmament, one tied on another, with a boom rush in a hull of a wherry, the twin turbine all, the bay of Pedibling, this archipelago's first visiting schooner, with a Wicklow patterned waxen winch at her prow for a figurehead, the Dead Sea dugong up-dip dripping from his depths, and has been reproaching himself like a fish mummer these 6 to 10 years ever since, his shabby by his side, Addy and Aid, growing harsh under his turban and changing cane sugar into cellulose starch, to success to him, as also that, bit in the bulky hood he bloats about when inebriated, our old offender was humile, commune, and insectuous from his nature, which you may gauge after the by-names was put under him in lashings of languages, honing suits and praisers be, and, totalisating him, even hamism of him a shim that he, sober serious, he is he, and no counter, he who will be ultimately responsible for the hubbub caused in Edinburgh. Now, to forbear forever so little of iris trees and lily orangans, concerning the genesis of Harold or Humphrey Chimpton's occupational agnomen. We are back in the pre-surnames pre-Dromereth period, of course just when Enos choked Hull traps, and discarding once for all those theories from older sources which would link him back to such pivotal ancestors as the Glues, the Graves, the Northeasts, the Anchors, and the Earwickers of Sidlesham in the hundred of manhood, or proclaim him offsprout of Vikings who had founded woman taken and said at him in Herrick or Eric, the best authenticated version, the Domlat read the reading of Hoff and Ben Eder, has it that it was this way. We are told how in the beginning it came to pass that like cabbaging Cincinnatus, the grand old gardener was saving daylight under his redwood tree one salty Sabbath afternoon. Hag Shivatus Eve, in pre-fall paradise peace, by following his plow for rutils in the rear garden of Mobhouse, the old Marine Hotel, when royalty was announced by runner to have been pleased to have halted itself on the high road along which a leisure-loving dog fox had cast followed, also at walking pace, by a lady pack of cocker spaniels. Forgetful of all, save his vassals plain fealty to the ethnarch, Humphrey or Harold stayed not to yoke or saddle, but stumbled out hot-faced as he was, his sweatful bandana loose from his pocket coat, hastening to the forecoats of his publican copy, surcingled, sola starp and plaid, +4s, pooties and bulldog Buddhas, riddled cinnabar with flaggard marrow, jingling his turnpike keys and bearing aloft amid the fixed pikers of the hunting party, high perch atop of which a flower pot was fixed earthside hoistless care. On his majesty, who was, or often feigned to be, noticeably long-sighted from green youth and had been meaning to inquire what, in effect, had caused yon causeway to be thus potholed, asking substitutionally to be put wise as to whether paternoster and silver darters were not now more fancied bait for lobster trapping, honest, blunt, harem-fueled, answered in no uncertain tones, very similarly with a fearless forehead. Nah, you maggers, I want just a cotton on bumblogi earwookers. Our sailor king, who was draining a goblet of obvious adamant, gift both and Corbin, upon this, ceasing to swallow, smiled most heartily beneath his walrus moustaches and indulging that none too genial humor which William the Cog on the spindle side had inherited with the hereditary whitelock and some short-fingeredness from his great Aunt Sophie, turned towards 2 of his retinue of gallo-glasses, Michael, Entling Lord of Lakes and Awfully, and the Jubilee Mayor of Drogheda, Elcock, the 2 scatterguns being Michael M. Manning, Protestant of Waterford, and an Italian excellency named Giobile, according to a later version cited by the learned scholar Caravan of Can McDoyes. In either case, a triptychal religious family symbolizing Puritans of doctrina, business per usuals, and the perchy patch of hamlock where the paddest praties grow, and remarked dulcy-doozily, Holy bones of say Schubert, how I read brother of pouring grain out would audibly fume did he know that we have for Sir Trusty Bailiwick a turnpiker who is by turns a pike bailiff no seldomer than an earwigger. For he kenned John Bill with his coat so grey and his haunts in his house in the morning. One still hears that pebble-crusted laughter, chappy-chap, cheery-cherily, among the roadside tree that Lady Holmpatrick planted, and still one feels the immersive silence of the Cladstone allegibelling I've miles outside born. Comes the question, are these the facts of his nominogentalization as recorded and accoladed in both or either of the collateral anthropomorphic narratives? Are those their fata which we read in Cymbeline between the false and its nefas? No down on the road, and shall no homeo be our place like, yea, Malaki our kingable Khan, we shall perhaps not so soon see. Pink punks that bail for seats Alicents where comb setters with centaurs stay. Bear in mind, son of Hokmah, if you so have mythic in your midness, this madness mounted and unto changes doth one ascend. Heave we aside the fallacy, as punicle as Finnegan, that it was not the king's self, but his inseparable sisters, uncontrollable night stalkers, skirts erased with Donya said, who afterwards, when the robberers shot up the socialites, came down into the world as amusers and were staged by Madame Sudlow as Rosa and Millie Moose can get in the pantomime the two pites patronos, Meliodorus and Galazi. The great fact emerges after that historic date all holographs so far exhumed initially by her own prepare the sigla HCE, and while he was only and long and always good Duke for the hungerling spalpings of Luke Alizard and Chambers to his cronies, it was equally certainly a pleasant turn of the populace which gave him a sense of those normative letters the nickname Here Comes Everybody. An imposing everybody he always indeed looked, constantly the same but equal to himself and magnificently well worthy of any and all such universalization. Every time he continually surveyed amid vociferatings from in front of except these few nutties, and take off that white hat, relieved would stop his gog and put it in the log and loose in his basebuckle bench. From good start to happy finish, the truly Catholic assemblage gathered together in that king's treat house of satin, all luster-like above floats and fruit lights from their asphalt belts and ox gangs unanimously took applaud the inspiration of his lifetime and the hits of their careers. Mr. Weinstein Washington Simper Kelly's Evergreen Tours in a command performance by special request with the courtier's permission for pious purposes, the home-droned and enlivened performance of problem passion play of the military, running strong since creation, a royal divorce, then near the approach towards the summit of its climax, with ambitious interval band selections from the Bow Girl and the Lily on all the horsery show command nights from his vice-regal booth. His Barcelona is sealing there a cuckoo's pit less imminent than the red rituals of Maccabean Colin, where a veritable Napoleon the Eighth, our world stage's practical joke piece and retired Celtic comedian in his own wise, the spokesfather all of the time sat, having the entirety of his house about him, with the invariable broad-stretched kerchief cooling his whole neck, nape, and shoulder blades, and in a wardrobe, paneled tuxedo completely thrown back from a shirt well entitled to swallow all, on every point far outstarting the laundered claw hammers and marble-topped highboys of the pit stalls and early amphitheater. The piece was this. Look at the lamps. The cast was thus. Seat under the cloak. Ladies circle. Cloaks may be left. Bit, Palmer, and Parker, standing room only. Habituals conspicuously emergent. A baser meaning has been read into these characters, the literal sense of which decency can safely scarcely hint. It has been burgeoningly bruited by certain wisecrackers, the stinks of Moharat are in the night plots of the morning, that he suffered from a vile disease. Asthma, unmanner them. To such a suggestion, the one self-respecting answer is to affirm that there are certain statements which ought not to be, and one should like to hope to be able to add, ought not to be allowed to be made. Nor have his detractors, who, an imperfectly warm-blooded race, apparently conceive him as a great white caterpillar capable of any and every enormity in the calendar recorded to the discredit of the Gilligan Kellikirk families, mended their case by insinuating that, alternately, he lay at one time under the ludicrous imputation of annoying Welsh fusiliers in the People's Park. Hey, hey, hey! Hawk, hawk, hawk! From and Flora on the lay loved that little old joke. To anyone who knew and loved the Christ-likeness of the big, clean-minded giant H.C. earworker, throughout his excellency long, vice-regal existence, the mere suggestion of him as a luscious sleuth nosing for trouble in a booby-trap rings particularly preposterous. Truth, beard prophet, compels one to add that there is said to have been quondam, foot, some case of the kind implicating, it is interdum believed, acquittum. If he did not exist, it would be necessary quonium to invent him. About that time stabbling around doubling in leaky sneakers with his Kark record who has remained authentically unknown was but, let us Huram Abdullah Gamelaksarski, was, it is stated, posted at Malone's at the instance of watch warriors of the Vigilance Committee in years afterwards, cries one even greater, Ibid, the commander of the frightful, seemingly unto such as were so hensated, choked head, Fiat! waited as first of the month's fruits turned for that shop Krabbits Elikawai on the old house for the church herd. Roach haddocks off Hawkins Street. Lo, you blondly liar, Gog seen you in that narked place, and she's what's edit our home to pine these boils. There's a cab full of bash indeed in the homer of that meal. Slander, let it lie its flattest, has never been able to convict our good and great and no ordinary southern earwrecker, that homogeneous man, as a pious author called him, of any graver impropriety than that, advanced by some woodwards or regarders, who did not dare deny the shomers that they had chin ked, chin tam, chin chin taffy, that they consumed their soul of the corn, of having behaved with ungentlemanski immodus opposite a pair of dainty maid servants in the smooth of the rushy hollow wither, or so the two gown and pinners pleaded. Dame Nature in all innocency had spontaneously and about the same hour of the eventide sent them both, but whose published combinations of silken lane testimonies were not dubiously pure, visibly divergent, as walked from wept on minor points touching the intimate nature of this, a first offense in vert or venison, which was admittedly incautious but, at its wildest, a partial exposure with such attenuating circumstances, Garden gaddeth grain who were silk man brideth girling, as an abnormal sage swive in summer, and, just as Rosaceron, a right occasion to provoke it. We can't do without them. Wives, rush to the restios. Offman will Coleman while led is the lol. Zizards arcadum, Billa Peach, Bola Pluk. Teacup, for flesh Nelly, El Mundo Nov, Zulithin. If she's a Lilith, pull early. Pauline, allow. And mailers are bushed. Keep black, keep black. Guiltless of much laid to him, he was clearly, for once at least, he clearly expressed himself as being with still a trace of his erstwhile burr, and hence it has been received of us that it is true. They tell the story, an amalgam as absorbing as calcium chlorides and hydrophobe sponges could make it, how one happy gusty ides of April morning, the anniversary, as it fell out, of his first assumption of his birthday suit and rites in appurtenance to the confusioning of human races, ages and ages after the alleged misdemeanor when the tried friend of all creation, Tigerwood Roads that to his day was billowing across the wide expanse for Grace's Park in the couch of kepi and great belt and hiding sacks in his blowfolks fustian and Ironsides jackboots and bag of fat gators in his rubberized Inverness, he met a cad with a pipe. The latter, the Luciferant, not the Aureolate, who, the odds are, is still berting back about in the same straw bamer, carrying his overcoat under his shoulder, sheepside out, so as to look more like a comfort gentleman, and signing the pledge as gaily as you please, heartily accosted him with, Guinness Star Tool and Jew me dinner Adelsulfine. And that's how do you do in pool black at the time a son of our old days may still tremblingly recall, to ask could he tell him how much o'clock it was that the clock struck, had he any idea by cock's luck as his watch was Brady's. Hesitancy was clearly to be evitated, execration is cleverly to be harnessoid. The earwrecker of that spurring instant, realizing on fundamental liberal principles the supreme importance, naturally and naturally, of physical life, the nearest helper lay being Ping Ping K.O. St. Patrick's Day and the Fenian Rising. And unwishful as he felt of being hurled into eternity right then, plugged by a soft-nosed bullet from the sap, halted quick on the jaw, and replying that he was feeling tip-staff, Q produced from his gun pocket his Jurgensen's shrapnel Waterbury, ours by communism, his use of capture, but, on the same stroke, hearing above the skirling of harsh Mother East all the Fox Goodman, the bellmaster, over the wastes to the south, at work upon the 10-ton punyed thunderous tenor collar in the speckled church, Conholland's call, told the inquiring kidder, by Jehovah, it was 12 of M. said Relan tankard time, adding, but oh, as he bended deeply with smoked sardinous breast to give more pointers to the copper stick he presented, though there seems in some confusion with the chap-struck ginger which, as being of sours, acids, salts, sweets, and bitters compounded, we know him to have used as chut-chut with bone, muscle, blood, flesh, and bimbatao, that whereas the Hakuse accusation against him had been made, what was known in high quarters as was stated in Morgan's Post by a creature in Needleman form who was quite beneath par and several degrees lower than your triple-hydred snake. In great support of his word, it quaint anticipation of a famous phrase, has been reconstructed out of oral style into the verbal for all time with ritual rhythmics and creatory quietude, and to some instructs from successive accounts by Noah Webster in the redaction known as the Sayings Attributive of H.C. Earwicker, prize on shillings, postlots free. The flaxen Geiger's cactus chronometrum drum, and now standing full erect above the amber-adjacent floodplain, scene of its happening, with one Berlin gauntlet shot stuck in the hole of his elbows by ancient sign lord, his gesture meaning pointed at an angle of 32 degrees towards his Duc de Fer's overgrown milestone as fellow to his gauge, and after a rendy present pause averred with solemn emotions fire, "Shake, comrade, me only, them 5 ones, he is equal combat. I have one straight, hence my no nationwide hotel and creamery establishments which for the honors of our mutual daughters credit me. I am willing to take my stand, sir, upon the monument, that sign of our redemption, any hygienic day to this hour, and to make my oath to my sin Venus, even if I get life for it, upon the open Bible and before the great taskmasters, I lift my hat, and in the presence of the deity itself, and will a bishop and Miss Meechin of High Church of England, as although such have said my immediate withdwellers, and of every living soul whole in every corner wheresoever of this globe in general, where useth of my British to my backbone tongue and commuted of justice, that there is not one tittle of truth, allow me to tell you, in that purest of fabrications. Gaping gill, swift to mate error horse, stern to check self, diagnosing through useless tube that it was to make with a markedly post-puberal hyperpituitary type of Heidelberg Monlake carbon ethics, looked at his sloping board, bad sweater good of Murrow and Dowenich onto it as he was greedily obliged, and like a sensible ham, with infinite tact and in the delicate situation seeing the touchy nature of its perilous theme, thanked them for guilders received and time of day. Not a little token a buck, all the same, that was owl the god's clock it was. And, upon humble duty to greet his tyke minister, and he shall gild the gap gaper and thee his mouldy voids, went about his business, whoever it was, saluting corpses as a matter of course. One could hound him out had one heart to, for the monticules of scalp and dandruff droppings blaze his trail. Accompanied by his trusty storeler and his permanent reflection, Verba gracious, I have met with you, bird, too late, or if not, too warm and early, and with tag for Ilgiot repeated in his second mouth language as many of the big-timers verbatim words which he could but be called to memory that sing Feldiv, ere the hour of the twattering of bards in the Twitter litter between Druida and the deep sleep sea, when supper-tide and souvenir to charlatan mull jointly came gently and along the quiet darkenings of grand and royal, thick and flush, and crept hedge, when as too many a soft-tongued pocky talk mut unsur usafter pohjong, Arvanda always a quiescent. While studying Castells in the Blonde and studying crow-shots over the Norn, he spat in careful convergedness a mosaic dispensation about his hearthstone, if you please, Irish saliva, mouth de hole, but with a respectable, prominently connected fellow of Iro-European ascendances with well-dressed ideas who knew the correct things, such as Mr. Shall we sigh and Mr. Shall we laugh, expectorate after such a callous fashion, no thank yous, when he had his belcher spucker tuck in his pocket. News fed with his dockets after having sucked on the dish salt and pottage which he snobbishly dabbed peach Bombay. It is rawly only Luke and Pook and pills and pie which she knows which Cinnafit and pibbered him. A supreme of exhaling peas, boiled under Monsieur's milk into white malt wine sour, a proviant the little bilker hoarsely relished, Shabbat, in the snebble season, being as thin out as your rat whiffin, and on this celebrating occasion of the happy escape, for a crowning of pot valiance, this regional platter, Benjamin of Bullies, with a spoilers olive to middle-pointed zenith, was marrying itself, poco grasso, irrobusks very delutiously with a bottle of Finnegan's Brewery 98, followed for second nuptials by a peace porter, grand cur, of both of which cherished table lights, though humble the bunkage 'tis a leeman's farewell, he obdurately sniffed the cobweb-crusted corpse. Our cad's bit of strife, me Bernice Maxwellton, with a quick ear for spittoons, as the aftertale hath it, gland up as usual with domestic husbandry, though Persix and Armelians for the Pomeranzia, but slipping the clab in her call, broke up the matter among 111 others in their usual curtsy. How faint these first vespers womanly are, a secret pispigliando, amad, the lovely din of their manfolker. The next night nudged one, as was Hegasapius over a hapachi, her eyes dry and small, and speech ticklish because he appeared a funny color like he couldn't stood the old hymns no longer, to her particular reverend, the director, whom she had been meaning in her mind primarily to speak with. Watch intra, she's the tablespoon, trusting between cupped lips and Annie Laurie promises. Might she never have Esna Carey pudding come Hunanab for her pekla passions? That the gospel so delivered it as Evspolir, buried deep closely in that Irish stool, would go no further than his Jesuit's cloth, yet in finer spinatus, Bolandas valetoso. It was this overspoiled priest, Mr. Brown, disguised as Vincentian, who, when seized of the facts, was overheard in his secondary personality as a Nolan and underreared, poor soul, by accident, if, that is, the incident it was an accident, for here the ruddock of Ecclesiastes of Hebrew outpuffs the richness of Havaban Anna to pianissimi, a slightly varied version of Crooked Ribs Confidentials, with Mayor Alert said, but for Josephine's sake. Hands between her hands, in a fealty sworn, my bravest best, my Frore, and, to the strains of the secret of her birth, hushly pierced the rubiant oralum of one Philly Thurston, a lay teacher of rural science and of phonetics of a near stout figure and about the middle of his 40s, during a priestly flutter for safe and sane bets at the hippic rune fields of breezy Baldoyle on a date. WW goes through the cult, easily capable of remembrance by all pickers up of events national and Dublin details, the doubles of Perkin and Paddock, Peer and Proul, when the classic encouraged hackney plate was captured by two noses in stablecloth finish, ek and neck, some and none, evlo nevlo, from the cream coat bold boy Cromwell after a clever getaway by Captain Chapin Blount's Rohini St. Dulo, Jummer Coxon, non depict third, at breakneck odds, thanks to you, great little, bony little, porty little, Winnie Witcher. You're all their nappies, who in his never-ripped mud and purpular cap was surely leagues unlike any other phantom weight that ever culpit or kimber mackies. 'Twas two pissonants Tim calls, the wetter is pest, the rins are overt in common, the voice of the turfer is heard on our land. Of the name of Checkle Tom was just out of pop following the theft of Lencaho, Donnelly in Pakenham's finished port and his own blood and milk brother Frisky Shorty. He was, to be exquisitely punctilious about them, both Shorty and Frisky. A tipster, come off the hoax, both of them awful poor. What was out on the boomerang for an Uthberg game for Jiminy O'Goblin or a smooth dick on us chanced, while the Seaforth was making the calling ball, to hear the passing in the motor cobber make use of his law language. Edzo on. Touching the case of Mr. Adams, what was all in the Sundays about it which he was rubbing noses with and having a gurgle of his own along of the butty bloke in the specs. This Checkle Tom to whom reference has been made has been absent from his usual wild and woolly haunts in the land of counties capitolines for some time previous to that. He was, in fact, in the habit of frequenting common lodging houses, where he slept in a nude state, hill fellow with meth, and strange men's cots. But on race night, also after divers thoughts of hellfire, Red Biddy, Bulldog, Blue Ruin, and Creeping Ginny, Eglandine's choicest herbage, supplied by the duck and doggies, the galloping primrose, Brigade Brewsters, the cock, the postboy's horn, the little old man's and all swell that aims well, the cup and the stirrup, he sought with his well-wormed labor-robbed in a housing room abide with on another, at Block WW. Why didn't he back it? Plump Court, the Liberties, and, what with Multipuke on Voltapuke, Richard Alcoherently to the burden of I come, my horse delayed, nom nom, the substance of the tale of the evangelical busy and the ruse in her being. The girls, he would keep calling them for the collarette and skirt, the sunbonnet and carnation. In parts, it seemed he was before the Ayats of Marches or other wells the thirds of fossil years, he having beham with Katya when Labius had her men's lease to sea in a puzzle-ship doodly show whereat he was looking for fight niggers with wild horses. Often the chilly night, the metagogistic, the epic thalamorous, during uneasy slumber in their hearings of a small and Stonybrook cash draper's executive, Peter Cloran, discharged, O'Mara, an ex-private secretary of no fixed abode, locally known as Mildew Lisa, who had passed several nights, foolish enough, in a doorway under the blankets of homelessness on the bunk of Iceland, pillowed upon the stone of destiny colder than man's knee or woman's breast, and Hosty, no slouch of a name, an ill-starred beach busker who, sans rooty and sans scrapey, suspicioning as how he was sitting on a toadstool on the verge of self-abyss, most starved, with melancholy over everything in general. Night Berman usurped him with Natical's natto, had been toe-head tossing on his shakedown, devising ways and manners of means of what he loved to if to listen somehow or other in the nation, getting a hold of some chef's parabellum in the hope of taking a winged sociable and lighting upon a sidewheel drive somewhere off the dirty damlery and bleak rookie tramline where he could throw a chew and go blow the civicidal napper off himself for 2 bits to boldly real bagitude in the peace and quittybus of a one sure-shot bottle. He, after having been trying all he knew with the ladies' help of Madame Gristle for upwards of 18 calendars to get out of Sir Patrick Dunn's, though Sir Humphreys Jervis has sent into St. Kevin's bed and in the Adelaide hospitals, from these incurable wells as lays among those uncurable well as there is through Santiago by his cockle hat, good Lazar, deliver us, without having been able to jerry-wangle any sides. Lisa O'Davis and Roshi Morgan, who had so much in common, episcopically, if the phrase be permitted, hostess et odor in super petro perfectus. An understood thing such the sleep of the swimboard in one sweet underlipped mother of Cumberbones with hosty just how the shavers and the shaw the yokels and the yachts, or, well, the wasters in the wild, and the bustling tweeny dawn of all works, meet of anthems here we pant. Had not been many jiffies furbishing pot lids, door brasses, scholars' apple cheeks, and link boys' metals when Ash Hopper minded like no fella he go make a bake fuss long a white man, the rejuvenated busker, for after a good night's rave and rumble and the shinkum's top morning with his coaxes he was not the same man. And his broad-awake bedroom suite, our boys, as our Byron called them, were up and the shuffle from the hogs home they loved named the Barrel, cross Eblin's chilled hamlet. 3 routes and restings are there then superficies curiously corresponded with those linea and puncta where are tubany habany metro manoplums below the overflake on the rails and stations at this time of writing. To the thrummings of a cruise fiddle which, cremoning and crononing, levy gravy, witty and wavy, happy, lebby and playable, caress the ears of the subjects of King Saint Finnerty the Festive, who, in brick homes of their own and in their flavory phraseberry beds, heeding hardly cry of honeyman, sowed lavender or foin-boin salmon alive, with their priggish mouths all open for the larger appreciation of this long-awaited messiah of Ruratorios, were only half past at sweep, and after a brisk pause at a pawnbroking establishment for the prophetic purpose of redeeming the songster's truly admirable false teeth and a prolonged visit to a house of call at Coutts's place, viz. The old sot's hole in the pariah of St. Cecily within the liberty of Coolmore of 1001 national leagues, that was, by Griffith's valuation, from the site of the statue of Primordial Gladstone setting a match to the march of a maker. Last of the stories Plute, where the tale rambles along, the trio of whack-folded diddlers was joined by a further, intentions apply, tomorrow casual and a decent sort of the had-been variety, who had just been touching the weekly insults, Fewett, and all fig blabbers, who saith of none, had stimulants in the shape of G and G's and stood by the damn decent sort, after which Stag lunched and a few ones more just to celebrate yesterday. Flushed with their fires of fostered friendship, the rascals came out of the licensed premises, Brown's first, the small PSX executive cap hand in their sad rear like a latest postscript. I want money. Decent. Wiping their laugh-leaking lights on their sleeves, how the Buckalines shouts their Roskin generally, St. John, Salon, and the rhymer's world was with reason the richer for a would-be ballad to the balladeer of which the world of humanity singing owes a tribute for having placed on the planet's Millamapia's lay of the vilest, bogier but most attractionable avatar the world has ever had to explain for. This, more correctly Lubin or fellow me leader, was first poured forth where Rio Livio riots and Col de Hodo homes, under the shadow of the monument of the should-have-been legislator, Eleutherio Dendron, spare, Woodman, spare, to an overflow meeting of all the nations and lends to fully filling the regional area and, as a single-mind supercrowd, easily representative what with the masks, which with faces of all sections and cross-sections, wine shop and cocoa house poured out to brim up the broaching. Of our Livy-side people, to omit to mention the mainland minority and such as had wayfared via Watling, Aaron, Icknield and Stain, in cheap a halted company car with its quotal of hardmoose hacks, a northern Tory, a southern Whig, an East Angling chronicler and a Landwester Guardian, ranging from slips of young Dublinos from cut-purse row having nothing better to do than walk about with their hands in their knee pants, sucking air whackers, weed illicit, jumbo bricks, side by side with truant officers, free woolen balls and poplin in search of a crowd of pawn to busy professional gentlemen, a brace of palesmen with Dundrearies, nooning toward dallies, fresh from snipe hating and mallard missing on Rutland Heath, exchanging cold sneers, mask-going ladies from Hume Street in their chairs, the bearers baited, some wandering Hammerlags out of the adjacent clover fields of Moses Gardens, an oblate fader from Skinner's Alley, bricklayers, a flimmy in cabinet fumant with spouse and dogs, an aged hammersmith who had some chisels by the hand, a bout of cudgel players, not a few sheep with the braxy, two blue-coat scholars, four broke gents out of Simpsons on the Rocks, a portly and a pert still tassing turkey coffee and orange shrub and kick-eyes door, Peter Payman, Paul Fry, and then Elliot, and, Atkinson, suffering Hill's delights from the blains of their Enwitons acorns, not forgetting a dose of Diana's ready for the hunt, a particularist preponderary pondering on the Roman Easter, the tonsure question in Greek onions, plunkum, a lace-labbed head or two or three or four from a window, and so on down to a few good old souls who, as they were juiced after taking their pledge over at the uncle's place, were evidently under the spell of liquor from the wake of Carrie the Tailor, a fair girl, a jolly postboy thinking off 3 flagons in one, a plumage roll, a half-serf from the weaver's almshouse who clings and chet clings to her, a whole lamb's cloud-hued petticoat, as child, as curio later, as Count O'Leary. The war arrow went round, so it did, a nation once agaze, and the ballad and the Philibert tram-coat meter affectioned by Chiosabo and his cousin this deep punch in Janelo Arahut, stump-stampeded onto a slip of blank card and headed by an excessively rough and red woodcut, privately printed on the rhyme press of Delville, soon fluttered its secret on white highway and brown byway to the rose of the winds and the blue of the gales, from archway to lattice, from black hand to pink ear, village crying to village, through the 5 pussyforts green of the United States of Scotia-Picta, and he who denies it, may his hairs be rubbed in dirt, to the eye that stands so peaceful of his majesty the flute, the one crowned king of instruments, biggest purest, giallo obsoleto, which Mr. Mr. Delacy, horn, anticipating a perfect downpour of plaudits among the rhapsodes, piped out of his decent sort hat, looking still more like his Percival namesake as men of Gaul noted, but before up to spout about, the snowy crested curl amongst the leader's wild and molting hair, Dr. Hitchcock hoisted his fizzy foozed bludgeon's height signum to his companions of the chalice for the Lord fellow, boas and silentium and curia, or maypole once more where he rose of old, and the canto was chanted there chorused and christened whereby the old toll gate St. Anona's street and church. And the road the Lord the ran it ran, and this is the ran that Hosty made, spoken, Boyles and Cahales, Scarrets and Pritchards, versified and purified, made the trees we tale of live and stony. Here lie the refrains of some boot him bike, some mote him mike, some dub him lane and fain, while others hail him logbog danlop, lex, lax, gun or green. Some apt him arth, some bapt him barth, coal, lol, so, real, wow, but I purse him Percy O'Reilly, else he's called no name at all. Together, arrah, leave it to Hosty, frosty Hosty, leave it to Hosty, for he's the man to rhyme the ran, the king of all rans. Have you here? Some huh? Have we where? Some hunt. Have you heard? Others do. Have we word? Others don't. It's coming, it's brumming, the click, the clock. Oh, clap, blast, crash, the... Cricket, clacker, clash of club, bazooka, shabata, crappy, curvy, granda, semi, sunny, who know the bloody that be let it do, plot! Or did he? Listen, you, the ballad of Percy O'Reilly. Have you had a one round tea? How keep bow at love roll at your crowd go? And build up like road all of black farm. Goodbye, la bag of lump pie that's in woe. God was in woe. Home with time go. He was one time one king of the castle. Now he's kicked about like a rotten old parsnip. And from Queen City still be set by order of his worship to the king and about joy. To serve of joy. To serve him of joy. He was super fond about steam sports to bother us. So coaches said immaculate contraceptives for the populace. There's milk for the 6-7 dry Sundays when we hope their love and religion more. And regard just reform. Here you send for. But our white says you couldn't he manage it. How about your bear my fine dairyman darling? Like the bumping bull of the Cassidy's. All your butter is in your morn. This bulger of his horn. Bulger his horn. Allow that, frosty, ghosty. Change that around him. Like a brown hosty, walking about the ass shirts on you. Find the watch, looking at whole sons. We had chump chairs, chewing gum, the chicken pots and china chambers. University provided by this soft soaping salesman. Small wonder he'll cheat everyone our local lads nicknamed him. When Jim to burst top of the north. With his bong at Jum's door. Down bomb the twig low. So stuck he was in his hotel premises someplace, but soon will bonfire on his trash chicks and trump ring. Hand to short till chef clan saw me winding up his unlimited company with the village bomb at the door. Bim bob at the door. Then hell bomb no more. Sweet bad luck on the waves washed to our island. The hooker of that hammer fast Viking. And ghost curse on the day when him blind away. Soft his blood and he tied not more. Soft his man of war on a harbor bar. Where from? Ross Poober popping up his people's only voice scabby to wicked women them to be. Can't go back Oscar. Outside Becky's morning face talks by Gamma Boot, nor because Monica. August of Gamma Hope, nor records call. Norwegian Cameron old car. He has to go. Lifting, hosty, lifting, he double eat, up with the running ran. He was there in some freshwater garden pumping. More according to the nursing near water marrying the monkeys. That our heavyweight heat and pumpering. Who made bold a minute to woo want to do. The general boss to made a loop. He had to blush for himself, the old hay-headed philosopher, for to go and shove himself that way on top of her. They got piece of drops of the cantaloupe. Bob our hand to dead warm the zoo. Do so big and cool. Those darks good as blue. He was trotting by Wellington's monument, arbitrarious hip-hop from Heartless, when some bugger let down the backtrap of the omnibus, and he caught his death of using ears, with his breath in his wrist. Give him 6 years. He sought pity for his innocent for children, but look out for his business, the judgment. When that girl gets a grip of all here with her, all there be airways up on the brain. Big wigs on the brain. The largest you ever seen. Suffer close, Shakespeare, settled down to a naughty Moses. King will have betrayed and one it must be tamed. For to saw the brave old son of Scandinavia brave. They will very calm down in the Oxford's town, along with the dead, level and the games. With the don't games. Adore the rain. Then not all the king's men nor his horses will resurrect his cold minds. For there's no to spend corn of God help peace that's able to bring his king. Just see. Status. Corporal Di Barasio used proof of visibility in a freak fall of mixed-sex cases among goats, Hillcat and Plain Mousy, Bigamy Bob and his old shanvoked, the Blackfriars Trichoplaster outraged belittled. Therewith was released in that king's rick of humidia a poisoning volume of cloud barrage indeed. Yet all they who heard or redelivered are now with that family of bards and Brocobretus himself and the crowd of Caraculac decors as much no more as be they not yet now or had they then not ever been. Can be in some future we shall presently hear amid those wolf players of Inkerman the mime mumming the Mick and his Nick miming their laggies, Hilton St. Just, Mr. Frank Smith, Devon Astel, Mr. J.F. Jones, Coleman of Lucan taking 4 parts, the choir of the O'Daly O'Doyles double-sixing the chorus, and Finn McCall and the 7 fairies of Loch Yek, Caliper Truppler and Hurley Quinn, the zither of the past with his merrymen all, Zimzum, Zimzum. Of the persons in this Irrigla saga, which, though readable to int from hand, is from tub to bottom all false tissues, antibulous and non-actionable, and this applies to its whole volume. Of poor Osty Throsty, described as quite a musical genius in a small way, and the owner of an exceedingly nice ear, with tenorist voice to match, not alone, but a very major poet of the poorly military order. He began Quonisonian, but worked his passage up as far as the we all hang together Anomandavites. No one end is known. If they whistled him before, he had curtains up there whistling him still after his curtains doom's doom. Into his husband, poor old Ahara, Okoro, crestfallen by things and down at heels at the time, they squeaked, accepted the Saslok. Ardes shilling at the conclusion of the Crimean War, and, having flown his wild geese, alone then crowds to wander on like Shirley Looney, enlisted in Tyrone's horse, the Irish Whites, and soldiered a bit with Borbsy under the assumed name of Branko Fuzilovna Buklovich. Spurious. After which the car and the marble halls of Pump Court Columbarium, the home of the old Sea Kings, looked upon each other and quest their haven evermore, for it transpires that on the other side of the water it came about, that on the field of Vasilix Cornix inauspiciously with his unit he perished, saying, this papa leaveless to old Chuck give, broad chocolates from Malvern Loath. Boodum. Poor old dear Paul Horan, to satisfy his literary as well as his criminal aspirations, at the suggestion thrown out by the doomster in loquacity lunacy, so says the Dublin intelligence, was thrown into a Ridley's for inmates in the northern counties. Under the name of Orani, he may have been the utility man of the troop capable of sustaining long parts at short notice. He was. Sordid Sam, a dire decent deblancer, the unwashed, haunted always by his ham, the unwished, at a word from Israfel the summoner, passed away painlessly at their life's ups and downs, one Halloween night. Ebrus and in the state of nature, propelled from behind into the great beyond by footblows Charon caught upon his oyster in Atlas on behanged and behold and behaked and beholdt of his last fish and blood bed scrappers, a Norwegian and his mate of the she-wolfing class. Though the last straw glimpsed his bearing, this stage Dunkard is said, the pitfall and gagged him as Punktboxer, to have solemnly said, as had the brief bolt, but fell in till his head like a bass stroked neck pushed until a boom crate. Cold. Me dreams, O Lohins, has come through. Now let the centopus selves of my Egors, as Nicholas de Cusack calls them, of all of whose I in my hereinafter of course by recourse commission me. By the coincidence of their contraries reamalgamation that identity of undiscernibles where the Baxters and the Fleshmans may they cease to bedevil uns and but at this point, though the iron thrust of his cockspurred start might have prepared us, we are well nigh stick-pottered by the mustard punch in the tail end. This outstanding brown candlestick melted Nolans into peace. Hanvar, disliking as he was to tutorial drama, her wife Langley, the prophet, and the decentest dozenest short of the frusker whoever stuck his spickle through his spoke, disappeared. In which to doing he has taken all the French leaves unavailable out of Cullum L'Aquila's properties. From the sour face of this earth, that austral plane he has transmarried himself to, so entirely spuriously, the mother of the book, with a dust whilst tabularizing his obliteration done upon her involucrum, as to kickle the speculative to all but opine, since the levy who might have been Langley may have really been a redivivis of paganism or a volunteer boosting, that the hobo, who possessed a large amount of humoresque, had transtalled his funster's latiette to its spinsterest interiormost. Be it she. Again, if Father San Brown, tea and toasted to that quaintest of yarn spinners as Padre Don Bruno, trow and prosted to the Queen of Airspain, was the Reverend Sodality Director, that eupeptic vice flare, a bare-faced Carmelite, to whose palpitating pulpit, which of us but remembers the reverend and honorable Fatomisto Nolan Moore and Brown, sinning society sirens, see the Roman Catholic prepassum, fortunately became so enthusiastic attached and was an objectionable ass who very occasionally cocketed a raffles ticket on his hat, which he wore all to one side like the handle of his pan. If her elegance saw him, she'd had the canary, and was semi-privately convicted of malpractices with his hot-wash table knife, gossing over the cork in his pocket. That same snob of the Dunhill, fully several years riper, encountered by the general on that red-letter morning or May moon Jove's day, and were they? Wait. When Bishland Bill once throw his lictious folly to be fortune blunting in whoever's gone to Mick's hotel by the salt say water, there's next to nothing we can do, for he's never again to see. It is nebulous and autodidact fact of the commonest that the shape of the average human cloudy face, where his sallow has long days faded, frequently altered its ego with the pulsing of the showers. Not original. Whence it is a slopperish matter, given a wet and low visibility, since in the Scheherazade of 1001 that sort of certainty which would identify the body never falls, to identify the individual in scratch wig, square cuts, stock lavalier, regatable auxiliary, baggy pants and shufflers. He is often alluded to as Sly Patrick, the lad in the lane, which already in incipience, lust. In the direction of area baldness, one is continually first meeting with odd sorts of others at all sorts of ages. Who was asked by free board school shirkers in drenched coats over a while, Will, Con, and Otto, to tell them over a gate, Bull, Pov, and Dev, that Tishabed goat story of the hardly creditable adventures of the haberdasher, the two Kirchies and the three ankle chimps and their bearskin goats. Girlies are jungers, but he has changed the locks since Thorkill's time. Ya, da, tra, gathering, pimp, chesses, shosophat, okiniboko. 9. Those many words, those slummy patches, have sister wrinkles, what has come over the face on whole brother D, and Shrine of Mount Mu, save us, the large fungal perk he has grown. Drink! Sport's a common thing. It was the Lord's own day for damp. To wait for a postponed regatta's eventualizing is not of Battlecock's Shuttledore, juxta, mare only. And the request for a fully armed explanation was put, in lieu of Pat, to the Porty, a native of the Sister Isle, Mithman or Meccan, by his brogue, express eyes, local calor and local odor, which are said to have been average count Turkish, though the capitalists waste nasal liquids, and the way he sniffs it at these haul us back to the crowds and breams of the Silurian orifices, who, the lesser pilgrimage accomplished, had made Pats and pigs older and silt the southeast bluffs of the stranger's set shore, a regifugium persecitorum, hence hindquarters, as he paused at Ibn for some or so minutes. Hit the pike, Danny boy. 10 to 1, barman. I'll take 10 to win. Amid the devil's one doldrum, Apple by her blossom window and Charlotte at her tossed penmancy his sole admirers, his only tears in store, for a fragrant calabush during this weekend pastime of executing with any Oakley deadliness the conservatory pairs of provocatives, of which remained provokingly but two, the ones he fell for, Lily and Tutu, Corkum, empties which had not very long before contained Reed's family. You ruled that before, Soki, but all the bulges in suit of history would not soften your blood athirst, stout. Having reprimed his repeater and reset-roomed his timepiece, his revenances, with still a life or two to spare for the space of his occupancy of a world at a time, rose to his feet and there, far from Kolkaheim, in a quiet English garden, commonplace, since known as Willington Wild, his simple in hints of querulent vocality, my dear brothers, my most dear brothers, as he, so as a supper is a sipper, spake of the one and told of the compassionate, called up before the triad of precocious scare-makers, score-taking, spegulo ne helpas al rebellulo, ne credas que vi estas brava, dia dote la visagio respondas brarino, the now to usher mythical habiliments of our Farfar and Arthur of Ardoin. Television kills telephony in Brothers Broil. Our eyes demand their turn. Let them be seen. And Wilfbone bell fires blaze the trail most, if only that Mary Nothing may burst her bibi boxy. When they set fire, then she's got to close, so we may stand some chances of warming to what every circapacha tum or home would like to know. The first Humphrey's latitudinous paper with puggery behind. Calaboose below, big boss below, Kang the Toad. His four-in-hand bow, his elbow room shirt out, the resurfaced unmentionables of ginger and hue, the staked slate umbrella, his gruff Wellesley Wellesley, with the fin-grin knots, and the gauntlet upon the hand which in an hour not for him solely evil had struck down the might he might have been the Esther of whom his nation seemed almost to be about to have need. Then, stealing his thunder, but in the befitting legomena of the smaller country, probable words, possibly said, of field family gleaming, a bit duskish and flavored with a smile, seeing as how his thoughts consisted chiefly of the cheerio, he aptly sketched for our soon-to-be second parents, so can see why be. The touching scene, the solence of that stilling, here one might have been fell, booms to room bomperent. It seems like a landscape from Wildu Picture School, or some seam on some Kim Aras, dumb as mum's moodiness. This image of the 77th cousin of Christensen is audible to us across the wineless ear, no wader nor mere eerie nor less potent of suggestion than in the tales of the Ting Mount. Print! And they're off after, jaunty jogging, on an Irish vis-a-vis, and steadily with shoulder to shoulder Jehu will tell to Castanium, sent to Sage, the Humphreyad of that fall and rise, while Daisy winks at her pinker sister among the Cossacks, and the couple between the shafts mocks the couple on the car. And as your who may look like how on the outer side of his big belcher your tears enclose your nose, and paradigm may re-rise in Aaron. Follow we up his whip vindicative. Thurstons, lo behold, La Arboro, lo Petrusu, the Augustan peace be to them oaks, the motherless rising stark from the moonlit pine barren, in all fortudinous Ajaxius noisy tenuosity. The angelus hour with teachers bent upon their farm utensils, the soft belling of the fallow deers, though the most genuine, advertising their milky approach as midnight was striking the hours. Legend, and how brightly the great Tribune out at the shark-skin smoke wallet. Imitation. From his rock, kippers, and by Joshua, he teeps on a topping swag cheroot, none of your swell is swayed, quit the reverse. And how manfully he says, pluck to pluck and let him for looking, he was to just pluggy well soak that brown boil, my son, and spend the whole half hour in Havana. Sorer of the Craigsman, would not there be old high ghost prone? Wherefore he met master, he mean to say, he do, sire, bester of Republicans, at Eagle Cock Hostel on Lorenzo Cooley Street, and how he wished his honor the bannocks of Gort and Moria and Brie Head and Puddyrick, your lordship, and a starch box sitting in the pit of his St. Thomas. A strange wish for you, my friend, and it would pollux your son's grandson utterly, though your own sweat and swear forward seeded Hodge many as the times when they were terrified by the heats. Cheek, cheers for up King Billy and Craw Crew Cromwell's Donable. Up, boys, and hat him. See, Oily beam, they're lost. We found reverberancers. Their hours to date link these eras to here, but where were all those yours of yesterdays? Seeing get rich and pull all women character coasts at his end van vote. D-E-E-D, isn't it? Ended or sleeping soundlessly? Favor with your tongues. Intended. Any dog's life you list, you may still hear them at it. Like 60s and 70s as ever sure as Halley's Comet. Yulimamen, soap and jewel women, starting boys and Duma girls, as they pass its bleak and bronze portrait of your cousin Concordia. Huru Morni, many thickens. Her latest hard D deck. Lost door on let Miladies Q. Mela siento tlugentado, Scotty. Tipoti, Kyrie, Tipoti. Chokai brati tain makar sahib. Dispense me ostel, sin hor, in sum sukong sabes. O thou prone orm a cause rage. Ika do gele? Lik pa fly high pa lisi lang. Epe alo, eko, batista. To Wagner dom flitip point coin. Is mem ti boom back imes ti Portugali. Os pipos mios is demasiada grar so por o piclo pochino. Wincy? Gumdulo. Coxis, Zabat, Mercy and you? Go on, that. And God, says he with muggish tears, would you care to know the price of a Layard? Maggie's Nick Your Nighty novel, Mass Tavellers at the mic again, and that bag bally is the book to quote it. McGig, you gay chappy fellow, I call our university to witness, as sicker as Mulevi AIDS is known by our good householders from your hundreds of mammoths to be which they commercially are in a high British quarters, conventional. My guest house and cow handle credits will immediately stand open as straight as that neighboring monument's avocation before the hygienic crew. This was where the Reverend Sabbath and bottle breaker with furbo foot stretched touched upon his tri-colored boater, which he uplifted by his pickled hoopy. He gave Stetson 1 and a penny for it, whereas olinganosity of ancestor lolosis scotulated down the both pendencies of his musojito lip tails. Syncopetulo, a more modestious conciliabulite, never curled a corn pocket mouth. Cordially inwitting the adolescents who he was rising up to do in like manner with all did so as he was able to add. Lo, but before the great schoolmasters, I tell you no story. Smile. The house of Atriox is fallen in Didost. Ilium, Meromor ornaments, averging on blight like the moondy banks of Finnegans, but deeds bounds going arise again. Life, he himself said once, his biography, in fact, kills him very soon, if yet not after. Is awake, leave it or cricket, and on the bunk of our breadwinning lies the crops of our seed father, a phrase which the establisher of the world by law might pertinently write across the chest front of all manor homeland born. The scene, refreshed, reroused, was never to be forgotten, the hen and crusader ever into mutual mergent. For later in the century, one of that priestly band of fat ferreters, then an ex-civilly out of the custom huts, retired, hurt, under the 65's Act, in a dressy black modern style, and will wear shiny tan Burlingtons, Tam, Hummed, and Diggy, Gopicus and Pajamt, rehearsed it, paper pointing, with a dignified, copied, bow to a named cousin of late Archdeacon ex-preserved Coppinger, a hot fellow in his night. May the Mother of God have mastic on him. In a poor woman of our first trans-Hiberian with one still sadder circumstance, which is a Deacon Duke Hertzjurer if ever to bring bouncing brimmers from marbled eyes. Cycloptically through the window discs went with eddying awes the round eyes of the room dressers, back to back, buck to butter, under airish chaunting car, beheld with touristing interestedness, the clad pursue the bear the green the floor the clad again, as their convoy wheeled encirclingly amongst gigantic slide tree. Our firelight lover-lucky bones to boom, phoenix in our woodlessness, haughty, cacominum, erubescent, repetition, whose roots they be ashes with lustrous of pans. For as often as the Urkicadinus, placing aside his Irish field and craving the auriculars to receptacle particulars before they got the bump at Castle Bar, Matt and Far, spoke of it by request all, hearing in this new reading of the part whereby, because of Dies and his machina, the new Garrison's grimacing criminalism hypostaticized by substantiation the axiomatic rotundity of that once grand old Arrington ball. The Copicus's description of that fellow commuters' play upon countenance could simply imagine themselves in their bosom's inmost core as pro-tem locums, transported across the yawning abyss, as once they were seasiders. Listen to the cockshy shooter's even-song evocation of the doomed but always ventriloquent agitator, no not more Pengo Pound the Billows or Donawahala Reef. Silk-hearted Aurora's backyard, up banks to the dusk of Skomrin, would that fain be sent moistened calling, holy places, and this face brimless as brow of faithful toucher of the ground, did wish it were, blessed be the bones, the gauzy power of his sword. His manslayer's gun wielder protending towards that overgrown lead pencil which was soon, monumentally at least, to rise as Holy Dokondilin too, to be his mausoleum, would that stood till sin and messes as good Chopin, while all over his exculpatory features as Roland Rum, a weird Chopin of grief about to silenize his jojos, the ghost of resignation diffused a spectral appealingness, as a young man's drawn o'er the fate of his waters may gloat, similar in origin and accurate and effective to a beam of sunshine upon a coffin plate. Not otherwise in the days of the beginning would our traveller remote, unfriended from Van Diemen's land, some lazy stolder maundering poet, lived warily his slow-cut snopesick eyes to the semi-sands of his zootic and lengthily lingering along flask deck, cracked crop, downtrodden brogue, tursol, wild broom, cabbage blad, stockfish, longingly learned that there at the Angel were herberged for him poutine and tea and praties and baccy and wine with woman words warbling, and informally quasi begin to press with smile to quiz at him. Nonsense! There was not very much windy nose blowing at the given moment through the hat of Mr. Melancholy Slow, but in the pragma of what formal cause made a smile of that, to think? Who was he to whom? Or brains not his name, nor the brown one his maid. Whose are the place wearers? Kibasti, Kisker, Keither, Keetnabuja? Tell the Tim of the Comulum. Give the god of the Grub. Be it cudgel player's country, or fish fellow's town of Leelicker's land, or Pampapenic or Povengreski. What regnums raised the reins have leveled, but we hear the pointers and can gauge their compass for the mellows use the mode and the mode the matters pliceman, plantiman, plausiman, plop. Sin, silly. The forefathers folkers for a prize of 2 peaches with Ming, Ching, and Shoni on the lie load lay. We'll sit down on the hope of the goalie ghost for the titan troubleth, but his hand that hieth not here. They answered from their zones. Hear the 4 of them. Herc terror of them. Aye, says Armagh, and I'm proud o' it. Aye, says Cronakilty, God help us. Aye, says James Grange, and say nothing. Aye, says Barna, and what about it? Hee-haw! Before he fell hill he filled heaven, a stream, outlapping streamlet, coyly coiled them, cool of her curls. We were but thermites then. We. Our ant heap we sensed is a hill of Allen, the barrow for an people, one Chotner's yal, and it was a gromalong among the poke chook that wonder struck us as a punter, yonder. Thus the unfats, did we possess them, are too imprecisely few to warrant our certitude. The evidence givers by Legpal too untrustworthily irreparable, where his adjugors are seemingly freak 3s, but his judicantes plainly -2s. Nevertheless, Badam's Toshuas waxes largely more lifelike, entrance 1 kudos, exits 3, and our notion of gururi is now completely complacent, an exegious monument, airily perennious. Obliged with your black thorns, gamps de grace, and there many have paused before that exposure of him by old Kumquad, a flashback in which he sits sated, downdabout, and clerically's habit, watching bland soul slide dogsomely into the nevermore, a globule of boogerness about to corrugulate his mild dude cheek, and the tata of a tiny Victorian, Alice, pressed by his limper boozer. Yet certes one is, ere the following winter had over the pages of nature's book until Cedarbor at the cliff became Dablena Tertiac, the shadow of the huge outlander, Manadic, Multvolt, Magnoporus, had built at the bar of a rota of tribunals in Manor Hall as in Thieves' Kitchen, mid pillowed talk and cheetah's chat, on Marlborough Green as through Molesworth fields, here sentenced, Pro tried with Jedburgh justice, their acquitted testimony with benefit of clergy. His thing mould have undone him, and his mad thing has done him mad. His beneficiaries are legion in the party created, they number up his years. Great Will Dunlop was the name was on him, we whom, oh we are his berserkers. As holiday in his house, so was he priest and king to that. Where we came, and we saw, ivy conquered. Lo! Lo! They have waved his green boughs o'er him as they have torn him limb from limb. For his mortification and expiration and damnation and annihilation. With Shreyas and Grida, give profound so spears. Steady Sullivans, Americans pause. Long tongues breeches fallen down but Gronia's spreads abroad. Ados there, the Delions, and feel the fluger's balls for the turtle of your flouts is not fit to fan his fetter. Or have a ring and sin word. Chin, 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 chin. And of course I'll chimed in with the utmost joviality, swiping rooms and brooms and sherries and ciders and negus and citronites too. The strongers. Oh, Mr. Beg, you're about to be bagged in the bog again. Bilg, but Sofsy's so sad. For Gassies, but lo, by the threatening gods, human, errant, and condonable, with the statues of our cool, who is the mashup be our coon, eschew ashore there. The unforgettable tree shade looms up behind the jostling judgments of those, as all should hold, mal-recapturable days. Cap and pat and cap it again. Fired first shot, messieurs de repoussiers, campion, for Saxon Loti. 3 tomats, soldiers free, cockaleekin capapi of the court stream. Guards were walking in. Corden and Lille, Jivo in Pie, Montgomery Street. One voiced an opinion in which on either right, Poro, nodding, all the men camps concurred. Jivo in Pie, It was the first woman, they said, soaked him, that's fatal will as they, Lily Cunningham's, by suggesting him they go in a field. Both Maud for Ruth Red still stand, Wrath, Rat, Roth, confessed Private Patrick Murchison Retro. Thursday, those contagious with Santoy's play. One of our coming books hall on the boards who is resting for the moment. She has been called by a noted stagey elocutioner a waste package situms, was interviewed in a waste-int beauty parlor. Looking perhaps even more beauty-flushed in her cherry dairy boudoir size, girdle and braces by the half moon and 7 stars, rose it from the blackamoor's head, amongst the clanging boys at his eagle and child, and over the corn and hay empters at their black and odd black, Mrs. F.A. set aside, half in stage of whisper to her confidant class, while recuperating her cartwheel chapel. What? And we now know what thimbles are buckets on Lawrence Atol's mean. She hoped Sid Arthur would get a crisping portrait of orange and lemon-sized orchids with holics and either from the theatre of the innocent, as the world had been uncaned. Then, while it is odorous comparisоning to the spring flowers of his birthday, which was a veritable golden party for the rainworm and the charlatanas and all branches of clematis, it has been such a wonderful night entirely, added she, with many regards to Maha's principalities. Third, prehistoric, obedient to his dictaphone, an anticologist. His penomen is a properismanum. A dustman not named 7 churches in the employ of Messrs. Ockburn, Saltpeter, and Ashfordborn, prayer-makers. Linda Locke was asked by the sisterhood the vexed question during his midday collation of labor and bookroom alternatively with steak and pitony pie in a hush-hush and, that given, responded impulsively. We have just been propagandering his nullity suit and what they took out of his ear among my own crush. All our fellows at O'Day's sages with Arata Calaman, he is a cemented brick, bucket all, a more nor usually sober car driver, who was jauntily hosing his runabout. Ginger Jane took a strong view. Laurie hosed her as he taught, and this is what he told Reimagined. Our Waker is just a plain pink joncher for me in private life, but folks, I'll have it like Breham laws, he has parliamentary honors. As Scaper said, Luigis, you know that man's brilliant Severame. Mon Paul, you wish to add some omelette, yes, lady? Good, mine labor. Your hag he must break himself. See, I crack, so he sit in the poorly, unbedimmt. I perspire, over 60, who was keeping up his tennis's panted he ne ho hard qua to collect informachos but a deep pair of flannels climb wall and trespassing on doorbell. After full boom Bradham hear this fresky torturella. A railway's barmaid's view, they call her spill tears rule, was thus expressed to sympathizers of the Dole line, Death Avenue, anent those objects of her pity prompted ministrants, to wit, man and his siphon. Ahem! It is ever too late to whistle when Phyllis floods her stable. It would be scarlet shame to jail him in lockup, as was proposed to him by the Sedum's creature, which latter where Mary checks went off with his revolver in connections with him being an orphan and enjoying such a wicked illness. Ahem! Well done, don't call it him. Kitty Terrell is proud of you, was the reply of a BOT official. Oh, blame not the board. While the daughter's pink letter murmured in unison, Corporal Gill his jury legs. Brian Ninsky, the cub cursor, was questioned at his shouting box. Bono bragged at and gave a snappy comeback when saying, Pa, once more all hell bull. I am Bouquet Manchase and Sahara Sex. Brook you. Them two bitches ought to be leased, Clanum. Up hog and whore huds. Pa, would-be martyr, who is attending on Senate Tacitus where he is being taught to wear bracelets, when grilled on the point, revealed the undoubted facts that the consequence would be that so long as Sankyam Mundi played his mangled tricks under the Mista tree, with shady aspirers sheltering in his leaves license and his shadowers horrified by the potent bolts of interdiction, there would be fights all over Coxhaven. Talk! Missioner Ida Wombwell, the 17-year-old revivalist, said concerning the coincidence of interfacing with grenadines and other respectable and disgusted persons using the park. That perpendicular person is a brute, but a magnificent brute. Caligula, Mr. Daniel McGrath, bookmaker well known to Australian poor users of the Sydney Parade Bulletin, was, as usual, antipodal with his. Striving to die, hoping to mellow, wear splash, cobbler. We have meet 2 hourly, sang out El Captain Boycott, with the famous Padres Thirders Kate cast, meet 2 hourly, Matadir. Dan Makeljohn, presenter of SS Smack and Ollies, was to be verbal with his obseduxit, Mutatos Mutandus. Doran's Lord, Stipbox, and Morgan's Lady, Flatterfun, took sides and crossed and bowed to each other's dues and recrossed themselves. The dirty dope up in their flies went too free, echoed the Danely traps down in their cinties, Unamona. Sylvia Silence, the girl detective, May Minerva, but by now one hears turtlings all over Doveland, when supplied with information as to the several facets of the case in her cozy-dozy bachelor's flat, quite overlooking Jonah James' muse, leaned back in her really, truly easy chair to query restfully through her vowel-threaded syllables. Have you ever thought, we Patel, that sheer greatness was his tragedy? Nevertheless, according to my considerate attitudes for this act, he should pay the full penalty, pending portions, as per subsect 32, section 11 of the CLA Act 1885, anything in this act to the contrary notwithstanding. Jolly Jilk began to silk, for he couldn't get home to jealousy, but ended with, he's got the sack that helped him move in stench of his gladsome rags. Meagle, a neighbor rating, seated on one of the granite cromlech sets of our new fish shambles for the usual air reading after the ever-popular act, with whom were Cuesta and Puella, Picote and Crook. This had a cold in her brain, while that felt a sing in her stomach, which what, Roots went, was encouraged, although Nirvanast himself, by one of his co-affianced to get your breath, Welch, and Gobet and Winder cheating by her fastra sastra to saddle up your pants, Navin. Thus Cor replied to her other's thanks kissing. I lay my 2 finger buttons, fiancé Meagle. He speaks. He was to blame about your 2 velvet thighs of Horniman's Hill. As Hook and I blame him or any other pixman, but I also think, Grilly-Wally, by the siege of his trousers there was someone else behind it. You bet your bottom blarneys. About their 3 drummers down Kesar's Lane. Trait. Be these mere merchant tailors' fablings of a race referred with oldman wrets? Is now all seen, heard, then forgotten? Can it was. One is fain in this leaden age of letters now to wit, that so diversified outrages, they have still to come, were planned and partly carried out against so staunch a covenanter, if it be true, than any of those recorded ever took place for many, we trow, BS to and denied of, are given to us by some who use the truth but sparingly, and we, On this side ought to sorrow for their pricking pins on that account. The seventh city, Eurovivla, his citadel of refuge, whither would we believe the laymen and their counts? Beyond the outraged gales of Adriatic, changing clues with the bagger monster, the Hedgerite head fled, Silential cement under night's outer sonority, ship alone, a raven of the wave, be mercy, Mara, ahi, winds Rahulas. From the Ostman's dirt beyond the Oldvik, to forget in expiating manslaughter and rebirthing in remerriment out of dead sickness to divine providence. If you're looking for the builder, deep your ear on the movie torn. To league his lot, poem and path, with a papacy. For mine thing ID, give take and bind my hosen with ID herter. The was to be land, a lotus land, a luxurious land, emerald ilium, the peasant pastured, in which by the fourth commandment with promise his days apostolic were to be loaned by the abundant mercy of him which thundereth from on high, murmured, would rise against him with all which in them were, franchisables and inhabitants, asti as Agora, Hellos Philos, do him hurt, poor chink, ghostly following body, as were he made a curse for them, the corruptible lay quick, all sense of incorruption of unholy nation, the common or erring garden cast away, in red resurrection to condemn so they might convince him, first Pharaoh, Humperis, Chokes, Exarchus, of their proper sins. Business bred to speak with a stiff upper lip to all men and most occasions the man we wot of took little short of fighting chances but for all that he or his care were subjected to the horrors of the premier terror of Everland. Perhaps. We seem to us, the real us, to be reading our amenity in the 6th sealed chapter of the Going Forth by Black. It was after the show at Winsbury that one tall man, humping a suspicious parcel, when returning late amid a dense particular on his homeway from the second house of the Boar and Burgess Tracy ministers by the old spot, Roy's Corner, had a Barkis revolver placed to his face with the words, "You're shot, Major," by an unknowable assailant, masked, against whom he had been jealous over, not a Crabtree or Pomona Evelyn. More than that, wind the waylayer, not to Lucalizar diocesan or even of the Glendalough Sea, but hailing full the prow of Little Britain, mentioning in a by-the-way that he, the crosshopper, had, in addition to Reed's cutlass centerblade, a loaded Hobson's which left only twin alternatives as, vice versa, either he would surely shoot her, the aunt, by pistol, she could be okay sure of that, or, fairly of such, bashed in Patch's blank face beyond recognition, pointedly asked with galish gall Woodcourt Blizzard's business Bunchen had with that cane spinner, only to be answered by the aggravated assaulted that was the snaps for him, midweeks, to Solchi will go and find out if he was sorry well able. But how transparently non-true, gentle writer, his feet one is not at all, man, not at all, man. No such parson, no such fender, no such lumber, no such race. Was it supposedly in connection with the girls, Merrimy Huey or Colores Archer under Flaggy Bridge? For Anne there is but one leave and here Newbridge is her old. Or to explode his 12th chamber and force a shrivelty entrance that the heavy-built able-body in butcher blue blouse from One Life, One Suit, a menswear store, with a most decisive bottle of single in his possession, seized after dark by the town guard at having caught Emirates Temperance Gateway, was there in a gateway. Fifthly, how parasoliloquizingly true-toned on his first time of hearing the wretched statement that, muttering Irish, he had gloriously a lot too much hangust or horseshoe fine to drink in the House of Blazes, the Parrot in Hell, the Orange Tree, the Glipt, the Sun, the Holy Lamb and, last not least, in Ramadstown's Chip Hotel since the morning moment he could distinguish a white thread from a black till the engine of laws declosed unto Murray and was only falling further up against the Gatestone Pier which, with the gal's bonnet atop of it, he false took for a caterpillar with purest peaceablest intentions. Yet how lamely hobbles the hoy of his then pseudo-jocat's explanation how, according to his own story, he bossed a process server and was merely trying to open Zosimus a bottle up stove by mutually hammering his magnum bulum, the curter, the club, the sorer, the savage, against the blue jeep gate for the boots about the swan, Boris Bahan, who hastily into his shoes with nothing in his Hulk Barak team check and came down with hoop, stip, and jumpet to the tilt yard from the west asleep in his obi-oni overclothes or choker, attracted by the noise of guns playing Delandy his cartridge on the regular rocked Dublin. Said war prized sat in bed as he dreamed that he weds in Mormon hollows when woken by a fourth loud snore out of his land of Bierlo, while Hickstray's Malls was grazing in the moonlight by hearing hammering on the pandywatt scale emanating from the blind pig and anything like it. Una! Una! In the whole history of the Mullingan Inn he never. This battering Babel allow the door and side posts, he always said, was not in the very remotest like the bellsy babble of a bottle of booze which would not rouse him out of slumber deep, but reminded him loads more of the martial lossy mercies of foreign music and instruments or the overthrower to the third last days of Pompery, if anything. And that after this most nooningless nocturne the young rain came down desperate and the old hippopotamus started ploughing all over the plans, as mud as she could be, ruinating all the poachers' shirts and the backers' wishing togs so that be the chandelier of the Reggiani Jale they were all night washing the welters of, the welter and malters of, white. Just one moment, a pinch in time of the ideal musketeers, Alphonse, Burkus and Camus, leave Australia for the astrologeries and for the love of the Sonses and the honor of Kieran's Pike, puttywhack back to Parentor, and roll away the real world, the real world, the real world, and call all your smoke blushes Snow White and Rosard, if you will have the real cream. Now for a strawberry frolic. Billums, biloosh, shashun vlavlan, bum bum, bum bum. Come on, ordinary man with that large, big, nonably head and that blanco perfect vision expression Akinski Scapulopoulos Susanascu or other. You Mackler's mutton legs getting muscle-bound from being too pulled. No berry witch stormed 1001 when Hazel was a hen. Now her fat's falling fast. Therefore, chat bags, why not yours? There are 29 sweet reasons why Blossom Time's the best. Elders fall for green almonds when they're raised on bruised stone roots, ginger thought winters on their heads as if oak round their waistbands. If you had pans in your hairs, you wouldn't look so ogrebald. You'd have collie macares on your lump of lead. Now listen, Mr. Lear, and stow that sweaty pony Adam's simper. Take an old geezer who calls on his skirt. Note his sleek hair, so elegant, tableau vivant. He vows her to be his own honey lamb, swears they will be papa pals by Sam, and share good times way down west in a guaranteed happy love nest when May moon she shines and they twinkle all the night, combing the comet's tail upright and shooting popguns at the stars. Crane puffs all to dine, every night, Missy Mackenzie's. For dear old grandpapa, he's gone on the razzledar, grew gazing and crazing and blazing at the stars. Cold pray. She wants her wardrobe to hear from above by return with cash so as she can buy her Peter Robinson trousseau and cut a dash with Artie, Bert, or possibly Charlie Chance. Who knows? So tell old Mr. Hunker you're too dada for me to dance. So off she goes. And that's how half the jails in town has got their bottom drawers rubbed Rumpapar. He's trying to hitch his braces onto his drawers. But old Brom, he's not so clean, dippy between sweet and yum. Not in your life, boy. Not in these trousers. Not by a large jugful. For someplace on the sly, where Furphy he isn't by, old Grom has his jail number 2. Brave vow, our Grom, and he would like to canoodle her too some parts of the time, for he is downright fond of his number 1, but oh, he's fair matched on Peach's number 2, so that if he could only canoodle the 2, she be chavou, all 3 would feel genuinely happy. It's as simple as A, B, C, the twin mixers, we mean, with their cherry bum chappy, for he is simply shaman dippy. If they all were afloat in a dream lifeboat, fucking 2 by 2s in his zoodio do, a talk top for thee, missy for me, and how can you insult for Farber, in his teepee, up and down deepy, tip top kippy canoodle, can you? Finny. Ack, with which clap, track, and sodiment, 3 to a love, our mutual friends the fender and the bottle at the gate seem to be implicitly in the same battle, so to sicken, bearing also several of the earmarks of design, for there is in fact no use in putting a tooth in a staggery of that sort, and the amount of all those sort of things which has been going on once a day in and twice a day out every other not to stag among all kinds of promiscuous individuals at all ages in private homes and rebus publicus and all over all and elsewhere throughout secular sequence the country over and over abroad has been particularly stupendous. To be continued. Federals United Transports Unions for exaltations of triumphant ecstasies. But resuming inquiries, will it ever be next morning the post of Unionists, officially called carriers, letter Scotch, limited. Strange fate, please seem giddy at his height, D.E. the laws of that hooks around me submit go me bats. To hand in a huge chain envelope, written in 7 diverse stages of ink, from Blanchesons to Lavandiat, every pothook and pancrook bespecking the wisher wife, superscribed and sub-penciled by yours a laughable party, with afterwhite S.A.G., hide and cheek, Edinburgh, Dublin, we see? Well, whatever will be written in lavish language with inverse of Magyar always seems imposed, black looking white and white guarding black, in that sea-mixed tool talk used to twist stern, swift, and jolly Roger? Will it bright upon us, Nightel, and we plunging to our plight? Well, it might now, Milgram, so it light. Always and ever to Cox's wife, twice Mrs. Owen, pokes her beak into the matter with Owen K. after her to see what must smutter after. Will this Kirby's pouch filled with literish fragments lurk dormant in the paunch of that help brother of a herm, a pillar box? The coffin, a triumph of the illusionist's art, at first blinched, naturally taken for a hand harp. It is handwork to distinguish Tubeb from Jabul or either from Kubot when all three have just been embayed. Have been removed from the hardware premises of Woodsamlan and Nephew, a noted house of the gone most west, which in the natural course of all things continues to supply funeral requisites of every needed description. Why needed, though? Indeed needed. Wouldn't you feel like rat and fowl if you hadn't the Oscar? Because the flash brides or bride in their lily boleros one games with at the Navy Newbies finery ball in your upright gooms that always come right up with you, and by jingle when they do, what else in this mortal world, now ours, would meet their night, meet their not, me their knocket, may their not the arrow strikes, would bring them right came back in the flesh, thumbs down, to their horses and their hashes. To proceed, we might leave that nutrients of oxygen is to take its free of the air and just electrolyze that very chimerical combination, the gas bag where the wonder works, and try to push some more haters up their most fair. In the bottled Helios case continuing, long lally tokits, the special, sporting a fine breast of metals, and a conscientious scripture reader to boot in the brick and tin church round the corner, swore like a Norasian tailor on the stand before the proper functionary that he was up against a right hirsch sort of a man and the butcher of the blues who, he continued, on last evening after delivering some carcasses, mutton chips, and meat juice on behalf of Messrs. Otto Sands and Eastman, Nimmert, Bitschwellers, went and, with his unmitigated astonishment, he kicked at the Donen doors against all the rules and, when challenged about the pretended hick, it was kick up and down with him. On his solemn by the imputed, said simply, I apple pie oath, Felix Captain. You did, as I so stressed before. You are deeply in error, sir. Madam Compkins, let me then tell you, replied with a gentle womanly salam MacPartkind, the Meatman's family, and the oldest in the world except Nick, name. And Phelps was playful with his peeler, but his fizz fell. Now to the obverse. From velveteens to dimities is barely a 5-finger span, and hence these camelback excesses are but to have been instigated by one or either of the causing cases of all, those rushy hollow heroin, their start sleeves, bishi mitrata bishi the posk. Oh, because it is a horrible thing to have to say today, but one Delilah, Jupiter Lorette, shortly after in a fit of the unexpectednesses drank carbolic with all her dear placid life before her and paled off while the other soiled dove that's her sister-in-love, Luperca Latouche, finding one day while dodging chores that she stripped teasily for binocular man and that her jams were joyed to see each other. The Nazi girl soon found her fruitful hat too small for her and rapidly taking time. Look, she rapidly took to necking, partying and selling her spare favors in the Hayma or in lumber closets or in the Greenon at Hook. There are certain intimacies in all Levy's laboratories which just leads to imagination, or in the sweet churchyard close itself for a bit of soft coal or an array of thin chunks, serving whom and find that same hot coney a la zingara with our own little gonya of the chilly red cheeks dished up to the great sire of Oscar, that son of a cool. Hoary at the coast of Emerald, Allah of the Lasesa Pogyu, as them all Muslim, they resigned to her surrender, did not she, come Leinster's even, true daughter of a dear mud. Her pitch was 40 steps, and his perch old Cromwell's quarters. Was so Valkyrie a license as sent many a poor pocket packing to perdition. Again and again, I and again spedar him. Tis vital, tis vital, tis vital. Two stoppers stopper, stop. Dog of a dig your ye. Angelos me, and did not he, like Urca for thee, further off Bisablo, misbrand with behaviors with iridescent you cry of downright mean, false sock laxic dog. Topus Drek, a reign of the sea, a she-been queen, a queen of pranks, a kingly man of royal mien, regally robed, exalted be his glory. So gave, so take. Not now, not now, he would just him in. Suffering trumpet, he thought he want. What? Here, all here, living of the land. Home grib, dead era, hark. He hear, eyes ravenous on her lippling lips. He hear her boy of day gone by. He hears, zay, zay, zay. But, by the beer of his prophet, he cannot answer. Up to party till rise and shine, nor needs known shots ni stel from Phoenicia or Little Asia to mobilize on the spot, neither publicock, neither folkstone, nor sunkenness in commerce would to bewray how express gains score of the rude. The mouth that tells not will ever attract the unthinking tongue, and so long as the oak scene draws heirs which hear not, so long till all earth's dumb nations shall the blind lead the deaf. Title, Tawny Yeaklings, the column of lumps limns the pattern of the leaves behind us. If violence to life, limb and chattels, often is not, has been the expression, direct or through an agent male, of woman he'd offended, has not levy of black now from the times the fairies were in it, and fain for wild ere the blossoms followed an impressive private reputation for whispered sins? Now by memory inspired, turn wheel again to the hole of the wall, where giant blind fronts no more there was once a wall, and of hook wall I was, and such a wall hole did exist. Il or ire in Ireland, or you dares hire, or you dig in Moses, or your horde of orts and oriots to gamble a garden of Odin and the last Pallades when all the Adams ended with harvest. Armin? The dawn is theirs and still to see, for Menix if he strikes a loose verge and will come to the barricades shoe shines if you just shoot off a second. And let oaks be good old gaggles and Easter Esther play Yester Aster. In the drama of sword post areas, diseased. A stone-hinged gate then was for another thing, while the Sir Optimist had bought and enlarged that shack under fair rental of 1 yearling sheep, prime, value of 6 pence, and 1 small yearling goat, cadet, value of 8 pence, to grow old and happy, hogged and kidium, for the remnants of his years. And when everything was got up for the purpose, he put an applegate on the place, by no means as some pretext a bedstead in lieu thereof to keep out donkeys. The pig dirt hanging from the jags to this hour makes that clear. And just then about the iron gate, by old custom left open to prevent the cats from getting at the goat, was triple padlocked on him on purpose by his faithful porchers to keep him inside probably, and possibly in unter he felt like sticking out his chest too far and tempting gracious providence by a stroll on a pure plate egg day, unused as he was yet to being freely clothed. Oh, by the by, let's we brag of praties. It ought to be always remembered in connection with what has gone before that there was a North Romer, Herbert Lavender, out for his Zimmer hole digs, digging in number 32 at the Rum and Puncheon, branch of Dirty Dick's free house, in Laxlib, where the Sockeye Sams were stopping at the time orange fasting. Prior to that, a commercial, Kubati Paco, he was reaping like Central Oil rubber, from Ostrich, the USE paying, God save the mark, 11 over in the week. Gosh, these holy romance of conscience money in the first steal of Yuli while he was swishing beneath with pleasure and swooping broken Irish myth book and douche, making his reportage on Dirt Paul Adams for the Franco-Fertile siding, a Fastland periodical, and constated that one had on him the Lynn O'Brien, Belton lamb's wool, disturbed, and wider he might the same Zurich chicken other he would, with to send and Obert sent tona waters, when monkey's damages become. Now you must know, Franksman, to make a heart of glass, that the game of gaze and bandstand butchery was merely a patsy or strapped tissue of threats and abuses such as Roebuck's wrath at Pinnacle's Peak and after this sort. Humphrey's unsolicited visitor, Davy or Titus, on a Burgley's clan march from the Middle West, a highly excellent crude man about road who knew his Burfust mountains like a starling beard, After doing a long dance untitled to Cloudy Green, Depo sent his box jump on the way to Me Want Me, after having blew some Quakers, for you, odds, in through the house king's keyhole to attract attention, beat into the gale outside which the terror of his clothes was hog-coloring. First, be the hair sorter, that he would break his bursywigger's head for him. Next, be the heel tapper, that he would break the gauge of his landy duckling head the same way he would crack a nut with a monkey wrench, and, last of all, be the stir-abouter, that he would give him his, or the umprons or any brody else's, thicker than water to drink, and his brigade Depper brothers into the bucket. He demanded more wood alcohol to pitch in with, alleging that his grandfather's was all taxis and that it was only after 10 O'Connell, and this his Isbar was a public oven for the sake of Irskoski. And then, not easily discouraged, opened the rifles of his artillery and went on at a wicked rate, weathering against him in mixed metaphors from 11:30 to 2 in the afternoon without even a luncheonette interval for House, son of Claude, to come out, you Joe beggar, to be executed, amen. Earwicker, that's pattern mind, that's paradigmatic ear, receptor attentive as his of Dionysius, long-suffering although whitening under restraint in the sitted-out corner of his conservatory, behind famine-built walls, his thermos flask and Rapidian flavor by his side, and a walrus whisker bobsle for a toothpick, compiled, while he mourned the flight of his wild guineas, a long list, now feared and part lost, to be kept on file of all abusive names he was called. We have been compelled for the rejoicement of foreign lordies into the humors of Milltown, etc. by Josephine Brewster in the collision known as contrastations with Inkerman and so on and so onward. Laces in blue water, free celestials, one clean turf. First nighter, informer, old fruit, yellow wigger, wheat ears, golden gate, bogside beauty, yes we've had his bananas, York's porker, funny face, at Bagotty's bend he bumped, grease with the butter, opened door auspices, Cain enabler, Ireland's eighth wonderful wonder, beast by prize, good as a man, Moonface the murderer, hoary hairy hoax, midnight sunburst, remove that Bible, have Joe Maderi publication, come with a land the tyrannos, blau clay, tight before tea time, read your pentajoke, acoustic disturbance, thinks he's God bless the good duke of Urda, WD's grace, gibbering behemoth of Dublin. His father was a boonzucker and she had him in a growler. Burnham and Bailey, artist, unworthy of the homely Protestant religion. Carrie Cotter, you're welcome to Waterfood, signed the ribbonman. Lockshapot Larling, all for Arthur of this town. Who said the cat from the bacon? Leather Togs Donald, the ace and deuce of Poppering. O'Reilly's delights to kiss the man behind the borough. Magogago, Swad Puddle Foos, Doughty Giblain, Loose Luther, Hatches Cock's Eggs, Mud of a Plan, Look before wedlock, I divorce thee husband, Canner and a make, go to Helena or come to Coney's, pay about Puff his bride, purged out at Burke's, he's none of me cousin, barbarian, peculiar person, cunt owls factotum, 12 months aristocrat, lycanthrope, donkey beetle vamps the tune letting on he's lonely, Thunder and Turf married into Clondorf, let Booch sent on approval, cumberer of Lord's holy ground, Stones Erstman, Aunt Duke, Tommy Furlong's pet plagues, Archduke and Cobbinger, last past the post, Kinnelly won't tell thee of Nancy's gown, Scuttle to cover, salary grab, Andy McNome in Annie's room, Owl out, Twitch bashed bowls, Bower Street Bester, Sublime Porter, a band for the king of the Bergens and a boom for ye, sir, of all the Rutledges, or film's cut price, and at number 111, what he done to Castle Costello, sweets as feathers and ropes. It is known who sold Horace the Rattler, and closed find the sons of Fingal, swayed in his falling, once a wife and 40 of them, let him do the fair, a Pichuquani Chimuk, plop goes his bastard, ruin of the small trader, he milking honey beaver booker, there was a vintner, sour rapes, Armenian atrocity, sick fish belly up, Edomite, man devoid of the commoner characteristics of an Irish nature, bad homeboard, rab, cocoa handler, dirt, making daddy, born burst feet foremost, Woolworth's worst, Asiatic philosophyst, guilty pig's bastard, fast in the barrel, booze in the bed, Mr. Fatmate, in custody of the polis, Bower's allocutionist, deposed, but anarchistically respectful of the liberties of the non-invasive individual, did not respond to solitary Woodward beyond such sedentarity, though it was as easy as kiss anywhere for the passive resistant in the booth he was in to reach for the hello gripes and bring up Kimmich Outer 17.67, because, as the fundamentalist explained, When at last shocked into speech, clutching his wounded feelings in the footstool the Dominican mission for the Socialist Party was on at the time, and he thought the Romish devotion known as the Holy Rosary might reform him, gone. That more than considerably unpleasant bullocky before he rang off drunkishly pegged a few glass stones, all of a size, by way of final marks for his grapes, at the wicket in support of his words that he was not guilty, but, after he had so slung a volleyed, reconnoitering through his semi-subconscious the seriousness of what he might have done had he really polished off his terrible intentions, finally caused him to change the bawling and leave domed the whole broomus of brook pebbles pung pung, and, having sobered up a bit, paces his groundwards diablin lion dog, the flay the flame, the floaty flashner, Perseverance, I'll splish the spume of them all. This backlot sport brusquely put out his language and quite quit the paleologic scene, telling how by his self-denying ordinance he had left Highland on the descending cable, after exhorting Earwicker, or, in slightly modified phraseology, Messrs. and Messrs. Earwicker, sire, his feminizable name of multitude, to cuckoo come outside to Mokulu out of that for the honor of Crumlin, with his broody old flesh gods, God's curse to dim, so as he could Brian slug and burst him all dizzy. You go bail, like Potts Fracture did with Kettle Fatnose and nobody at all with Holy Famous and Bill Rots over him, or if he didn't, for 32 straws, Bekekio Campbell, he didn't know what he wouldn't do for him nor nobody else no more, nor him after which, Betel Martel, a Brisha, a Milla, a Stroka, a Bula, so the rage of Nowbrook, playing on the least change of his Manchester's voice, the first hero couplet from the Fugro Tropical, Opus 11, 30 tall. My schemes into abeyance for this time has had to fall. They bid goodbyes to their farm and, his bandolier his soldier, Chip-chop dropped on pool or polger, wishing the love of Philadelphian in the morning, proceeded with a hobble-forth slouch and his slips backwards. It's Kurt Helene, in the directions of the duff and dim institutions about 10 or 1100 years lurch away in the moonshiny gorge of Patzal on the Bach. Adieu. And thus, with this Rockley Exeter of Bully Acre, came to close that last stage in the siegings round our Arca Citadel which we would like to recall, if old Nestor Alexis would wink the word for us, as Barleduc and Dogindoras and Bangin' Up soon. Yet he med live too many a door beside of Oxman's wold, for so witness his chambered cairns a clouded litter silent that are at brows uphill and down coombe and all stratum, at Howth or at Kullock or even at Enniskerry. A theory none too rectilant of the evaluation of human society and a testament of the rocks from all the dead unto some of the living. Oliver's lambs do we call them, scatterlings of a stone, and they shall be gathered unto him, their herd and paladin, as nubilates to Cumul, in that day hewn, same the lightning lancer of Azaba Arthur honored, something, about. He's got awake from earth's sleep, hot-crested Elmer, in his vale of burrs of Greenman's rise, oh, lost leaders live, the heroes return, and o'er Dunendale the wolver overlord, protect us, his mighty horn style roll or lent roll. For in those days his deus shall ask of Albrahom and call to him, Albrahom, and he make answer, Adsum, nor wink nor wunk, animaria bolum, mine credistimor tu, silence was in thy fastive halls, O Truiga. When thy green woods went dry, but there will be sounds of many mirth on the night's ear ringing when our patriarch comes down to Nabo gets the pullover on his boots. Liverpool? Such a bit of it. His brand court parrot, his pelt's nasty, his heart's a drone, his blood skins a crawl, his puff but a piff, his extremities extremely so. Bingless, Pombrook, Chilblamind and Bowdowl, Hump is in his doge. Words weigh no more to him than raindrops to wreck from him, which we all like. Rain. When we sleep, drops. But wait until our sleeping. Drain. Stokes. As the lion, in our Tiergarten remembers the nenuphars of his Nile, shall Arios forget Arion or Bocas the Bargams of the Marmarazalis from Marmenier? It may be, thoughts were since full a naggin and 20 have Sigurd posted what in our breathing boast, the besieged to bedreamt him still and solely of those liliths on the belt which had undone him, gone for age, and knew not the watchful treacherous at his wake, and theirs to stay. Pui, Camera misses, zippy zoppy, Larson lads, it may be we must also hasten selves declare it that he reclaimed, pre-saw, the fields of heat and yields of wheat where corn gold ye sit, shamed and shone. It may be we happen to upseek a bitty door or good township's current want we meet, that with his deep-seeing insight had not wishing oft been but good time wasted. Within his patriarchal shamana, broad-stained Wolf City. 'Twill be, he conscious of enemies, a King Billy Whitehorse in a fingerless mill, prayed, as he sat on anxious seat. Caught ye neat gift made talk about the pure sacked eyeballs. During that 3.5 hours agony of silence, ex profundis malorum, and bred with unfeigned charity that is word wonder, an anglist to the teeth who, noment Nash of Gilahash, would go anywhere in the weeping world on his mottled belly, the rab, the crepon's need, for milk, music, or merry demisoses. Might, mercy to providence who benevolences who hates prudency's astuteness, unfold into the first of a distinguished dynasty of his posteriors, black-faced Connemara's, not of the fold, but elder children of his household, his most besetting of ideas, passe his 12 predominant passions, being the formation, as in more favored climes, where the meadow of honey is guest-friendly and the mountain of joy receives, of a truly criminal stratum, Ham's crib-cracking yigs, thereby at last eliminating from all classes and masses with directly derivative decasualization. Cigaris, sic, vindicat verbus carorum, sicker. And so, to mark a bunk tal she arter, the obedience of the citizens help the earth of the old. Now good, let us leave theories there and return to here's here. Now here, 'tis good again. The teak coffin, Puglis penna fitted, feet to the east, was to turn in later, and pitly-patly near the porpoise, materially affecting the cause. And this, labor, is the thing how any number of conservative public bodies, through a number of select and other committees having power to add to the number, before voting themselves and himself, town, port, and garrison, by a fit and proper resolution, following a court's order of the ground wit, once for all out of plotty existence, as a first cut, so your midst keeping might to your cotton runner on a new pack of cards, made him, while his body still persisted, their present of a protum grave in Muelta of the best Lord Knee pattern, then as much in demand among Mesonessens as the Isle of Man today among Limna folks. Why, even, it was in a fairly fishy kettle carry, after the piano's foreman had taken his handful, enriched with ancient woods and dear dutchy deeplings mid which were an old knoll and a trout beck, very vain of her ossuary and a chatty Sally with any wilt or welt who would ungle her as Isaac did to the tickle of his rod and watch her waters of, her sillying waters of, and there now brown Peter a ripple. May their quilt gild lightly over his somnolent form, who for you lies his last, by the rat of bog, like the erst cursed hun in the bed of his terrible Donahue. Best. This was to have been underground heaven, or Moe's paradise, which was probably also an inversion of a Phallopharos, intended to foster wheat crops and to ginger up tourist trade. Its architect, Go Pera Lachos, having been obcecated lest he should petrifect such an ever while the contractors Messrs. T.A. Burkett and L.O. Tourhulls were made invulnerably venerable. First in the west were Mr. Builder, Castle Villainous, openly damned and blasted by means of a hydromine system, sawn and belting, exploded from a reinvented TNT bombing post up a hoy of 11 and 30 wing rests, to stern barred out of his aerial torpedo, Autumn Dynamon, contacted with the expectant minefield by tins of improved ammonia lashed to her shield-plated gunwale and fused into chip-up cables, slipping through folds and playing down from the conning tower into the ground battery fuse boxes, all differing as clocks from keys since nobody appeared to have the same time of beard. Some saying by their horology it was 6 to 9, more holding with Ryan Boot it was 10 to 5. He afterwards, whenever his bladder began to fail off him and his rough bark was wholly husky, and, stoop by stoop, he neared it. Woodmont spy. carefully lined the feral concrete result with rot-proof bricks and mortar, fast to fast, and retired beneath the hectarchy of his towerets, the welcome, byword, bull and lion, the white, the wardrobe and bloodied, so encouraging. In stepping, als hats believed. Additional useful counsels public with hoofed-off dealings which were well holding of litigants to hear out such as the Breeders' Union, the Guild of Merchants of the Staple, et AUC to present unto him with funebral pomp. Over and above that, a stone slab with the usual Macpella address of valediction, a very fair-worded instance of false-meaning etymology. We have done ours, go help with you. Here, whip it, overgiven it, skadoo. But the house and all aboard shoops, show coffins, winding sheets, goodbye beershapes, cinerary urns, lialad blasses, snuff chests, poteen togs, lacrimal vases, hoodin doses, weak-water beckers, break middles, zootzaks for eat lust, including up-your-healthing rookworst and dreaderware salt and fork and pootsies, and for that matter, gabble also. Any kind of inhumationary bric-a-brac for the adornment of his Gladstone honofrium would, met these train of conditions, naturally follow, alas, in the ordinary course, enabling the round-the-world or Finnegans Wake, did so just pass him, to live all save at homely the pre-senile days of his life of opulence, ancient eared decrepitude, late lint's last lenience, to stuffering stage, wailing away the whole of the while. Hip dust kilia ionian, leveled between explosion and re-explosion. Gunnar what here, Honda thunder, from cross-cock to megapod, embalmed, of grand age, rich in death anticipated. But abide zits summon serving, rise at the fall. Blue blitz bolted from there, knowing the hingeworms of the hallmarks of habitationlessness, buried burrowing in Gehinnom, to proliferate through all his hunter wealth, seam by seam, shion shion, and revisit our upper crust sedaria of utilitarios, the divine one, the hoarder hidden propagating his future popular progenium of pots and pans and pokers and puns from Biddenland to Bodenland, the spearway for the sporeway. The other spring offensive on the heights of Abraham may have come about all quite by accident. Father Runzer, for Breedepoodle had at length persuaded him to have himself to be as sepulchrally buried as the murdered Jan in Finntown. Had not been 3 monads in his watery grave, what vigilantes and writings then and sput wine pledges with Ardapo Fickling, when Portufraction, Dreyfus as ever, began to ramp, the boys are parching. A hooded winkle gave the signal and a blessing paper freed the flood. Why did the Patchesian make him scarce with his gruntons? Because the Droiven were musketing at the door. From both Celtiberian camps, granting at the onset for the sake of argument that men on the 2 sides of New South Ireland and Vedra Ullud, Bruman and Pale-Faces, during the ferment with the Pope or on the Pope, had, more or less, grand ideas, grunted. All conditions, pork combs and dives more, each, of course, on the purely defensive since the Eternals were always on their side every time, were drawn towards their Bellona's black bottom, once once, people, how becrimed, becursed and bedomtwit. Some for want of proper feeding in youth, others already caught in the honorable act of slicing careers for family and carvers in conjunction. And, if emaciated no, the person garroted may have suggested to whomever he took the ham of, the plain being involved in darkness, low circular waggery. Nay, even the first old wugger of himself in the flesh, Wigissimus incarnate in it, when false-sighted by the if such he was bully on the hill, for there had circulated freely fairly among his opposition the feeling that in so hibernating Massa Iwaka, who, previous to that dimmed-attached life, had been known of Barmecide days, Cook said, between soups and sabres, to get outside his own length of rainbow trout and chirps at a term as no man of woman born, nay could, like the great crested brave, devour his 70 of roach per life day, aye, and as many minnow a minute, the big mix, may give it choke him, was, like the salmon of his latter leap all this time of totality secretly and by suckage feeding on his own misplaced fat. Ladies did not disdain those pagan iron times of the first city, called after the ugliest Daladum, when a frond was a friend in need to carry, as earwigs do their dead, their soil to the earth bow, where indeed we shall come decline, our legacy unknown. Venuses were giggly temptatrix, Vulcans guffawningly eruptious, and the whole wives' world fuck full of victuals. That any human in yon you liked, any noon or after would take her bare godkin out, or an even pair of him. Lugod, Lugadur, and prettily pray with him, or with him even, ever he to her taste, long for luck, tepid and take better and take bettest of all. Wills she'd woo and wills she's win, but how the dear knowed where she'd marry? Arbor, bucket room, caravan, ditch, coach, carriage, wheelbarrow, doncart? Kate Strong, a widow, she posed a lane picture for us in a dreary dreama setting, glowing and very visual, of old Dunkland as she knows it, a home-like cottage of elven stone with droppings of biddies, stinking pushies, moogies doggies, rotten witcher whoopers, festering robots and beggars' bullets, if not worse, sending salmafarious germs and gleefully through the smithering panes. Widow Strong, then, as her weaker had turned him to the wall, did most all the scavenging from good King Hamlaw's gurging den through her lean besom cleaned but sparingly, and her bare statement reads that, there being no macadamized side tracks on those old necropolitan nights in, barring a footbatter, Bryant's Causeway, bordered with speedwell, white clover and sorrel a wood nose, which left off, being beaten, where the plaintiff was struck, she left down, as scavengers, who will be scavengers most, her filth dump near the Serpentine in Fornix Park, at a time called Finewell's Keepsaker, but later Tuttle Back Toast, Pat's Purge. That Dangerfield circling butcher's wood where fireworker old Flaherty engaged a nutter of castle mallards and for Archer Stone's Turk, all over which fossil footprints, boot marks, finger signs, elbow dints, breech bowls, ASO, were all successively traced of a most involving description. What subtler time place of the well than such wolf's belly castrament to will hide and lay her from Thursman's brandahands or a love letter, lustfully hers, that would be lust on ma, then where ructions ended, then here where race began. And by 4 hands of forethought the first babe of reconcilement is laid in its last cradle of home, sweet home. Give over it, and no more of it, so pass the pick for child's sake. Oh, men! For here I'll highest sprack for Christians as for propaganda feedes and as nuptial eagles sharks their beats of prey. And every mortal man of us, poem by poem, falls back into this terrain. As it was, let it be, says he. And it is as though where Agni Ara flamed and Mithra monished and Shiva slew as Maya Mutras the alluvial waters of our noarchic memory withdrew, mindingly go herksome, to some hasty swasty timberman torch priest, Fleminfan, the word of the wind that lightened the fire that lay in the wood that Jove built, at his rude word. Posidonius of Fluctuary, lave that bloody stone as it is. What are you doing, your dirty minx and his big tree block way up your path? Slip around, you, by the rear of the ministers, and you, take that barrel back where you got it, Max Shands, and go the way your old one went, Hatchettsbury Road, and gish, how they gushed away, the penny fires, a whole school for scamper, with their sashes flying shish behind them, all the little pearly pettis. Ici la chapelle. Any lookins, please? Yes, the viability of Vicinos, if invisible, is invincible, and we are not trespassing on his corns either. Look at all the ploch. Rubinium. If this was Hannibal's walk, it was Hercules' work, and a hungry 1,000 of the unemancipated slaved the way. The mausoleum lies behind us. Oh, Adkigasta, multipopulated, and there are milestones in their shade milias faltering along the train struck by Brom and Anton Hermes, per omnibus secular sigalarum, a mine. But the past has made us this present of a red-haired horde. So will Boher O'Connell, though rainy hidden, your rhino hide, and if he's not a Romeo you may scallop your hat. Whereupon they're in the fane of Saint Theacum, Helita. It was hard by the house there, plainly on this disillusioned and a broken cold spot. Rook struck them, we surfaced that now is, that Lucho sold if Lucho bought, in the saddle of the Brennans. Now my past place, pass, bursts and bursts from true civilization, not where his dreams topped their chum's hunt. Beneath that, Benahum, but where Liveland young tide mirrored with the wild, such they with flood, that the attacker, a Kropotkin, though under medium and between colours with truly native pluck, engaged the adversary who had more in his eye than was less to his leg, but whom for plunder's sake he mistook in the heavy rain to be Oglethorpe or some other Ginkus, apparently, to whom the hidden heelless chicken bore some Michelangelo-esque resemblance, making use of sacrilegious languages to the effect that he would challenge their hemispheres to exterminate them, but he would canonize the bear's light out of him and lay him out contritely as smart as the bear had his night prayers said, 3 Patrick Knoxters and a couplet of Hail Marys, to is sacre Portland sacre, team abira o home no res. At the same time, so as to prove will let the blobby will of goats out of him, catching holst of an oblong bar he had and with which he usually broke furnitures, he rose the stick at him. The border incident pre-repeated itself. The pair, whether they were Nibuluno engaging wailing down or the Razkias trying to recognize for the general booklift, man may not say, struggled apparently for some considerable time, the cradle rocking equally to one and oppositely from the other on its law of capture and recapture. Under the all-in rules around the book safe, fighting like purple top and Tipperary Swede, sacramented service of the divine zeal. And in the course of their tussle the toller man, who had opened his bully boat to beg, said to the miner who was carrying the worm, a handy term for the portable distillery which consisted of 3 vats, 2 jars, and several bottles, though we purposely say nothing of the stiff, both parties having an interest in the spirits. Let me go, Pothin, I hardly know ye. Later on, after the solstitial pause for refreshment, the same man, or a different and younger him of the same ham, asked in the vermicular with a very ugly choo-chin grin, "What 6 Victorios 15 pigeon cakey offer you? Tell he me, strong fella, by picky pocky tin to fall won't behind the side." There was some further collide banter and severe tries to convert for the best part of an hour, and now a wooden affair in the shape of a Webley. We at once recognize our old friend Ned of so many ill-tempered letters. Though from the intro, sir, who, as stuck as that cat to the mouse in that tube of that Christchurch organ, did the image of girl cloud pensive float above them light young charm, in ribbons and pigtail, whereupon became friendly and, saying not his shirt to tear, to no wanted, joking and nob carries all aside laying, if his charge companion who struck still to the invention of his strong box so the tenacity corroborating their mutual territorial rights, happened to have the loose change of a 10-pound crackler about him at the moment, idling that hap so he would pay him back the 6 fix old doocy, out of that for what was taken on the man of samples last Juni or July. Do you follow me, Captain? To this the other, Billy with the bull who had mummed and mulled up to that, for he was hesitancy carried to exorcism, rather amusedly replied, "Would you be grossly surprised, Hill, to learn that, as it so happens, I honestly have not such a thing as the least chance of a 10-pound crackler anywhere about me at the present moment, but I believe I can see my way, as you suggest, it being Yuletide or Yulenfest, and as it's mad nuts, son, for you when it's hatters, hares, moon, for me, to advance you something like 4 and 7 pence between hopping and trapping, which you might just as well have, boy Bacchus, to buy JJ and S with." There was a minute's silence before memory's fires rekindling, and then, "Heart alive!" which at very first wind of gay and Wick's ears pricked up, the starving gunman, strike him pink, became strangely calm and forthright sware by all his large portion that the thorn tree of shoal might ramify up his shelf to the looks appointlex, but he would go good to him sometime, marks my word for't, for a chip of the old flint, in the Nictian glossary which pervades a prioric roots or a posteriorias tongues, that is not language at any sense of the world, and one might as fairly go and kiss his prose as fail to certify whether the war trophy alluded at some lives earlier was that something like a joke to what? A comfortable. And remarking in languidoily, seemingly much more highly pleased than tongue could at this opening of a lifetime and the forecast of the dun bank per mothers and the boy to wash down which he would feed to himself at the root cow at Tallaght, and then into the good woman at Ringsend and the afterer in at Conway's Inn at Blackrock, and, first of all, cursed be all, where appetite would keenest be, at funeral fair or fun fain real, Adam and Eve's in Quantity Street by the grace of Gamey Queen Kelty, her will and testament, You stunning little Southdowner, I'd know you anywhere, Declanny. Let me truthfully tell you in or out of the extinction of life, and who the hell else be your blanch patch on the bony part. Gold ball I've struck this daylight night of nights, by golly. My hat, you have some bully German Brit, Sundowner. He's spoiling his Faust. That's him. He cooks the raw best. Pardon? He poked his pig. A tip is a tap. And he tucked his friend's leave. And, with French hen or the portly bounium of hastes and lasers, about to continue that, the queer mixture exchanged the pats and embrace old pug who pokesy as practiced between brothers of the same breast. Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Alleluia, and, having ratified before the god of the day their Torgan shows which belittlers have schmolkart the cheating to Kodak, turning his face Mio straight in the direction of Muscus, he first got rid of a few midsmellers and horseshoes and levanted off with tubular turbulence at a booze run over the Aspac Bridge, spitting his teeth on roots with the 7 and 4 in dangle and a humoru hurlbat or other uncertain weapon of lignum vitae, but so ever more ruminescent of a toboggan poop, picked up to keep some crow-plucking appointment with some rival Rautos anywheres between Parrot and the Little Horn, while this poor Delany, who they left along with the Confederate fender behind and who, albeit battles bluffed, bore up wonderfully wonder, all of it with a whole number of plum-sized contusions, plus a la sala bruised go-kicks, all over him, reported the occurrence in the best way he could, to the flabbergaze of the whole lab, giving the paddy banners the military salute as for his excellencies the Odafi, and justifiable hope that, in the Nobilo Roman review of the hugely satisfactory conclusion of the negotiations and the joke-monkeyish agreement derivative, some lotion or fomentation of puppy heads would be generously exhibited to the parts. At the nearest watchhouse in Vicar Lane, the white ground of his face all covered with diagonally red-crossed non-fatal mammalian blood as proof positive of the seriousness of his character and that he was bleeding in self-defiance. Staunch it. From the nostrils, lips, pavilion, and palate, while some of his heater's hairs had been pulled off his nut's head by Colt, though otherwise his all-round health appeared to be middling along, as it proved most fortunate that not one of the 206 bones and 501 muscles in his torso was a whit the worse for her whacking. Peru. Now though, leaving clashing ash, bronze and muscle and brass made to oast, earthenborn and rock crystal to wreck isinglass, but worming along gradually for our savings back towards mother waters so many miles from Bank and Dublin stone. Olympiading even till the 11th dynasty to reach that 32nd Hamlaw. And to the question of bonies unlawfully obtaining a pierced power from and clap-trapped fireguard their crops out the still more salient point of the politest leanings and town pursuits of our forebear, El Dum di Dunley. May his ship decadent stick in the bottle of the river and all his cruisers stuck locked in the pearl of the seas. Who, when within the black of your toenail, sir, of being mistakenly ambushed by one of the Udavedas, and as close as made no matter, ma'am, to being killed offhand when the Huguenot heckler with the Peter the Painter wanted to hold him, was consistently practicing the first of the primary and imprescriptible liberties of the Pacific subject by circulating, be British, boys cheer bellybone and chuck a choma chance, alongst one of our unprohibited cemetery thoroughfares, open to buggy and bike, to walk, Wellington Park Road, with the curb or Quaker's quack nostrum under his oakster and his alpenstock in his red hand, a highly commendable exercise, or, number 2 of our acta legitima cabea, on the brink, but where to bulk a man at his will, of taking place upon a public seat, to what, bear by butts, most easterly, but all goes west, of Blackpool bridges, as a public protest and nature-like vice, without intent to annoy either, being praised good thankfully for the wrath-bereaved ring-dove and the first-stung boa constrictor, and all the more right jolly well pleased, which he was, at having other people's weather. But to return to the Atlantic and Phoenicia proper, as if that were not to be enough for anyone but little headway, if any, was made in solving the was-not-to-be crime conundrum when a child of Mom, Bestie King, of a family long and honorably associated with the car and feather industries, who gave an address in Old Promanche Mayo of the Saxons in the heart of a foul-famed Porthine district, was subsequently hailed up at the Old Bailey on the Calends of Mars, under an incompatibly framed indictment of both accounts, from each equinoxious points of view, the one fellow's fetch being the other fellow's person. That is to say, flying cushions out of his overalls and making faces immodest his forces on the field. Oh yeah, when the prisoner, soaked in methylated, appeared in dry dock. Apatically Ambrosian realized, like curses corduroy caricature, wearing, besides stains, rents, and patches, his fight shirt, straw braces, sou'wester, and a policeman's corkscrew trousers, all out of the true, as he had purposely torn up all his sumptuous books in the maritime, deposing for his exhaustion with all the floors of sparse in the Royal Irish vocabulary, how the whole Paterjag Martin chippers it is sweet, and all the sulphate of coppers had fallen off him quite unaccountably, like the crystallizations of alum on Avon, while he was trying for to stick fire to himself. In fact, he was dripping as he found upon stripping for a pipkin of malt as he feared the cold rain. It was attempted by the Crown, P.C. Rabort, to show that King Eloise Crowbar, once known as Malaki, impersonating a climbing boy, rubbed some pixels of any alluvial Patesmore o'er his face, pokes and poses, with a clean carve as the best means of disguising himself, and was to the middle white fair in Mudford of a Thursday, feists of Pier and Pole, under the ill-assumed names of Tyking Fest and Robwork, picked by him and Anthony out of a telephone book, allegedly with a pedigree pig, unlicensed, and a hyacinth. They were on that sea by the plain of air 999 years, and they never cried crack or ceased from regular patter-wicking till they landed their two and the trifling selves, amidst camel and ass, greybeard and suckling, priest and pauper, major matron and Mary Meg, into the middle of the mud-storm. The gathering, convened by the Irish agricultural and prepostoral organizations, to help the Irish muck to look his brother Dane in the face, and attended thanks to Larry by large numbers of Christies and Jews totems, despite of the deluge, was distinctly of a scattery kind when the Ballybrecken he could get no good of, at the cock of the walking through a few fancy-fought mains ate some of the doorweg, the pikey later selling the gentleman rate pair because she, Francie's sister, that is to say, ate a whole side of his, the animal's, style, on a struggle street, qui statuia, in order to pay off, his or lick, 6 doubloons 15 arrears of his, the villains not the rumbler's rent. Remarkable evidence was given, unknown, by an eye, ear, nose, and throat witness, whom Wesleyan chapelgoers suspected of being a plainclothes priest, W.P., situate at Nulnun, Medical Square, who, upon letting down his rice and pea screen cover disc and having been solemnly cautioned against yawning while being grilled, smiled. He had had a one bumper at parting from Mrs. Mulroe in the morning, and stated to his solicitor under his most accents, God bless, that he slept with a bona fide and that he would be there to remember the filth of November. Hattenaring, rowdy, oh, which, with the gibberlies of Juno and the dates of old anxiety, was going, please the rainmaker, to decims within the ephemerides of profane history, all one with Tournay, yes to Slay and Tamara, and one thing which would particularly strike a person of such sorely tried observational powers as Sam, him, and Moffat, though there is not to reason why. The striking thing about it was that he was petrified to see, hear, taste, and smell, as his time of night, how Hyacinth O'Donnell, B.A., described in the calendar as a mixer and word painter, with part of a civipossum, Geltact for Domfork. On the fair green at the hour of 24 o'clock sought the bully Cassidy of the Friedhofer to sack, sock, stab, and slaughter single-handed another two of the old kings, Gosh MacGail and Roaring O'Crian, Jr., both changelings, unlocalized, of no address and in non-communicables, between him and whom, ever since wallops before the Mesa of Lewis, bad blood existed on the ground of the boar's trespass on the bull, or because he first parted his poor beaver hair in 2 ways, or because there were creep-foxed and grouse-soupers over a nippy in a noveletta, or because they could not say meese, moot, and daft, neither. The litigants, he said, local comsmen and Donalds, kings of the Arrants and the Dalkeys, kings of Mode and Tory, even the goat king of Killockland, were egged on by their supporters in the shape of better women with bowstrung hair of genuine woodiness, waving crimson patties and screaming from Azot's tower top. There were cries from the thick-sets in court and from the McDublins on the Bohernabreen of, mind the bag from Balakar, Mick, sir, produce O'Donnell, aye, exhibit his relics, build, use the tongue more, give lip less. But it oozed out in Dead Man's Dark Scenery Court through cross-examination of the case-hardened testes that when and where that knife of knives the three-partied ambush was laid, roughly spouting around half hours twixt dusk and dawn by water hoses metal Europic time, near stop and think, high chief evervirons and only apple tree in all the land. There was not as much light from the widowed moon as would dim a child's altar. The mixture, accordingly, was bluntly broached, and in the best basil to boot, as to whether he was one of those lucky cocks for whom the audible, visible, noticeable, edible world existed. That he was only too cognitively, abundantly sure of it because, living, loving, breathing and sleeping, morphomolosopho pancreatus, as he most significantly did, whenever he thought, he heard, he saw, he felt, he made a bill, clipper. Whether he was practically sure too of his logs and choice names in this king and blossoming business, that he was particularly so, certified, as Cad could be. Be lying, be the lonely I will. It was Morbus or somebody, a quite, Thursday's son, a satyr in Weddens. And how did the green-eyed mister arrive at the B.A.? That it was like his pull. A cross-grained chapel with murty old oaks, a florated R's, inquiline nays, and a twist sure smooth, he would be. Who could bet you at to a Kenyard full when a stalled? Belara Jobro. Some Magyar board too? Equanus. And with Tumblr's legs, Redip nominated Helpingham, Erkenwine, Roger, Egbert, Cromwell, Odin, Maximus, Esmus, Saxon, Essa, Vercingetorix, Ethelwulf, Rupert, Jidwala, Bentley, Osmond, Diasarch, Udrasserman? Holy Saint Eichel, the very phoenix. It was Chudley Magnol once more between the Depodatus and the Dome scene. The two child spies were praising him out at the Bolog, but the renting of his rock was from the three wicked boom-coverers forests bent down a heights. Art thou sure? You Betty, Combilium comes. One of the Oxman's thingabossers, Vat, and had he been refreshed by the founts of bounty playing there, is, pain, Erland and Lung's goggling barrel? A loss of lorded word and a lack of Sir Philip or Sir Jeanette Shavardam could suck more gargling bubbles out of the 5 lamps and porter in praise. Wriggling and marries? As who's wouldn't, laving his leave time in Blackpool. But, of course, he could call himself Tim, too, if he had time to. You bet he could any time. When he pleased, when and place. A stalker temptated by eavesdropping against the driver who was a witness as well. Sacred avatar, how the devil did they guess it? 2 dreamiums in 1 dromium? Yes and no error. And both as like as a duel of lentils? Precisely. So he was pelted out of the coram populo, was he? Be the powers that be, he was. The prince in principle should not expose his person? Moki vuel. Ruskim on camera? Sooner go wage him, he would say. Not unintoxicated, fair witness. Drunk as a bishop. Asked to whether she minded whether he smoked, not if he burst into flames. Anent his ejaculations to his crosken lord, Corso. It was Corso in cursu on cursor again. The gracious miss was we not doubt sensible how yellowatty on the folks was altered? That she actually was, oh doubt me not. As to his religion, if any, it was the CEO Sunday sort. Exactly what he meant by a pederast prig. But Jacobs, just a gentle praise is lent. And if middle-class Portaboros was a usual beast, by night as useful as a vomit to a shorn man. If he had Rognerized the direct courts marshals, that in days he had. Lindendelli, Coke, or Skilly's spell me guard without a gate, Heliotrope. The grazing rights, Mrs. Magistra Martinetta, expired with the expiry of the goat's sire, if they were not mistaken. That he exactly could not tell the worshipfuls, but his mother and waiters had the recipes for the price of the coffin, and that he was there to tell them that herself was the velocipede that could tell them Kit-Kat. A Mandarin tongue in a pondering jowl. Father Arbor about the matters of pronunciation, distributary endings, and we recommend. Quara Hirkum? No answer. On the gentium fair? No, Are you not dancing on the edge of a volcano? Sure. I am dead. And how old of him? He was intended to study polo, which was meant in a shirt of 2 ships Macogomad or up fin, 3-headed ladder, that a head and thighs under a bush at the sun face would bid a serpent to a mill race through the heather. Armbird color devdom ethnic fort perhaps? Sure and Glom's handy judge of lesson as well. Hockey Jason's then, in a Pegasus, on a pontiff's order as sure as there's an Eichel on Attic, as a scholarly bit to Jos, Lily and Tulali. But why this handkerchief and whence this second tone, son yet son? He had the kowtow in his boxer's fly of fizz. So this that solicitress, setting odds evens at defiance, took the lord from Labyrinth, which displaced Cobb, Dilk, and Halley, not been greatly in love with the game. And changing the vendors, from the king's head to the republican's arms, as to the pugnacities evinced from flagpole to antepost during the efforts round Father Thine's backside and the regents in the plant's reigning, with the skiddy stars and the Morcan wind-up, how they appealed to him then? That it was wildfire's night on all the Betty Gallaghers, McMichael's swords shrieking shreks through the Wilkinses, and Nicol Nicholas's toasting forks pricking prongs up the Tony bladders. Let there be fight? And there was. Fought. On the site of the angels, you said. Guinea's Gap, he said, between what they said and the Pussykities. In the middle of the guards, then. That they mustn't touched it. The devoted couple was or were only two dissipated solicitresses on the job of the unfortunate class on Saturn's mountain fort. That was about it, ja. And Camillus then said to Camillus, I should know you perfectly. And Gemellus then said to Camillus, yes, your brother? Absolutely. And if it was all about that, egregious sir, about that and the other, if he was not alluding to the hole in the wall, that he was when he was not alluding from the hole of the woman. Briefly, how much Beginner finally struck him now, like the crack that broke the bank in Murdy Farnham. Whether he fell in with what they meant? Cursed that he supposed he did. Those Thors, Thomers though? The rudest rotter in Roebuckdom. So topical and subhuman. If it was, in Japanese language, ak bad clap? Oh, Oaks and oars with Ryan O'Kelly to put it churchenly, we wrong? Shocking. Such as Turley pierced our reelies that he might never that night? Treely and rurally. Bloody of Falmer Leckenberg horror scored a strump of porn and any caught a past it patapatupper stibber personal. Eh? You have it all right. Magic on Oinquish. But a new complexion was put upon the match, went to the perplexingly uncondemnatory bench, whereupon Punic judgeship strove with penal law. The senior king of all, Pegger fasting, as soon as the outer layer of stuckamuck had been removed at the request of a few live jurors, declared in a loud burst of poesy, through his biphonic interpreter on his oath, Muith peath muith les pierre buera mir viosmus. Reas take notice be the relics of the bones of that storybooker that was H.B. Cleopatra, the sow, princess of parked porkers, afore God and all their honors and king's commons that, what you would swear to the tyranny of Dundalkin or any other tyranny, ye live Thurkers burrowed him about sure that was no steel and that, nevertheless, what was deposited from that eyebrow earbig nose-naming cutthroat, he did not fire a stone either before or after he was born down and up to that time. And, incidentalizing that they might talk about McCarthy or they might vote to Balastarty or they might join the neighbor party and come on to persecute this the Sockdorliger had the neck to endorse with the head bowed on him over his outturned nor'easter protesting to his lip readers with a just been cleaned barefacedness, a beam of moonlight's hope, in the same Trelawney what he would impart, please bench, to the G. Joseph and the gentlemen and juries and the four of masters who had been all those yarns yearning for that good one about why he left Dublin. That Amrita Baker coddling doom, as an Irishman was as good as any canton native. If he was to perish by the market stake before the dorming of the moon, he scould never ask to see sight or light of this world or the other world or of any either world, of Tyrone and Og, as true as he was there and that Jacobox that minute, or wheeled or wind, no next use. The inexhaustible wassail horn pot of Iski Bosch, the health of the wealth of the end no nab gold of the fire of the moving way of the hawks with his heroes in war horror, if ever in all his exchequered career he up or lava at chancery hand to take or throw the sign of a mortal stick or stone at man, your lamb or salvation army either before or after being poked down to that most holy and every blessed hour. Here, upon the half-neat castle-knockers attempting kidogishly to lilt his holy mass the pose and make the sign of the Roman Godhillic fetch. Zeroshi, Zerst. In his excitement, the latter had broken extra Castilian into which the whole audience persevered and pursued him Ola Podrida. outbroke much yellactors from owners in the hail. Ha! In which, under the mollification of Methatlin, the testifier reluctantly, but with ever so ladylike indecorum, joined. Ha! Ha! The hilarity of peggers wind up come just as neatly with the twisted tone of the wet pinters as where they isque et ele equals of opposites, evolved by a one same power of nature or of spirit, iste, as the sole condition and means of its him and her manifestation and polarized for reunion by the synthesis of their antipathies. Distinctly different were their dual destinies. Whereas the maid is of the bar, a perilous trinity, a lunarized score. When the Aranthus murmured, Shom the post, fluttered and flattered around the willingly pressed, nominating him for the swiney prize, complimenting him, the captivating youth, on his having all his senses about him, stinking pheasants through his curls. Oh, fiend, oh dear, and bringing bosses to his cheeks, their masculine Irisher rose. His niece Claire, and legando round his nice new neck for him, and bits of like his woolly bags, with their dindy-dandy sugar-de-candy macrame meat posting blondes courier to believe them of all his untiring young dames and sent traits in their times. Yemen. But it was not unobserved of those present, their worships, how, of one among all, her deputized to defame him by the Lunar Sisters' Celibacy Club, a love-looking leap girl, all alonely, Gentia Gemma of the make-giddy-cooling reeks, he, wan and pale in his unmixed admiration, seemed blindly, mutely, caselessly, cactlessly enamored with her upon him in shining amminglement, the shame of his hissel shifting into the shimmering of her hers. Beauty, he's her chap, and she'll tell Mimis when she gets home. To the wild wish of her she melted most musically mid the dark deep of his sheshon. And whereas distracted, for was not just this in effect which had just caused that the effect of that which it had caused to occur? The four justices laid their rigs together, Uncius, Muncius, Puncius, and Pilax, but could do no worse than promulgate their standing verdict of nolens bromens, whereon their king, having murdered all of the English he knew, picked out his pockets and let the tribunal scot-free, trailing his comilomi's tunic in his hurry, therein under proudly showing off the big pitch to his briskets to prove himself, ad Plasios, a rad and chill. To the Swiss bodyguards curial but court-like, Commodore Valley O'Harry, of Regine Rosie, the firewater Louvre retorted with such a vine-smelling fortitude their ages raw down hands tan you hide as would turn the Latin stomach even of a Thomas Equinus. We were prepared for the chap's clap-cap, the accent, but took us as by surprise, and now we're guessing it like gush-gash from a burner. So that all the 2 from 30 advocatasses within echo, pulling up their briefs at the crib, shone upon man, safely and soundly succored that Finnegan parish poser. How dare he, pump to Rotterdam's, much to his thanks, gratias sagum, to all the wrong Donatiuses, these drink battles dingy dwellings where, for like your true venison Esau he was dove timid as the deers at bottom. He sat in, zoo, like the muddy gold-bind who he was, done, the chastity spells conclaiming, you and your gift of your garbage about our fiver, and gain gridando. Hone, Berg, now, pewter, scam, shams, shames. And so it all ended. Artha, Kama, Dharma, Moksha. Ask Kavya for the kill. And so everybody heard their plight and all listened to their applause. The letter, and the suit of the Petra, of eyebrow penciled by lip stipple pinned, borrowing a word and begging the question and stealing tender and slipping like soap. From dark Rosa Lane a sigh and a weep, from Lesbia Lucia the beam in her eye, from lone Coogan Barry his arrow of song, from Sean Carey's anagram a blush at the name, from I am the Sullivan that trumpeting tramp, from Suffering Dufferin the seat of her style, from Kathleen May Vernon her maybe fair efforts, from Phil the Pot Curran his Scotch love MacRafer, from him Opus 2, Phil Adolphus the weary, oh, the leery, oh, from Samuel Labor or Damuel Lover, that jolly old Molly bit or that bored saunter by. From Tim Finnegan's weak tribe's loss of strength to his soul wheel, from the wedding on the green, Agarley's, the greatness of Joy Boys, from Pat Mullen, Tom Mullen, Dan Meldon, Don Malden, a slick stick picnic made in mud by murderers. The solid man saved by his sillied woman, crack-a-joking away like a hearse on fire. The elm that whimpers at the top told the stone that moans when stricken. Wind broke it, wave bore it, reed wrote of it, scythe ran with it, hand tore it and wild went war. Hin tried it and plight pledged peace. It was folded with cunning, sealed with crime, uptied by a harlot, undone by a child. It was life, but was it fair? It was free, but was it art? The old hunks on the hill read it to perfection. It made Ma make merry and Sissy so shy and rubbed some shine off Shim and put some shame into Sean. It Una and Ita spill famine with George and Agrippa, the pro-bastard, spells tribulations in his train. Ah, brukte, kimidinatis, in a Milo Milamon. Fry is fra and swee is two. Sway is two when through is free, and a Milo war is we. A pair of syncopantes with amygdalin eyes, one old oaks to lumpy pumpkin and three meddlers on their slides. And that was how from sim pom som, a city arose, fin fin pum pum, a sitting arrows. Now tell me then. What was it? Ah. Well, so there you are now, there they were, when all was over again, the four with them, sitting around open their judges' chambers, in the monument room of their Marshalsea, under the auspices of Lally, around their old traditional tables of the law like so many Solons to talk it over the world the same again. Well and truly try, suffering law the dream, according to King's Evelyn's. So help her goat and kiss the book, vested in hijinks and Gintion and her Betty Rossi, Betty Doty, and not to forget now Aduna O'Darna, the four of them, and thank court now there were no more of them. So pass the push for port's sake, be it soon. Aho! And do you remember, Singabob, the bad father, the same, the great how-do-you-call-him, and his old nickname, Dirty Daddy Pantaloons, in his monopoliums, behind the War of the Two Roses, with Michael Victory, the Siemens praester, before he caught his paper dispensation from the Poke, Old Minis and Minister York? Do I mind? I mind the gulch of the mun like Ballybuck Munner works on a trade Wednesday. And the O'Moily Graces and the O'Brien Roses chapping him blokeface and playing him pranks. How do you do, to do, North Mister? Get into my way. Ah, dear me, for sailor she. Gone over the bays, when Gina body made a body. Yera, why would he heed that old gasometer with his whooping coppin and his dying boozy cough and all the birds of the south side after her? Minxie Cunningham, their dear divorcee darling, Jimmy's and Johnny's to be her Joe? Hold hard. There's 3 other corners to our Isles Cork float. Sure, 'tis well I can tele-smell him, H2CE3, that would take a township's breath away. Gob, and I knows him too well as I do myself, heaving up the K-wall by the 32 to 11 with his lime-looking horse bags full of sesame seed, the white-side kafkir, and his same as effluvium and his scent-painted voice, puffing out his thundering big brown cabbage. Pa, God, I'm glad a goal from his posting bull. Kaboro, says he, Lake is sheed. Go bugger ye, says I. Oh, breezes. I sniffed that lad long before anyone. It was when I was in my firefather out at the west and she and myself, the red-headed girl, first nighting down Sycamore Lane. Fine field play we had of it mid the kiss of its frisking in the cool kirkled dusk of the loasiness. My perfume of the pampas, says she, meaning me, putting out her nether lights, and I'd sooner one precious sip at your pure Mountain Dew than enrich my acquaintance with that big brewer's belch. And so they went on, the 4 bottlemen, the analysts, Ungum and Lungum again, their anschluss about her who's before and his whereafters, and how she was lost away in the fern, and how he was founded deep on deep in an ear, and the rustlings and the twitterings and the raspings and the snappings and the sighings and the paintings and the oka-coings and the hist, the spring apartings and the hest, the bye-bye scuttlings and all the scandal monkers and the pure craigs that used to be up. That time living and lying and waiting and riding round Nonsbelly Square, and all the buds in the bush, and the laughing jackass. Hurrik, hurrik, hurrik! The rose is white in the derrick, and some fella's nose has got rhinoceroses from hunting the rose in the parrack. So all rogues lean to rhyme, and contra-drinking themselves about Lily Trilly, Lopum Healy, and Mrs. Niall of the 9 Corsages, and the old Marcus their bastard, and, arrah, sure there was never a Marcus at all among the Manleys, and dear Sir Amory, queer Sir Romery, and the old house by the Chirpalizome, and all the goings on so very wrong long before when they were going on retreat, In the old gamaldags, the four of them, in Milton's park under lovely Father Whisperer and making her love with his stuff in the language of flowers and feeling to find what she mushy, and wasn't that very both of them, the saucy sisters, a Draharine O'Mackley, and beep, meeting waters most improper. Beep that! By around the garden, trickle, tris, please, me man, may I go flirting? Farmer's gone with a groom and how they used her, licked her and cuddled. I differ with ye. Are you sure of yourself now? You're a liar, excuse me. I will not, and you're another. And Lully holding their breach of the peace for them. Poor Lully, to give and to take, and to forego the past, and all will be forgotten. Ah ho! It was too bad to be falling out about her kindness, pet, and the shape of orange time. Well, all right, Lely, and shake a hand, and shake us more. For Craig's sake, be it suck. Well, even should not the framing up of such figments in the evidential order bring the true truth to light as fortuitously as a dim seer setting of a star chart might, heaven helping it, uncover the nakedness of an unknown body in the fields of blue, or as forhearingly as the said speeches of all mankind have foliated, earth seizing them, from the root of some bunner's stutter all the soundest sense to be found immense our special mentalists now holds, secerus judicat orbis terrarum. That's by such playing possum our hagius curious ancestor bestly saved his brooch with his posterity, you, charming comparsoners, us, heirs of his tenancy. Gundogs of all breeds were beagling with pronounced Turby and Derwick bugles, hot to run him, given law, on a cinch breast high, keen for the worry. You, from his halt outratted across the Juletide's genial courselines of Humphreys Chase from Millinohob and Peacockstown, then bearing right upon Tankardstown, the outlier, a white dwelling which Mr. Lowenstill Feats Ursus Bassett Beaters had first misbadged for a brune of some sort, led Bears the Rune, then through Rayestown and Horlockstown and, looping the loop, to Tankardstown again. Ere canny hard for Dublin through Cheverstown they raced him through Lowlandstown and Notestown to want him by the bullies. But from the good turn when last he was lost, check, upon ye hill of rut in full winter coat with jigger pads, pointing for his rooming house his old nordist and his road to proyal Hessians a death buxus verpinism hid him close and covert, miraculously raven-fed and buoyed up, and rumored, reticule, unisum and abomasum upon, may Albraham have his mead, the cream-clotted sherriness of cinnamon syllable, mickle raven, nickel saved, hits hounds, heat home. Preservative perseverance and the re-education of his intestines was the rebuttal by Wilkie's sort of get the big bulge on the whole bunch of spasshookers, dieting against glues and graves, and that sometime pre-street protam. Vainly violence, virulence, and vituperation sought well-nigh utterly to attack and abridge, to derail and depontify, to enrate and enroad, to uncode and unhome the great shipping mogul and underlinen overlord. But the spoil of hesitance, the spell of hesitancy. His attack is it ash, kittery taw tattery tail, hesitance hump on a gameplay, hey, a wincy winky. Assemblyman murmured, Renard is slow. One feared for his days. Did there yawn? 'Twas his stomach. It looked, the labor, a gush, from his visuals. Pum? Deliver him, O Lord. He had laid violent hands on himself. It was brought in Fooker's newsletter, lain down, all in, fagged out, with equally melancholy death. For the trade doom of Saturnalia his goat servant had paraded his willing sons in the forum while the ginny infanted the last to be greeted raucously, the yard stated, with hooks and apis and measured with missiles too from 100 of manhood and a whimmering of waves. Big went the bang, then wild wide was quiet. A report. Silence. Last Fama put it under ether. The nose or the dole had driven him blim, blim, stumblim. Sparks flew. He had fled again. Open Shachema, this country of exile, slowed off, siloshomed via the subterranean shored with bedboards, stowed away and anchored in a Dutch-bottom tank, the Arsa, hold SS Finlandia, and was even now occupying, under an Islamitic Nuham in his 7th generation, a physical-bodied Cornelius McGrath's, Barnum the character, Common Kanpum, in Asia Minor, whereas Turk of the theatre, first house off Lati, the king, 11 sharps, He had bepiastered the Brooklyn choices from the opulence of his omnibox, while as Arab at the street door he bepastered the bombashaws for the arms of a Paris bench. Wires hummed. Peacefully general astonishment assisted by regretitude had put a term to his existence. He saw the family saggart, resigned, put off his remainders, was recalled and scrape-heaped by the maker. Chirpings crossed. An infamous private ailment, Burgabario Venero, had claimed Indright, closed his vicious circle. Snap. Jams jarred. He had walked toward the middle of an ornamental lily pond when inebriated up to the point where braced shirts meet knickerbockers, as winefish dine the buoyant waters, when Rodman's first-aiding hands had rested on from very possibly several field of dimmer-fresh water. Mush spread. On Umbrella Street where he did drinks from a pumps a kind workman, Mr. Whitlock gave him a piece of wood. What words of power were made fast between them, ick names and ocnomes, acnomina ecnomina? That, or that, did Hansard tell us, with Gargan's dog's ear wag in every pub of all the city. Betty believes a baton while Hogan hears a hod, yet here prefers a punch of Schaffner and Coke and Burgo cup and ball. And the Cassidy, Craddock Rome and rim around, ere a whiz ne'er a wash is still immer and immer a wagering over it, a cradle with a care in it or a casket with a kick behind. Toties, testes, quoties, questies. The war is in words and the wood is the world. Mapley me, willowy we, hickory he and you yourselves. How for whom chirpeth ever reached bird? From golden glory to glowworm gleam, we were low wax did we not tacit turn. Else were there here no concern of the Guinnesses, but only the ruining of the rain has heard. Is that poor Portugal? Cracklings creaked, a human pest cycling. Pissed and recycling. Passed about the sledgy streets. Here he was, pulsed, again. Morse nuisance noised. He was loose at large and, oh baby, might be anywhere when a disguised ex-nun, of huge stand-build and masculine manners in her fairly fat 40s, corpulent and gigasta, attracted attention by arbitrary conduct with a omnibus. Ariel's buzzed to coastal listeners of an Urtex broad collector's budget. Bullybigs, sporran, tie, tooth, tabard and bloody anti-chill cloak, its tailors, grandfathers, tab reading BPH found nigh Skull Brothers whole, and divers shivered to think what kind of beast, wolves, crocuses or fourpenny friars had devoured him. C.W. cast wide. Feetfin flake, Jonah's vert gleam, backer locked, on his picture's posthume. The boys had it, at which weekend had been nailed an inked-up name and title, inscribed in the national curses, accelerated, regressive, filiform, turreted and envenomoloped in bigotry. Move up, Mumty, make room for Rumty. By order, Nicokellis plug, and this go, no Pentecostal jest about it, how gregarious his race, soever or skillful, learned, wise, cunning, knowledgeable, clear, profound, his saying, fortitudo fraught or prudentia proben, were he chief, count, general, field marshal, prince, king, or Miles the Slasher in his person, with a William her mansion in the Brethnian Empire and a place of inauguration on the hill of Tullimongan, there had been real murder, of the Ray Hillat Royal Ratsacraxian variety, the MacMahon chaps, it was, that had done him in. On the field of Berger, the rampart combatants had left him lying with his dexter hand coop resurrected in a Parody palmy bloody proper. Indeed, not a few thick and thin well-wishers, mostly of the contraf-minded class. Colonel John Bull O'Rourke, for example, even ventured so far as to loan or beg copies of D. Blancy's Trilingual Tri-Weekly, Scatterbrains' afternoon post, so as to make certain sure one time and be satisfied of their quasi-contributodalitarians having become genuinely quite beatly dead, whether by land, whether by water. Transocean acclaimed him. The latter. Shall their hope then be silent or MacFarlane lack of lamentation? He lay under leagues of it in deep Bartholomew's deep. Acton, Pozor, a tissue. Bake road besides smoky young picus schoolies. Try pace denaries eventer mid Lochlener Bathak I Dionys gehaven. Banalana bangs bally wholly out of her buttery of a bullavog. But, their bright little contemporaries notwithstanding, on the morrowing morn of the suicidal murder of the unrescued expatriate, as like as a snake comes sledgeant down that oak tree unto the Duke of Beavers. You may have seen some liquid amber exude exotic from a bason poplar at parting a lock's limestone. Rode and cried Abby's magnificam, not noble fur. 9, imploring his recipiency, saw the infallible spike of smoke's Joseph punctual from the seventh gable of our Quintus Cintivax's Poiferwood butter tower, and then thirsty PM with oaths upon his lastingness, in Caicos Harispecies, Anos Longus Patimer, the lamps of maintenance, beacons far afield inner half the Zogorat, all brevets named, the wasting Wifirm, the tawny of his mane, the swing-low swaying blue paw, the outstanding man, the lily-like lady, being litten for the loan. O land, how long lies night, with suffusion of fine glass transom and lead-light panes. Wheretofore let it hardly by any being thinking be said either or thought that the prisoner of that sacred edifice, where he in Ivor the bone the Cern Olaf the hide, was at his best a one-stone parable, a rude breathing on the wood of to be, a venture hearing his own book speech in backwords, or, more strictly, but chisterned initials, the clue key to a road room beyond the room world. For scarce one, or pathetically few of his dodecanal salmon livers cared seriously or for long to doubt with Kurt Ult Bandijke. The gravitational pull perceived by certain fixed residents and the capture of uncertain comets chance drifting through our system suggesting an authenticatum of his allocotoldiness. The canonicity of his existence as a tesseract. Be still, O quick, speak him dumb. Hushy fronds of Olma. Dispersal women wondered. Was she fast? Do tell us all about. As we want to hear all about. So tell us all about her. The why or whether she looked a lotty like Aussies and whether he had his rim dog like Deemsy's short. Notes and queries. Tidbits and answers, the laugh and the shout, the arts and downs, now listed to one another and list them down and smoothen out your leaves of rose. The word is o'er. Wim. Was it Unity more or Estella Swift or Verena Fay or Quartoquadum? Thomas, mark for your unskul. Peggy's hood up mid your leg. Who, but who, for second time of asking, was then the scourge of the parts about Surkrich Localizod it was wont to be asked, as, in ages behind of the Homo Capite Erectus, what price Peabody's money, or, to put it bluntly, whence is the Harrington's white cravat, as, in epochs more Cabozoic, who struck Buckley though nowadays as then times every score filly of 70 moons or more who knows her etymologies in every Colleen ball a roof and every red flammer waving war wife and widow piece upon Dublin wall forever knows as Yayas is Yayas, how it was Buckley's self. We need no blotting paper to tell it neither. Who struck and the Russian generals, da, instead of Buckley who was cadishly struck by him when be herself. What for pride cold poison in the spy of 3 castles or which hate-filled smiley cellar? And that such a betrayal of Benham, that Queen's head of Francisol, a quiet sticking plaster zeal could cover, pre-posted or post-paid. The lounge lizards of the pump room had their 9 days' jeer, and Pratchett at their platch pails too, and Holland pulled them beside. Spas, the Zanezonis, when, still believing in her own glass, when Azaries were twinklings, that the upper reaches of her mouthless face and her impermanent waves were the better half of her, one nearer him, dearer than all, first warming creature of his early morn, bondwoman of the man of the house, and the murmur of all the Macavics, she who had given his eye for her bed and a tooth for a child till 1 and 110 and 100 again. Oh me and oh ye, cadet and prim, the whole grey and angling. And if she is older now than her teeth, she has hair that is younger than Diney, my dear. She who shuttered him after his fall and waked him without sparing and gave him keen and made him able and held at his alas to each arch of his nose. She who will not rast her from her running to seek him till, with the help of the Okimic, some such time that she shall have been after hiding the combines of his enormousness in the are you looking for pearl far sea. Uriel, stood forth, burn the Gorgony old Dan world, in Gogur's name, for Dagger's sake, dragging the countryside in her train, Finnegan here and Finnegan there, with her Lois Queen's brogues and her colander buzzle and her little bolero boa and all the 2 times 20 curly cornies for her headdress, specs on her eye and spuds on her elves and circus fix riding her Parisians cockneys, avant her straddle from equerry Egum, when kink-tink in the church close clink step low a jazzy ma Sunday, sola, with palms, prelates and polkas piloting in her piece bag, for handyman the chalk, esquiro, bisque-basque, to cross the slander's head. Wary weenie white, plead for more and more. Notre Dame de la Ville, mercy of thy balm-hearted heat, O Grodniks beyond her botted words of the jokest, burk him no burkish, and let him rest, thou wayfare, and take no grave spoil from him, neither mar his mound, the bane of Tut is on it. Well, but there is a little lady waiting, and her name is A.L.P., and you'll agree, she must be she, for her holden are heaps hanging down her back. He spent his strength amok harem-scarums, Poppy Narancy, Giaya, Clora, Marinka, Annalyn, Parmi. And Ilka those dames had her rainbow humors, yet for Wilco her whims but a coined a cure. Tip-tip today, kissy-kissy today, and age-long pine tomorrow. Then who but crippled with children would speak up for dropping with sweat? Sold him her lease of 990, dresses on dresses so dainty. Gul, the great Gudgeon, got the doll. Who was the COD? Baba. At Island Bridge she met her tide, at a boom, at a boom, at a boom, boom, boom. The Finn had a flux and his ever a ride. At a boom, at a boom, at a boom, boom, boom. We're all up to the years and hues and cribes. That's what she's done for we. Whoa! No match may roam with Nabok, but let Naaman laugh at Jordan. For we have taken our seat upon her stones, where we have hanged our hearts in her trees. And we list, as she bids us, by the waters of Babylon. In the name of Anna the All-Merciful, the ever-living, the bringer of pluralities, hallowed be her eve, her sing-time sung, her will be run, unhymned as it is uneven. Her untitled Mama Festa, memorializing the most highest, has gone by many names at disjointed times. Thus we hear of the Augusta Augustissimos for old Sebastius' salvation, Rockabill Booby in the way of Troll. Here's to the relics of all decencies, Anastasia's rise to notice, nickel down Dodicon and Irish Sir Cannon, my golden one and my silver wedding, Amore Tristam and Isis Sola, Sate a Sawyer Tilas Drem, Ik dik dok dok et to mihi, by birthplate for a bite. Which of your yesterdays mean ye tomorrow? Ho begone the Hebrew hit Waterman the Brand, arcs in his ceiling fleet chinks on the floor, rebus the Hibernicis. The crazier letters, groans of a Britanus, Peter Peopler picked the plot to pitch his populin, an apology for a big, some such nonan as husband or husband or hosebound is probably understood, for we have also the plethoric my hundspoon hansbad, a journey to Hathergill gone, and he never has the hour. Ought we to visit him? For Xerxes Zoo, Cleopatra's needlework picturing Al-Buraham on the Sahara with the combing of the camels and the parlors maids of Egypt. Cock in the pot for father. Plesiet bestre, a new cure for an old clap. Where portentos did grow gonder how I'd wish I was a geese. Get your netty, trust him not. When the myrtles of Venice played to Blockus's line, to Plenjamy high he waves children on friends. Ornaments Q visits Amin Mart. In though I granny abe he would fain me cuddle. 20 of chambers, weighty tin beds in a one-set room. I led the life, through the boxer coxer rising in the house with the golden stairs. The following fork, he's my old Jerusalem and I'm his Paul. The best in the west, by the stream of Zimzim under Zigzag Hill. The man that made his mother in the Marbury train. Try our tal on a taub. The log of Annie to the base all. Nopper keep the nappy wink with no little dancing girls. Possesses Oro, the king of horrible into mere mini-lizard of an exterior monologue. Drink to him, my jokey, and don't be mine thy winnowing sheet. I ask you to believe I was his mistress. He can explain. From Victoria Nuance to Albert Nuance. That's a daisy, so give me your Hansel too. What Barbara's done to a barrel organ before the rank. Tank and bun betel. Huskeby ad mortran. What Jumbo made to Jalus and what Anna said to him. Ophelia's cool prince. Here Hubty Hoblin. My old Dunch. I am older northern rogues among which I slipped, and he calls me his Dul of Ayasha. Supports a ventriloquist that marries a corpse. Lacks for fiends these funnycombs week. How the buckling shot at Rush in January. Look to the lady. From the rise of the Dutch Republic to the fall of the pot still. Of the two ways of opening the mouth, I have not stopped water where it should flow, and I know the 29 names of a Trente. The contour of Corey Island treats Galicia like his Milchgau. From Abbegate to Crawley through a lift in the Lud. Smokes for the Graces and a wee aunt for them clod choppers. How to pull a good horoscope even when old sire is dead to the world. In the gleam of Waterloo, Father, he succeeded to my aspirations. These steps forward, 2 steps back. My skin appeals to 3 senses and my curly lips demand column kisses. Gage Street on a cranny's savings. Them lads made a charm of battle washers and they coaties a doit of deers. In my lord's bed by one horror went through it. Moment is all over. Cowboy ride by 12-acre terrace and the unique estates of a Mexican. He gave me a vow so I serve him with thee. Of all the white horses and all the white glen, Odano, white dono. He's you to me cry. I'm the stitch in his backside, you'd be not without mum. To keep the huskies off the hustings and picture pets from lifting shops. Norsko Torsker find the puddle. He pursed me here with the ardor of a Conoberks. A boob was weeping, this Mara was reaping. Ololin. Up from the pit of my stomach I swish you the white of the morning. Anglo-Andine mineralized from Tomini Mohor. The great Polynesio entertainer exhibits Valentine brochures with the link of natures. The mimic of Migneg and the Matis. Entered as the lastest pictorial and by Puridiocul at Stitchener's Hall. Sigfield Follies and or a gentle homespun pa. See the first book of Jealousy's Pesum. The suspended sentence. A pretty brick story for child-sized heroes. As low our sleep. I knew I got it in me, so it settles that. Thunderbolt Captain Smith and La Belle Sauvage Pocahontas. Way for wet week Relicans Dochka Marianne. The last of the Fingalians. It was me egged him onto the stock exchange and lent my dutiful face to his customs. Cheers on the China Mixum. Picked me up Peters. Lumpty Tum Tumpty had a big fall. Pim. Measly ventures of 2 lice and the fall of fruit. The Fox family interior. If my spread eagles wasn't so tight I'd loosen my corsets on that bunch of Maggie straps. Alolosha Papa Fets and Hulk caught me eye. Seen Aprils and then died. I beg you to believes from love and mother. Fine's fault was no felon. Exact Delvin winter life. The flash that flies from Buggy's eyes has set me hair on fire. His is the house that Malt made. Divine views from back to front. Abe to Salah stood Isk Luther till Rome poked him common sex. A nibble at Eve will that Boal relieve. Alfreginis, sounds and compliments libidos. 7 wives awake. Ari Ann and Berber bloat. Amy licks porter while hubby chops beads. A brass of umbrellas or a triple of cans. But butter roast. From the Matterlord Hoft to the Mrs. O'Malley's and from the dams to their sames. Many festoons for the colleagues on the green. An outstanding back and an excellent half-center if called on. As tree is quick and stone is white, so is my washing done by night. First and last, the only true account all about the honorary Nursu Earwicker, LSD, and the snake, Nuggets. By a woman of the world who only can tell naked truth about a dear man and all his conspirators, how they all tried to fall him, putting it all around Lucalizod about private earwicker and a pair of sloppy sluts plainly showing all the unmentionability, falsely accusing about the raincoats. The proteoform graph itself is a polyhedron of scripture. There was a time when knave alphabeters would have written it down the tracing of a purely deliquescent recidivist. Possibly ambidextrous, snub-nosed probably, and presenting a strangely profound rainbow in his, or her, occiput. To the hardly curious and entomophiles then, it is shown a very sex mosaic of nymphosis in which the eternal chimera hunter Oreolopus, now fond of sugars, then leaf of salts, the sensory crowd in his belly coupled with an eye for the goods truth bewilder blissed by their night effluvia with guns like drums and thunderers like forceps persequestulates his Vanessas from floor to floor. Some houses the sounds like the purest caduleum wherein our modern assertion of Laura lore is rich. Also hero from us to him in a kitchenot darkness by hazard and worn roads I ride. We must grope on till 0 hour like Paul Algiers as we are would we salve out of moments for our eyes sore today. Amosin though not but Closer inspection of the bewilder would reveal a multiplicity of personalities inflicted on the documents or document, and some provision of virtual crime or crimes might be made by anyone unwary enough before any suitable occasion for it or them had so far managed to happen along. In fact, under the closed eyes of the inspectors, the traits featuring the chiaroscuro coalesce, the contrarieties eliminated. In one stable somebody, similarly as by the providential warring of earthshaker with housebreaker and of dram drinker against freethinker, our social something bowls along bumpily, experiencing a jolting series of prearranged disappointments down the long lane of it's as simple as the ox house humper. Generations, more generations, and still more generations. Say, Baron Lausador, who in hell Hagal wrote that darn thing anyhow? Erect, be-seated, mouth back, against the party wall, below freezer grade, by the use of quill or style, with turbid or pellucid mind, accompanied or the reverse by mastication, interrupted by visit of seer to scribe or of scribe to sight, atwixt two showers or a toast of a trike, rained upon or blown around, by a right-down regular racer from the soil, or by a two-paned wit laden with the loot of learning. Now, patience. And remember, patience is the great thing. And above all things else, we must avoid anything like being or becoming out of patience. A good plan used by worried business folk who may not have had many momentums to master Kung's doctrine of the Ming or the propriety colostrosis of Capamustimos is just to think of all the sinking fund of patience possessed in their conjunct names by both brothers Bruce, with whom are incorporated their Scotch Spider and Elberfeld's calculating horses. If after years upon years of delving in ditches dark, one tub thumper more than others, Kinehun or Kanahan, Yardarnar or Mir Miasum Monongo, has got up for the darnal same purpose of reassuring us with all the barbar of the Carrigy house that our great ascendant was properly speaking 3 syllables less than his own surname. Yes, less. That the ear of Theon Illerbecker aforetime was the trademark of a broadcaster with wicker local jargon for an aces patent. Here, coals, everywhere. Then as to this radio oscillating epi-epistle to which cotton, silk, or samak, kohol, gull, or brickatost, we must ceaselessly return. Whereabouts exactly at present in Siam, Hell, or Tophet, under that glorious soul which plays Torloop with us in this alludence cove of our sagacity, is that bright so and such to slip us the dinkum oil? Naysayers we know. To conclude purely negatively from the positive absence of political odia and the monetary requests that its page cannot ever have been a pin product of a man or woman of that period or those parts is only one more unlooked-for conclusion leaped at, being tantamount to inferring from the known presence of inverted commas, sometimes called quotation marks, on any page that its author was always constitutionally incapable of misappropriating the spoken words of others. Luckily, there is another cant to the question. Has any fellow, of the dime a dozen type, it might with some profit some dull evening quietly be hinted, has any usual sort of honorary josser, flat-chested fortieth, faintly flatulent and given to ratiocination by syncopation in the elucidation of complications, of his greatest Fung Gang dynasty descendants, only another of the son of, in fact, ever looked sufficiently lonely at a quite everyday-looking stamped addressed envelope? Admittedly, it is an outer husk. Its face, in all its featureful perfection of imperfection, is its fortune. It exhibits only the civil or military clothing of whatever passion-pallid nudity or plague-purple nakedness may happen to tuck itself under its flap. Yet to concentrate solely on the literal sense or even the psychological content of any document to the sore neglect of the enveloping facts themselves circumstantiating it is just as hurtful to sound sense, and let it be added to the truest taste. As were some fellow in the act of perhaps getting an intro from another fellow turning out to be a friend in need of his, say, to a lady of the latter's acquaintance, engaged in performing the elaborative ancestral ceremony of upstairs, straightway to run off and vision her plump and plain in her natural altogether, preferring to close his Blinkhart's eyes to the hypothetical fact that she was, after all, wearing for the space of the time being some definite articles of evolutionary clothing, inharmonious creations. The captious critic might describe them as, or not strictly necessary or a trifle irritating here and there, but for all that suddenly full of local color and personal perfume and suggestive, too, of so very much more and capable of being stretched, filled out, if need or wish were, of having the surprisingly like coincidental parts separated, don't they now? For better survey by the deft hand of an expert, don't you know? Who in his heart doubts either that the facts of feminine clothing are there all the time or that the feminine fiction, stranger than the facts, is there also at the same time, only a little to the rary? Or that one may be separated from the other? Or that both may then be contemplated simultaneously? Or that each may be taken up and considered in turn apart from the other? Here are let a few artifacts pinned in their own favor. The river felt she wanted salt. That was just where Brian came in. The country asked for Bearspaw for Dindin, and boundin' abounden it got surly. We who live under heaven, we of the Clovery Kingdom, we Middleson's people have often watched the sky overreaching the land. We suddenly have. Our isle is sang. The place. That stern chuckler mayhappy mayhap not, once said to Reimagined in that Lutheran conservatory way of his that Isita Chapelle Asitaloken was the one place, alt note, in this mad vale of tires, whose verdures yellowed therever Phaeton parks his car while its camelized tay is the drama of Drainophilius, where the possible was the improbable and the improbable the inevitable. If the proverbial bishop of our holy and undivided with this meatkin or not meatkin zot is the quiztune habermashed with his toenails on the head, we are in for a sequentiality of improbable possibles, though possibly nobody after having grubbed up a lock of cold corn approve his subject probably in Aristoteles or the Bible will go out of his way to applaud him on the unbiased back of his remark, for utterly impossible as are all these events they are probably as like those which may have taken place as any others which never took person at all are ever likely to be. Ahem. About that original hymn. Midwinter, verb or cur, was in the offing, and Primber a promise of April when, as Kishabrigis sang life's old Sahat song, an ice-clad shiverer, merest of bantlings observed a cold foul behaviorizing strangely on that fatal midden or chip factory or comical-bottomed cop's chute, dump for short. Afterwards changed into the orangery when in the course of deeper demolition unexpectedly one bushman's holiday its limon threw up a few spontaneous fragments of orange peel, the last remains of an outdoor meal by some unknown sunseeker or place-hider illico way back in his mist-ridden past. What child of a strand looper but keepy little cabin in the despondful surrounding of such sneezing cold would ever have chewed up on a stret that was called stret, a motive for future sanctity by euchering the finding of the Arlic chalice by another haily innocent and beachwalker whilst trying with pious clamor to wheedle kipera ra putators out of no salient and spinked of the patch purple of the massacre, a duel to die today, Godum and big old, sticks and stanks, of most of the Jacobiters. The bird in the case was Belinda of the Dorans, a more than quinquagentarian, Terzi's prize with Sarni medal, Chipolazi's hen exposition. And what was she scratching at the hour of cloaking 12 looked for all this zogs out of world like a goodish-sized sheet of letter paper originating by transshipped from Boston. Mouse. Of the last of the first to dear whom it proceeded to mention Maggie well and all of whom's health well only the hate turned the mild on the Van Houtens and the general's elections with a lovely face of some born gentleman with a beautiful present of wedding cakes for dear thank you Claystay and with grand fun for all of poor Father Michael don't forget unto lives and Muggy well how are you and Maggie and hopes soon to hear well and must now close it with fondest to the twins with 4 cross kisses for Holy Paul Holy Corner Holy Poly Holy Island P.S. from Locust may eat all, but this sign shall they never. Affectionate, large-looking touch up the stain, and that a tea stain. The overcapulousness of the master bilker here, as usual, signing the page away, worked it off on the spot of the moment as a genuine relic of ancient Irish pleasant pottery of that Lydia-like languishing class known as a hurry me or the hazy. Why then how? Well, almost any photoist worth his chemicals will tip anyone asking him the teaser that if a negative of a horse happens to melt enough while drying, well, what you do get is, well, a positively grotesquely distorted micromass of all sorts of horse-happy values and masses of melt while horse. Well, this really is what must have occurred to our missive. There's a sort of tur before you. Please wisp off the glass. unfiltered from the booker by the sagacity of a look me little like me long him. Heated residence in the heart of the orange-flavored Mudamount had partly obliterated the negative to start with, causing some features palpably nearer your pecker to be swollen up most grossly, while the farther back we managed to wiggle, the more we need the loan of a lens to see as much as the hen saw. You is feeling like you was lost in the bush, boy? You says. It is a pulling sample jungle of woods. You must shouts out. Be thicket me for a stump of a beach if I have the poultriest notions what the fairest he all means. Gee up, Curly. The quad gospelers may own the Targum, but any of the Zingari Shularim may pick a peak of kindlings yet from the sack of old Hinsign. Lead, kindly fowl. They always did, asked the ages. What bird has done yesterday man may do next year, be it fly, be it moult, be it hatch, be it agreement in the nest. For her socio-scientific sense is sound as a bell, sir. Her volucrine automutativeness right on normalcy. She knows, she just feels she was kind of born to lay and love eggs. Trust her to propagate the species and whoosh her fluffballs safe through din and danger. Lastly but mostly, in her genetic field it is all game and no gammon. She is ladylike in everything she does and plays the gentleman's part every time. Let us auspice it. Yes, before all this has time to end, the golden age must return with its vengeance. Man will become dirigible. Ague will be rejuvenated. Woman with her ridiculous white burden will reach by one step sublime incubation. The main wanting human lioness with her dishorned discipular man-ram will lie down together publicly flank upon fleece. No, assuredly, they are not justified. Those gloom pourers who grouse that letters have never been quite their old selves again since that weird weekday in bleak Genevieve. Yet how palmy date in a waste's oasis, when to the shock of both, Biddy Doran looked at literature. And she may be a mere Marcella, this midget majesty, mistress of earths. But it is not a hear or say of some anonymous letter, signed Toga Guerrillis. Easy, dear. We have a cop of her fist right against our nosy boss. We note the paper with her jotty young watermark, Notre Dame du Bon Moshe, and she has a heart of iron, but fluent as she furls with her feloniers and her Nadian nods. As a straw will shaw she does the wind plague, recting to show the rudeness of a rover, curling and shearing the fancies of a physic. But how many of her readers realize that she is not out to dizzle-dazzle with the grave uncoutrement of post-bantum glossaries from the Labyrinth and the Greeks? Nothing's on her wild life. Grab a good and grandy for old Almianium etymologists like Daria Marius and Zovochumasurov Merev Merovium. Deuce. She feel plain plate one flat thatched thing, and if, last ways first wise, a man alone's sign Anyon's Utaras has no rights to do a kick at with Enyon and curse about tutus milking fours and the rareres on the outer and asakin the tutus to be Ferrarder. Think quickly X in every pasture's X sticks like in Sahim around her's the Maccabee kinkin cankin with down mind looking gated. Musdams, Marmosilis, Mersifs, Silverpies, all Schwans, Schreits. Each tell the cook's truth about him. Kapak kapuk. No minsies matter. He had to see life foully, the plaque and the smut. Schreits. There were 3 men in him. Schreits. Dancings. Schreits was his only true feebles, with apple harlots, and a little mole vocals. Specially, Schreits, when they beaches. Honey's work merely a paint. Yours very truthful. Add dapple in. Yet it is but an old story. The tale of a treestone with 1 year old, of a mons held by tent pegs and his pal Rothalust on the run, which Cadman could but Badman wouldn't, any Genoman against any Venice, and why Kate takes charge of the waxworks. Let us now, weather, health, dangers, public orders and other circumstances permitting, of perfectly convenient, if you please. After you, please, pardoning mine, ik ben so frisch, be? Drop this jiggery pockery and talk straight turkey meat to meat, for while the air, be we Michaels or Nicholists, may sometimes be inclined to believe others the eye, whether brown or nolensed, find it devilish hard now and again even to believe itself. Habis ares et num videbis? Hebis oculos ac mana palpabut? Drawing nearer to take our slant at it, since after all it has met with misfortune while all underground. Let us see all there may remain to be seen. I am a worker, a tombstone mason, anxious to please everybody's and duly glad when Christmas comes his once a year. You are a poor joist, anxious to please nope bobbies and coonabellies solely when 'tis time took our home, Jim. We cannot say eye to eye. We cannot smile nose from nose. Still, one cannot help noticing that rather more than half of the lines run north-south in the Namses and Bukhara-Hast directions while the others go west-east in search from Malaysias with Bogorad Ford. Tiny tot though it looks winged to Shopnisling alongside other Mkunabala. It has its cardinal points for all that. These ruled barriers along with the traced words, run, march, halt, walk, stumble at doubtful points. Stumble up again and comparative safety seem to have been drawn first of all in a pretty checker with lamp black and blackthorn. Such crossing is anti-Christian of course, but the use of the homeborn chela as an aid to calligraphy shows a distinct advance from savagery to barbarism. It is seriously believed by some that the intention may have been geodetic, or, in the view of the Kanyar, domestic economical. But by writing thitherways end to end and turning and end to end hitherways writing end with lines of letters slittering up and louds of ladders slittering down, the old simitomy place and took it back again from them let rise till home leaped. Sleep, where in the waste is the wisdom? Another point. In addition to the original sand, pounced powder, duckered paper or soft rag used, any better inhaler in both sorts social can see the scene for himself. A weave thought the old room. The cherry spluttered on the one carried, a darker the sheen of both from Albania, any god's quantity of raki, a Portugal and some book setting out on the sofa. You remember the sort of softball sucker Butro used to tell us when we were all bitter BS on nippies and bases. It has acquired accretions of terraceous matter whilst loitering in the past. The tea-time stint terminal, say not's the tag, mummer, or our show's a failure, is a cozy little brown study all to oneself and, whether it be thumbprint, made mark or just a portrait of the artless, its importance in establishing the identities in the writer complexus, for if the hand was one, the minds of active and agitated were more than so, will be best appreciated by never forgetting that both before and after the Battle of the Boyne it was a habit not to sign letters always. And it is surely a lesser ignorance to write a word with every consonant too few than to add all too many. The end? Say it with missiles then and thus arabesque the page. You have your cup of scalding socium, your taper's wax and drop, your cat's paw, the clove or copper nail you chewed or champed as you worded it, your lark and clear air. So why, pray, sign anything as long as every word, letter, pen stroke, paper space is a perfect signature of its own? A true friend is known much more easily, and better into the bargain, by his personal touch, habits of full or undress, movements, response to appeals for charity than by his footwear, say. And, speaking anent Tiberius and other incestuous salacities among gerontophiles, a word of warning about the tenderloined passion hinted at, some soft-nosed peruser might take it up erogenously as the usual case of spoons, prostituta in herba plus dinky pinks deliberatively somersaulting off her bicycle cycle at the main entrance of the curate's perpetual sultan suit with her one to see and a whoa who picks her up as gingerly as any bone-bearer would to feel, whereupon the virgin was most hurt and nicely asking, "Where have you been so grace a-marling, and where were you chased, me child? Be who, farther potential, and so wider but we grisly old psychos who have done our unsmiling bit on Alice's when they were young and easily frightened, in the penumbra of the procuring room, and what oracular compression we have to apply to them. Did we care to sell our feeble silence in camera, tell our very moist-nostrilled one that father in such big-rated contexts is not always the undemonstrative relative, often held up to our contumacy, who settles our hash bill for us, and what an innocent all-abroad's adverb such as Makelly looks like can be suggestive of under the pudendoscope, and, finally, what a neurasthene nympholept, endocrine pineal typus, of inverted parentage with a prepossessing drama present in her past and a preopic urge for congress with agnates before cognates fundamentally is feeling for under her lubricitous meiosis when she refers with liking to some feeler she fancies face. And, we could. Yet what's need to say? 'Tis as human a little story as paper could well carry. In effect, as singing so Salomon to swing to switch pitches while as unbluffingly vertebrusque blunt as an Ezra, the cat's meter, the meter's cat's wife, the meter's cat's wife's half better, the meter's cat wipes half better's meter. And so back to our horses. For we also know, which we have perused from the pages of I Was a General, that shouting up of Bolshevism by Schoenboom, that Father Michael about this red time of the white terror equals the old regime and Margaret is the social revolution while cakes mean the party funds and dear thank you signifies national gratitude. In fine, we have heard, as it happened, of Spartacus Intercellular. We are not corknered yet, dead hand. We can recall, with fallen tears, the froggy Jew, and sweeter fire twere now West thinks in Dumble's fair city ere one more year is o'er. We turned our coasts to the good gay tunes. When from down swords the sea merged the old oath's guns and answer made the bold O'Dwyer. But, est molest in verbos. Let a prostitute be whoso stands before a door and winks or perks herself in the fornix near a Macusson wall. Sinton, Sinton. And the curate one who brings strong waters. Tintin, Tintin. But also, and do not forget, that there is many a sleeps between Somniafoam's first and more Nausland's last, and that the beautiful presence of waiting Kates will until life's be more than enough to make any milk mike in the language of sweet tarts punch hell's hate into his twin Nicky, and that's Maggie's tea, or your majesty, if heard as a boost from a born gentleman is. For if the lingo gasped between kick sheets, however basically English, were to be preached from the mouths of wicker churchwardens and metaphysicians in the row and advocatos, alvoyos, timavoyals, langos, lesbials, dentals, gutter howls, and birds, where would their practice be, or where the human race itself, where the Pythagorean sesquipedalia of the Penapostamium, however aptly Bolapoki, grunted and gromwelled, Ichabod, Habakkuk, Openoff, Ugamig, Habaxel, Gomenum, over country stiles, behind slated dwelling houses, down blind lanes, or, when all fruit fails, under some sacking left on a coarse cart? So hath been, love, tis, and will be, till wears and tears and ages. Thieve us the night, steal we the air, shall thine or life vest mine? Here, all here, in such the fire, traitor, bad hero, brave, the lightning look, the birding cry, all from the grave, ever flowing on the times. Pure Gosario Jordan water, now God's sun shine on Minday's daughter. A good clap, a foremarriage, a bad wake, can hell's well. Such as Manawife's lot of lows and win again. Like his grown whiskers on whose chin again. She plucketed them out but they grown in again. So what are you going to do about it? Oh dear. If Julas she saved, and if you loan he pulled, the olod stoliolum, from Quinat to Wishimichachile, and a Joma Batista to Brulo, it is told in sounds and utter that, in signs so adds to, and universal, and polyglottal, in each auxiliary neutral idiom, sordomutix, florilingua, shelterfocal, playflatter, a conscuben, a prostitute, strasarab, il persa in any form athol. Since nosy nanat chipped palmy ways with high-ho Harry does a spurt fire turf a kind o' Caintlin when oft as the soul soft blows her peaties up and a clay pot wit for thee, my cities, and tolka tell Tibbs has Eve. And withal, revelous life proving I the death of Rollinses when wind power wine has bucked the kick on poor one man. Biliousness has been biliousness during millions of millenniums, and our mixed racings have been giving 2 hoots or 3 jeers for the grape, vine and brew and Pieters in New Amsterdam and Pauli's where the Paulies go and rum smelches int for him and he dined off South American. It would give one the friar even were one a normal kettle liquor. This old world epistola of their weatherings and their marryings and their buryings and their natural selections has tumbled down to us birch and made it all ours like an old cup on tea. As I was hot in me saucer. Ha ha! And as you was called in your dutchy hobble. Ho ho! She told the tale or her tune. Ho ho! Now, capnomancy and infusionism may both fit as tight as 2 trivets, but while we in our wee free state, holding to that pre-statute in our charter, may have our irremovable doubts as to the whole sense of the lot, the interpretation of any phrase in the whole, the meaning of every word of a phrase so far deciphered out of it, however unfettered our Irish daily independence, we must want no idle dubiosity as to its genuine authorship and holus bullus authoritativeness. And let us bring disease to beaklings on that clink, Ulmond Butler, on the face of it, to vote back toward the sultry horses, and for your roughshod mind, bafflost bull. The affair is a thing once for all done, and there you are somewhere and finished in a certain time, be it a day or a year or even supposing, it should eventually turn out to be a serial number of goodness gracious alone knows how many days or years. Anyhow, somehow and somewhere, before the book flood or after her ebb, somebody mentioned my name in his telephone directory. Cocalanius or Galatoras. Wrote it all down, and there you are. Full stop. Oh, undoubtedly yes, and very portably so. But one who deeper thinks will always bear in the back bookus of his mind that this downright there you are and there it is only all in his eye. Why? Because, so from Babel, if it goes to that, and dormer window gossip will cry it from the housetops no surelier than the writing on the wall will hew it to the mote of men that mote in the main street. Every person, place, and thing in the chiasmus of Ale anyway connected with the gobbly-dumped turkey was moving and changing every part of the time. The traveling inkhorn, possibly pot, the hair and turtle pen and paper, the continually more and less inter-misunderstanding minds of the anti-collaborators, the as time went on as it will variously inflected, differently pronounced, otherwise spelled, changeably meaning vocable script signs. No, so help me petard. It is not a miseffectual way a symphonous riot of blots and blurs and bars and balls and hoops and wriggles and juxtaposed juttings linked by spurts of speed. It only looks as like it is, damn it. And, sure, we ought really to rest thankful that at this delightful hour of dawnfly's dawning we have even a written on with dried ink scrap of paper at all to show for ourselves, carrot or leave it. And we are lifted to ourselves as the soul fisher when he led the cat out of the boat. After all that we lost and plundered of it, even to the hidmost coinings of the earth, and all it has gone through, and by all means, after a good ground kiss to Caracosa, and for war's luck our left-offs flung over our home homoplate, cling to it as with drowning hands, hoping against hope all the while that, by the light of philosophy, and may she never forsake us, things will begin to clear up a bit one way or another within the next quarrel of an hour, and be hanging to them as 10 to 1 they will too, please the pigs, as they ought to categorically, as, strictly between ourselves, there is a limit to all things, so this will never do. For, with that Formfrau's foul flare for that flayfell fox-fater, the calamites calamitas calling for calamitous calamitants, who that scrutinizing marvels at those indignant whip-loop lashes, those so prudently bolted or blocked rounds, the touching reminiscence of an incompleted trail or dropped final, a round thousand whirligig glorios, prefaced by, alas, now illegible airy plume flights, all tiberiously embellishing the initials majuscule of Airwicker, the meant to be baffling Grisman trill foam sign, finally called after some his hesitancy, which, moved contra watchwise, represents his title in sigla as the smaller fontly called following a certain change of state of grace of nature out or delta, when single, stands for or tautologically stands beside the consort, though for that matter, since we have heard from Cathay circles how the hen is not merely a tick or two after the first, fifth, fourth of the second, eighth, 12th, Xiangchang Hong Kong Sentinel, but yarely the other and 30th of the 9th from the 20th, our own vulgar 432 and 1132, irrespectively. Why not take the former for a village inn, the latter for an upside-down bridge, a multiplication marking for crossroads ahead, would you like potluck for the family gibbet, their old four-wheeler for the Bucker's field, a tea anyway for a chest someday, and is one side missing for an all-blind alley leading to an Irish plot in the Champty Moors, note? The steady monologi of the interiors, the pardonable confusion for which some blame the cudgel and more blame the suit, but unthinks to which the peas with their caps awry are quite as often as not taken for pews with their tails in their oar, and are quite as often as not taken for pews with their tails in their mouths. Then Sir Christopher Columbus, hence our cat Presbyterians, the curt witty watty dashes never quite just right at the trim trite truth letter, the sudden spluttered petulance of some capitalized middle, a word as cunningly hidden in its maze of confused drapery as a field mouse in a nest of colored ribbons. That absurdly bull-fruited bee declaring with an even plainer don't show than does the mute commoner with us how hard a thing it is to porn a gentleman. And look at this preponumeral punfara, engraved and retouched and edge-wiped and pudding-padded, very like a whale's egg first with pemmican, as were it sentenced to be nuzzled over a full trillion times forever and a night till his noddles sink or swim by that ideal reader suffering from an ideal insomnia. All those red-rattled oblong cayenne pepper cast over the text, calling unnecessary attention to errors, omissions, repetitions, and misalignments. That, probably local or personal, variant maggers for the generally accepted majesty, which is but a trifle and yet may quietly amuse. Those supercilious-looking crisscrossed Greek ears awkward like perched there and here out of date like sick owls hooked back to Athens. And the GGs too. Jesuistically formed at first, but afterwards genuflected angrily towards the Occident. The Ostrogothic cacography affected for certain phrases of Etruscan stable talk, and, in short, the learning betrayed at almost every line's end. The head strength, at least 11 men of 32 palfrey craft, revealed by a constant labor to make a gimel pass through the eye of an iota. This, for instance, utterly unexpected sinister joke returned to one particular sore point in the past. Those thrown open W's of an early Mediterranean origin, whether man chooses to damn them agglutinatively blue, face, egg, or ilvudabihol, or cunt's double vowels. Seated with such flop-right-down determination and reminding us ineluctably of nature as your naturalist, while that freshful fidget the hornful dagama of your born barbar, rarely heard now save when falling from the unfashionable lipses of some heterosexual, used always in two bold-faced print types. One of them is wrong-headed as his Claudian brother. Is it worthwhile interrupting to say? Throughout the papyrus as the revised mark, stalks all over the page, bruised, sensation-seeking an idea, amid the verbiage, gaunt, stands dejectedly in the diapered window margin, with his basket of bay leaves all aflutter about its forked frogs. Paces with a frown, jerking to and fro, flinging phrases here, there, or returns inhibited, with some half-faulted suggestion. Dragging its shoestring. The curious warning sign before or put apparent epissima verba, a very pure nondescript, by the way. Sometimes a palm-tailed otter, more often the arbutus fruit flower leaf of the cane apple, which paleographers call a leak in the thatch, or the Ironman ink perwis through the hole of his hat, indicating that the words which follow may be taken in any order desired. Hole of Iron Man, the hat through the whispering his hole. Hear keen again and begin again to make sound sense and sense sound kin again. Those haughty-pitched, distorted itches easily of the rarest in his role as most of the jaywalking eyes as we do plow into half. Unconnected, principial, medial or final, always gems in the jam, sahib, as pipless as threadworms. The innocent exhibitionism of those frank yet capricious underlinings, that strange exotic serpentine, since so properly banished from our scripture, about as frequent a wetter hand now as to see a right-headed lady white donna course, which, in its invincible insolence ever longer more and of more morosity, seems to uncoil spirally and swell lacertine lazily before our eyes under pressure of the writer's hand. The ungainly musicianlessness so painted in sculping self-sounder as black-artful as a podatus and dumbpounder opprobrious as Tim Cannon's in Skelterfuge. The studious omission of year number and era name from the date, the one and only time when our copyist seems at least to have grasped the beauty of restraint. The lubricitous conjugation of the last with the first, the gypsy mating of a grand stylish grave digging with second bust bones, an interpolation. These munchables occur only in the Buddha-Broth family of Imasas, called the 4th, Pap the 2nd, Brek the 11th, Lum the 3rd, Din the 17th, Sop the 30th, Fulop 1690. The scholiast has hungrily misheard a dead man's toller as a muffin bell. The 4 shortened ampersands under which we can glimpse at and feel for ourselves across all those bush years the warm, soft, short pants of the quick scribbler. The vocative lapse from which it begins and the accusative hole in which it ends itself. The aphasia of that heroic agony of recalling a once-loved number leading slip by slipper to a general amnesia of misnomering one's own. Next, those R's. Brrr. Those R's all bellical. The high priest's hieroglyph of Kettle Tom and the odds bones, blasted red-handedly from our hallowed rubric prayer for truce with booty, or remus pro Romulo, and rudely from the fan's pinnacle tossed down by Portugal to within an aim's ace of their quatrain of ruby jets among those who are without the temple nor since Rose distillery burned that have quaffed night's fire-filled cup, but jug as day the dice box throws. Wang, loyal 6 I lead, out where your hearts bleed, blast ye, and there she is for you, sir. Wang her, the fine omen, rose to her lobster locks, the Rossi, Wang, God and O'Mara has it with his buddy old villain Rufus, wait, Wang, God and you're another he hasn't, for there's my spoiled five-old spuds trumps, Wang, Wackerless Pigs King's kisser for him, K.M. O'Mara where are you? Then, coming over to the left idle corridor down, the cruciform postscript from which 3 Basia or shorter and smaller oscula have been over-carefully scraped away, plainly inspiring the Tinapper Stunk page of the Book of Kells. And then it need not be lost sight of that there are exactly 3 squads of candidates for the Crucian rows awaiting their turn in the marginal panels of column killer, chugged in their 3 ballot boxes, then set apart for such hanging committees, where 2 was enough for anyone, starting with old Matthew himself. As she with great distinction said then, just as since then people speaking have fallen into the custom, when speaking to a person, of saying 2 is company when the 3rd person is the person darkly spoke of. And then that last labiolingual basium might be read as a suavium if whoever the embracer then was wrote with a tongue in his, or perhaps her, cheek as the case may have been then. And the fatal droop at window slope of the blamed scroll, a sure sign of imperfectible moral blindness, the too muchness, the far too manyness of all those 4-legged M's. And why spell dear God with a big thick D? Why, oh why, oh why? The cut and dry axe and wise form of the semifinal, and 18thly or 24thly, but at least, thank Maurice, lastly when all is said and done, the Penelopean patience of its last paraph, a colophon of no fewer than 732 strokes tailed by a leaping lasso. Who thus at all this marveling but will press on hotly to see the vaulting feminine libido of those interbranching ogum sex upon the sweeps, sternly controlled and easily repersuaded by the uniform matter-of-factness of a meandering male fist? Duff Mowgli, who now may be quoted by very kind arrangement, his detroscophonious photosensation under supersonic light control may be logged for by our none-too-distant futures as soon as stone values can be turned out from Comafilamos, limited at a millicentimet the microamp. First called this kind of patty-go-easy partnership the Eulichian or Tetachiric or Quadromain or Ducks and Drakes for debts and dishes perplex, versus some forestallings over that studium of sexophonologistic schizophrenesis. Volume 24, pages 2 through 555, after the well-informed observation, made miles apart from the master by Tongtoid. Cf. Later frustrations amongst the neo-Muglian teachings about the simian conscience, Basum. That in the case of the little-known periplic bestseller popularly associated with the names of the wretched mariner, Trajan Foreign Defweedoff or plum-socked pattern-shaped keeper, a Punic aberrality report from Macpherson's Ocean round by the tides of Jason's cruise, had been cleverly capsized and saucily republished as a Dodecanesian Baedeker of the every tale a treat in itself variety which could hope satisfactorily to tickle me gander as game as your goose. The unmistaken identity of the persons in the Tiberias duplex came to light in the most devious of ways. The original document was in what is known as Heno o non-Heno's unbrookable script, that is to say, it showed no signs of punctuation of any sort. Yet on holding the verso against a lit brush, this new book of Morses responded most remarkably to the silent query of our world's oldest light, and its recto let out the piquant fact that it was but pierced but not punctured, in the university sense of the term, by numerous stabs and foliated gashes made by a prolonged instrument. These paper wounds, 4 in type, were gradually and correctly understood to mean stop, please stop, do please stop, and oh do please stop, respectively, and following up their one true clue, the circumflexuous wall of a single-minded men's asylum, accentuated by bait so book ingle a san split each in a yard inquiries pointed out that they had been provoked. I fork of a drive professor as is brick fast table accurately professionally the coin to introduce a notion of time upon a plan see by brute in space. Deeply religious by nature and position, and warmly attached to thee, and smear bread and butter and him and new ladies, it was rightly suspected that such ire could not have been visited by him Professor Prendergast even underwittingly, upon the ancestral Yuma of one whom, with Roma, he venerated shamelessly at least once a week at Cockspur Common as his apple in his eye and her first boy's best friend and, though plain English for a married lady misled heaps by the way, yet when some peerer or peeress detected that the 4-leaved shamrock or quadrifoil jab was more recurrent wherever the script was clear in the term terse, and that these two were the selfsame spots naturally selected for her perforations by Dame Partlet on her dome heap, thinkers all put grown in what room spilled for Prateland only and the playful foul and musical me and not you in any case, 2 and 2 together, and, with a swarm of bisses honey-hunting after, a sigh for sigh, oh, the petty bonny rogue, separated modest mouths. So be it. And it was. The letter-making of the exploits of Jorgen Kamhelsen when he was in the Queen's country with soldiers men. With acknowledgement of our pervert of the first instant, he remains yours most eventually, for post-scratched sea spoils. Though not yet had the sailor sipped that sup, nor the home pour foamed to the film, and fox and geese still kept the peace around low bars to para Adam. Small need after that, old Jeramesalum, old Huff Snuff, old Andy Cokes, old Ola Cassandrum, for quizzing your weekenders come to the RQ with, shoots off in a hiss, muddles up in a moose bus and is hose the dismantled noon drunkard's son. Howbeit we heard not a son of sons to leave by him to oceanic society in his old man without a thing in his ignorance, Turco Macaulay. And it was thus he was at every time, that son, and the other time. The day was in it, and after the morrow, Darmood is the name is on the writing chap of the Psalter, the juxtajuncture of a dear mate and he passing out of one desire into its fellow. The daughters are after going and losing for him, Torba's nice-lookers of the fair neck, wanted for millinery servants to Olderly's person by the tawty Askinses, formally confounded with a mother, maybe growing a mustache, did you say, with an adorable look of amusement, and uses no-class billiard halls with an up-and-down ladder? Not Hans the courier, though had he have only had some little laughings and some less of cheeks, and were he not so worried by his bulb of persecution, he could have, aye, and would have, as true as Essex Bridge. And not go gossip, I declare to man, no, to all's much relief one's half-hypothesis of that jabberjaw ape amok the showering just notes of Brucinos was hotly dropped and his room taken up by that odious and still today insufficiently mal-estimated note-snatcher. Cat, Pull, Bosh and Piety, much Ernie, Gos, Putin? Says yo. Chim the penman. So? Who do you know tonight, lazy and gentlemen? The echo is where in the back of the woods. Caught him forth. Sean McIrewick, brief dragger, for the concern of Messrs. John Jameson and Son, rated 100 in thin per store 100 on the snidely quick walk of the 12 apostrophes, set by Tucket McIrewick. He misunderstood and aimed for oil of number 3 of them and let his free natural riposte to 4 of them in their own fine artful disorder. 1. What, second to none, Mither Rector and Maximost Bridges Maker, was the first to rise taller through his bean's tail than the blue gum Bua Bua Babon or the giganteous Wellingtonia Sequoia, which nudie boots with trousers into a lithiette when she was barely in her chillies, was well known to claw the conciliation cap onto the esker of his hoof, sports a chain-ganger's Albert solemnly over his Hollander's epulence, thought he weighed a new ton when there failed his first lap-apple, gave the heinousness of choice to every night betwixt yesterdays and 2 Marys, had 7 successive coloured Saraban maids on the same big white jolling Rome hearth rug, is a Wilberforce to this hour at house as he was in Heather, pumped the Catholic war tree and shot the Protestant boyne, killed his own hungry self in anger as a young man, found fodder for 5 when all Markham Rose go flooded, with Irish tutores Cornish made easy, Doucher of Rotables, toll of the road, bred many-headed stepsons for one leap-your-own daughter, is too funny for a fish and has too much outside for an insect, like a heptagon crystal imprisoned true and false for us. Is infinite swell in unfitting ornaments. Once was he shoveled and once was he arsoned and once was he inundered and she hung him out Bill Bailey, has a quadrant in his tile to tell cooler cad a clog it is, offers chances to long on but stands up too legged before, found coal at the end of his harrow and most roses behind the scenes, made a fort out of his postern and wrote F.E.R.T. on his butler, is escaped master-in-chief from all sorts of hunting places. If he out-harrods against barkers, to the shoe-bred he acts whitely, was evacuated at the mere appearance of 3 germ huns and twice besieged by a sweep. From zoomorphology to omni-animalism he is broached by the spin of a coin, towers, an Eddystone amid the lampless, casting swan beams on the deep, threatens thunder upon malefactors and sends whispers up fro-fro's fro-frus. When Duke Hookback Croak upsets his ass booze-worthies jeer and junket, but they booze him ooze and bars his eyes when he looks like Hunket Plunket. By souls and search a party on a lady of this city. Business, reading newspaper, smoking cigar, arranging tumblers on table, eating meals, pleasure, etc., etc. Pleasure, eating meals, arranging tumblers on table, smoking cigar, reading newspaper, business, minerals, wash and brush up, local views, juju toffee, comic and birthdays cards. Those were the days and he was their hero. Pink sunset shower, red clay cloud, sorrow of Sahara, oxhide on iron, arraigned and attainted, listed and lighted, pleaded and proved. Catches his check at Bank of England and endorses his doom at chapel exit. Brain of the French, hand of the Christian, tongue of the North, commands to dinner and calls the bluff. Has a block at Morgan's and a headache all the afternoon. Plays Gahamarat when he's Ernst, but misses Mousy when he's Lustig. Walked as far as the head, where he sat and stayed as the rump. Shows early English trace marks and a marigold window with mangled lights, a myrioscope, 2 remarkable piscines and 3 well worth seeing ambres. Arches all portcullis and his nave dates from Dutch. Is a horloge unstoppable and the bin of all bells. Fuit, East, and Herat, and though he's mildew stand, he's morely stoned. Is a quercus in the forest, but plain member for Megalopolis. Mountain mighty, phone on Fleetfoot. Plank in our platform, blank in our sculpture. Hidal, in caricates he is enumerated. Hold as an earl, he counts. Ship-shaped phrase of bug-looking words with a form like the easing moments of a graminivorous. To our dooms brought he law, or manwars he made his veil off. Was an overgrant to the underground and aqueduced for fiery throats. Sends boys in socks a cough whooping when he lets forth his carbon oxide, and silk stockings show her shapings when he loses hose on hers. Stocks dry powder for the ill people and Pinkum's pellets for all the pale. Gave his mundi foot to Macerius, per pinch to Analivia, that superfine pigtail to Ceresia Cerosia, and quid rides to Titius, Caius, and Sempronius. Made the man who had no notion of shopkeepers feel he'd rather play the duke than play the gentleman. Shot 2 queens and shook 3 castles when he won his game of dwarfs. Fumes inwards like a strombolist till he smokes at both ends. Renmut, befire of him. Womankind, pitat! Shows 1 white drift of snow among the gorse growth of his crown and a chaperon of repentance on that which shed gore. Pause and quiz, triple bill. Went by metro for the polis and then hoved by. To the finders, hail, woe, you that seek. Whom filth had plenished, dearth devoured. Hawk is leading, Coco comes next. Emery tries for the flag. Can dance the O'Bruin's polar pass at Newland to his own orchestra's accompaniment. Took place before the International Convention of Catholic Midwives and found stead before the Congress for the Study of Educational Calamities. Made a delicious entree and finishes off the course between sweets and savories. Plots for forecasts, flares for fines and the fun of the fray on the fairground. Cleared out 365 idols to set up 1 all colossal for henwives hoping to have males. The flahula, the grasping one, the kinder of Paschal fire. Forbids us our trespassers as we forget him. The phoenix be his pyre, the sinner as his sire. Piles big Pelium on little Osus like the pillage of Hercules. Has an eat-up-us complex and a drink the dregs kink. Worst meats for chumps and cow Carlos for scullions. When he plies for our favor is very truly ours. 2 psychic espousals and 3 desertions. Maybe matter of fact now, but was footer of maggot then. Cattermole Hill, ex-mountain of flesh, was reared up by stress and sank under strain. Take it up, deck it up, tells the tailor to his tout. And Toltkus for a man, but bit a thimble for a maid. Blimp, blump. A dud letter, a sing-a-song a syllable. A byword, a sentence with Circes. Well stands his can you see him frails shall fall. Was hatched at Selbridge, but ejaculated a brood. As it gone in the beginnings, so wound up in the battle of Boss. Roderick, Roderick, oh, you've gone the way of the Danes. Variously catalogued, regularly regrouped. A bush boy's holiday, a quacker's mating, a winch's sand bath. The same homoheterous check-in loss egg as when Soliai airily blew ye. Real detonation but false report. Spa mad but insane. Half a million via bogus census but a no street houseman when Alfand. Is the handiest of all Andes and the most elegant spot to dump your hump. Hands his secession to the new Patricius but plumped plugmatically for the bloody old centuries. Each with doors open and ruts with gates closed. Some dub him Rothschild and more limb him Rocky Fellow. shows he's fly to both hemispheres but tries to cover up his tracers. 7 dovecotes who claim to have been pigeonholed to this Homer, Smernium, Roebuck, Colonsray, Sea Point, Quayhalf, Ashtown, Rathany. Independent of the lordship of Chamberlain, acknowledging the rule of Rome. We saw thy farm at useful prime, Domnall, Domnall. Reeks like Ilbel pies and looks like Iceland's air. Lodged at court places, lived through taut rains. Takes a Zoom bath for his weekend and a wasser nap for his refreshment. After a good bout at stool bowl, enjoys girafla, which nevermore missed and Colombo found. Believes in every man his own gold keeper and in Africa for the full blacks. The arc of his drive was 40 full and his stumps were posed at 80. Boasts him to the thickened goose, the oldest creator in Ariania, and looks down on the Swiss family coulsons whom he calls Les Nouvelles Roches. Though his heart, soul, and spirit turn to far-off times, his love, faith, and hope stick to futurism. Light leg lifters sense him Soriantes from afar, while bored browbenders curse him bromelanes to his hindmost. Between Ulysses and Yelad's glimpse of even. The log his peak has, the look his pile. Drinks dar and wodhar for his atama and eats the unperishable sow to stave off regular rack. The beggars cloak them reclined about his paddy stool, the whores winking him as they walk their side. On Christian Mus at Adamant Lodge, New Yealand, after a linty illness, the raw aberrant Mr. Easterling of Pentecostitis, no followers by bequest, fanfare all private. Gone where glory awaits him, ball, bulletist. But not here yet, Maxwell, Clark. Comics under articles but finished eborgis. From the bat on the bear to the bear in the dark to the bottle of the bone, is A1 and the highest, but raw rare his root. Filled sand of hackleberries when as all was tuck and toss up for him as a youngster to fall through of hockenbetters wherein he had gauged the use of raisin. Adds ailments, gastols, raps rustics, Tam's turmoil. Sass seed enough for assimilation, but sows skivvies on the sly. Learned to speak from hand to mouth till he could talk Irish with his eyes shut. Hacked his way through hick-hack-hawks, but hanged his help from their hereafters. Rialtos and his leg, bean and bowls, to say nothing a talk of new coming. The gleam of the glow of the shine of the sun, through the dearth of the dearth on the blush of the brick of the wild VA of Barnholm as dust turned to brown. These died to tartan him, Rurut, Dulce, Bracken, Diesel, Fuller's Ash, Sundew and Cress. Long gone, but not forgotten. Stood his sharp assault of famine, but grew girther, and girther. He has 24 or so cousins germinating in the United States of America, and a namesake with an initial difference in the once Kingdom of Poland. His first's a young rose, and his second's French-Egyptian, and his whole means a slump at Christie's. Fourth of his pierced part came the woman of his dreams, blood thicker than water last trade overseas. Bishop of Glentylook, Jorl of Hoed. You and I are in him, surrendered by Brun Bildens. Ellen's flea pert perhaps, but Huang Chang every time. Here one was your of high big pipey boys, but fancy him as smoking fags his at time of life. Mount of Mish, Mel of Moy, had 2 cardinal benches and 3 capital sinks. Has a peep in his pocketbook and a packet boat in his keep. BVH, BLG, PPM, TDS, VBD, TCH, LON. Is breakfast, lunger, dinner, and super. As the streets were paved with cold, he felt his toperary. Taught himself skating and learned how to fall. Distinctly dirty, but rather a dear. Hovat chieftains everywhere, with murder. Ostman Effendi, Sergei Padishah. Biases too many, outpreums all his parasites. First of the Fenians, Road the Fanians. His tiara of scones was held unfillable till one Liam felled him in Westminster. Was struck out of his situm when he rode sourly to Damascus, and to our appalling predicament brought as plagues from Budapest. Put a match head on an aspen stalk and set the living afire. Spared the rod and spoiled the lightning. Married with cakes and repunked with pleasure. Till he was buried, how happy was he, and he made the welkins ring with up macabre. God etched the top of the staircase, carrion on the mat of straw. The falsehood of a spindler web chokes the cave mouth of his unsightliness, but the nestlings that liven his leaf screen sing him a lover of arbuties. We strike hands over his bloodied war sheet, but we are pledged entirely to his green mantle. Our friend, Vike Legal, our sworn foe, under the 4 stones by his streams who vanished the wassail bowl at the joy of shells. Mora and Laura had a hell of a high time looking down on his confusion till firm look and readiness. Forward spear and the wind foot of Kirrok stewed the lake mist of Lego over the last of his fields. We darkened for you, vulturer, in the year of morning, but will bid heel to the dim twinklers when the streamy Morven light calls up the sunbeam. His striped pantaloons, his rather strange walk, hereditatious columna erecta, hayon chiton eraphon. Nods and apt for the nodes, but crows tibio when they get economical. Is a simultaneous equator of eliminated integras when 3 upon 1 is by inspection improper. Has the most conical hard piece of Confucianist heronym, and that chutofuous chinchin of his is like a footsie kungulo around Taishantiland. He's as globeful as a gasometer of lithium and luridity, and he was thrice 10 annular years before he wallowed round radiant circles. The cabal stone at the coping of his cabin is a canine constant, but only an American could approximate the appropriosity of his at last allongement. Stickler rights and lefts at batters down in his hunt for the boar of truth, but made his end with the motorheads that came at him in Camland Stret. A hunable inexhaustive conflict, an awful to return. Burning body to Eiger air on melting mountain in wooing wave. We go into him sleepy children, we come out of him strugglers for life. He divested to save from the Mrs. Brownings their rival queens, while Grimshaw, Brigshaw, and Renshaw made off with his store and clothes. Taxed and rated, licensed and ranted. His three-faced stone head was found on a white horse heel, and the print of his Costello's feet is seen in the goat's grass circle. Poe the blind, told the deaf, and called dumb, lame, and hardy. Miraculum, monstruously, led the applause at the creation, and heased a snake charmer of her stays. Hounded became hunter, hunter became fox. Harrier, Marrier, Terrier, Dove. Olaf the oxman, Dorker the terrible. You feel he is Vespasian, yet you think of him as Aurelius. Mugamore, traitor Tory, socialist, communizer. Made a summer assault on our shores, and Bigilly got his sands full. First he shot down Raglan Road, and then he tore up Borough Place. Comlock Height and Cromwell Hill were his far-famed feet rests when our lurch as Locke lit free into the lubar he loved. Burchard his word boats and delimited the main. Netted before nibbling, can scarce turn a scale, but, grossed after meals, weighs a town in himself. Banba prayed for his conversion. Berla missed that grand old voice. A colossus among cabbages, the Meleran citron of fruits. Larger than life, dottier than death. Grand Turco, a rage ferment. Luxemburger, Leberine, the sparkle of his genial fancy, the depth of his calm sagacity, the clearness of his spotless honor, the flow of his boundless benevolence. Our family furbear, our tribal turnpike. Query, was he invincible to, and Kerr was he burked. Partition to Erskalholm, united Irishmen. He took a speak at his own mather, but she tested a bit gorky, and as for the salmon he was coming up in him our life long. Come, Eludit, Heckleberry and Sawyer thee, Warden. Silent as the bee in honey, stark as the breath on Hunk. Costello, Kinsella, Mahoney, Moran. Though you rope Amrik, your home ruler is done. Figure right, he is hoisted by the scurve of his shaggy neck. Figure left, he is rationed in isobaric patties among the crew. One asks, was he poisoned? One thinks, how much did he leave? Ex-gardener, Riesingsberger, fitted up with plungerous existences, would make Rosie greedy, mites, little holes. Pot sheets and scoopers awash, but the oil sip mac exterpret mix his aquascotum. The enjoyment he took in K-women, the employment he gave to G-men, sponsor to a squad of piercers, allied to a host of rallies. Against lightning, explosion, fire, earthquake, flood, whirlwind, burglary, third party, rot, loss of cash, loss of credit, impact of vehicles. Can rant as grave as oxtail soup and chat as gay as a Porto flippant. He's unhesitant in his unionism and yet a bigoted nationalist. Sylvia Cola is shy of him, but Rosenhausen knows the joke. Shows the sinews of peace in his chest of wars. Thief of home, 939 years of copyhold. Is always open for Polmapolity's sake when he's not sometimes closed for the love of Janus. Sucks life's elixir from the petty pickles of the Jewess and rolls in sulks if any poppling runs down the Huguenots. Brimaport, Wellesley, Uber Michelle Blocher and Supercharger, Monsieur de Crow, Mr. Mudson, Master Gardener. To one he's just punch and judex, to another full of beans and brehomes. Hallucination, Kochman, ectoplasm. Passed for Baba Black Sheep till he grew white woolly. Was dramatized by Macmilligan's daughter and put to music by one shoebard. All Fitzpatricks in his emirate remember him. The boys of Whitford hail him Babu, or identified himself with borough tribute and was shipped publicly to Brigstol, was given the light in Dre or Caps and a tumult in 3 plexes. His likeness is in Terraquid, and he giveth rest to the rainbowed. Liberality, fraternity, and quality. His reverse makes a virtue of necessity, while his obverse mars a mother by invention. The skilk is gone well, and he's the second imperial. Untie points, unhook tinters at his lath and plaster. Calls upon all thing when he falls to appeal to each of us. Byzadins, Ardri, Compsima, Rex Regulorum, stood into D-mouth, then backed broadside on Balaclava. Either Eldorado or ultimate goal. A cry of 4 feud fires, a call of 5 pubs. Laid out lashings of laborious to hunt down his family ancestors, and then played double trouble or quick quits to hush the buckers up. Threw peblets for luck over one sword and shoulder, and jugood peel blades armed up to their teeth. Peptus Gaudio Grambanus, grim as Potter the Grave. Ace of hearts, deuce of gamimones, trouble of clubs, gear of spades. Combrum. When I see nurses for a drama, a tray to Uno tips the scale. Reeled the title role opposite a brace of girdles in silver on the screen, but was sequenced from the set as crook-backed by the evermore titulars, Rick, Dave, and Barry. He can get on as early as the 22nd of Mars, but occasionally he doesn't come off before Regenta Quinque Germinal. His Indian name is Hapoposi Subjibwe, and his number in Arithmosphy is the stars of the plough. Took weapon in the province of the pike, and let fling his line on Ilwick. Moves in beaches circles, yet renews the same. The drain rats bless his offals, while the park birds curse his floodlights. Portobello, Equidocta, Terracocta, Percorello. He pours into the sock-clad Shelbourne the hard cash earned in Watling Street. His birth proved accidental, shows his death its grave mistake. Brought us giant ivy from the land of Yonkers, and bewildered the Apostolopolis with the gale of his gall. Well satisfied that soft, youthful, bright, matchless girls should bosom into fine silk-clad, joyous, blooming young women, is not so pleased that heavy swearsome, strong-smelling, irregular-shaped men should blot out active, handsome, well-formed, frank-eyed boys. Herald Herifar, Alolf the wheat. Husband your aunt and endow your nebus. Hearken but hush it, screen him and see. Time is an archbishopric, time was a tradesman's entrance. Beckburn brooked with wrath, scale scarred by scowl. His rainfall is a couple of knee-highs, while his minced grass temperature marks 3 in the shade. Is the melting pot of snow and the bubbling place of alcohol. Has a tussle with the Troyes and then does himself justice. Hinted at in the eschatological chapters of Humphrey's Justice of the JPs, and hunted for by Theban recensors who sniff there's something behind the bug of the deaf. The king was in his corner while milking Mark Murray. The queen was steep in armbar, feeling fain and furry. The maids was meets the hawthorns, chewing up their hose. Out pimps the back guards, bump, and pump gun they goes. To all his foretellers he reared a stone, and for all his comforters he planted a tree. 40 acres, 60 miles, white stripe, red stripe, what is his fleet in Arakarwater? Who missed a porter, so what shall he do, where he wanted to sit for Pimplico, but they caught him to stand up for Sue? Dutch Lord, overawes us. Headmount, king and martyr, Dunston in the east, Peter the poor and patron, Birth the great by the exchange. He hastens towards Dame's troth and wedding hand like the Prince of Orange in Nassau, while he has Trinity left behind him like bull beggar Bill the Bostonly. Brow of a hazelwood, pool in the dark, changes blowwicks into bullocks and a well of Arcadia into a bird of Arabia. The handwriting on his face wall, the crypto-conquid Savona stomata in his exprosions. His birth spot lies behind the hero spot at his burial plot in the pleasant little field. Is the yieldest kiosk in the peninsula and the unguessed hostel in St. Scoraland. Walked many hundreds and many score miles of streets and lit thousands in one night lights in hectares of windows. His great wide cloak lies on 15 acres and his little white horse decks by dozens of doors. Oh, sorrow the sail and woe the rudder that were set for Mary Quay. His sons the Huns, his daughters the Tartars, are plenty here today. Who repulsed from his burst the bumbolts of Ostenton and falchioned each flash Dunsatuck in the deep. A personal problem, a locative enigma. Upright one, vehicle of organization in the field. Lying chap, flood supplier of siliculation through Eblinus. A part of the whole is a port for a whale. Dear Hewitt Costello, Equerry, we're delighted with our outing and are looking backwards to an early summers from rhododendrons. Is above the seed fruit level and outside the leguminiferous zone. When older links lock older hearts, then hill resembles she. can be built with glue and clippings, scrawled or voided on a buttress. The Night Express sings his story, the song of sparrow notes on his stave of wires. He crawls with lice, he swarms with saggarts, is as quiet as a mosque but can be noisy as a synagogue. Was Dillman when his date was palmy, and Mudlin when his nut was cracked. Suck up the seas, left Laud at ease, one lip on his lap, and one cushion in his crease. His porter has a mighty grasp, and his Baxter's the boon of broad white. As far as the wind dries and rain eats and sun turns and water bounds, he is exalted and depressed, assembled and asundered. Go away, we are deluded. Come back, we are disgusted. Board the Ostrov, leapt the Emperus, swam the marble and flew the moil. Like fat like tallow, of gracefulness, yeah, of dripping gracefulness. Did not say to the old, did not say to the scorbutic. He has founded a house, bewilder, a house he has founded to which he has assigned its fate. Bears a raven gulent on a vigiled wreath. Bruised the halo of his varlet when he appeared to his she-cook as haycock, emmet, boro, toro, ostrich, menji, and skunk. Pressed the beer of old age out of the nettles of rashness. Put a roof on the lodge for him and a cook in his pot, pro homo. Was Dapper then Penser Cincer, then Hortifex Magnus. The tokes that tippled on him, the tights that toppled off him. Still starts our hairs, yet gates are good. Pocket book, packet boot, Capman gun run, the light of other days. Dire, dreary darkness. Our awful dad, Timur of torture. Puzzling, startling, shocking, nay, perturbing. Went popping from Kingsburg to new customs, doffing the gibbous of him to every breach of all size. With Pa's new heft and Taha's new helve, he's Papa's old cutlass, Papa left us. When young-headed, old-shouldered, and middle-ish neck aged about. Collar herring every daily, turgid turpin overnight. See Lorian the chameleon that changed endocrine history by Loeven his love with 40 bannocks. She drove him deaf till he driv her blind up. The pigeons doves he perchin all over him one day on Basley Bridge, and the ravens do be pitchin their dark nets after him the next night behind Konigstein's arbor. Trump of the rep, comp of the priv, post of the pub. His head would its ideal if his feet are bally clay. He crashed in the hollow of the park, trees down, as he soared in the bagoom of the phoenix, stones up. Looks like a multane bulter and sounds like a rude word. The moon tien view, some lumen pale round a lamp of sugar in boiling water. 3 shots of putty at a block sabo, made up to Miss McCormick ni LaCarthy, who made off with Durley Dermot, Swank and Swarthy. Once diamond cut garnet, now dammit cuts Groney. You might find him at the Florence, but watch out for him in Wynn's Hotel. There's his bow and where's his leaker, and here lays his be quiet hairs, deep. Swed Albioni, likeliest villain of the place. Henry Canterell, Cochrane, Ego Tasters, Limited. We take our tails and freeze our fleas round Saturn's mounted foot. Built the Lund's Kirk and destroyed the church's land. Who quests his title grabs his deeds. Fetch and practice, fash and chaps. Urgeful Duke of Wally Sly. Huggabelly's Funirel. Cook Calicak. Heard in Kama and excruciated. Boone win with benches billeted. Ban if buckshot back-shattered. Heaven-gingered, chaos-footed, earthborn. His father presumptively plodded deep on overtime, and his mother, as all Evans, must have travailed her fair share. A footprint on the mega-scene, headsman unhorsed by searing sand. Honorary captain of the extemporized fire brigade. Reported to be friendly with the police. The door is still open. The old stock collar is coming back. Not forgetting the time you laughed at Elder Charterhouse's duck white pants and the way you said the whole township can see his hairy legs. By stealth of a curse, her albarntress abaft his nip she hung. When his kettle became a hearth scoldus or thirstyites set their lymphiamphler. His year letter concocted by master hands of assays, his hallmark imposed by the standard of wrought plate. A pair of pectorals and a triple screen to get a wind up. Lights his pipe with a rosin tree and hires a tow horse to haul his shoes. Cures slavish scurvy. Breaks Baron's boils. Called to sell Pouloche and was found later in the bedroom. Has his seat of justice, his house of mercy, his cornucopias and his stacks awry. Prospector, he had a rook sacked. Retrospector, he holds the Hulpin stake. Won the freedom of New York for the mind of Jugo slaves. Acts active, pillows in passivism, and is a gorgon of self-righteousness. Pours a laugh's worth of his ill formation over a lorm's worth of salt. Have heard the single maiden speech Lebel spun to her grand mount and hold a lifetime by his iron fireside, wondering was it Hebrew set to hymnal tones or the quicksilver song of quaternions. His troubles may be over, but his doubles have still to come. The lobster pot that crabbed our keel, the garden patch that spoiled our squeezed peas. He stands in a lovely park. Sea is not far. Importunate towns of X, Y, and Z are easily overreached. Is an excrescence to civilized humanity, and but a wart on Europe. Wanna made sing signs to sound sense, and yet he wanna get all his flesh new made most truly pearl and plausible. Has excessively large rings, and is uncustomarily perfumed. Lusted as Hellistic, the clear with bay of a Themis. Is a prince of the Fingalian and a Hiberniad of holies. Has a Hodge to weary him, and a Frenchy to curry him, and a Brabanson for his beater, and a Fritz at his switch. Was waylaid of a Parker and beshoten by a Buckley. Kicks lintels when he's copy and casts Jacob's arrowroots, dime after dime, to pour what strays on the parish. Reads the charms of H.C. Anderson, all the wakes of his Abraham, and the crimes of Ibon the Tyrable every stone day morn. Soaps you soft to your face and slaps himself when he's bad end. Owns the bougiest bung barrel that ever was tip-tapped in the privacy of Mullinger Inn. Was born with a new silver tongue in his mouth and went round the coast of iron with his lit hand to the seam. Raised but 2 fingers and yet smelt it would they, for whom it is easier to found a sea in Ablana than for I or you to find a double tie in Amsterdam. To live with whom is a life mare and to know whom is a liberal education. Was dipped in whaley olives and christened and sent O'Toole's. Hears cricket on the earth but annoys the life out of predicants. Still turns the dirt's ear of Darius to the now thoroughly infuriated one of God. Made man with just that jerk and minted money mom many. Likes a 6 o'clock pudding when he's come home, sweet womb. Has come through all the eras of lives adventure from moonshine and champagne down to clouts and bottled porter. Willem the First, Henrik the Alf, George the Second, Richard the Third. If a mandrake shicked to Cunbrochers at last surviving his birth, the wibduck will wail bitterly over the rotter's resurrection. Loses weight in the moonlight, but girds girder by the sundawn. With one touch of nature set a veiled world agrin and went within a sheet of tissue paper of the option of 3 gowls. Who could see at one blick a salmon taken with a lance, hunters pursuing a doe, a swallow ship in full sail, a whiter robe lifting a host, faced flappery like old King Knut and turned his back like Cincinnatus. Is a far and more far and a horror father naked bucker in villas old as Lou, squats a quart and cracks a quite when it's flagging in town and on haven. Blows whiskery around his summit, but stayed stout upon his footles. Stutters 4 he falls and goes mad entirely when he's waked. Is Kim to the pearly morn and tomb to the morning night. And he had the best bun-breaked bricks and rolled Babylon, where his pitching plays he'd be lost for the want of his one wobbling wall. Answer. Finn McCool. 2. Does your mother know your might? Answer. When I turn me optics from such urban prospects, 'tis my filial's bosom doth behold with pride that pontificator and circumvallator with his damn night garrulas sipped by his side. And alive, the lisp of her, would Craig mountains whisper her, and the bergs of Iceland melt in waves of fire, and her spoon me spondies, and her dirkle me ondenies, make the rageous ocean kneel and quaff I liar. If Dan's Dane, Anne's dirty. If he's plain, she's purty. If he's sane, she's flirty. With her auburn streams, and her coy cajoleries, and her dabbling drolleries, for to rouse his roller up, or to drench his dreams. If hot Hammurabi, or cold Ecclesiastes, could espy her pranklings, they'd burst bounds at in, and renounce their ruins, and denounce their doings, for river and Ivan, and the night. Amen. 3. Which title is the true to type modeling for that tick-for-tick attachment painted with one darkness, where a snake is under clover and birds a prowl are in the rookeries, and a Magadha went to Mooka's house and a river pard was spotted, which is not witchcraft were not Ousterhelm Dreschluss, not Haronsby Grocer, not Fattened Can Vintner, not Houseboat Hive, not Nox Attabel, not O Phoenix Colprince, not Moon Squire Rumyak, not Eblon Downs, not Le Dancer Lemio, not Benjamin's Lay, not Folomew's Wardenton, not Antwerp, not Musken, not Corey's, not Wares, not the Arch, not the Smug, not the Dutch House, not the Uvon, nothing grand, nothing splendid, Grohot or Spatel, neither Eret est Eret, nor non mice sed lucitro? Answer. Thine obesity, O civilian, hits the felicitude of our orb. 4. What Irish capital city? A day o day, of 2 syllables and 6 letters, with a Celtic origin and a newness end. A hot dust o dust can boast of having A. The most extensive public park in the world. B. The most expensive brewing industry in the world. C. The most expansive peopling thoroughfare in the world. D. The most philohippocampus population in the world. And harmonize your ABC'd responses? Answer. A. Delphus. And when you hear the gold homers of my heart, my floxy lass, banging again the ribs of your resistance and the tender bolts of my rivets working to your distraction, you'll be shivering with all your danger sobs when we'll go riding a Copacarly, you with your orange garland and me with my coney cordial, down the graceways of rollicking into the waters of weighted life. B. Bury. And sure, why can you have such good old chimes anywhere, and leave you, as on the mash, and how 'tis I would be engaging you with my plovery soft accents and descanting up over the scene beyond me of your loose spines and their hairful with them 2 loving loofs bracing the slims of your ankles and your mouth's flower rose and sinking after the soapstone of silvery speech. C. Nublid. Isha, why wouldn't we be happy, Everline? On the Mills's money, he'll soon be leaving you as soon as I've my own Brookline Georgian mansions lawn you recruit upon by Dr. Cheek's special orders, and my copper's pen full of soybeans, and Irish in my east hand, and a James's Gate in my west. After all the arrears and aerobus of comparative embottled history, and your good self churning over the new-leaped butter. More power to you. The choicest and the cheapest from Atlanta to Okanee, while I'll be drowsing in the garden. D. Darway. I hooked my throw going trotty the first down Spanish place. Mayo I make, tuam I take, sligo sleek but Galway's grace. Holy Eland sainted salmon, chucking chob and ducking days. Rod irons nos your equal, says she, lipping half the lane. Ibisidi. A bell on Shuldor steep bill, und bill go masplon, prismos speeple, shand prez gon nes our fest mon yepu, our prem shan deepen, pay name we fee pins, moy ne non equal. 5. What the slags of a low lad would written smoothie flasks, imptot old buns, milk bitchos gate, scruff Jack and Jill's flotil anding, spoothpick waste papish pastures, inside man outsiders andal, sprink dirted water around village, newsies, tobacco and swears, plain general kept, loudin on the kirk peel, put treats given to Malachides, outshriek, help, nor his hair ifter boogalars, might underhold 3 barnets, puts polished cotty boots, let cover all fire glims, serves time to boss, grindstone his nices, fullest boarded, lewd man of the method of godliness, perchance he news and fans seats in the spur wagon, XWCA on ZWCU, doorsteps limited, or bay windows bros swabber preferred. More for closeters and sons with the HA chimneys' company does not scrave, will, on advices, be bacon or stable hand, must be griped full-standingly ours is language, Joblunder or North Quain bigger preferred, all duties, kind rights, family feud, outings 5, make it ernst, no get comb beach, profusional drink lords to please abstain, he is fatherless sound dict in mood mind pursuing, but El Conoman, nay, that, must he isn't? Answer. Poor old Joe. 6. What means the saloon slogan, someone in the house sweep Dinah? Answer. Look. Glory bit of the sales of cloth now, and I have the beeswax to bring in all the clob of the porks to us. How I thought I knew he'd stayed on the forward. If me asking Ken could speak, and he called me Bobby Min named Tick. I am your honey sugar, the band who broke the dandelass and who's saying the black colon jam for tomorrow's big picnic. I hope it'll pour price the climate of all islands. I heard the grackles and I skimming the crock on all your sandwiches, dippings per leg per drake. And who ate the last of the goose bellies that was molding from mealest years, and who left that there, and who put that here, and who let the Kilkenny stale the chump? And who was it, you was it, propped the pot in the yard, and wasn't the name was Sam Luger, you rubbing the side of the floor of the lobby with? Shot! We have a plateful. 7. Who are those component partners of our society? The doorboy, the cleaner, the soldier, the cook, the squeezer, the lounger, the kerman, the charabat, the mushroom sniffer, the bleaker blue tramp, the fun potter plotter, the crazy man slapser. From the Press, Salas and Donnybrook Prater and Roebuck's Campbells and the Ager around town and Crumblin's grassy but Kimmage's champ and the Ashtown fields and Cabra fields and Finglas fields and Sadray fields and the fields of Raheny and their fails and Baldoigal to them who are latecomers all the years round by anticipation, or the porters of the passions in virtue of retro-ratiocination, and, contributing their contingent controversies of differentiation, unify their boxes in a vote of vaticination, who crunch the crusts of comfort due to depredation, drain the mead for misery to incur intoxication, condone every evil by practical justification, and condemn any good to its own gratification, who are ruled, roped, duped, and driven by those Newman diamonds, the fee-keepers at their laws, nightly consternation, fortunately fornication, monthly misericordation, and omniannual recreation, duels when they deliberate but Sullivans when they are swordsed, Matey, Teddy, Simon, Jorn, Peter, Andy, Barty, Billy, Jamesy Moore and Tom, Matt, and Jakes McCarthy? Answer. The Morpheos. 8. And how were your Maggies? Answer. They were loving, they love laughing, they laugh weeping, they weep smelling, they smell smiling, they smile hating, they hate thinking, they think feeling, they feel tempting, they tempt daring, they dare waiting, they wait taking, they take thanking, they thank seeking, as born forlorn in lore of love to live and wive by while and while by rule of rules wreathed rose and hose hold home, yet cometh elope here, coach and four, sweet Beckett my heart picks one man more. 9. Now, to be on anew and basking again in the panorama of all floors of speech, if a human being duly fatigued by his gaiety in the sooty, having plunged the off time on his gouty hands and vacance of space at his sleepish feet and as hapless behind the dreams of accuracy as any Camelot prince of Denmark, were at this actual future preteriting instant, in the states of suspensive examination, accorded, throughout the eye of a noodle, with an ear-sighted view of old Copenhagen, with all the ingredient and egrugiant white and ways to which in the curse of his persistence the course of his Tory will have been having recourses, the reverberation of nut-cracking alls, the reconjugation of node-binding eyes, the redissoluteness of mind-mouldered ease, and the thereby hang of the whole of it, consider none, but is even led come silencers to come lie with hers, and till intempestuous knocks should catch the gala cry and spot lookens done. By who that one's what is main and whitest wane, how one once meets melts in t'other one's poinings, the sap rising, the foals falling, the nymph now nihilent round the girly head so becoming, the restless in the womb, all the rivals to Ulcie, shake again, oh disaster, shake a Lewis, how staring. But Hang's got a bit of horse's nose, and Jeff's got the signs of ham round his mouth, and the bow that spun beautiful pales as it paws, which brews rude and outrageous grows gelb green, blew up the end of it, Violet's died. Then what would that fargazer seem to seem self to seem seeming of? Keep it all? Answer. A kaleidoscope. 10. What bitter's love but yearning? What sour love much but a breath burning till she that chose to the smoke return? Answer. I know, Pipette, of course, dear, but listen, precious. Thanks, Pet, those are lovely, pitronette, delicious, but mind the wind, sweet. What exquisite hands you have, you angel, if you didn't know your nails. Isn't it a wonder you're not ashamed of me, you pig, you perfect little pigaline? I'll let you in a minute. I bet you use her best Parisian smear of her vanity table to make them look so roast up, glossed up, no stop. I know her. Slight me, would she? For every gout I care, 3 trimmings a day, that first during her shower and wipe off with tissue. Then after clean-up and of course before retiring. Be me sure, when I think of that espouse of a clan curry, the food brawler, of the Associationist party with his black-leaded chest. Hello, pincher guest! That's you, innkeeper, and all his 14 other fullback maulers or hurling stars or whatever the dagos they are, baiting at my Lord Henry's, just because they won the egg and spoon there so overly provincial at Baldul. My Eilish ass and tea seed makes his admiration. He is seeking an opening and means to be first with me as his bell alliance. And to miss no place celoso, sosa de todas, such as Spanish. Stoop a little closer, feels delightsome simply, like Julio and Romeo. I haven't felt so Turkish for ages and ages. Minds me of squishos, the chocolate with the soul. Extraordinary. Why, what are they all? The mucky lot of them only? Shh, I wouldn't pay 3 hairpins for them. Picked. That's right, hold it steady. Leg me pull. Plug. Come big to Iran. Pooh. What are you nudging for? No, I just thought you were. Listen, Lolist. Of course it was too kind of you, miser, to remember my size and stockings. My often expressed wish when you're wondering about my chosiars, and before I forget it, don't forget, in your extensions to my personality, when noting my remembrancity, Shuik will be trotting back with red heels at the end of the moon, but look with the full-bought cabbage head, and, as I shall answer to gracious heaven, I'll always and always remind of snapping your Gerters, me being always the one for charms, with my very best and proud and gloving, even if he was to be a vermilion miles my youth to live on, the rubber and Mr. Pokington, the corny and fleshmonger Mother Brown solicited me for unlawful converse with her mug of October, a pot's on it, creaking around in his old Shanks axle like a crusty old cornquake. Ermine, Waterweg, Terrier, Blazer. I'm fine, thanks ever. Ha! Oh, mind you, poo tickly. So le po he me moo moo moo. Funny spot to have a thingy. I'm terribly sorry. I swear to you I am. May you never see me in my birthday pelt seem so tutu, and that your blonchest nagus may rot lepers off her, whatever winking Maggies. I'll bet by your cut you go flirting after with all the glass on her and the Johnsoner stoneware. Ha ha! I suspected she was. Sink her. May they fire her for a barren ear. So she says, tape with thee? Well, I saith, angst so much, and desired she much not take it amiss if I esteemed her but an odd. If I did age tough turf, I'm not a missy. Of course I know, pettist, you're so learningful and considerate in yourself, so friend of vegetables, you long cold cat, you. Pleased by acquiescer to make my acquaintance, cordling, snakelet, iciclist, my typer has more life to it. Who drowned you in drears, man? Or are you pale ale with ink? Did a weep get past the gates of your pride? My tread on the clover, sweetness? Yes, the buttercups told me. Hug me, damn it all, and I'll kiss you back to life, my pietist. I mean to make you suffer, meddler, and I don't care this fig for contempt of courting. That I cheat you, sweet sir? You know I'm tender by my eye. Can't you read by dazzling ones through me true? Bite my laughters, drink my tears. Pour into me, volumes, spill me stark and spill me swooning. I just don't care what my thwarters think. Transname me loveliness, now and hear me for all times. I'd risk a policeman passing by, but rather even that beggar of a boots at the post. The flame? Oh, pardon. That was what? Did you speak? Stuff? More pastries from chick spears with the choreo music or ejaculation from the garden of the soul? Bub I be live in the immoralities? Oh, you mean the strangle for love and the survivor of the prettiest? Yup, we open have causeries in the home, and once upon a week I improve on myself. I'm so keen on that new free woman with novel inside. I'm always as kickled as can be over man in a surplus by the lady who pays the rates. But I'm as pious as possible. Let's root out Brimstoker and give him the thrall of our lives. It's Dracula's night out. For Creek's sex don't make a flush. Draw the shade, curfew, and I'll beat any son a month to love. Holy bug, how my highness would jump to make you flame your halva baton into, then I'd burn my burning torchlight through, to adore me there and then cease to be. Whatever for, blossoms, your hermijig, if you had one. If I am laughing with you, no, lovingest, I'm not so dying to take my rise out of you, adored, not in the very least. True as God made my namo hip-length modesty coat mother. It's only because the rising is I'm only any girl, you lovely fellow of my dreams. And because old somebody is not around about, by trysting of the tulipies, like that puff-paved bucking Devon assoiling us behind. What a nerve, he thinks that's what the vespers for. How vain's that hope in cleric's heart, who still pursues the adult lost art. Cocksure that rusty gown of his will make fair Sue forget his fears. Tame schwips. Blessed Mogrit bosses, I hope they throw away the mold or else we'll have bows hossers and sort of applers with their medical associations all over the place. But hold hard till I've got my latchkey vote and I'll teach him when to wear it with woman colors. On account of the gloss of the gladsome Hezable Brobby's Isabel Ben, and because you pluck us like a lute, I hate the very thought of you, and because dealing, of course, adorest. I was always meant for an engineer from the French college to be my husband. Nom de engine, When we do in contract with Incho Tincho Sulliver when you are married to reading and writing, which please business now won't be long, for he's loopy on me and I'm so leapy like since the day he carried me from the boat, my savior of Eros, to the beach, and I left on his shoulder one fair hair to guide hand and mind to its softness. Ever so sorry, I beg your pardon. I was listening to every treasured word I said fell from my dear mock's tongue. Otherwise, how could I see what you were thinking of, our Grammy? Only I wondered if I threw out my shaving water. Anyway, here's my arm, pull its neck, gracefully yours. Move your mouth towards mine. More, preciousest, more on more, to please me, treasure. Don't be up, I'm not going to, nothing. A quickly somewhere. Bye-bye, I'm fly. Here, Pippi, under the limes. You know Big Tree are all against Grabstone. The hiss's tendency. God don't demand. So chip cheer up, Siglo, for the lug amigo. The little pastor, I go you before, so, and you're at my apron stage. Shy is him, Dovey? Must forget there's an audience. I have been lost, angel. Cuddle, ye devil ye. It's our toot-a-toot. Here, sensation. Let them, their whole four courtships. Let them, Big Ball and his boozers 11 makes 12 territorials. The old sots hoe that once wide streets to commission their nuisance in. At the Mitchells versus Nichols. Ave salve aquivalis, and by waiting 20 class birds sitting on their stiles, let me finger their eurythmic, and you'll see if I'm self-thought. They're all of them out to please. Wait! In the name of, and all the holly, and some the missile and its sedges. Hoost! There's Ada, Bet, Celia, Delia, Anna, Freda, Gilda, Hilda, Ita, Jess, Catty, Lou. They make me cough as sure as I read them. Mina, Nippa, Opsy, Paul, Queenie, Ruth, Saucy, Flakes, Una, Bella, Wanda, Xenia, Yiba, Zulma, Phoebe, Thelma. And me! The reformatory boys is going in for the church, so we've all come feast like the group suppers and caught lip solution from anti-providence under penances for mortal sins. When their bride was married, all my bells began to-ting. A ring, a rose-a-ring. Then everyone will hear of it, whose wishes is the farther to my thoughts. But I'll plant them a poser for their nomenclature, when they're out with the Daners doing chaperone mall. Bright pigeons all over the world will fly with my mistletoe message round their love-ribboned necks, and a crumb of my cake for each chasta diva. We keeps all in sundry papers, in the amor light, oh, my darling. No, I swear to you by Flusborough Churchdom and St. Andre's Undershift, by all I hold secret from my world and in my underworld of nighties and naughties and all the under-wonderwelds. Close your, not must look. Now open, pet, your lids, pepet. Like I used my sweet parted lips of us with Dan Holohan of facetious memory taught me after the flannel dance, with the proof of love, up Smock Alley the first night he smelled powder and I colored beneath my fan. Pepeta mia, when you learned me the lingual to melt. Who would have ears like ours, the black-haired? Do you like that, silenzioso? Are you enjoying this same little me, my life, my love? Why do you like my wisping? Is it not divinely delicious? But isn't it bad for you? Nisi, tell me till my thrill me comes. I will not break the seal. I am enjoying it still, I swear I am. Why do you prefer it in these dark nets, if I may ask, my sweetikins? Shh. Long years is flying. No, sweetest, why would that annoy me? But don't. You want to be slapped, well slapped for that. Your delighted lips, love, be careful. Mind my dove-kind dress above all. It's golded Sylvie, the newest sex tones with princess effect. For rocking blues got out of passion. So, my precious. Oh, I can see the cost. Ciao. Don't tell me. Why, the boy in Sheep's Lane knows that. If I sell whose, dears? Was I sold here, dears? You mean those conversation lozenges? How awful, the bold shame of me. I wouldn't, chickens, not for all the Juliets in the twinkly way. I could snap them when I see them winking at me in bed. I did so, my intended, or was going to or thinking of. Shh, don't start like that, you wretch. I thought ye knew all and more, ye Octher, to speak to ones the significant of the X-systems with your new Neverlone lid. It's only another queer fish or other in Brinbrow's damned old treacherous river again. Go the wish gods bless us and spare her, and give us rest from the boso. Excuse me for swearing, love. I swear to the Sorasims on their chons of Oyen I didn't mean to by this elpin armlet. Did you really never in all our Cantaline lives speak close to a girl's before? No? Not even to the charmer maid? How barfellows! Of course I believe you, my own dear doting last, when you tell me, as I'd live to, oh, I'd love to. Liss, I must whiz. Never that ever, or I can remember dear streaming faces. You may go through me, never in all my whole white life of my matchless impair, or ever for bitter be the fruit of this hour. With my whiteness I thee woo and bind my silk breasts thee I bound. Always, amore and more, till always thou lovest. Sh-sh-sh-sh. So long as the locksmith laughs. 11. If you met on the bench a poor exiled from ailing, when the tune of his tremble shook shimmy on shin, while his contrary raged in the week of his wailing, like a rugulant pugilant lion or lin, if he maundered in misliness, planning his plight, or played fox and lice, pricking and dropping hips teeth, or wringing his handcuffs for peace, the blind writer, playing deaf and dumb nostrums full thong things to ace. If he wept while he leapt and guffawed with a quimper, made cold blood a blue Monday and no bones without flesh, taking kiss, cake, or kick with a sock, sigh or simper, a dibble to larn and a dibble to lech. If the faint shinner pegged you to shave his immartial, we skill mustered shoal with his who da do, broking wind that's too wiles, won't made sin he was partial. We don't think, Johns, we'd care to it this evening. Would you? Answer. No, Blanky. So you think I have impulsivism? Did they tell you I am one of the 46ths? And I suppose you heard I had a wag on my ears. And I suppose they told you too that my role of life is not natural? But before proceeding to conclusively confute this begging question, it would be far fitter for you, if you dare, to hesitate to consult with and consequentially attempt at my disposal of the same dime cash problem elsewhere, naturalistically of course, from the blink point of so eminent a spatialist. From it you will here notice, short, upon my for the first remarking you that the sophology of Bidgson, while driven as under by a purely dime urge, is not without his cash characteristics, borrowed for its nonce ends from the fiery good mother Misfortune, who the last time we had the pleasure we have had our little ricochet brush with. What? Short? And as I further could have told you, as brisk as your DBC behavioristically palette with a coat of homoid icing which is in reality only a done by chance ridiculization of the woo and where's Harris theorex of Weinstein, to put it all the more clumsily. The speech form is a mere surrogate, whilst the quality and tality. I shall express what you ought to mean by this with its proper when and where and why and how in the subsequent sentence, are alternatable mentally harrogate and arrogate, as the gates may be. Talus is a word often abused by many possums. I am working out a quantum theory about it, for it is really most tantalizing state of affairs. A possum may frequent you to say, have you been seeing much of Callis and Talus those times? Ultimately meaning, will you put up a degree of Irish? Or a lady-eater might perhaps have casualized as you tiptoed her a la sardine. Of your plates? Is Talus de Talus, the sword swallower, who is on at the criterium the same Talus von Talus, the pin crusher? No, funk you, who runs his duly mile? Well, this is a perhaps cleaner example. At a recent post-vortex piece in fustigation of a determinized case of chronic spinosis, an extension lecturer on the ague who out of matter of form was trying his Caesars, doctor's head oublieved, borrowed the question, why is which such men's Talus Palis? To whom, as a flatterer mocked, Dr. Gedunkche of stout girth, who was wiping his whistle, tersely retorted, what thou beast one zoom of a whirl! Talus and Talus originally mean the same thing. It's Qualis. Professor Louis Bruller, though as I shall promptly prove his whole account of the Sennacherib as distinct from the Shalmainser sanitational reforms and of the Mr. Skeckles and Dr. Hyde's problem in the same connection differs toto quello from the fruit of my own investigations, though the reason I went to Jericho must remain for certain reasons a political secret, especially as I shall shortly be wanted in Coventry. I congratulate myself, for the same and other reasons, as being again hopelessly vitiated by what I have now resolved to call the dime and cash diamond fallacy. In his talked-of confession, which recently met with such a leonine uproar on its escape after its confinement, why am I not born like a gentleman, and why am I now so speakable about my own eatables? Fucking Bomblatten Father, Budapest, 5688 AM. wholeheartedly takes off his gabber coat and wig, honest jotty fellow, in his public interest, to make us see how though, as he says, by our will, the inception and the descent and the indwell of man is temporarily wrapped in obscenity. Looking through at these accidents with the periscope of television, this nightlife instrument needs still some subtractional betterment in the readjustment of the more refrangible angles to the squeals of his hypothesis on the outer 10 sides. I can easily believe heartily in my own most spacious immensity as my own house and microbomost cosm when I am reassured by ratio that the cube of my volumes is to the surfaces of their subjects as the sphericity of these globes. I am very pressing for a parliamentary motion this term which, under my guidance, would establish the deleteriousness of decorousness in the morbidization of the modern mandabat woman type. Is to the ferocity of Fairy Nelly's vacuum. I need not anthropologize for any unintentional. I must here correct all that school of Neo-Italian or Paleo-Parisian scholar of tinkers and spanglers who say I'm wrong persecute out of Veroskin from romantic I want to be. Downtrodden on my foes. Professor Levi Brullo, F.D., of Sexowyman Eichenacki finds, from experiments made by him with his Nuremberg eggs in the one hands and the watches conundrum upon the other, though it is ostensibly a case of Kent rebellions cooling the Pope's back, because the number of square fits in weekly circulation will not be appreciably augmented by the nether slogging of my cubular clothes. What's the romantic in rags pines after, like all tontompions hunting crevices for a deadbeat escapement, and what het importunes are mitiate for in a Cornish with the mortadar salad erudition is the poorest common unguardient waste of time. His ever-present toes are always in retaliation out through his overpassed boots. Hear him squawk. Take heed to that loose swallower how he bullo the bat. Tyro atole. When Moleki won the couple of colds. When we were stripping in number 3, I would like the neat truck that would melt in my mouth, but I fail to see when. I am purposely refraining from expounding the obvious fallacy as to the specific gravitates of the two deglutables implied, nor to the laxus liquor associated with the royal gorge through students of mixed hydrostatics and pneumodipsics will after some difficulties grapple away with my monomes. Miogenello, as old Marcellus Cambrianus puts his, but on Professor Drillis Ap Breiler's F.D. Ph. Doctor's showings, the plea, if he pleads, is all caution Roberts on a melodiontic scale, since his band's win is no other man's quandor. Mine, thank you. While, for aught I care for the contrary, the all is where in love as war, and the plain where me arts soar, you'd easy rouse up thunder from, and where I cling true, 'tis there I climb tree, and where innocent looks best. Pick! There's holly in his eyes. As my explanations here are probably above your understandings, lateral Bratons, though as augmentatively uncomparison as Cadwan, Cadwallan, and Cadwallaner, I shall revert to a more expletive method which I frequently use when I have to sermo with muddle-class pupils. Imagine for my purpose that you are a squad of urchins, sneefly-nosed, gosling-necked, clothy-headed, tangled in your lacings, tangled in your pants, etc., etc. And you, Bruno Nowlem, take your tongue out of your ink pot, as none of you knows Javanese. I will give all my easy free translation of the old fabulist's parable. On a boy minor, take your head out of your satchel. Aldi, Joe Peters, exalty facts. The mooks and the gripes. Gentis and lighty men, full stoppers and semicolonials, hybrids and lobbards. Eins within a space, and a weary wide space it wast, ere wong and mooks. The wansomeness wast all too lonely, archum seat like, brody Orwell, and the mooks he would a walking go. My hood, cries Anthony Romeo. So one grand summer evening, after a great morning and his good supper of gammon and spatish, having flabelled his eyes, pilioed his nostrils, vaticanated his ears, and palliumed his throats, he put on his impermeable, seized his impugnable, harped on his crown, and stepped out of his immobile Urua elbow, so-called because it was chock full of master plasters and had bourgeoisly little gardens strewn with cascadas, pentacosticas, orthodox, and currycombs, and set off from Ludstown a spasso to see how badness was badness in the weirdest of all principal ways. As he set off with his father's sword, his lancia spasata, he was girded on, and with that between his legs and his turkeys, our once and only brag spear, he clanked, to my clinking, from Vitos to Freetop, every inch of an immortal. He had not walked over a pinched pair of parsecs from his asylum when at the turning of the Shinchon lantern near St. Bowery's without his walls he came, secondly to the 1/1 of the prophecies, omnis limnia permanent, upon the most unconsciously boggy-looking stream he ever locked his eyes with. Out of the collions it took a rise by daubing itself narnum. It looked little and it smelt of brown and it thought in narrows and it talked so shallow, and as it ran it dribbled like any lively pearl at easy. My, me and me, little down dream, don't I love thee? And, I declare, what was there on the yonder bank of the stream that would be a river, perched on a limb of the olum, bolt downright, but the grapes, and no doubt he was fit to be dried, for why had he not been having the juice of his dimes? His pips had been nearly all drowned on him. His pokes were charging odors every older minute. He was quickly forgetting the dresser's disdain on the flyleaf of his frones, and he was quietly forgiving the bailiff's distrain on the brookside of his cul de pompe. In all his spacious heavings, as believed by Optimus Maximus, the mooks had never seen his Dubville brooder ondo so nigh to a pickle. Adrian, that was the mook's naus assumptionum, stuck still vis-a-vis to the gripes in an excess of arrogation. But all mooks must to moodend much as all roots, a stairways or wastersways, and roaming run through room. He saw a stone, singularly illude, and on hook stone seater sat hook sate, which it filled quite preposterously and by acclamatation to its fullest justatorium, and whereupon with his infallible encycling upon his allolabel, Dio Patriarch of the Rarest, and the atomist sprinkled pederact he always walked with, Diustedet, cheek by jowl with his fisherman's plague, Belua triumphans, his every way added to Wallat's collection, for yea longer he lived, yea broader he bethought of it, the fatter, the sum and the whole it cost. He looked the first and last Michaelike likeness of Curtis the Fifth and Quintus the Sixth and Sixtus the Seventh, giving all night sitting to Leo the 45th. Good appetite us, Sir Mooks. How do you do it? Cheeps the gripes in a wary, beady Modellanian voice, and the jackasses all within bow laughed and prayed for his intentions, for they knew their sly cold Larry now. I am rorumominum blessed to see you, my dear master. Will you not perhaps tell me everything if you're pleased, Sanity? All about Uln and Litio and Ulsal Ulino, about On and Lysius? Nay? Think of it, oh Miss Rendimist Redemptor, gripes. Rats, bellowed the mooks most telesphorously, the concionator, and the sissimuses and the zosimuses and the robin horses quailed to hear his cardinal at all, for you cannot wake a silken nose out of a horse or... Blast yourself and your anatomy inferioribus. No, hang you for an animal rural. I am superbly in my supremest poncif. Abase you, bardly queens. Gather behind me, satraps, rots. I am too infinitely obliged with you, bowed the gripes, his wine having gone to his pulpery head. I am still always having a wish on all my extremities. By the watch, what is the time, parson? Figure it, the pining peeber, to a mooks. Ask my index, mund my Achilles, swell my oblum, wash up my naze serene, answered the mooks, rapidly by turning Clement, Urban, Eugenius, and Celestian in the foremost of good roguery humors. Quota har, that is quite about what I came on my missions with my intentions laudabelter to settle with you, Barbaros. Let Thor be Orlog, let Pauline be Irene, let you be Beaton, and let me be Los Angeles. Now measure your legs. Now estimate my capacity. Well, Sour, is this space of our couple of hours two-dimensional for you, temporizer? Will you give you up? Como? Fuertit? Sancta Pacientia, you should have heard the voice that answered him, Kuya Borsalina. Or was just thinking upon that, Swiss Mootsie, but... For all the rhyme on my raisins, if I cannot make my submission, I cannot give you up. The gripes whimpered from nethermost of his wine hope. I shall also bound be will so thou too, says it. My tumble, Lottie Bullocker, is my own. My felicity is too fit in one stockinged, and my special in excelsis the bellowing things ab old. But I will never be abler to tell your honoriousness. Here he near lost his limb, though my corked father was but a pseudo-waiter, whose a cloak you are. Incredible. Well, hear the inevitable. Your temple, sus increbra, temper excommunicam ambitiomers, to Gurios in new robe or to Curious in ashes, Noverum, my creature, brave and blibus. My building space in Leonine City is always to let to lion-like men, the mooks in a most consisterous allocution compivically with immediate jurisdiction constantly concluded. What a crammer for the shape-rocked scribes. And I regret to proclaim that it is out of my temporal to help you from being killed by inches. What a thrust, as we first met each other nowhere so early. Poor little saucy sub-squashed gripes. I begin to feel contemption for him. My side, thank Decritus, is as safe as Mother's houses, he continued, and I can see from my holy dome what it is to be wholly sane. Union Jock and be joined to Yock. Perisis, to scythe, crucy crooks, belongs to him who perises himself. And there I must leave you subject for the pressing. I can prove that against you, wait a momentum, mine good enemy, or Cospros not our star. I bet you this dozen odd, this voluminous dozen odd. Cause Prinus, but 'tis better to comport my knowledge as fructose of poems. Elevating, to give paint to his plate, his jeweled pederect to the all-misty Sulung, he lucky struck blue-eyed out of a few should-be Sangelos, a cloister of starabouts over Maples, Luciolus in Teresa Street, and a stop sign before Sophie Barrett's. He gathered together the old docents of his volumes, Greek, Latin, and Rosicrucian, onto the laps of his prolegs, into umpooth one scuppered, and sat about his wider proof. He proved it well who on earth dry and drysic times, and vermilmo, to says, to the extinction of Niklaus altogether, Niklaus Loxius having been the once Grex's pop-wheeled Nimbun. By Noxerias and Enexagoras and Mumpson and Bumpson, by Erasmus and by Arminius, by Anacletus the Jew and by Malachi the Augurer, and by the Capon's collection, and after that, with Cheeky's guillotine and Aldebrandy's formulum, he reproved it altogether when not in that order sundering in some different order, alter 330 and 100 times by the binomial diagram and the penic walls and the end, the Incospil legends and the roar, the rule of the hoop and the blessings of expedience and the juice, the jugicants of Pontius Pilax and all the mummy scripts in sick boxes Jucrum and the chapters for the cunning of the chapters of the conning fox by tale. Well, that's Muxius with prepossession and with pro-precession, duplicitly and duplicitly, was promulgating ipso facts and said contras, this rascally gripos, he had almost succeeded in monothesicing his ill subordinates. But Asophulas he had caught his base Simenoias search-like tears to combustion it upon the syllipses of his aspilotes and the egg perusers of his Hagion Numax to synerethatize with the branchestfiousness of his sweetovular dusos, so farfully the longer thuds of his sacularies were formed at variance with the sinulus of his somapulium, and his babskist nippograsimos got the hoof from his filioquus. After 1,000 yards, O gripes con my sheepskins, Yah will be blind to the wild, inscared Mooks the pious. After 1,000 years, answered Gripes the Gregory, be the goat of Muhammad's, yours may be still, O Mooks, more Bothyered. Us shall be chosen as the first of the last by the electress of Vale Hollow, observed the Mooks nobly, for par the unicum of elegiacs, us am in our stabulary, and that is what Ruby and Roby fall for, bliss'em. The pills, the nasal wash, Yardleys, the army man cut, as British as Bond strict and as straight cut as when that broken-arched traveller from New Zealand. We, confused the Gripes limply, shall not even be the last of the first, we hope, when allst are visitated by the veiled horror, and, he added, me are relying entirely, see the 43rd of Elizabeth, on the weightiness of Mir's breath. Prophet. Unsight-bird embosher, relentless foe to social and business success. Arahelan, it might have been a happy evening, but... And they vituperated each other, Canis et Culober with the wildest ever wielded since Tariastinus lashed Pissus Faltium. Enocoin, ungulant, you belied, Oski Beak, and Bull Folly answered volleyball. Nuvoletta, in her light dress, spun of sistine shimmers, was looking down on them, leaning over the banisters and listening all she childishly could. How she was brightened when shoulder-ups in his glovering hook skied his welkin-stock, and how she was overclused when knees knobs on his rival was make acting such a pulse of himself. She was alone. All her new-wit companions were sleeping with the squirrels. Their mirror, Mrs. Moonen, was up in the first quarter scrubbing the back steps of number 28. River, that scant. He was up in Norwood's soca parlor, eating oceans of Vulcan's blemish. Nuvoletta listened as she reflected herself, though the heavenly one with his constellatria and his emanations stood between, and she tried all she tried to make the mooks look up at her, but he was far too obnoxiously far-seeing, and to make the gripes hear how coy she could be, though he was much too systematically irregular about his ends to heed her, but it was all mild vapor moist. Not even her faint reflection, Nuvolutia, could they coke their noses off for their minds with impetrified fit and boundless curiosity, were conclaved with Heliogoblius and Commodus and Enobarbarus and whatever the Colonel Dickens they did, as their drumcrock of papers and book stubs said. As if that was their inspiration, as if theirs could deliberate her queendom, as if she would be third party to search unsearched proceedings. She tried all the winsome ways her four winds had taught her. She tossed her spumasteliasinous hair like La Princesse de la Petite Bretagne, and she rounded her mignon's arms like Mrs. Cornwallis West, and she smiled over herself like the beauty of the image of the pose of the daughter of the Queen of the Emperor of Ireland, and she sighed after herself as were she worn to bride with Tristis Tristio Tristissimus. But, sweet Madeline, she might fair as well have carried her daisy's worst to Florida, for the mooks, a dog-mad aconite, were not amused, and the gripes, a double-bossed Catholic, was painfully oblivious. I see, she sighed. There are minor. The sis of the wisp of the sigh of the soft sing at the stir of the bare gross o arundo of a long one in medias reeds, and shades began to glitter along the banks, gleepsing, dusk unto dusk, and it was as gloaming could be in the waste of our peaceable worlds. Metamnesia was arsenum coloriform brune, citeriors bien and ulent, inemeras and innumerous. The mooks had a sound eyes right, but he could not all hear. The gripes had light ears left, yet he could but ill see. He ceased, and he ceased, tongue and treat, and it was never so ever so dusk of both of them. But still Moo thought on the deeps of the ounts he would profundus cum the murks, and still Gry field of the scripes he would aside by Grice if he had lucky notes. Oh, how it was dusk, from Valle Maria to Gracia Plania, dormimost echo, adieu, adieu. It was so dusk that the tears of night began to fall, first by ones and twos, then by threes and fours, at last by fives and sixes of sevens, for the tired ones were waking, as we weep now with them. Oh, 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 par la pluie. Then there came down to the thither bank a woman of no appearance. I believe she was a black with chills at her feet, and she gathered up his hoariness and the mooks metamorphally where he was spread, and carried him away to her invisible dwelling, that's heights, Aquila Rapal, for he was the holy sacred solemn and put up spit of her bullship sacred. So you see the mooks he had reason as I knew and you knew and he knew all along. And there came down to the hither bank a woman to all important, though they say that she was comely, spite the cold in her heed. And, for he was as like it as blow it to a hawker's hank, she plucked down the gripes, corn panicky autotone, in engo from his limb and carried away its beatitudes with her to her unseen shelling. It is, derore coeli. And so the poor gripes got wrong, for that is always how a gripes is, always was and always will be, and it was never so thoughtful of either of them. And there were left now an only elm tree and but a stone, pulled with Pythros, Sierra but Sol. Oh, yes, and Noveletta, alas. Then Noveletta reflected for the last time in her little long life, and she made up all her myriads of drifting minds in one. She cancelled all her engagnements. She climbed over the banisters. She gave a childy cloudy cry. Nuée! Nuée! A light dress fluttered. She was gone, and into the river that had been a stream. For 1,000 of tears had gone on her and come on her, and she was stuck on dancing, and her muddied name was Mrs. Levy. There fell a tear, a single tear, the loveliest of all tears. I mean for those Cry Love Fables fans who are keen on the pretty common-face sort of thing you meet by whole parrots. For it was a leap tear. But the river tripped on her by and by, lapping as though her heart was broke. Why, where, oh where? I so silly to be flowing, but I know can I stay. No applause, please. Bast. The Rome-Scotch nattle shaker will go round your circulation in Diodursos. Attaboy, Major. I'll take your reactions in another place after Thames. Nolan Brown, you may now leave the classroom. Joe Peters, Fox. As I have now successfully explained to you, my own natural-born rations, which are even in excess of my vulture brain, ensure me that I am a much more deserving case by genius. I feel in Simbathos for my ever-devoted friend and have a love unwashed, Nakos Nukovic. Darling Jim, darling small fox, Horace G. I can love that man like my own Ambo for being so barely clever, though he's a novel curious and I must slap to methodiousness. I want him to go and live like a Theobald in charge of the Night Brigade on Tristan da Cunha. I love Man Overboard, where he'll make number 106 and be near inaccessible. The meeting of mahoganies, be the ways, rementious me that this exposed site, though it pines for an umbrella of its own, and needs a shelter belt of the true service sort to keep its bulls clean. The weeping beaches, Pysia and Tilia, are in a wild state about it, ought to be classified, as Cricket but Willem and his 2 nurserymen advisors suggested, under genus inexhaustible, when we were float upon all the butternut, sweet gum and manna ash, etc., which is so purulent there, as if there was hawthorns in Curragh, which ought to look as plain as lodgepole to anybody until we are introduced to that pintacotta of Verni Rubius, where the Diodorty is pink shirt for us in a pure stand, which we do not doubt has a habit of doing. But without those self-sown seedlings, which are a species of proof that the largest individual can occur at or in an Olivsian such as East Conahillock, where it misses with fruit acacians and common sallies and is tender. Vox populus, as we say in Hickory-Hockory, and I wish we had some more glasses of arbor vitae. Why wrote by the roadside of On over Alum Pot? Alderman Whitebeaver is Dacule. He ought to go away for a change of ideas, and he'd have a world of things to look back on. Do, sweet Daniel. If I were to Jones in myself, I'd elect myself to be his dolphin in the wilds below, because he is such a barefooted rubber with my super socks pulled over his face, which I published in my best back garden for the latification of said Rodromites and to the irony of the stars. You will say it is most un-English, and I shall hope to hear that you will not be wrong about it. But I further, feeling a bit husky in my truths. Will you please come over and let us murmur mergiously to each other down below our vices? I am underheard by old Bill Faust. Welsh is full of kirks. The cool skittle is Philip Deblinite. Mr. Whist is there over behind the want-not. Welsh and Whist are as thick of thins odor as Faust on the Deblinite. Sconosciuto estas preter latopizo malgrata. Lalges al si in sia champo. Quelque force functas. Quelque force strumpas surcharge. Hudian kill bivartas. Mia nigra singero. And from the point of fun where I am trying to arrive you at, they are on all four as feeble-minded as you can feel they are feeble-bodied. My heeders will recoil with a great leisure, how at the outbreak before trespassing on the space question where even Michelangelines have food to dread, I proved to myself as to your satisfaction how he is abject all through. The quick quid of Professor Ciondolone's too frequently hypothecated Bettlermensch is nothing so much more than a mere cash dime, however genteel he may want ours, if we please. I am speaking to us in the second person. For to this graded intellectuals, dime is cash, and to the cash system. You must not be allowed to forget that this is all contained, I mean the system, in the dogmarks of Origenon Sporios. Means that I cannot now have or not have a piece of cheap in your pocket at the same time and with the same manners as you can now not have or have the cheek a piece I've in mind unless Burris and Cassius have not or not have simultaneously disentangled themselves, sell dear to sold there, once in the dairy days of by and by. Burris, let us like to imagine, is a genuine prime, the real choice, full of natural grace, the mildest of milk stops, yet unbeaten as a razor side, and, of course, obsoletely unadulterous, whereas Cassius is obversely the reverse of him, and in fact not an ideal choose by any means, though the better man of the two is meltingly addicted to the more casual side of the arrivalist case, and, let me say it at once, as zealous over him as is passably he. The same home and history seeks and hide pins which we used to be reading for a pre-purgatory, hot, short, till Duty shuts the shopper up, and Muti, poor Muti, brought us our poor suppy. In Aestius and Oleosus and Celius Voluntilus and Peppers Papricus, our old party quite united round the slat bowl at Commons. Farrer Salamos himself, and that sprog of a Pedersel and his sprig of thyme, and a dozen of the Murphy boots, and a score and more of the hot young capers, and Latucia in her green sleeves, and you two and me three, twinsome bibs but handsome eights, like Shakespeare and eggs. But there's many a split pretext bowl and jowl, and stop squaring that cork, short. To understand this as well as you can, feeling how backward you are in your down-to-ground benches, I have completed the following arrangement for the coarse use of stools, and if I don't make away with you, I'm beyond Caesar outduelist. The older Caesars, tyrants, regicide is too good for you. Become unbearable from age. The compositor of the farce of Destiny, however, makes a drum mistake by letting off this pianoforte effect as his first act. That is where the joke comes in. Having been sort of nine-nived and truly removed, this soldier, author, batsman for all his common chorism is just another of those soft-seized bubbles who never quite got the Sandhurst out of his eyes, so that the champagne he draws for us is as flop as a pancake. The twin Frere tribes are built to make the reappearance as the new neck and knife anecdotes on the deserted Champs de Portes. A most cursory reading into the Persic Aurelian's history shows us how Phonomagulae picked up that proper Newman out of a collection of prefixes, though to the Permian and Canashare the Caucasian offspring of this son of a cock is as satin as there's a club in Tobolsk. Ostia dea Bugun Marina. But that I deny the fact of 120 West Point, I could paint you to that butter. Cheese it, if you had some wash. More alive. Oh, me none of sins. Why the case is as inessive and impulsive as cousin hands. Their interlocutive is comprovocative just as every hazzy hates to having a has-been in her nose. Cassius may bethink himself of a thought a cavalier, but Burrus has the richly rounded head that goes best with full-thinking defensive fideism. He has the lack of wisdom under every dent in his laughter, while the other follows omni bisi miti indi my night, laughing over the linens and weeping off the union. He hisn't the hay og, he lisn't the log. And each night sim Mrs. Mand he winks he had the seamatin. It was aptly and corrigidly stated, and it is royally needless for one ex hunc leonum to say by whom, that his seeing's craft was that clarity as were the whole world of Petersburg to be avalanched over him, pitch patch he could still make out with his oak stretched the green moat in Ireland's eye. Let me sell you the full froth of Burrus when he were a younker. Here it is, and charming too, in 6x7s. A cleanly line, by the gods, a king off duty and a jaw forever. And what a cheery ripe outlook. Good help me Deus, if I were to speak my whole mouthful to Aranam about it, you should call me the utmost element in your midst of fame. Heat ye up, sings the soman in the psalm. Putrum et melcome that ut sciat reprobare malum et eligere bonum. This, of course, also explains why we were taught to play in the childhood. Der Heinzli ist ein Butterbrot, mein Butterbrot, und Koibe ist ein Stinkenkot. Ja. This, in fact, just to show you, is Cassius, the bruther Scotch or pure tyrant. A hole or two, the high stinks aforfelt and angel pricking worms. She is love, you complain, and I must say you are not wholly in the wrong. Thus we cannot escape our likes and mislikes, exiles or ambushers, beggar and neighbor, and this is where the dime show advertisers advance the temporal relief plea. Let us be tolerant of antipathies. Nix fulvis baro non fit mercatius. I am not hereby giving my final endorsement to the learned ignorance of the cousinist philosophism in which old Nicholas pegs it down, but the smarter the spin of the top, the sounder the span of the bottom. What the worthy old Aberganiste ought to have meant was, the more stolidly immobile in space appears to me the bottom which is presented to use in time by the top premobilisk, etc. And I shall be misunderstood if understood to give an unconditional sincom to the heroicized whereabouts of the Nolanist theory, or, at any rate, of that substrate of apart from history where the Theophil swears that on principio he was the pointing start of his odious by comparison, and that whilst eggs will fall cheapened all over the world, the beer will be dear on the prey. Now, while I am not out now to be taken up as unintentionally recommending the Silkeborg current dynamon machine for the more economical electrolysis of these embodipities until I can find space to look into it myself a little more closely first, I shall go on with my decisions after having shown to you in good time how both products of our social stomach, the excellent Dr. Burman, I noticed by the way from his eminent food theory, has been carefully digesting the very wholesome criticism I helped him to in my Princeps edition, which is also munched to the cud, or mutually polarized the incompatibility of any delusional acting as ambivalent to the fixation of his pivotism, positing, as above, two males pools, the one the picture of the other and the ombre the scotia of the one, and looking wantingly around our undistributed middle between males, we feel we must wastefully want a female to focus, and on this stage there pleasantly appears the cowrie-maid Im, whom we shall often meet below, who introduces herself upon us at some precise hour, which we shall again agree to call absolute zero, or the babbling pomp of Platonism. And so, like that former son of a Kish who went up and out to found his farmer's ashes, we come down home gently on our own turnabout asses to meet margarine. We now romp through a period of pure lyricism of shame-bred music. Technologically, let me say, the appetizing entry of this subject on a full chest of beels is plumply putting the cart before their hearse, evidenced by such words in distress as, I cream for thee, sweet margarine, and the more hopeful, O Macarena, still in the bowl is left a lump of gold. Correspondents, by the way, will keep on asking me what is the correct garnish to serve dressings with. Kanzi sauce. Enough. The palm-breaking pathos of the first of these shoddy pieces reveals it as a Cassius effort. Burris's bit is often used for a toast. Craniculture can tell us very precisely indeed how and why this particular streak of yellow silver first appeared on, not in, the bowl, that is to see, the human head, bald, black, bronze, brown, brindled, bedraved or bronchomanged, where it might be usefully compared with an earwig on a full bottom. I am offering this to Signoria Cuticula, and I intend to take it up and bring it under the notice of Herr Harleen by way of diverting his attentions. Of course, the unskilled singer continues to pervert our wiser ears by subordinating the space element, that is to sing, the aria, to the time factor, which ought to be killed, il tempore. I should advise any unborn singer who may still be among my heeders to forget her temporal diaphragm at home, the best thing that could happen to it, and attack the roulade with a swift corporal diglottide to the log, though Mace, I will insist, was reclined from overdoing this, his recovery often being slow. And then, oh, on the third dead beat, oh, to close her eyes and open her earth and see what spice I may send her. How? Cease thee, Kentucky, I fain would be solo. Arouse thee, my valor, and save for Aaron my true patern. I shall have a word to say in a few yards about the acoustic and architectural management of the tone hall, but as ours is a vivarius where one plant's reef is a longer planter's bison, and you may not care for argon, it will be very convenient for me for the emolument to pursue Burras and Cassius for a rung or two up their isoscellating biangle. Every admirer has seen my goulash of Marge. She is so like the sister, you don't know, and they both dress alike, which I titled The Very Picture of a Needless Woman, which in the present ornates our national crit stunt. This genre of portraiture of changes of mind in order to be truly torched should evoke the bush soul of females, so I am leaving it to the experienced victim to complete the general suggestion by the mental addition of a wallaby bound, or, should the zoological zealot prefer it, a kangaroo teal. The hatchboxes which composed Rumba, Lady Trabazond, Marge in her excelsis, also comprise the climactogram up to which B and C may fondly be imagined ascending and are suggestive of gentlemen's spring modes. These modes carrying us back to the superimposed clay layers of Eocene and Pleistocene formation and the gradual morphological changes in our body politic which Professor Ebahi Ahuri of Philodespones, whose blue butter boast I have just given his coup de grace to, neatly names Abut Asapresis. The boxes, if I may break the subject gently, are worth about 4 pence per box, but I am inventing a more patent process, foolproof and pre-perfect. I should like to ask that Sherlock Holmes person who is out for removing the roofs of our criminal classics by which deductio attitumunum he hopes detectable to detect anything unless he happens of himself, movable tecto, to have us laid off. After which they can be reduced to a fragment of their shoe crust by even the youngest of Margies if she will take place to be seated and smile, if I please. Now there can be no question about it, either that I, having done as much, have quite got the size of that military young female, we will continue to call her Marge, whose types may be met with in any public garden, wearing a very dressy affair, known as an echo of instep length and with a real fur, reduced to 3/9 and muffin cap to tone. They are angel skin this fall, ostentatiously hemming apologetically over the shirtness of some sweet garment when she is not sitting on all the free benches avidly reading about it, but obediently on the lookout for him, or so thrilled about the best-dressed dolly pram and beautiful elbow competition, or at the movies swallowing sobs and blowing big muskets over Charlie Chaplin's latest, or on the verge of the gutter with some bobbed-hair brief-rocked baby mouse toddler. The Smiths now keep 2 domestics and aspire to 3 male ones, a shover, a bootlegger, and a secretary, held hostage at arm's length, teaching his infant majesty how to make waters worse. I am closely watching Master Pierce, as I have reasons to suspect from my post that her little man is a secondary school teacher under the boards of education, a booted disciple of Infantulis who is being utilized thus publicly by the Sedocente Infanta to conceal her own more masculine personality by flaunting frivolous finery over men's inside clothes, for the femininity of that cotamulier will always lack the musculink of a baron villain. My solutions for the proper parturience of matres and the education of mixurious mites must stand over from the moment till I tackle the stickler hussy for occupying my attentions. Margarina, she's very fond of burrs, but a lick in the lack, she Billy fond of tea. The important influence exercised on everything by this East Asian import has not been till now fully flavored, though we can comfortably taste it in this case. I shall come back for a little more say farther on. A Cleopatrician in her own right, she at once complicates the position while Burrus and Cassius are contending for her mystery by implicating herself with an elusive Antonius, a wop, who would appear to hug a personal interest in refined cheese of all shades at the same time as he wags an antomine art of being rude like the boor. This Antonius Burrus Cassius group triad may be said to equate the qualis equivalent with the older so-called callus on talus, one just as quantly as in the hyperchemical economentarchy that tantum ergens illuminates the quantum urge, so the eggs is to weigh as weigh is to zeed, like your golf child's Abe Boog caddy. And this is why any simple fool Adolphus of a fool you like to dress, an adamastud lutonium, X-legged fratricide, may be awfully green to one side of him and fruitfully blue on the other, which will not screen him however from appealing to my broke-searching eyes through the strongholds of my acropole as a boosted, blasted, bleating, blatant, bloating, blasphemous idiot who cannot tell a boom from a pineapple when he steals one and one-up-sing his sermon with the comb in our gregational pom-poms with the canting crew. No, topsman to your tar player. This thing, Mr. Abbey, is nefant, and taking off salt-stuffs and alcoholic matters, I hope we can kill time to reach the salt because there's some first-class nutric asserts bittering in the salt pewter for you to plump your pottage in. The Thundering Legion has stormed Olymp at its end. 12 tabular times till now I have edicted it. Miras genius to Carius Cassius, moretur tesalotot, my famous races run, so that democracy take the highmost. Abraham Trippier, those old diligences are quite out of date. Read the next answer. I'll beat you so lone. Big-tempered, why not take direct action? See previous reply. My unchanging word is sacred. The word is my wife, to expound and expound, to wind and to venerate, and may the curlews crown our nuptials, till breath us depart. Wamin. Beware would you change with my years. Be as young as your grandmother, the ring man in the room shop, but the right words by the rote order. Ubi lingua nuco passit, ibi fas, et versus hostum semper sac. She that will not feel my forenoon, let her peal to thee as the hoyden and the impudent. That moon that hath no Moses in his soul, nor is awed by conquests of words law, who never with himself was fed, and leaves his soil to lave his head, when his hopes and his high-lows from whisking his wool. If he came to my preach, a proud purse-broken ranger, when the heavens were welling the spite of their spout, to beg for a bite in our bark the stanger, would meself and Mac Jeppet, bore in hand, put him out? Aye! Were he my own breast brother, my doubled with love and my single biased hate, were we bred by the same fire and signed with the same salt, and we tapped from the same master and rubbed the same till, were we tucked in the one bed and bit by the one flea, Homa gallant and himicap noise, boom and jingle, jack by churl, though it broke my heart to pray it, still I'd fear I'd hate to say. 12. Secar esto? Answer. Semas sumas. Shem is as short for Seamus as Jim is jokey for Jacob. A few tough necks are still get-atable who pretend that aboriginally he was of respectable stemming. He was an outlet between the lines of Ragnar Blaubarb and Horild Hairwire, and an in-law to Captain the Honourable and Reverend Mr. Beardwood. The drop bloke was among his most distant connections. But every honest-to-goodness man in the land of the space of today knows that his back life will not stand being written about in black and white. Putting truth and untruth together, a shot may be made at what this hybrid actually was like to look at. Shim's bodily get-up, it seems, included an 8 of a skull, an 8 of a lark's eye, the hoil of a nose, 1 numb arm up a sleeve, 42 hairs off his uncrown, 18 to his mock lip, a trio of barbells from his megageg chin, Salmon's son, the wrong shoulder higher than the right, all ears, an artificial tongue with a natural curl, not a foot to stand on, a handful of thumbs, a blind stomach, a deaf heart, a loose liver, 2 fits of 2 buttocks, 1 Bleedstein avoid the poider for him, a man root of all evil, a salmon kelt's thin skin, eel's blood in his cold toes, a bladder tristended, so much so that young Master Shimmy on his very first debauch at the very dawn of proto-history saying himself such and such, when playing with thistle words in their garden nursery, Grifot Brofio, at Fig Street 111, Shilburn, Old Holland. Would we go back there now for sounds, billings, and synths? Would we now for annas and annas? Would we for full score 8 in a lirata? For 12 blocks 1 bob? For 4 testers 1 groat? Not for Atenal, not for Joe. Dictated to all his little brethren and Swiss trains the first riddle of the universe, asking, when is a man not a man? Telling them take the time, Jungfries, and wait till the tide stops. For from the very first his day was a fortnight, and offering the prize of a bittersweet crab, a little present from the past, for their copper age was yet unminted, to the winner. One said when the heavens are Quakers, a second said when Bohemian lips, a third said when wholehearted a jiffy, when he is a no-stake and determined too. The next one said when the angel of death kicks the bucket of life. Still another said when the wine's at wit's ends. And still another when lovely woman stooped to conk him. One of the littlest said, me, Sim, when Papa read the harbor. One of the wittiest said, when he ye ablokuken and his mea his ev so zulken. Still one said, when you are old I'm grey, fall fruit we sleep. And still another, when we gather Wagner. And another, when he is just only after having been simicized. Another when, yeah, he hath no mananas. And one, when those pigs they begin now that they will flaws up until the loot. All were wrong, so Shim himself, the dictator, took the cake. The correct solution being, I'll give it up. When he is up, yours till the rending of the rocks. Sham. Shim was a sham and a low sham when his lowness creeped out first via foodstuffs. So low was he that he preferred Gibson's tea time salmon tint, as inexpensive as pleasing, to the plumpest roe-heavy lax or the friskiest part of smoked troutlet that ever was gaffed between Leixlip and the Island Bridge, and the many was the time he repeated in his botulism this no jungle-grown pineapple ever smacked like the whoppers you shook out of Anais' cans. Find later in Gladstone's Corner House, England. None of your inch-thick, blue-blooded balaclava fried at belief steaks or juice jelly legs of the Grex's molten mutton or greasy grunters grippons or slice upon slab of luscious goose bosom with lump after load of plum pudding stuffing all a-swim in a swamp of boogle graver for that Greek-hearted youth. Roast beef of Old Zealand, he could not touch it. See what happens when your Sumatra-faced merman takes his fancy to a vegetarian swan. He even ran away with himself and became a Farsoonerite, saying he would far sooner muddle through the hash of lentils in Europe than meddle with Ireland's splits to pea. Once when among those rebels, in a state of hopelessly helpless intoxication, the piscator strove to lick the seat-round peel to either nostril, hiccuping, apparently impromptu by the hibat he had with his glottal stop, that he could flourish forever by the smell, as the zither, as the cedron, like a cedar of the founts on mountains, with limon on, of Lebanon. Ah, the lowness of him was beneath all up to that sunk toe. No liked by like fire water or first served first shot or gullet burned gin or honest brewbarat beer either. Ah, dear no. Instead, the tragic jester sobbed himself whingingly sick of life on some sort of rhubarbarous munter and yellow grain funko blue windigot dying applejack squeezed from sour grape frost, and to hear him twixt his sedimental cup slips when he had gulped down many gourds of it, retching off to almost as low with swillers, who always knew notwithstanding when they had had enough and were rightly indignant at the wretch's hospitality when they found to their horror they could not carry another drop. It came straight from the noble white vat, Joe. Open white sat, show, her why hide that, Joe, show, the wine vat of the most serene Magenste as archdiocese. If she is a duck, she's a duchess, and when she has a feather bush, not her fault, now is it? Archstuchups, funny you're grinning at, fancy you're in her yet, Fanny Urania. Ain't that swell, hey? Pimengro. Talk about lowness. Any dog's quantity of it visibly oozed out thickly from this dirty little blacking beetle. For the very fourth snap, the Turlock Turnbull girl with their cold-blood Kodak shot at the as yet unremunerated national apostate, who was cowardly gone and camera-shy, taking what he fondly thought was a shortcut to kill Phil. Soak Americas, be as the ship's team pride win, after having buried a hatchet not so long before, by the wrong goods exeunt, no more dash to train, into patata papaberries, through and musical florists, with his Sioho Shabe, Surfscene, Chili Pin. She knew the vice of Bridewell was a bad fast man by his walk on the spot. John's is a different butcher's. Next place you're uptown, pay him a visit, or better still, come to buy. You'll enjoy cattleman's spring meat. John's is now quite divorced from baking. Fattens, kills, flays, hangs, jaws, quarters and pieces. Feel his lambs, eggs, feel how sheep, eggs. His liver too is great value, a speciality, yes, XX. Communicated. Around that time, Morabar, one generally, for Luba money hoped, or at any rate suspected among locations that he would early turn out badly, develop hereditary pulmonary TB, and do for himself one dandy time, nay, of a pelting night of blanketed creditors, hearing a coarse song and splash of Eden Key, sighed and rolled over, sure all was up. But, though he fell heavily and luckily into debit, not even then could such an antimonium be true to type. He would not put fire to his cerebrum. He would not throw himself in Livy. He would not explode himself with pneumatics. He refused to suffocate himself with the sword. With the foreign devil's leave, the Fred-born fraud did leave in death. Anzi, cabled, but shaking the words out of his mouth. Gorda Costa Leporeo, Sasas Craigs. From his neo-republican asylum to his Jonathan for a brother. Here today, gone tomorrow, was rooched, do something, fireless, and had answer. Inconvenient, David. You see, chaps, it will trickle out. Freakishly, of course, but the calm and the shorty of it is, he was in his bardic memory low. All the time he kept on treasuring with condign satisfaction each and every crumb of Czech talk, covetous of his neighbor's word, and if ever, during a Munda conversation commoted in the nation's interest, delicate pippets were thrown out to him cutting his evil courses by some will-wishers, vainly pleading by scriptural arguments with the opprobrious papist about trying to brace up for the kiddos of the thing, scallywag, and be a min instead of a tombstoner, digital, such as, pray, what is the meaning, Saucy, of that continental expression, if you ever came across it? We think it is a word transpiciously like canaille, or, did you anywhere, Kennel, on your gullible's travels or during your rural troubadouring, happen to stumble upon a certain gay young nobleman whimpering to the name of low swine who always addresses women out of the one corner of his mouth, lives on loans and is 33 years of age? Without one sigh of haste like the supreme prig he was, and not a bit sorry, he would pull a vacant landlubber's face, root with Earthwaker's pensile in the outer of his lasher and then, lisping, the pratropate pernilla, to kill time, and swatting his dead best to think what under the canopies of Johnson's crest would any decent son of an albio gentleman who had been to an university think. Let a lint hit a hand and begin to tell all the intelligentsia admitted to that camel-easy Samtalese conclamation, since, still and before physicians, lawyer merchants, belfry politicians, agricolas manufacturers, sacristans of the Pure River Society, philanthropics lodging on as many boards round the panesthetic at the same time as possible. The whole lifelong swine story of his entire low Cornala existence, abusing his deceased ancestors wherever the souls were and one moment terra-booming great blunderguns. Poh! About his far-famed fine Papa-Mole, Mr. Hum-Hum, whom history, climate, and entertainment made the first of his sept and always up to date. Though Evans airs how many fancy faces, and another moment visan fresas, quoting 3 jeers. Bah! For his rotten little ghost of a peppy beg, Mr. Himishini, a blighty, a reeky, a lighty, a scrapey, a babbly, a nini, 37th among thieves and always bottom sawyer, till no one knowed how homely Helmick could be, giving unsolicited testimony on behalf of the absent, as glib as Eve's water to those present, who meanwhile, with increasing lack of interest in his semantics, allowed various subconscious smickers to dribble slowly across their fitches, unconsciously explaining, for instance, with a meticulosity bordering on the insane, the varied meanings of all the different foreign parts of speech he misused and cuttle-fishing every lie unshrinkable about all the other people in the story, leaving out, of course, for consciously, the simple dwarf and plague and poison they had cornered him about until there was not a snoozer among them but was utterly undeceived in the heel of the reel by the recital of the rigmarole. He went without saying that the Cole disliked anything anyway approaching a plain, straightforward stand-up or knock-down row and, as often as he was called in to umpire any octagonal argument among slangwangers, the accomplished washout always used to rub shoulders with the last speaker and clasp shakers, the hand touch which is speech without words, and agree to every word as soon as half-uttered. Command me, your servant. Good, I revere you. Ho, my seer, be drinking that. Quite truth. Gracias. I'm Yush. See what I'm hearing? Also good. Please it. Me sure? Be feeling this. Quiso, you said it. A pasafeo. Muchas gracias. Is there firing on me? Is there girlic on ye? To your good self, yourselfer. And then at once, focus his whole unbalanced attention upon the next octagonist who managed to catch a listener's eye, asking and imploring him out of his piteous one winker, Himoctisa dial dominos, whether there was anything in the world he could do to please him and to overflow his tumble tantalizer for him yet once more. One hell cannon night, for his departure was attended by a heavy downpour. As very recently as some 1,000 rains ago, he was therefore treated with what closely resembled personal violence, being sogered unsuspectingly through the deserted village of Cumberland on the Leafy from Mr. Van Homney's house at 81 B's Mabbit's Mall as far as Green Patch beyond the brick fields of Salmon Pool by rival teams of slow spires counter-quicklammers who finery, as Rohilly there had been detained out Rothel-Letich, but business hits business. They had better be streaking for home after their Auburn to Auburn, with thanks for the pleasant evening, one and all disgustedly, instead of ruggering him back, and awake, reconciled, though they were as jealous as could be Collians about all the troubles they had brought on him, to a friendship fast and furious, which merely arose out of the noxious pervert's perfect lowness. Again there was hope that people, looking on him with the contempt of the contemptibles, after first giving him a roll in the dirt, might pity and forgive him, if properly deloused. But the pleb was born a quick low and sank a low until he stank out of sight. All saints beat Belial, make your goals to nickel, not possible. Already? In it nowhere has yet the whole world taken part of himself for his wife. By nowhere have poor parents been sentenced to worms, blood, and thunder for life. Not yet has the imp from Corpsica forced the arst out of Anglecal. Not yet had the Saxon and Juder on the mound of a word made war. Not yet witchy of wind struck fire of his heath from on Hoth. Not yet his Orcobaline forspoken peace upon oath. Cleft foot from himple must tumble, blameful gardeners bound to fall. Broken eggs will pursue beaten apples, for where there's his will, there's his wall. But the mount still frowns on the millstream while their mad sons sleep his beer. And her real strill lifts to his mercosty all her daft daughters laugh in her air. Till the four shores of Death Tory Island let the dews boom earwigs ral. Help, help, further missed understandings, chirps the ballad of Perse O'Reilly. Oh, fortunate casualties, Lefty takes the cherub cake while Right cloves his hoof. Durkee's never done tug that coon out to play non-executory, anti-sexuous, misogynetic, gassy pure flesh and blood games, written and composed and sung and danced by Nisimus Neiman, same as Pickaninnies play all day. Those old, none of your honeys and rubbers, games for fun and element we used to play with Dinah and old Joe kicking her behind and before and the yellow girl kicking him behind old Joe. Games like Tom Tom the Thunderman, Put the Wind Up the Peeler, Hat in the Ring, Christen your Pritchards and play Wizards team. Nickel on the Lucky Pig, Nickel in the Slot, Sheila Harnett and her cow, Adam and Elle, Humble Bumble, Mogies on the Wall, Twos and Threes, American Jump, Fox Come Out of Your Den, Broken Bottles, Writing a Letter to Punch, Tipped Up is a Sweet Store, In Rusty Clumpwick Spooled, Postman's Knock, Are We Fairly's Represented, Solomon's Silent Reading, Apple Tree Bearstone, I Know a Washerman, Hospitals, As I Was Walking, There Is One Man's House in Dream Color R, Battle of Waterloo, Colors, Eggs in the Bush, Habergesh Telling Your Dreams, What's the Time, Nap, Ducking Mammy, Last Man Standing, Healy Baboon in the Porky Thiegs, Take Lads and Putilaires, Hand married but once in my life and I'll never commit such a sin again. Zip Cooney Candy, Turkey in a Straw, This is the way we sow the seed of a long and nasty morning. Hops of fun at Milliken's Make, I seen the toothbrush with Pat Farrow, Here's the fat to graze the priest's boots, when his stream was like a Rembrandt round McGarvey. Now it is notoriously known how on that surprisingly bludgeony Unity Sunday, when the grand Jermagal All-Star bout was harrowly the rage between our Wellingtons extraordinary and our petty thicks the Marseillaise and Irish eyes of welcome were smiling daggers down their backs, when the rough, Vice and Blouse met the Noir blackened brogues and the grim white and cold met the black fighting tans, categorically unimperatived by the maxims, a rank funk getting the better of him. The Scot in a bad fit of pyjamas fled like a leveret for his bare lives to Telviland, Ahon Ahaza, pursued by the scented curses of all the village bells and, without having struck one blow, big stole on him was lost. He lacking it was because dust he shook. Kusky corked himself up tight in his ink battle house, badly the worse for Boozgas, there to stay in a fire for the life, where, as there was not a moment to be lost, after he had boxed around with his forte piano till he was whole buck bumping and bumping blues, he collapsed carefully under a bed tick from Schwitzer's, his face enveloped into a dead warrior's telemark, with a lullaby's sumbomlet and a wattle at his feet to stroke his energy of waiting, mourning feebly in Monk Marian monotheme, but turned long and in a nation louder, while engaged in swallowing from a large ampular, that his poetry's purgatory was more than a nigger bloke could bear, him paralyzed by the tongue warfare and all the shemazel. Gaily merely, full of lace, holy moly, mother up joss, his cheeks and trousers changing color every time a gat croaked. How is that for lo, ladies and gentlenuns? Why, dog of the crusticans, whole continents rang with this cattle-corin loreness, shows of owls and chums upon demons, revolted stellas, vespertime best among them. At a bear, oh, mention of the scaly ribald exclaimed, Praise But would anyone, short of a madhouse, believe it? Neither of those clean little cherubim, Nero or Nebuchadnezzar himself, ever nursed such a spoiled opinion of his monstrous marvelosity as did this mental and moral defective. Here, perhaps, at the renaissance of his lowness, who was known to brood rather than gunnered upon one occasion, while drinking heavily of spirits to that interlocutor à la terre and private secretary he used to pal around with in the cabahouses, one Davy Brown Nolan, his heaven-laid twin. This ham-bone dome poet pseudoed himself under the hang name he gave himself of birth Gellert, in the porchway of a gypsy's bar, Shim always blaspheming, so holy writ, Billy, he would try, old Belly, and pay this one-man jack congregant of his 4 soups every lass of next mouth, bully, so sure as there's a tail on a comet, as a test for Storic's 42th, that is to stay, to listen out, 120 minis more, bully, his ballade imaginaire, which was to be dubbed Wine, Woman, and Water Clocks, or How a Guy Thinks and Fucks When He Is Going Batty, by Maestre Seamus de la Plume, some most dreadful stuff in a murderous mirror hand. That he was a boop, pardon me, aware of no other Shakespeare, other Shakespeare, either exactly unlike his polar antithesis or precisely the same as whoops, purr, as what he fancied or guessed the same as he was himself and that breech scot, duckings and buggery. Though he was foxed to books like a bunny boy Roger with all the tea-shop lions of Longdrum Hivenhosed up against him, being a lapsus lingua with a ruviduk short temper. Bad cad, dad, fad, sad, mad, nad, van-headed bear. The consequences of causality perpestered crosswords in postposition, scruff, scruffer, scruffer on where I most, and all that sort of thing. If Reims stood to reason and his legal land lasted, he would write alley English spooker, Wiltaphoniaxically speaking, off the face of the earth. After the thorough fright he got that bloody Switzerland's day, though every doorpost in much-tried localizard was smeared with generous erstborn gore, and every free-for-all cobbleway slippery with the bloods of heroes, crying to welkins for others, and gnaws and culverts agush with tears of joy, our low waster never had the common Balaam's pluck to stir out and about the compound while everyone else of the torch-lit throng slashes and sliced alike, mobile on massa, wadded and badded around, yum yum pump yum, chanting the Giluli chorus from the monster book of patriotic poetry, o pura e pia beia, in junk et sampam or in secular singularum, heads up on his bona fide avocation. The little folk creeping on all fours to their natural school treat, but childishly gleeful when a stray whizzer sang out intermediately. And happy belongers to the fairer sex on their usual quest for higher things, but vying with Lady Smith to avenge McJobber, went stone-stepping with their bigger staffs on educated feet, pickety-plunk, across the 7-span Ponte de Colori set up over the slop after the war to end war by Messieurs a charitable government for the only ones, Dia dos Finnedos. He did take a Tom Bip Pipistrella through a 3-jaw 18-hook Spira-Dudicki telescope, luminous to larboard only like the lamps in Nassau Strauss, out of his westernmost keyhole, spitting at the impenetrable weather. And it was porco ghastly that autumn, with an each-way hope in his shivering soul, as he prayed to the cloud incertitude of finding out for himself, on account of all the cues in Krukaparka or oven to all the Kotsiogs in Kalakabala, whether true conciliation was forging ahead or falling back after the celestious intemperance and, for double sack, why, with his see me see and his my see a curvis and his broken Pascal Frisco laying loves in a ming saying, he got the charm of his optical life when he found himself, hic sunt linumnus, at point-blank range blinking down the barrel of an irregular revolver of the bulldog with a purpose pattern, handled by an unknown quarreler who, supposedly, had been told off to shade and shoot shy shim should the shit show his shiny snout out a while to look that in her face before being hosed and creased, or pippin jacked him, by 6 or a dozen of the gay boys. What? Parasum Pel, in the names of Deucalion and Piera, and the incensed privy and the licensed pantry gods and Statter and Victor and Cote and Run and the whole mesa redonda of Lauren Cow Oculus in Convocacaean, was this disinterestingly low human type, this calumnious column of cloaxity, this Bengalese beacon of biloxity, this animate aper of atrocity, really at, it will be precise to qualify, for he seems in a bad case. The answer, to do all the ditties in one daddle, would sound, From pulling himself on his most flavored canal, the huge chest house of his elders, the Popa Preta and some Navico, navvies, he had flickered up and flinnered down into a drug and drunkery addict, growing megalomane of a loose past. This explains the litany of substantial letter trumpets, honorific, high-pitched, erudite, neoclassical, which he so loved as patricianly to manuscribe after his name. It would have diverted, if ever seen, the shuddersome spectacle of this semi-demented zany amid the inspissated grime of his glaucous den, making believe to read his uselessly unreadable blue book of Eclis, Edition de Ténébres. Even yet sighs the most different, Dr. Poindexter, authorized Baudelaire and censor, it can't be repeated. Turning over 3 sheets at a wind, telling himself delightedly, no espelor morceau, that every splurge on the vellum he blundered over was an aisling vision more gorgeous than the one before TITS. A rose-shell cottage by the sea for nothing forever, a lady's try-on hosiery raffle at Liberty, a sewer full of guinea gold wine with Brinco-Majapadinapi and 6-cylinder oysters worth $1 billion a bite, an entire opera house. There was to be stamping room only in the puncture's box, and ever the more his cucul kept swelling. Of enthusiastic noblewomen, flinging every coronet crimson stitch they had up at his proscenium, one after the others, goaded into adjust to losing themselves in their gaiety pantomime, when, egad, sir, according to all accounts, he squealed the top squaw deal lil shimlokop yellin. She whiz, you ears that far, sup ewer, loud scouts of savos, just like a boy. For fully 5 minutes, infinitely better than Baratan McGlucken with a scrumptious cocked hat and 3 green, cheese and tangerine chinity plumes on the right-handle side of his amaryllis head, a Colt McFarlane, the cursest cut, you understand, a Spaniard's digger at his ribs, Alfeate Pumpsit, an azure blue blow sheet for his blouse bosom blossom, and a Dean's crozier that he won from Cardinal Lindonderry and Cardinal Carjangary and Cardinal Lorio Turley and Cardinal Occidendaxia. Aha! In the Derby doubled for falling first over the hurdles, madam. In the other hand, AATSOT, but what with the murky light, the botchy print, the tattered cover, the jig-jagged page, the fumbling fingers, the fox-rotting fleas, the liabid lice, the scum on his tongue, the drop in his eye, the lump in his throat, the drink in his pottle, the itch in his palm, the wail of his wind, the grief from his breath, the fog of his mind vag, the buzz in his brain tree, the take of his conscience, the height up his rage, the gush down his fundament, the fire in his gorge, the tickle of his tail, the bane in his bullocks, the squint in his swill, the rot in his eater, the yiko in his earer, the totters of his toes, the titters on his tum, the rat in his garret, the bats in his belfry, the budgeburgers and bumbosalum bowbirds, the hullabaloo and the dust in his ears. Since it took him a month to steal a march, he was hard set to mummerize more than a word a week. Hicks Holland, hooks fisk, can you bet it? Boy, I say, can you bait it? Was there ever heard of such low-down blackheartism? Positively, it woolies one to think of it. Yet the bumper sprinkler used to boast aloud alone to himself with a accent on it when mein father was a Boer constructor and Hoy was a lexical student, parole, and corrected with the blackboard, trying to copy the stage Englishmen he brought their house down on, shouting, "Burble, Sir Charles, letter perfect, you losser, loose waller, spatsy." How he had been towed out of all the Sheikar families of the Klondikers from Pure Reich, Swamps Pays, the land of Nod, Sugars' country, pinching the nuclear home and Berberopolis, who had settled and stratified in the capital city after its hebdomadary metropoliarchialization as sun-blistered, moon-plastered, gory, wheedling, jovial, lecherous and full. Ordered off the gorgeous premises in most cases on account of his smell, which all cookmaids eminently objected to as resembling the bombinoble puzzo that welled out of the pozzo, instead of tutoring those model households plain wholesome pothooks, a thing he never possessed of his Nigerian own. What do you think Bulgariano did but study with stolen fruit how cutely to copy all their various styles of signatures so as one day to utter an epical forged check on the public for his own private profit until, as just related, The Dustbins United Scullery Maids and House Helps sorority, better known as Sluttery's Merted Foot, turned him down and assisted nature by unitedly shooing the source of annoyance out of the place altogether and stay totally on the heat of the moment, holding one another's gonk. For no one, hound or scrub lady, not even the Turk, ungreekable in percent of the Arminable, dared whiff the polecat at close range, and making some point-the-pointing remarks as they done so at the perfects of the sniffy. Your Honor, a ben the layo way a stunk, mister. James wishes to hear from wearers of abandoned female costumes, gratefully received, Wadwell jumper, rather full pair of culottes and undergarmentaries, to start city life together. His James is out of job, would sit and write. He has lately committed one of the then commandments, but she will now assist. Superior built, domestic, regular layer, also got the boot. He appreciates it. Copies. Abortisement. One cannot even begin to figure out a status quo ante as to how slow in reality the excommunicated John Condriac, Nate Hamis, really was. Who can say how many pseudo-stylic Shamiana, how few or how many of the most venerated public impostures, how very many piously forged palimpsests slipped in the first place by this morbid process from his Pelagiarist pen? Be that as it may, but for that light fantastic of his nose's flow as it slid lucifericiously within an inch of its page, he would touch at it from time to other, the red eye of his fear and sadishness, to ensign the colors by the beerlets in his madness and his educandies to outhew to themselves in the cries of girl glee. Gimper, inkware, chino chamber, sincero, zinzabar, tincture and gin. Nibs never would have quilled the Sarah to sheepskin. By that rosy lampoon's effluvious burning, and with the help of the simulchronic flush in his pan, a guinea a gurk he gets there. He scrabbled and scratched and screoled and screamed nameless shamelessness about everybody ever he met, even sharing a precipitation under the idlish terriers' umbrella of a shower-proof wall, while all over up and down the four margins of this rancid shim stuff the evil smeller, who was devoted to Ultfadar Sardanapoulos, used to stipple endlessly inartistic portraits of himself in the act of reciting old Machiavelli's monologue in Terjerir Hano o Nonano Echel Bloblamas Silv Apore QED, a heartbreakingly handsome young Palo with love lyrics for the goils in his oils, a plaintive tanner voice, a ducal income of 132 drachmas per yard from Broken Hill Stranded Estate, Cambridge Mannings, cutting a great dash of a brand new 2-guinea dress suit and a burrowed Hogsford hired for a Thursday evening merry party, and a lovely long pair of inky Italian moustaches glittering with Barack Vaseline and frangipani. Puh! How unwhisperably so. The House O'Shea or O'Shame, Quiver Piano, known as the Haunted Ink Bottle, no number Brimstone Rock, Asia and Ireland, as it was infested with the rats, with his pen name Shut, sepia scraped on the doorplate and a blind of black sailcloth over its worn winchfog, in which the soul-contracted son of the secret cell groped through life at the expense of the taxpayers, dejected into day and night with Jesuit bark and bitter bite, calico hydrants of sulfur and scopia lamina by 4 and 40 quisisanos, every day in everyone's way more exceeding in violent abuse of self and others, was the worst, it is hoped, even in our western playboyish world for pure mouse farm filth. You brag of your brass castle or your tiled house in Ballyfermont? Neegs, and neegs again, for this was a stinksome inconstinct, quite pusinal to the rotter. 'S matter of fact, English afternoon browsing there thought not Edom reeked more rare. My wood, the warped flooring of the lair and sound-conducting walls thereof, to say nothing of the uprights and the imposts, were Persianly literatured with burst love letters, tell-tale stories, sticky-back snaps, doubtful eggshells, botchers, flints, borers, poppers, amygdaloid almonds, kindless tasons, Elfie Betty bombed Burbage, divlical biases, umpeter dictus, Jesus umbik, items and the has, immeasurable tries at speech unassyllabled. You owe me's, ill hymns through foul smut, fallen Lucifers, vestas which had served, showered ornaments, borrowed brogues, reversible jackets, black eye lenses, trebly jars, false hair shirts, god-forsaken scapulars, never worn breeches, cutthroat ties, counterfeit francs, best intentions, curried goats, upset Latin tin tacks, unused mill and stumbling stones, twisted quills, painful digests, magnifying wine glasses, solid objects cast at goblins, once current puns, coarse potatoes, messes of mortgage, unquestionable issue papers, seedy ejaculations, limerick dams, crocodile tears, spilt ink, blasphematory spits, stale chestnuts, schoolgirls', young ladies', milkmaids', washerwomen's, shopkeepers' wives, merry widows, ex-nuns', vice abbesses', pro-virgins', super whores', silent sisters', Charlie's aunts', grandmothers', mothers' and knows, foster mothers', godmothers', garters, tress clippings from right, left, and centrum, worms of snot, toothsome pickings, cans of Swiss condensed milk, highbrow lotions, kisses from the antipodes, presents from pickpockets, borrowed plumes, relaxable hand grips, princess promises, lees of wine, deoxidized carbons, convertible collars, dibiliocre doffers, broken wafers, unloosed shoe latchets, crooked straight waistcoats, fresh horrors from Hades, globules of mercury, undeleted gleet, glass eyes for an eye, gloss teeth for a tooth, warm moans, special sighs, long sufferings of long standing. Us, us, with, sis, just, jos, yes, nes, bosts, yeses and yeses and yeses, to which, if one has the stomach to add the breakages, upheavals and distortions, inversions of all this chamber-made music one stands, given a grain of goodwill, a fair chance of actually seeing the whirling dervish, tumult, sort of thunder, self-exiled in upon his ego. A night long, a shaking betwixt twin white or redder horrors, noonday terrorized to skin and bone by an ineluctable phantom. May the Shaper have mercy on him, writing the mystery of himself in furniture. Of course, our low hero was a self-dieter by choice of need, so up he got up whatever is meant by a Stourbridge clay kitchenette and Lidar Gorgalino fowl house for the sake of eggs. The umper does not fall very far from the dumper tree, which the more melodious Jeepsmith, in defiance of the uncontrollable birth preservativation, game and poultry, act, playing laddery rook cookery nook by the dodginess of his lantern, brooked and cocked and potched in an appanor, whites and yolks and woods to the fruling resonance of Mas Blanca, Kayla Blanca, Hermana and Amaria, Wigbian, with cinnamon and locusts and wild beeswax and licorice and carragrain moss and blaster berries and aster's mess and Huster's mixture and Yellenon's embrocation and Pinkington's patty in stardust and sinner's tears, a credent to Sheridan's art of panning, chanting, for all to regale to the like of the legs he left behind with Liddy van Leben, his cantraps of fermented words, abracadabra calubra calorum, his wits a la Madame Gabriela de la Ingles, his ebbs a la Mistress B. de B. Manfeld, his errors usquadmala a la Pomme de Tienne, his oaths and eves a la Solfège de Sode, his otiori salpe somone a la Monseigneur, his soufflosion of oaks with some cat on poyast a la Mira Pjord, his pogadobis aria Finea, his 3 days a la Trecarime, in what was meant for a closet. Aha! If only he had listened better to the poor masters that infanted him, Father Matthew and Lepera Nobel and Pastor Lucas and Padre Aguilar, not forgetting lay teacher Bodwin. Aha! His costive Satan's antimonian manganese limolitmius nature never needed such an alcove, so when Robber and Mumsel, the Popic dictators, on the nudgment of their legal advisers, Messrs. Codex and Podex, and under his own benefiction of their pastor Father Flamius Falconer, boycotted him of all mutton sweet candles and Rome-ruled stationery for any purpose. He winged away on a wild goose chase across the Cathartic Ocean, and baked synthetic ink and sensitive paper for his own end out of his wit's waste. You ask, in Sam Hill, how? Let manner and matter of this, for these are sporting times he cloaked up in the language of blush-fed porporates that an Anglican ordinal, not reading his own rude Dunsky Tonga, may ever behold the brand of scarlet on the brow of her of Babylon, and feel not the pink one in his own damped cheek. Primum opifex, altus prosetor, ad terram viviparum et compti potentum sine ulo pudore nec venia, suscepto pluviali atque distinctus persomatus, natibus nudus udinate fussent, sese ad propinquant, fins et gemens, in manum suam evacuavit, highly prosy, crab in his hand, sorry, postia, animala nigra exoneratus, classicum persons, stercus proprium, quod appellabit iexumus suas, in vas olim honorabile tristitia posuit, iodem sub invocatione virtuorum huminorum bedardi et godarde lete ac mellifluem minxet, salmum qui incipit, lingua meat helmes scribe velociter scribentis, magna voce cantatens, didapis, says he was dejected, asks to be exonerated. De mama ex stercor turbi cum devi orionas io candidate mixto, regoride exposito, in costum sibi fecit indelibile, fict Orions, the indelible ink. Then, pious Ennius, conformant to the fulminant vermin which enjoins on the tremulous Tarian that, when the call comes, he shall produce nycthamerically from his unheavenly body a no uncertain quantity of obscene matter, not protected by copyright in the united stars of Aranea, or bedid and bedud and bedang and bedum to him, with this double dye, brought to blood heat, gallic acid on iron ore, through the bowels of his misery, flashly, faithfully, nastily, appropriately, this Issuan Minchevik and the first still last alchemist wrote over every square inch of the only foolscap available, his own body, till by its corrosive sublimation one continuous present tense integument slowly unfolded all merry-voicing, mood-molded, cycle-wheeling history, thereby, he said, reflecting from his own individual person life unlivable, transaccidentated through the slow fires of consciousness into a individual chaos, perilous, potent, common to all flesh, human only, mortal. But with each word that would not pass away, the squid self which he had squirt strained from the crystalline world went chagrinold and Dorian Greyer in its dudhood. This exists, that is it, after having been said we know. And dabble cake dabdal, and the dal dabal dab al danable. So perhaps, I'd agglomeratively as a pinking, after all, and our classed for I placed on his last public misappearance, circling the square for the div bitch of St. Ignatius poison ivy, of the fickle crowd. Hope on the 6th day of Hook sober, kill him our king, lay him low, and brandishing his bell-bearing stylo, the shining keyman of the wilds of change. If what is sauce for the zassy is saucy for the zazzimus, the blonde cop who thought it was ink was out of his depth but bright in the main. Petty Constable Sisterson of the Cruise-Kern clad it was, the parochial watch, big the dog, the dig, the bog, the bagger, the dogger, the begadab degabong, who had been detailed from Pulut Stoties to save him. This the quim, that's the cool, from the ligature liablous effects of foul clay in little clots and mob mauling on looks, that Rome countered the tenderfoot unevening near the living's minsulium gatherum, knockmarie, compti mea, wheeling more to the right than he lurched to the left, on his way from a proto-prostitute. He would always have a little pigeonous some word with his arch-girl, Arco-Iris, smoke name of Murgit. Just as he was butting in round the quainer of bad times under a hideful between the rival doors of warm Bethels of worship through his bordel house funkster, greeting for gracias or as usual, where ladies have they that a dog mean sort herring, Sergo, search me, the incapable reparteed with a self-evident subtlety so obviously spurious and, raising his hair, after the grace, with the Christmas under his clutorm, were Portsy Master and Pertsy Mesas and Pertsy Miss and Pertsy Masters, like a prance of Findigos, with a shield to shout to slip me strip me. In he skidded. Swarky, the all-white Pors guardian, probably a Baltosic storming, was literally astonished over the painful sick, how he burst a self, which he was gone to, where he intent to did he, whether you think will, wherein the whole current of the afternoon, what's the suit of a search hads of heats of hymns, urged and staggered thereto in his country ports at the Caledonian capacity for Liatovisky of the captain's wineskin, and even more so, during, looking his big most astonishment, it was said him, as she fund the concerned outgift of the dead mid-dirt, how that Araba gibbers, conspuent to the Dominical order and ex-king noblest permis, he was namely coon at bringer at home 2 gallants, as per royal, food poultry till his murder, nip up and dab it. Pulvergeist cuts thunder hope loits. Cheek? What's bother? Who's porter? Which pair? Why namely coon? But our undiligence has been too thorough tested, so enough of such porter black lowness, too base for printing, propending that Putrick or presuppose the cold stone out of winter waters and cinder seas sing for herring our king, sipped oct no des John Thebes march. We cannot, in mercy or justice, nor on the novum for labyrinthos, stay here for the residence of our existings, discussing Tamstar ham of Tin Man's thirst. Justice, to him other. Broad is my name, and broad is my nature, and I brit on my brow, and all's right with every feature, and I'll burn this bird or brown his bones gone badly, on the boy to bruise at braze. Boss! Stand forth, nay man of no land, for no longer will I follow you oblique-like through the inspired form of the third person singular, and the moods and hesitancies of the deponent, but address myself to you, with the imperative of my vindictive, provocative, and out-direct. Stand forth, come boldly, jolly me, move me, as willing though I am, to laughter in your true colors, ere you be back forever till I give you your talking to. Shem McAdam's son, you know me, and I know you and all your chimeries. Where have you been in the uterum? Enjoying yourself all the morning since your last wit-bid confession? I advise you to conceal yourself, my little friend, as I have said a moment ago, and put your hands in my hands and have a nice long homely little competeur about things. Let me see. It is looking pretty black against you, we suggest. Shim Avik. You will need all the elements in the river to clean you over it all, and a fortified Pope's priest power bull of Attender to booth. Let us pry. We thought, would, and did. Kib, quick, ibe, quomodo, quotis, quibus auxiliis. You were bred, fed, fostered, and fattened from holy childhood up in this 2 Easter island on the pie-jaw of hilarious heaven and roaring the other place. Plunders tonight of you, blunders what's left of you, flashes flash can. And now, forsooth, a nogger among the blankards of this dastard century, you have become of twosom twimines fornanced gods, hidden and discovered, nay, condemned fool, anarch, egoarch, heresiarch, you have reared your disunited kingdom on the vacuum of your own most intensely doubtful soul. Do you hold yourself then for some god in the manger, she-ho-him, that you will neither serve nor let serve, pray nor let pray? And here, pay the piety, must I too nerve myself to pray for the loss of self-respect, to equip me for the horrible necessity of scandalizing? My dear sisters, are you ready? By slowing off my hope and tremors while we all swim together in the pool of Sodom, I shall shiver for my purity while they will weep big for your sins. Away with covered words, new solemnities for old bad sheet baths. That inharmonious detail, did you name it? Cold Calder, Gee, victory. Now, opera bro of underslung pipes, John Jacobs, while yet an adolescent. What do I say? While still puerile in your tube suit with button legs, you got a handsome present of a self-raising syringe and twin feeders. You know, Monsieur Abbott, in your art of arts, to your cost as well as I do, and don't try to hide it. The Pinot's lot I am now poking at, and the wheeze sort of was you should, if you were as bold as struck now as the curate that christened you. Sorry doth the candle, repopulate the land of your birth, and count up your progeny by the hungered head and the angered thousand, but you thwarted the wise pitch at your co-godparents, sooth, among countless occasions of failing. For, said you, I will elenchity, adding to the malice of your transgression, yes, and changing its nature. You see, I have read your theology for you, alternating the morosity of my delectations, a filtered love, tracing by tantrums, small piece and pen mark, with sensibility, sponsibility, passability, and prostability. You love its other fear pleasures of a butler's life, even extruding your strabismal apologia when illegibly depressed upon defenseless paper, and thereby adding to the already unhappiness of this our pop-eyed world. Scriblative. All that too with cantreds of countless Catalines, the manish as many as the minithal, congested around and about you for acres and roos and poles or perches, thick as the fluctuant sands of Chalwador, accomplished women, indeed fully educated, far from being old and rich behind their dream of Arabisme, if they have only their honor left, and thus deterred by bad weather when consumed by amorous passion, struggling to possess themselves of your bush, one son for surrogate for all daughters of anguish, solus cum sola si the contis cum omnibus. I'd have been the best man for you, myself, mutely aiming for that natural knot, debituary vases or vessels preposterous, for what would not have cost you 10 bolivars of color work or the price of one ping-pang, just a lilt, let us trilt, of the oldest song in the wood world, 2-1, accompanied by a plain gold band. Hail! Hail! High bosom heaving Mistress Mona of the all-sweetheartening bride demeanor, her eyes so glad some will all take shares in the go! Sniffer of carrion, premature grave digger, seeker of the nest of evil in the bosom of a good word. You, who slept at our vigil and fast for our feast, you with your dislocated reason, have cutely foretold a jobbet in your own absence, by blind pouring upon your many scalds and burns and blisters, impetuous sore and pustules, by the auspices of that raven cloud, your shade, and by the auguries of rooks and parliament, death with every disaster, the dynamitization of colleagues, the reducing of records to ashes, the leveling of all customs by blazes, the return of a lot of sweet-tempered gunpowder stitched unto dunst, but it's never struck your mudhead's opportunity. Oh hell, here comes our funeral. Oh pest, I'll miss the post. That's the more carrots you chop, the more turnips you slit, the more Murphys you peel, the more onions you cry over, the more bull beef you butch, the more mutton you cracker hack, the more pot herbs you pound, the fiercer the fire and the longer your spoon, and the harder you grow with more grease to your elbow, the merrier fumes your new Irish stew. Oh, by the way, yes, another thing occurs to me. You let me tell you, with the utmost politeness, we're very ordinarily designed. Your birth wrong was to fall in with plan, as our nationals should, as all nationalists must, and do a certain office. What, I will not tell you. In a certain holy office, nor will I say where, during certain agonizing office hours, a clerical party all to yourself. From such a year to such an hour on such and such a date at so and so much a week pro anno. Guinnesses, may I remind, were just a gulp for you, failing in which you might have taken the scales off boilers like any boskop of Yorick, and do your little threepenny bit and thus earn from the nation true thanks, right here in our place of burden, your born of travail and relay of Taris, where after a divine's prodigence you drew the first water gasp in your life, from the crib where you once was a bit to the crypt you'll be twice as shy of, same as we, lone of us, alone with the cult in the corner, where you were as popular as an Arminial with the faithful, and you set fire to my tailcoat when I hold the paraffin smoker under yours. I hope that chimney's clear. But, slackly shirking both your bullet and your billet, you beat it backwards like Bullinger from Galway, but he combed the grass against his stride, to sing us a song of alibi, the Cudhon call over the grey-bounding, slow-rolling, amply-heaving metamorphosias that oozy rocks parapangle their preposters with. Nomad, mooner by lamplight, Ankinos, shimming amid everyone's repressed laughter to conceal your sketchophily by mating, like a thorough-paced prosodite, masculine monosyllables of the same numerical moose, an Irish immigrant the wrong way out, sitting on your crooked sixpenny style, an unfrou-frolicked quack friar, will you for the laugh of Shakespeare just help mine with the epithet? Semisemitic serendipitist, you. Thanks, I think that describes you. You're a paginized Afro-Yank. Shall we follow each other's a step longer? drowner of daggers, while as our liege, till yet a stranger in the front yard of his happiness, is caking. He'll help her. One gob, one gap, one gulp and gorger of all. His refreshment. There brew up beside you, amid our orisons of the speediest in Novena Lodge, Novara Avenue, in Petropodium Ambumel, oath, out of work, one removed from an outwashed savage, on his keeping and in yours. I pose you know why Possum hides us 'cause he hent the nogum triumphum. That other, immaculatus, from head to foot, sir, that pure one, all truths of other times. He who was well known to Celestine circles before he sped aloft, our handsome young spiritual physician that was to be, seducing every sense to self-willing celibacy, the most winning counterfoil on our income share lot tree, a chum of the Anglets, a youth those reporters so particularly wanted as game fellow that they asked his mother for each herb's brupper to let him come to tend the tartan, peas, and being his scooter long and tend they were all real brothers and the big just right home where Dodd lives, just to terrify the life out of him and pat and pass him one with other like musk from hand to hand. That mother-smothered model, that good looker with not a flaw whose spiritual toilets were the talk of half the town. For sunset wear and nightfall in use and day-broken dawning and nuncheon showing and the very thing for tea's time. But him you laid low with one hand one fine May morning in the middle of your might, your bosom full, because he mussed your speller on you or because he cut a pretty figure in the focus of your frontispects. Not one did you slay, no, but a continent, to find out how his innards worked. Ever read of that great-grand-landfather of our vision builders, Babel, the bourgeoisie meister, who thought to touch both himmels at the point of his risen stiff staff and how wishy-washy sank the waters of his thought? Ever thought of that heretic list Merkin and the two Sisi maidies and how bulkily he shat the ructions cornerel? Ever hear of that Foxy, that Lupo and that Mugax and the virgin heir of the Morrisons, Weathering Ape? Malingerer in luxury, collector general, what has your lowness done in the mealtime with all the hammer cars of cooked vegetables, the hatfuls of stewed fruit, the suitcases of coddled ales, the parish funds, me-shamer, man, that you kitty coaxed so flexibly out of charitable butteries by yowling heavy with the hollow voice drop of your horrible, awful poverty of mind, so as you couldn't even pledge a crown of thorns to pawn a coat of Trevis, and as how you was bad no end, so you was. So whelp you sinner piper and sinner pull with the chicken's gape and pas mal de seigle, which, by the by, Reynaldo, is the ordinary emetic French for grenadier's thrip, to let you have your plank and your bone wash, all the has-troubles you lost, to give you your pound of platinum and 1,000 thongs a year. Oh, you were excruciated in honor bound to the cross of your own cool fiction, to let you have your Sarday spree and holy night's sleep. Fame would come to you twixt asleep and awake, and leave to lie till Paraskivi and the cock crows for Denmark. Oh, Jonathan, your stomach, though Simeon has no sentiment secretions but weep cataracts for all me. Pain the shaman. Oft in the smelly night will they wallow for a clutch of the famished hand, I say, them bearded Jezebels you hired to rob you, while on your sodden straw impolitely you uncorbed. Irish and Nabogalish, those horn-made ivory dreams you revved of the Ruth you called your companionate, a beauty from the Bible, of the flush pots of Euston and the hanging garments of Mary Labone. But the dormer moon she smiled Celine and the light throwers nickered, whose whinging way? Comport yourself, you inconsistency. Where is that little alimony nest egg against our predictable rainy day? Is it not the fact, gainsay me, cake-eater, that, while whistle-whirling your crazy elegies around Timbuktu Mount Joint Stone, let him pass, please good Jerusalem, in a bundle of straw. He was baptized after haymaking. You squandered among underlings the overload of your extravagance and made a Hottentot of dirtbrenner's cross sick with your crumbs. Am I not right? Yes, yes, yes. Holy wax and holefer, don't tell me, Leon of the Fold, that you're not a loan shark. Look up, old Sooty. be advised by mooks and take your medicine. The good doctor mulled it. Mix it twice before repastures and powder 3 times a day. It does marvel for your gripings and it's fine for the solitary worm. Let me finish. Just a little Judas tonic, my gem of little jokes, to make you go green in the gazer. Do you hear what I'm seeing, Hammett? And remember that golden silence gives consent. Mr. Ankle Gazer, cease to be civil, burn to say nay. Wished, come here, studiosus, till I tell you a wig in your ear. We'll do a whisper drive, for if the Barishnias got a Twitter of it, they'd tell the housetops and then all Cadbury would go crackers. Look! Do you see your dial in the rocking glass? Look well. Bend down a stick me till it's secret. Equally, I say, the Boozeliers. I had it from Lamppost Shaw, and he had it from the Buller, and Mull took it from a Blue Coach schooler, and Gay Socks got it from Portofio's wife, and Runtapol tipped the wink from old Mrs. Ten Bullet. And as for she was confused by pro brother Dacolicus, and the good brother feels you would need to devocate you, and the flimsy pullets are simply beside each other, and Kelly, Kinney, and Shaw are up and in arms, that a cross may crush me if I refuse to believe in it, that I may rock anchor through the ages if I hope it's not true, that the host may choke me if I benabor you without my charity. Shin, you are mad. He points the death bone and the quick were still. Insomnia, somniorum, Mercius, of his self. Dominable Piscus, my fault, his fault, a kingship through a fault. Pariah, cannibal Cain, I who oathily forswore the womb that bore you and the paps I sometimes sucked. You who ever since have been one black mass of jigs and jim-jams, haunted by a convulsionary sense of not having been or being all that I might have been or you meant to becoming, bewailing like a man that innocence which I could not defend like a woman. Lo, you there, Kaufman Carberry, and fake movies from the innermost depths of my still attrite heart, wherein the days of your youth are ever mixed me mine. Now ere the complete hour of being alone at hands itself, and a puff or so before we yield our spiritus to the wind, for though that royal one has not yet drunk a goblet from his consummation, and the flower pot on the pole, the spaniel back in their quarry, retainers and the public house proprietor have not budged a millimeter, and all that has been done has yet to be done and done again. Wednesday's woe, and lo, you're doomed. Joy day dawns, and la, you dominate. It is to you, firstborn and first fruit of wool, to me, branded sheep, pick up the waste to paper basket by the trimmers of thunder and jeweler and stoke star, you alone, wind-blasted tree of the knowledge of beautiful Antebel, I clothed upon with the meteor and shimmering like the hyacinth, astroclodynaminologus, the child of Nilfit's father, Bisp, to me unseen blusher in an obscene coal hole, the cubilibum of your secret sigh. Dweller in the down and outermost where voice only of the dead may come, because ye loved for me, because ye laughed on me, because, oh, me lonely son, ye are forgetting me, that our turf brown mamma is a common. Appala, Bedula, Silta, Adadula, running with her tidings, old the news of the great big world. Sonny's had a scrap, whoa, 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 Bab's baby walks at 7 months, way, bride leaves her raid at punches time, stud stoned before a racecourse full, 2 pills that make the one appeal, dry yanks who visit old sod and 4-tiered skirts are up Miss Dames, while Peramicney wears popular short legs, and 12 hows to mix a tipsy wake. Did ye hear, Kurt Cooney? Did ye ever, Philly, for the skill? With a beck, with a spring, all her real ringlets shaking, rocks drops in her tacky, tram tokens in her hair, all waved to a point, and then all in yon dasham. Little old-fashioned mummy, little wonderful mummy, ducking under bridges, bell-hopping the wares, dodging by a bit of bog, rabbit shooting round the bins, by Tallock's green hills and the pools of the Fuka and a place they call it Blessington, and slipping sly by Sally Noggin as happy as the day is wet, babbling, bubbling, chattering to herself, deludering the fields heels on their elbows, leaning with the slithering slide of her kitty catty, granny ma, gossipicious, and Olivia. He lifts the life wand, and the dumb speak. Quack, 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 quack. Oh, tell me all about Anne Olivia. I want to hear all about Anne Olivia. Well, you know Anne Olivia? Yes, of course. We all know Anne Olivia. Tell me all. Tell me now. You'll die when you hear. Well, you know, when the old chap went fut and did what you know. Yes, I know. Go on. Was quit and don't be gabbling. Tuck up your sleeves and loosen your talk tapes. And don't butt me, hike, when you bend. Or whatever it was they threed to make out he ride to two in the fiendish park. He's an awful old rip. Look at the shirt of him. Look at the dirt of it. He has all my water black on me, and it's steeping and stooping since this time last week. How many goes is it, I wonder I washed it? I know by heart the places he likes to sal, the dirty devil, scorching my hand and starving my famine to make his private linen public. What up it well with your battle and clean it. My wrists are rusty, rubbing the mullah stains, and the dnippers of wet and the gangrels of sin in it. What was it he did a tale at all on animal sin die? And how long was he under lock and knee? It was put in the news is what he did. Nices and prayers, the king fears us Humphrey, with elusive stealing, exploits and all. But Tom's will tell, I know he will. Tib untamed will hist for no man. As you spring, so shall you leap. Oh, the rafty old rap, mixing marriage and making looth. Reeve Gooch was right and Reeve Jukado was sinistrous. And the cut of him, and the strut of him. How he used to hold his head as high as a hearth, the famous Elch-Duke alien, with a hump of grandeur on him like a walking weasel rat. And his Gary's own drawl, and his cork's own blather, and his doubling stutter, and his gulloway swag. Ask Lictor Hackett or Lector Reed or Dr. Growley or the boy with the billy club. How elster is he called at all? Queapel? He was just kaput early Fowler. Or where was he born or how was he found? Bucotland, just down on the Kerricket? New Hunchild, Concord on the Merrimack? Who blacksmith her sapped anvil or yelled lip to her pale? Was her bands never loosened in Adam and Eve's, or were him and her but captain spliced? For mine ether duck I thee drake, and by my wild gaze I thee gander. Flowey and mount on the brink of time, mixed wishes and fears for a happy Eastmas. She can show all her lines, with love, license to play. And if they don't remarry that hook and I may. Oh, pass more that and oxus another. Dum in his wee folio. Was his help insured in the Stork and Pelican against bunglers, through and third risk parties? I heard he dug good 10 with his dull. Galvin burst in Dublin after, when he raked her home. Sabrina Astor, in a parakeet's cage, by treacherous lands and devious delts, playing catched and miffed with the gleam of her shadow. If a flick had been there to pop up and pepper him, past old Min's Mans and Masons, Alfu, and the rest of incurables, and the last of immurables, the quaggy wog for stumbling. Who sold you that jack-o'-lantern's tale? Pemmican's pasty pie, not a grass hoop to ring her, not an ant's grain of ore. In a gabbard he barked it, the boat of life, from the harbourless Ivernican Ocean, till he spied the loom of his landfall, and he loosed 2 croakers from under his tilt, the grand Phoenician rover. By the smell of her kilt, they made the pigeon house. Like fun they did, but where was himself, the timonier? That merchant man he sweaved their scotties right over the wash, his cameleers burn us breezing up on him, till with his runagate bumpers he rode and burst her bar. Pilcomeo, such cottoman, and the whales away with the grayling. Tune your pipes and fall a humming, you born Egypt, and you're nothing short of one. Well, Tomley stood and curbed your Eskimo, when they saw him shoot swift up her Sheba sheath, like any gay Lord Solomon. Her bulls they were roaring, served with spree. Boyarkapwe, Boyanapwe, he ironed his Lilleburn bath hard, our scaly bread, the trade He did. Look at here, in this wit of his brow. Don't you know he was called a baron of the brine, Wasserborn the water baby? Ave Maria, so he was. HCE has a codfisk E. Sure, she's nearly as bad her as him herself. Who? An Olivia? Aye, an Olivia. Do you know she was calling back bandit souls from all around, Yombanu, Chambachu, to go and kill him, her errand chief, and tickle the pontiff easy ozy? She was? Go the pot. You said that's the limit, as El Negro wins when he wants in La Plate. Oh, tell me all I want to hear. How loved she was a little lavery dextro. A corny wink after the bunting fell. Letting on she didn't care. Sina phaser, me absentee. Him man in possession, the proxenate. Proxenate, and what is that? Ime for your real sister Hondu jargon. Tell us in Franco lingua, and call us spit a spit. Did they never shuri you ebro at school, you anti-abecedarian? It's just the same as if I was to go par exemplum now in Conservancy's cause out of telekinesis and proxenatio. For cock's sake, and is that what she is? But little I thought she'd act that low. Didn't you spot her in her window, wobbling up on an oisery chair, with a music before her all cuneiform letters, pretending to ribble a reedy dirk on a fiddle she bogans without abandon? Sure she can't fit in a D, with bow or abandon. Sure she can't. Tis the sook. Well, I never now heard the like of that. Tell me, mother. Tell me most. Well, old Humber was as gloaming as Grampus, with the tatters at his bore and the bulbos for ages, and neither bowman nor shot abroad, and bells outbrand on the crests of rotties, and ne'er a lamp in kitchen or church, and giant fools in Grafton's causeway, and death-capped mushrooms round fungless grave, and the great tribune's barrow, and all Darnell's accumule, sitting sombre on his seat, dramen and dromen, usking queasy quizzers of his roofless countenance. His child linen scarf to encourage his obsequies where he'd check their depths in that Mormon's dames, bequesting and hand settle, hope, step, and a deep end, with his births in their coiling moil, his swallower open from 12 to 4, and the snipes of the gutter packing his crops, hunger striking all alone and holding doomsdag over himself. Dreeing his weird with his dander up, and his fringe combed over his eyes, and drumming on loft till the sight of the sterns, actors were they coals and weedy brooks, and the tates of body and the lloyds of past, and to peer was perished words of that immense. You'd think all was dodo belonging to him, how he termed the trans endurance ball. He had been belching for 7 years, and there she was, an Olivia. She daren't catch a winkle of sleep, purling around like a chit of a child. Windawanda, a finger thick, in a lap summer skirt and Amazon cheeks, for to issue bonzora to her dear Duberdan, with nivraties and salt from his magyas, and in odd time she'd cock him up blooms of fisk and lay to his heart's foot her meathery eggs, gayis and Stanish beacons of tusk, and a Copenhagen so wishy-washy of Greenland's tea, or a zoopgan of coffee, milka and sable, or sukium sukli, or his ale of ferns in short pewter and a shinko bread. Ham jumbo, bana, for to please that man hog stay his stomacher till her Pyrenees shrunk to nutmeg graters, while her cover joints shook with goit, and as cash as she'd roast with her peak load of beaviers up on her sieve. But all where all rage it swells and races. My hardy heck he'd cast them from him, with a star of scorn, as much as to say you so and you so's, and if he didn't peg the plateau on her toe, believe you me, she was safe enough. And then she'd ask a bistula him, the heart bowed down, or the rakes of Malo, or Chili Michael's La Pelomnia on vermicelli, or a bowl-free bit of old Joe Robertson. Such a fuffing a fifing 'twould cut you in two. She baits the hen that crowed on the terrace of Babel. What harm if she knew how to cockle her mouth, and not a mag out of home no more than out of the mangled wit? Is that a faith? That's the fact. Then riding the Rica and Royal Romanace, Anona, Gibroran, aristocrat Nevea, doctor of sense and art, with sparks' periflicathums funkling her fan, and her frost-diving tresses dashed with berevles, while the prom beauties sleek knit their bearers' skins, in a period gown of changeable jade that would robe the wood of 2 cardinals' chairs and crush poor Cullen and smother McCabe. Oh, blazer skate, there's purple patches, and drumming to him down the feet shoot, with their 56 kinds of fondling endings, the puther rambling off her nose. Varty Barney, wait her me Andy, hello, ducky, please don't die. Do you know what she started cheeping after, with a choicey voicey like watered looks or Madame Delba to Romeo Risisk? You'll never guess. Tell me, tell me. Phoebe, dearest, tell me, and I loved you better nor you knew. And letting on Hinvar daft about the warbly songs from Overholman. High hellskirt saw ladies hensmucker lily hum pigger, and soy and son and so forth and so forth in a tone sonora and both are below like Barry in his sandy cloak, so on below see, as deep as a yawn, the stunt. Go away, poor default dearie, y'all only teasing. And I leave? Is Chuck as my judge? And didn't she up in Sorgas and go and trot doon and stand in her duro, puffing her old dotain, and every servant, silly girl or winsome farmerette walking the pillant roads, Sawi, Bondali, Dairy or Mary, Miliker, Oni or Bra, usn't she make her a simple sign to slip inside by the sully port? You don't say, silly post? But I do, calling them in one by one, to block Bedom here at the Shobinakadi, and legging a jigger so on the seal to show them how to shake their benders and the dainty how to bring to mind the gladdest garments out of sight and all the way of a maid with a man and making a sort of cackling noise like two and a penny or half a crown and holding up a silver shiner. Lordy, did she so? Well, of all the ones I ever heard, throwing all the nice little whores in the world at him, to any captured wench you wish of no matter what sex of blissful ways, to at a Tamar a Lizzie a Lucy, to hug and have haven in Humpy's apron. And what was the wiry rima she made? Oh that, tell me the trend of it while I'm lathering hail out of Dennis Florence McCarthy's commies. Rise it, Lutty, piana, I'm dying down off my iodine feet until I layer in an Olivia's Cushing low. That was writ by one and read by two, and stroked by a pool in the park. Oh, I can see that. I see you all. How does it, Taman? Listen now. Are you listening? Yes. It need I am. Partner ore os. A son in me. By earth and the cloudy, but I badly want a brand new bankside. But dampen I do, and a plumber at that. For the putty affair I have is worn out, so it is, sitting, yapping and waiting for my old Dane Holly daughter, my life and death companion, my frugal key of our larder, my much-altered camel's hump, my joint spoiler, my May moon's honey, my fool to the last December, to wake himself out of his winter's doze and bore me down like he used to. Is there well a lord of the manor or a knight of the shire at strike? I wonder that it dip me a days or two in cash for washing and darning his worshipful socks for him now we're run out of horse brose and milk. Only for my short British bed maids as snug as it smells, it out I'd lip and off with me to the slopes, delicate or the plunge out clone carve to feel the gay ire of my salt troubling bay and the race of the sea went up me embouchure. Onan, tell me more. Tell me every tiny tane. I want to know every single ingle, down to what made the potters fly into Jackstone, and why were the vessels wet. That Homa fever's winning me womb. If a Mahan of the horse but hard me, we'd be Banduka boy meet Ascaragol. Well, now comes the hazel hatchery part. After Clondalkin the king's inns, we'll soon be there with the freshet. How many Elvines had she in Toul? I can't rightly radio that. Close only knows. Some say she had 3 figures to fill and confined herself to 111, one by one, making Miana Comina Moyas. Olaf Lam it, all that back? We won't have room in the kirkyard. She can't remember half of the cradle names she smacked on them by the grace of her boxing bishop's infallible slipper, the cane for Kund and Ablis for Aelf and Aether Nather for Yakovye. 100 and how? They did well to re-Christian her Plurabel. Oh lordly, what a lot and loads. Oh, But it's quite on the cards, she'll shed more and merrier, twills and trills, spare fours and spoil fives, north sickes and sud severs and eyes and nines to a letter, grandfathering nap and mess of misery and the knave of all knaves and the joker. Hee-haw, she must have been a gadabout in her day, so she must, more than most. Sure she was, git gad, she had a flew min of her own. Then a toss ne'er scared that lass, so I made moe, that's a gapo. Tell me, how come she camlin through all her fellows, the necker she was, the dive line, casting her perils before our swains, from Fonte in Monte to Tiding Town, and from Tiding Town until Havet, linking one and knocking the next, tapping a flank and tipping a jolty and piling in and pie-tiring out and gliding by on her east way, where wool was the first to ever burst. Someone he was, Ubra they were, in a tactic attack or in single combat. Tinker, Tillar, Soldier, Solor, Perman Peace or Policeman. That's the thing I'm always on edge to ask. Push up and push barter and come to uphill headquarters. Was it Waterloo's year, after Grattan or Flood, or when maids were in arc, or when three stood hosting? Vidaris will find where the doubt arises like Naaman from Nirgens found the Nahil. Where you say him for, Alburn, or answer? Untie the gym man's disty knots, quick and nuancy. She can't put her hand on him for the moment. 'Tis still on Langlo, walking weary, such a loon way backwards to row. She said herself she hardly knows one the Allers her graveler was, a dynast of Leinster, a wolf of the sea, or what he did, or how blithe she played, or how, when, why, where, and who often he jumped at her, and how it was gave her away. She was just a thin, pale, soft, shy, slim slip of a thing then, sauntering by Silver Moon Lake, and he was a heavy, trudging, lurching lawyer broad of a Curragman, making his hay for whose sun to shine on, as tough as the oak trees. Peats be with them, used to rustle that time down by the dikes of Killing Kildare, for Forst fell fast with a plash across her. She thought she sank neath the ground with nymphant shame when he gave her the tigress eye. Oh, happy fault! Me wish it was he. You're wrong there, horribly wrong. 'Tisn't only tonight you're a unmistakable. It was ages behind that when Nulles were nowhere in County Wicklow, Garden of Erin, before she ever dreamt she'd leave Kilbride and go foaming under Horsepass Bridge, with the great southwestern wind storming her traces and the Midlands grain waster a search for her track, to wind her ways by and by, Rebecca or worse, to spin and to grind, to swab and to thrash, for all her golden life in the barley fields and penny lots of Humphreys Ford of Hurlstown and lie with the land labour, willing to nurse her. Alese, the Lagos of girly days, for the dove of the Dunas, was sot? Is old? Are you certain, sir? Not where the fin fits into the morn, nor where the Nora takes life of bloom, not where the braid divides the father, not where the Moy changes her minds twixt Cullen and Con, Queen Con and Cullen, or where Neptune sculled and Tritonville rode and Leandros three bumped heroines too? Nea, Nerev, Nin, Noni, Nos. Then whereabouts in Au and Oroka? Was it his seat with West or Lucan Yoken, or where the hand of man has never set foot? Then me where, the very first time. I will, if you listen. You know the Dinkeldale of Logala? Well, there once dwelt a local hermit. Michael Arklow was his reverend name. With many a sigh I aspersed his love of babes. And one Vener's dag in June or July, oh so sweet and so cool and so limber she looked, nance the Nixie, none unless got, in the silence of the sycamores, all listening, the kindling curves you simply can't stop feeling. He plunged both of his newly anointed hands, the core of his kushlas, in her singamary saffron strumens of hair, parting them and soothing her and mingling it, that was deep dark and ample like this red bog at sundown. By that veil vow closes lucid lack, the rainbow's heaven arches around her. Of rough dizzying gallops, her enamelled eyes, intergoading him on to the Vierge Relation. Wish a wish, why oh why, madro, letty there's living light throw those laurels now on her daft T-song Petrock, mass. But the magic weavers has elfin anon measures, and Simba the slayer of his Olga is slut. He could not help himself, burst so that hot on him. He had to forget the monk in the man, so, rubbing her up and smoothing her down, he basted his lips in smiling mood. Kiss after kiss occurred, as he warned her never to, never, on the unknown pocus of the freckled forehead. While you'd parse se caress as she held her soft, but she was 2 feet higher in her eyes the estimation, and steps on stilts ever since. That was Kishua healing with banter for bone. Oh, wasn't he the bold priest? And wasn't she the naughty Levy? Nautic Namas now her navin. 2 lads and Scotch breeches went through her before that. Barefoot Burn and Wallamy Wade, looking Achilles noblest peaks. Before she had a hint of a hair at her fanny to hide, or a bosom to tempt a birch canoidler, not to mention a Bergic porterhouse barge. And ere that again, Leda, all unready, too faint to buoy the fairest rider, too frail to flirt with a cygnet's bloom. She was licked by a hound, Chirapacha Rhoda, while pouring her pee, pure and simple, on the spur of the hill in old Kipure, in birdsong and shearing time. But worst of all, the wiggly levy, she side-slipped out by a gap in the Devil's Glen, while Sally, her nurse, was sound asleep in the sloot, and Fifi, fell over a spillway before she found her stride and lay and wiggled in all the stagnant black pools of rainy under a fallow cool, and she laughed in a ship free with her limbs aloft, and the whole drove of maiden hawthorns blushing and looking askance upon her. Drop me the sound of the fine-horn's name, Matil or Mate. Some bugger was witness, and stripped me why in the flinders was she freckled, and chuckle me through was she martially waved, or was it weirdly a wig as she wore, and which side did they droop their glows in their flory, a back to west or a front to see, in fear to hear the deer so near, or longing love and loathing longing? Are you in the swim or are you out? Oh, go in, go on, go on. I mean about what you know. I know right well what you mean. Brother, you'd like the quaifs and goods, snouty, and me to do the greasy job on old Veronica's wipers. What am I ranting now, and I'll thank you? Is it a penny or is it a surplus? Iran, where's your nose? And where's the starch? That's not the best of benediction smell. I can tell from here by their de color and to the scent of her odor, they're Mrs. McGrath's. And you ought to have aired them. They've moist come off her. Traces in silk they are, not cramped and lawn. Baptiste me, father, for she has sinned. Through her catchment ring she freed them easy, with her hips' hurrahs for her knees dontenaries. The only par with frills and old the plain. So they are, I declare, well and well. If tomorrow keeps fine, who'll come tripping to sightsee? Howl? Ask me next what I haven't got. The Belvederian exhibitioners, in their cruisery caps and Urs Club colors, what who they band, and what ho they buck. And here is her nubily letters too, Ellis on quay and scarlet thread, linked for the world on a flush-colored field, and an exe after to show they're not Laura Keown's. Oh, may the Diablo twist your scepted pin, you child of Mammon, Kinseles Lilith. Now who has been tearing the leg of her drawers on her? Which leg is it? The one with the bells on it. Rinse them out and Aston along with you. Where did I stop? Never stop. Continuation. You're not there yet. I am still waiting. Get on. Give on. Well, after it was put in the Merasi cordial mendicants' Sitterdags in de Munade Wegschrift, for once they sullied their wedge kid loves, chewing cuds after their dinners of chicken and bacon, with their show it here in their mind out of that and there when you're quite finished with the reading material. Even the snee that snowed on his whoring hair had a scorner against him. Thaw, Sava, Sabuto, score her chuff, Esquire. Everywhere if you went and every bum you ever dropped into, in city or suburb or in adult areas, the Rose and Bottle or Phoenix Tavern or Powers Inn or Jude's Hotel or wherever you scoured the countryside from Nannywater to Bartryville or from Porta Latine to the Luton Quarter, you found his Ecom etched tip side down, or the corner boys kamocking his guy and Morris the man with the roll of a Royce in his Turgos the Terrible. Evropihan Jack House, unskim suet and Yohut, Haman now cheek me, Adam this way make, Fatima half turn. wheeling and railing round the local as the payhos piped and ebansis twanged, with Oddfellow's Chipotiera Busby rotunda rinking round his scalp, like pitch by the never or peat over mere. This is the horseman all paven and stoned, that creeped the cabin that never was owned, that cocked his leg and hin at his egg, and the mouldering rabble around him in Eleopage, fracassing a great pinking cagnon with their pimpin' crowders. Mind your grim father, think of your ma, him the hong is his jaws hangnaman, lil tabelero, bulling a law. She swore on cross-sticks 9 windabouts she'd be level with all the snags of them yet. Per the vulnerable virgin's merry del dame. So she said to herself she'd frame a plan to fake a shine, the mischief maker, the like of it you never heard. What plan? Tell me quick, and don't go so crulled. What's the muther did she make? Well, she burkened the zack bag, a chamois mail sack, with a lind of a loan of the like of his lampion, off one of her swamp sons, shone the post, and then she went and consulted her chapbooks, ordered much more, cases Euclid and the fashion display, and made herself titled to join in the masquerade. Oh, kick goggle of kikuls, I can't tell you how. It's too screaming to reason, repetito, minaha, minahe, minahil, mineho. Oh, but you must really. Make my hear it gurgle gurgle, like the forest gargle gargle in the dusky durgle dargle. By the holy will of Mulhullard, I swear I'd pledge my chance of getting to heaven through Thierry and Killy's mount of impiety to hear it all, every word. Oh, leave me to my faculties, woman, a while. If you don't like my story, get out of the punt. Well, have it your own way, so. Here, sit down and do as you're bid. Take my stroke and bend to your bow. Forward in and pull your over the poise. Lisp it slaney and crisp it quiet. Deal me lonesome. Don't give time now. Breathe that deep, though that's the fair wear. Hurry slow and shalt you go. Lend us your blessed ashes here till I scrub the cannon's underpants. Flow now, over more, and pulley. First she let her hair fall and down it flossed to her feet its teviot's wending coils. Then, mother naked, she shampooed herself with gala water and fragrant pastania mud, whooper and lower, from crown to sole. Next she greased the groove of her keel, where the scent wears and mole and acher. With anti-fouling butter scratch and turpentine and serpentine with leaf mold she ushered round Pernella Isles and Esletstone, quince kumt, all over her little Mary. Peeled gold of waxwork her jelly belly and her grains of incense angle bronze. And after that she wove a garland for her hair. She plaited it, of meadowgrass and river flags, the bulrus and waterweed, and of fallen griefs of weeping willow. Then she made her bracelets and her anklets and her armlets and a jetty amulet for necklace of clicking cobbles and pattering pebbles and rumble down rubble, Richmond and rare, of Irish runer rhinestones and shell marble bangles. That done, a dock of smut to her airy Anuska Lutetievich Pavlova, and the Lillipos cream to her Libelines and the pick of the paint box for her pomettes, from strawberry reds to extra violets, and she cindered her bold-lorn maids to his affluence. Silesier Grande and Kilshibeel, the two Chersons, with respects from his mesos, Sebi and Suari, and a request might she pass of him for a minikin, a call to pay and light a taper, in Brie on Alrosa, Bacchanus Brisling. The clock striking mine, the stoves brightly sign. There's Zambosi waiting for me. She said she wouldn't be half her length away. Then, as soon as the lump his back was turned, with her mealy bag slung over her shoulder, Anna Livia, oyster face, forth of her basin came. Describe her. Hustle along, why can't you? Spit on the urn while it's hot. I wouldn't miss her for ill fingernails. Not for the lucre of Lomba Strait, oceans of gold. I must hear that. Ogowe presta, leste, before Julia sees her. Ishikere and Washimascad, the Kereshikera Timony, whole lady fair, Duodecimaroon, Bonaventura, Malagasy. What had she on, the little old oddity? How much did she scallop, harness and weights? Here she is, Amnesty Anne, call her calamity electrifies man. No electors at all, but old mopper necessity, Angan mother of N. Jones. I'll tell you a test, but you must sit still. Will you hold your peace and listen well to what I am going to say now? It might have been 10 or 20 to 1 of the night of all close or the next of April when the flip of her hoogly eagle flappered and out to tipped a bushman woman, the dearest little moma ever you saw, nodding around her, all smiles, with eams of embarrass and isles to ah, between two ages, a Julie queen, not up to your elb. Quick, look at your cute and says her quirk, for the bigger she lives the slicker she grows. Save us and tag us. No more? Where in Alpha did you pick a lambe chop as big as a battering ram? Aye, you're right. I'm apt to forgetting. Like Livia little did love me long. The length of my hoe, I say. She wore a plowboy's nail-studded clothes, a pair of plowfields in themselves, a sugar-loaf hat with a gaudy quivery peak, and a band of gorse for an ornament, and 100 streamers dancing off it, and a gilded pin to pierce it. Hourglassy bicycles boggled her eyes, and a fishnet veil for the sun not to spoil the wrinklings on her hide aspects. Potato rings buckled the loose lobes of her loud snarers. Her nude Cuba stockings were salmon spot-speckled. She sported a Gallagher shimmy of haze by Par Tinto that never was fast till it ran in the washing. Stout stays, the rivals, lined her length. Her blood-orange buck knickers, a 2-in-1 garment, showed natural nigger-boggers, fancy fastened, free to undo. Her black-striped tan Joseph was sequin-sewn and teddy-bear lined, with wavy rush-green epaulettes and a lee down here and there of royal swan's ruff. A brace of gaspers stuck in her hair-up garters. Her CV corduroy coat with elf-rubet buttons was boundaried round with a 2-bar tannel belt. A 4-penny bit in each pocket side weighed her safe from the blow-away windrush. She had a clothes peg tied astride on her jockey's nose, and she kept on grinding a summer thing quite in her fumy mouth, and the rake of the flube of the tail of the gown of her snuff-drab Seuler's skirt trailed 50-odd Irish miles behind her longer roads. Hell's bells, I'm sorry I missed her. Sweet Gumtium and nobody fainted, but in welcome of her mouse, was her naze alight? Everyone that saw her said the dossy little Delia looked a little bit queer. Lotsy Trotsy, mind the portal. Mrs., be good and don't fall in the say. Finny poor hex she must have charred. Kickums of rubbier ever you saw, making mush mullet's eyes at her boys Dublin, and they crowned her their Cheriton queen, all the maids. Of the May? You don't say. Well, for her she couldn't see herself. I reckon it's wherefore the darling married her mirror. She did? Mercy me! There was a chorus of dropping surfacemen, boom-slanging and pub-chewing, fruit-eyeing and flower-feeding, in contemplation of the fluctuation and the undification of her filamentation, lolling and leasing on North Lasers while I'll ill fare weak by the Juker Yoitzes, and as soon as they saw her meander by that maritime way in her grass winter's weeds and twigged who was under her archdeaconess bonnet, Avondale's fish and Clarence's poison, such as Anne to a neighbour, wit upon crutches to master baits. Between our two south states and the granite they're warming, or her face has been lifted or Alp has doped. But what was the game in her mixed bagliarati? Just the pimbo in her tumbo or pilly-pilly from her pepper pot? Sauce and toss and species bizarres. And where in thunder did she plunder? For the battle or after the ball? I want to get it frisk from the source. I hope it my beer it's worthwhile poaching on. Shake it up. Do. That's a good old son of a ditch. I promise I'll make it worth your while. And I don't mean maybe, nor yet with a good for. Spay me proof and I'll tell you true. Well, Aaron gallant in a wavy line, Aringaroma, she pattered and swung and sidled, dribbling her boulders through narrow mosses, the Diliski drear on the drier side and the Vildi bitch vine again us. Kirara here, Carrero there, not knowing which midway or wester to strike it, either, making Chattahoochee out to her ein chichu, like Santa Claus at the cree of the pale and puny, nestling to hear for their tiny hearties, her arms encircling Isolabella, then running with reconciled Romas and Rams, on like a ledge to be off like a dart, then bathing dirty Hans's spatters with spittle, with a Christmas box apiece for each and every one of her childer. The birthday gifts they dreamt they gave her, the spoiled she fleetly laid at our door. On the mat, by the porch and in under the cellar, the rivulets ran a flood to sea, the Glasha boys, the Polynotes, out of the pawn shop onto the pyre. And they are about her, juvenile leads and ingenuinas, from the slime of their slum and artisan dwellings, wickets and riots, like the smiley boys at their viceroy's levee. Vive viene, little ancient, Bielo Ana, high life, sing a sasula, oh, susuria, oh, swamp sidursis, hasn't she camber? Chipping her and raising a bit of a chill or a jerry every dive she'd nib in her coolie sacco of wabash she read and reach out her mundi milshandais. Poor souvenir as per recorder and alforsor a ringarum. Stinkers and healers, laggards and prime lads, her firstborn sons and gibberdery daughters, 1,001 of them, and wicker potluck for each of them, for evil and ever, and kicks the book. A tinker's pan and a barrel to boil his billy for Gypsy Lee, a cartridge of cockaliki soup for Chummy the guardsman, for sulky Pinder's acid nephew deltoid drops, curiously strong. A cough and a rattle and wild rose cheeks for poor Piccolina Petite McFarlane, a jigsaw puzzle of needles and pins and blankets for shins between them for Isabel, Jezebel, and Llewellyn marriage, a brazen nose and pig iron mittens for Johnny Walker Begg, a papar flag of the Saints and stripes for Kevinine O'J, a puff for Pudge Craig and a night marching hare for Kitchertim Tom Beatsby, a water-leg and gumboots each for Bully Haynes and Hurricane Hardigan, a prodigal heart and fatted calves for Buck Jones, the pride of Clonleave, a loaf of bread and a father's early aim for Val from Skibbereen, a jaunting car for Larry Doolin, the belly-cleat Jackie, a seasick trip on a government ship for Tigo Flanagan, a louse and a trap for Jerry Coyle, slush mint pies for Andy Mackenzie, a hair clip and a clack dish for Pinceless Beater, that 12 a sound's look for G.V. Brooke, a drowned doll to face downwards for modest sister Anne Mortimer, altar foes for Blanche's bed. Well, there's a Spleechette for Magpeg Wobbington, to Sue Dot a big eye, to Sam Dash a false step, snakes in clover, picked and snotched, and a Vatican viper catcher's visa for Patsy Presbys. A raise every morning for Standfast Dick and a drop every minute for Stumblestone Davy. Scrub oak beads for Beatified Biddy. 2 applet wheat stools for Eva Mobley, for Sarah Philpott a Jordan Vale Tyrone. A pretty box of Pretty Tips powder for Eileen Aruna to whiten her teeth and outflash Helen our home. A whipping top for Eddie Lawless, for Kitty Coleraine of Butterman's Lane, a Pennywise for her foolish pitcher, a putty shovel for Terry the Puckon, an Apotamus mask for Promoter Dunn, a Neaster egg with a twice-dated shell and a dynamite right for Pavel the Curate, the Cholera Morbos for Man in the Clock, a Star and Curtain for Draper and Dean, for Will of the Wisp and Barney the Bark, 2 men gulls noble to sweeten their bitters, for Oliver bound away in his fray, for Silmas Buck Little, a crown he feels big, a Tibertine's pile with a Congo's wood cross on the back for Sully Twimjum, a Praises Be and Spare Me Days for Brian the Bravo, Plenty of Pity with Rubia Lashings of Lust for Alona Lena Magdalena, for Camila, Jomila, Ludmila, Mamila, a bucket, a packet, a book, and a pillow, for Nancy Shannon a Tommy brooch, for Dolo Repario Hope and Water a cooling douche and a warming pan, a pair of Blarney Brags for Wally Megum, a hairpin slate pencil for Elsie Autumn to scratch her Toby, doing her best with her vulgar fractions, an old age pension for Betty Beleza, a bag of the blues for Funny Feats, a Misa Promesa for Tafty Taff, Jill, the spoon of a girl, for Jack, the broth of a boy, a Rogerson Crusoe's Friday Fast for Caducus Angelos Rubiconstein, 366 Poplin Kine for Reverie Warp and the Weaver's Wolf for Victor Huguenot, a stitch-steaded rake and good variant's muck for Kate the Cleaner, a hole in the ballot for Hosty, 2 dozen of cradles for JFXP Coppinger, 10 pountain on the pop for the dolphins born with 5 spoiled squibs for Infanta, a ledger to last a lifetime for Maggie Beyond by the Ash Pit, the heftiest frozen meat woman from Lusk to Livian Bad for Film the Fairy, spas and speranza and symposiums syrup for Decayed and Blind and Gouty Go, a change of knaves and joys of ills for Amoricus Tristram Amour St. Lawrence, a guillotine shirt for Reuben Redbreast and hempen suspendeds for Brennan on the Moor, an oaken knee for Conditor Sawyer and Muscoda Whites for Great Tropical Scott, a C3 peduncle for Carmelite Cane, a sunless map of the month, including the sword and stamps, for Seamus O'Shawn the post, a jackal with hide for Brown but Nolan, a stone-cold shoulder for Don Joe Vance, old luck and no stable for Honor Bright Merry Tricks, a big drum for Billy Dunboyne, a guilty goldeny bellows, bellow me blow me, for Ida Ida and a hushabye rocker, Illit Robotot, for Who is Sylvia, where is he? Whatever you like to swilly to swash, Eunice or Eunice, Lagan or Niger, for Festus King and Roaring Peter and Frisky Shorty and Treacle Tom and O.B. Bahan and Sully the Thug and Master McGrath and Peter Cloran and O. Delaware Rosa and Neuron McPassam and whoever you chance to meet knocking around, and a pig's bladder balloon for Selina Susquehanna Steckloon. But what did she give to Pruda Ward and Catty Kano and Peggy Quilty and Briary Brosta and Teasy Kiernan and Aina Lappin and Uriel Massey and Susan Kamak and Melissa Braddock and Flora Burns and Fauna Fox Goodman and Gretchna Greeny and Penelope Inglasante and Lesba Licking like Leather Leon and Roxana Rohan with Simpatica Sohan and Onabina Laterza and Trina Lemesme and Philomena O'Farrell and Irmek Ellie and Josephine Foyle and Snake's Head Lily and Fountainoy Laura and Mary Xavier Agnes Daisy Francis de Sales McClay. She gave them Ikap Matere's daughter a moonflower and a blood vein, which the grapes that ripe before reason to them that divide the vine dress. So uneasy, her shame made, love shone before her tears as from Shim, her pin might, life passed before his prime. My colonial, word a bagful, a baker's seasoned with cave chilies to boot. That's what you may call a tale of a tub, and hibernonium market. All that and more under one crinoline envelope if you dare to break the pork barrel seal. No wonder they'd run from her poison plague. Throw us your Hudson soap for the honor of Clane. The wee taste the water left. I'll raft it back, first thing in the morn. Versus Moldy. Aye, and don't forget the records I lohaned you. You've all the swirls your side of the current. Well, am I to blame for that if I have? Who said you're to blame for that if you have? You're a bit on the sharp side. I'm on the wide. Only Snavis's cornet drifts my way that the cracked vine chuckles out of his cassock with her Esther Year's Marsh Narcissus to make him recant his vanity fair. Foul strips of his Chinook's Bible I do be reading, goodwill disgusted but chickled with chuckles that the titties is drawn on the cattle page. Signor Gadeto, faciasi omo, e omo fulfo. Ho, ho, Signor Gadeto, faciasi hidamo, hidamo sega fasisa. Ha, ha. And thy Windermere Dector and Levano, Sheridan's, old house by the courtyard and mill, J, on woman with ditto on the floss. Ja, a swamp for Alt Mueller and a stone for his flossies. I know how racy they move his wheel. My hands are blau-colored between Esker and Suda like that piece of patterned chaine there, lying below. Or where is it? Lying beside the sage I saw it. Hoanko, my sorrow, I've lost it. I'm a he, with that turbary water who could see. So near and yet so far. But oh, Gihon, I love Atagaber. I can listen to Mari and Maraver again, dragon on the river. Flies do your float. Thick is the life for me. Well, you know or don't you ken it or haven't I told you every telling has a tailing and that's the he and the she of it. Look, look, the dusk is growing. My branches lofty are taking root, and my cold chair's gone ashy. Bilua, Biloo, what age is that? Its sound is late. 'Tis endless now, sin I or heirloom last saw Waterhouse's claw. They took it asunder, I heard them sigh. When will they reassemble it? Oh, my back, my back, my back! I'd want to go to Exley Pens. Ping pong, there's the bell for sexolotes. And Concepta descendas pray. Pang, ring out the close, ring in the dew, Godavari, birds the showers, and grant thy grace. Amen. Will we spread them here now? Aye, we will. Flip. Spread on your back, and I'll spread mine on mine. Flip. It's what I'm doing. Spread. It's turning chill. The wind is rising. I'll lay a few stones on the hostile sheets. A man and his bride embraced between them. Else I'd have sprinkled and folded them only. And I'll tie my butcher's apron here, It's sweeter yet. The strollers will pass it by. 6 sheets, 10 kerchiefs, 9 to hold to the fire and this for the code. The convent napkins, 12, 1 baby's show. Good Mother Joseph knows, she said. Whose head? What your snores? Theatasius, or now are Allah her children, say, in kingdom gone or power to come or gloria be to them farther. Allah labial, Allah lovial, some here, more no more again lost Allah stranger. I've heard tell that same brutes of the Shannons was married into a family in Spain, and all the dunders did dons in Markland's vine and beyond Brendan's herring pool takes number 9 in Yanksy's hats. And one of Biddy's beads went bobbing till she rounded up lost history with a marigold in a cobbler's candle in a striped strain of a main train of a manzina hurries off Bachelor's Walk. But all that's left to the last of the makers in the loop of the years prefixed in between is 1 knee buckle and 2 hooks in the front. Do you tell me that now? I do in troth. Or rather poor orbe and poor los animas, usa, ula, will umbus all, neza. Didn't you hear the deluge of times, over and over, respond to spont? You did. I need. It's that irrawadding I've stuck in my ears. Is it all but hushet the lethistrond? Ola noko, what's your trouble? Is that the great Finn leader himself and his jewel kimono on his statue riding the high horse there for linguist? Father of otters, it is himself, yon there. Is it that, on Fallorain Common? You're thinking of Ashley's amphitheater where the Bobby were strange you making sugar-stuck pouts to the ghost white horse of the peppers. Throw the cobwebs from your eyes, woman, and spread your washing proper. It's well I know your sort of slop. Flap. Ireland sober is Ireland stiff. Lord help you, Belia, full of grace. The Lord is with me, your prayers. I saw not so. Madaman gut. Were you lifting your elbow? Tell us, glazy cheeks and Conway's Carragacurra canteen. Was I what? Hobbly hips? Rup! Your relegate Krieger Hyman bits your butts disagrees. I'm die up since the damp dawn. Mothered Mary Anna Cook with Corrigan's pulse and varicose veins. My Pramax are smashed. Alice Jane in decline and my one-eyed mongrel twice went over. Soaking in bleaching boiler rags and sweating cold. A widow like me, for to deck my tennis champion son, the laundryman with the lavender flannels. You won your limpable limp from the husky hussars when colors and cuffs was heir to the town and your slur gave the stink to Carlo. Holy Scamander, I saw it again, near the Golden Falls. Isis on us, sense of light, Cesare. Subdue your noise, you Hamlet creature. What is it but a blackberry growth or the dwyer grey ass them 4 old codgers owns? Are you Minum, Tarpey, and Lyons and Gregory? I mean it now, thank all, the 4 of them, and the roar of them, that draves that stray in the mist and old Johnny McDougal along with them. Is that the poor beg flasher beyond? Far, or a firebutt coasting yard that kissed na or a glow I behold within a hedge or my Gary come back from the Indies? Wait till the honeying of the loon, love. Die, Eve, little Eve, die. We see that wonder in your eye. We'll meet again, we'll part once more. The spot I'll seek if the hour you'll find. My church shines high where the blue milk's upset. Forgive me quick, I'm going, bye-bye. And you, fuck your watch, forget me not. You're even Lord, so safe to journey's end. My sights are swimming thicker on me by the shadows to this place. I sow home slowly now by own way. Moy Valley way, Tawi I too, Rathman. Ah, but she was the queer old skiosha anyhow, Anna Livia, trinket toes, and sure he was the queer old bunt too, dear dirty dumpling, was the father of Fingers and Dothergills. Gammer and Gaffer were all their gangsters. Hadn't he 7 dams to wive him? And every dam had her 7 crutches, and every crutch had its 7 hues, and each hue had a different cry, suds for me and supper for you and the doctor's bill for Joe John. Before, by foul, he married his markets, cheap by foul, I know, like any Etrurian Catholic heathen, in their plinky limony creamy Byrnies and their Turkish Indian moves. But at Bilked Mass, who was the spouse? Then all that was there. Taste elfin land, teams of times and happy returns, the Siema anew, Ordovico or Vilicordo. Anna was, Liviogus, Purabells to be. No swimming stain made South Folks place, but how naughty puriters made each one in person. Latin me that, by Trinity scholared, out of Europe's Saint Creed into outer Aryan. Hilcus Servus Eblenensis, he had buck-goat paps on him, soft ones for orphans. Ho, Lord, twins of his bosom, Lord save us, and ho, hey? With all men. What? His tittering daughters of walk? Can't hear with the waters of, the chittering waters of, flittering bats, field mice buck talk. Ho! Are you not gone a home? What's Tom Malone? Can't hear with buck of bats, all the living waters of. Ho! Talk save us, my fools won't moose. I feel as old as yonder elm. A tale told of Sean or shame? All Livia's daughter sons, dark hawks hear us. Night, night, my poor head pulse. I feel as heavy as yonder stone. Tell me of John or Sean? Who were Shem and Sean the living sons or daughters of? Night now, tell me, Elm. Night, night, tell me tale of stem or stone. Beside the rivering waters of, hither and thithering waters of, night. Every evening at lighting up o'clock sharp and until further notice in Phoenix Playhouse. Bar and conveniences always open. Diddlum Club downstairs. Entrancings. Gads. A scarab. The quality. 1 large shilling. Newly billed for each weekday perfumance. Some those matinees. By arraignment. Child's dreams hours. Expurgated. Jam pots. Rinsed porters. Taken and token. With nightly redistribution of parts and players by the puppetry producer and daily dubbing of ghosters, with the benediction of the holy Genesius Archimimus and under the distinguished patronage of their elderships the Ordens, from the four corners of Thindrias, Meolias, Gorias, and Phalias, Messrs. The Corbs, Clive Soles, Glorious Kettle, Pobedio Lancy, and Pierre de Sol, while the Caesar-in-Chief looks on. Synod. As played to the Adelphi by the brothers Bratislavov, Hirkin, and Aristobulus, after Humpteen Dumpteen revivals, before all the king's horses with all the queen's mum, and word loosed over 7 seas crowd blast in Selelin Juto-Slavs and Latin Sanskrit, in 4 tabloids, while Fern make hold us until Fern make cold, the mime of Mick, Nick, and the Maggies. Adopted from the Ballymooney blood-red-on Merthyr by Bluchin Black Delane, Otherways Big and Stolley. Featuring Glug, Mr. Seamus McQuillad. Hear the riddles between the robot in his dress circular and the gagster in the rogues gallery. The bold, bad, bleak boy of the storybooks who, when the tabs go up, as we discover, because he knew too much, has been divorced into disgrace court by the Floras, Girl Scouts from St. Bride's finishing establishment, demand acidulated. A month of pretty maidens who, while they pick on her, their pet peeve, form with Valkyrian license the guard for Isolde, Miss Booty's Pope. Asks the attendantess for a leaflet. A bewitching blonde who dimples delightfully and is approached in loveliness only by her grateful sister reflection in a mirror, the cloud of the opal, who, having jilted Glug, is being fatally fascinated by Chuff. Mr. Sean O'Malley, see the chalk and sanguine pictograph on the safety drop. The fine, frank, fair-headed fellow of the fairy tales, who wrestles for top hole with the bold, bad, bleak boy Glug, generally about caps or puds or talk bags or bog gants or shooting broadskin generally or something, until they adumbrace a pattern of somebody else or other. after which they are both carried off the set and brought home to be well souped, sponged, and scrubbed by Anne. Miss Cory Corriendo, Grishon Squella. Bring the babes, Peter, Poder, and Turty. She mistributes mandamus monis. After Podonamento, hindered a love and entres. Personalis must not miss our national rooster's rag. Their poor little old mother-in-law, who is woman of the house, playing opposite to Hump. Mr. Makal gone. Read the sayings from Laxdel Saga in the program about King Ericus of Sweden and the spirit's whispers in his magical helmet. Kappa pipe with watch and topper, coat, crest and supporters, the cause of all our grievances, the whirl, the flash and the trouble, who, having partially recovered from a recent impeachment due to egg everlasting, but through and thoroughly pro-converted, propounded for psychological is, studying sail once more, jib sheets and royals, in the semblance of the substance for the membrance of the umbrance with the remnants of the emblems revealing a quimdom supercargo of the rockery, poop in heaven, engaged in entertaining in his pilgrimist custom house as Caherl home upon Esker those statutory persons. The customers. Components of the after-hour courses at St. Patricius's Academy for Grown-Up Gentlemen, consults the annuary Colt Porter's subsection. A bundle of a dozen of representative locomotive civics, each in quest of outings, who are still more sloppily served after every cup final by Saunderson. Mr. Nut will spring up. Teach days off. Wouldn't stop in bad. Imitation of flatfish. Torch-bearing soap-ramp. Don't half sovereign. Not cheap daily. Rolly policies. Glyn of the Downs. The Gogler. His gaze works. His Irsa quack. His lucky strucky. OSV. A shad shiner and spoil curate, unconcerned in the mystery but under the influence of the milieu and butt of Kate. Miss Rachel Lee Varian. She tells forkings of bashfellers, under purdah of card Palmer teapot toss-touched Madame de Elta, during the poses. Cook and dish trudge, which believes one thing that's, be the churchyard or warts up the askars, the show must go on. Time. The present. With futurist one-horse ballet battle pictures and the pageant of past history worked up with animal variations amid everglaining mangrove mazes and Bjork tractors by Messrs. Toad and Blunder, shadows by the film folk, masses by the good people, pumptings by Elenio Vitale, long shots, up-closes, outblacks and stage toilets by Hexenschulz, Coach Meher, Incubone and Rock Narag, creations tastefully designed by Madame Berthe de Le Monde. Dances arranged by Harley Quinn and Columbine. Jests, jokes, jigs, and storums for the wake lent from the properties of the late cemented Mr. T. M. Finnegan, R.I.C. Lip masks and hair wigs by Uide Nuyiki. Limes and floods by Crooker and Toll. Copic paper by Kappa Pedersen. Hood pine hat with 24 vent holes by Morgan. Buzz and string bag from Hetero Days and All Ladies' Presents. Tree taken for grafted. Rock rent. Fedation blends and Sordanian doof posts by Joel Soleche and Walt Bedorft. The oak mulberry eke with silk chick two mesh from Shop Soury, Seedsman Chap. Gerbstone begged from General Orders mailed. The crack, that's cork, by a smoker from the gods. The interjection, Barclay, by the firemen in the pit. Accidental music providentially arranged by La Hache and Lacorte. Melodiosities in pure fusion by the score. To start with in the beginning, we need hurtly remark, a community prayer. Everyone for himself. And to conclude with an exodus, we think it well to add, a chorale in canon. Good for us all, us all. Psalms between the acts by the Ambiamphians of Annapolis, John McCormick, male soprano, and Jean Saucelevin, bass noble, respectively. Oh, Mesper Sogerman, if this is what ye do, then I'm not surprised ye want that bottle of soft pupil and all of nude de rush verlos mich nicht. Till the summit scenes of Kimbach's catastrophe, the bearded mountain, Polymop Bertha Roach, and the river rounds to nursery, Madekins in undeformed. The whole fagog magog, including the portions understood to be omitted as the results of the respective titulars neglecting to produce themselves, to be wound up for an after-enactment by a magnificent transformation scene, showing the radium wedding of Ned and morning and the dawn of peace, pure, perfect and perpetual, waking the weary of the world. An argument follows. Chuffy was an angel then, and his sword flashed light like lightning. Fools talk, sanctity, meekly loose, defending loose from prowlabouts, make a shine on the cursed. Amen. But the Dublin self was in glugger that lost to learning, pilked. He was spoofing and sprouting, choosing like anisine, whipping his eyesult and gnashing his teeth over the brevities from existers and the earther lubbox of life. He held killed each chosen a clay blade and makes praises to his tree of clogs. To part from these, my corsets, is into overlusting fear. Acts of feet, hoof, and charity. Athletes long foot, titar, all here. Amongst that number of evenings, but how pierceful in their suggestiveness were those first girly stirs, with sitterings of flight released and twinklings of twitch bells in roundel after, with waverings that made shimmer shake rather nakedly all the dusk-singed airs and shylet beaconings from behind him's back. Sammy, call on. Merely lamb, she was shuffering all the diseasiness of the unheard of. Mary Louise and Shosa penis. If Ark could no more salve his agonals from the wiles of Willy Woolly Wolf, if all the Irish cynics of her Gippendom help a bit from and Father Hogan to the Mother Masons could not that cloak to catch her by the calor of her brightness, not Rose, Sibylla, nor Citronelle, not Esmeralda, Pervenca, nor Indra, not Viola even, not all of them, poor things over. But the moonfish stick in the melamaloda jar, I am, twinklemime, all these things. Up tighty in the front, down again on the loose, trim and drumming on her back and a puff from her whistle. What is that, oh holy troopers? Is aught given yo? Up his sturbled Cleoges, with such a pling did thy nurse see. Be me Owen and call me Hugh, and if you what you might call for me, and I will wish you may call for you. And they are met, face a facing. They are set, force to force. And no such Copenhagen Marengo was less so fated for a fall, since in Glynis mole of smiling thrushes patched white past all sheen a scowl. Arrest thee, scold brother, came the Evangelium. Sabra Ecoso, from all St. John's Wood to kill or maim him, and be dumb till ills arrested, that would proffer to his delected one thee his trifle from the glass. A space. Who are you? The cat's mother. A time. What do you lack? The look of a queen. But what is that which one is going to prehend? 6. Puzzling his brains. The fainter. The how to say to it is what is, he must who must word and shall. A dark tones. Cunning. Oh, Theo Peril, if you Lord, the poor lie. He asked of the hooded fire shield, but it was undergone into the matured heaven. He saw it from the loft, but that bore ni mark ni message. He looked upon the blooming ground where only his cords were groaning. At last he listed back to backline how she pragged alone so jauntily. The scant for schooling. With not a word from the wordless either. Either. He was hard set then. He wanted to go somewhere while he was waiting. Lutum. He wished to crave on the good persons, that is the 4 gentlemen. Autumn. And it was not a long time till he was feeling true for him he was good a Persia, and it was short after that he was fooling Mahant to Mahant he was an engine rubber. Etum. He was at his thinker's aunt's to give the 4 gentlemen the presents of a corpse. And this is what he would be willing. He pulled the ford. They found the hurdled stones. They fell ill with the gravy duck, and he sought town with the roast of the meast. Atom. To where by hangs are tents. Ah ho! This poor glug! It was so said of him about his old font mouther. Surely deplorable. A dire, oh dire, and all the faithfulness whom he inhabited after his Colleen-born janitor. Sometime tolerable, with that hairy anklet on him and the bubble light belching out of its socket whiling away, she sprinkled his all over with her noses of intellignation. How do you do that, lack a luck and pass the poker, please? And bids him kind her, lute entirely. Sing, sweetheart, sing to me anon. So that Glug, the poor one, in that limbo pool which was his subniciousness, he could scarce of all not know whether his murder had burst the blabber or if the vogal stones that hit his kinpan was that merely his scorn meester, missed his trump or midst his fruiting. Aho, Cecily, oh! The young lead lightsome villies and players are now showing drawn, if but one, or, if in Flora League, drawn up consociately at the hinder side of the commoner guardian. Her boy Theodore theirs, if they are so period, cometh up as a trappadar, thinking how he must band for himself by gaze work what the colours were as they are all shown drawns up. Pardon, pichetum, pardon, bah! Doth that not satisfy youth, sir? Conti Perti Bellas, here, Madama le Fair. And what are you going to charm them to, Madama? Do say. Cindery Nelly angled her slipper. It was Cho Chinese he had brought her a groom. He will ask of the four of them their commoner guardian at the next lineup, who is really the rapier of the two, though the other brother can hold his own, especially for he bandaged it with his hand the whole time. Maman, as simply gracious, me, oh la, and we lose that stone of his art. Hast thou feel like carbuncly ones? Upon which his poor precocity theirs is a little titter-tit of hilarity. Let me soul see. And the word cherry is at first ring-soundingly by their toots ensembled, though not meaning to be clever, but just with a shrug of their hips to go to Troy and hard a freak at himself by all that story to the Ultramarines. Otherwise, holding their noises, they insinuate quiet, private. Nay, he make peace in his preaches and play with esteem. Werewolf, oath, to boo. So off for his toppy tuck the rock made red, as slick as legs would run, and he anchored on his hunkers with the belly pressed, asking, what's my mop and stubborn eggs for these times? To wheat, breath and bother and what's our curse? Then breath more bother and more what's our curse? Then no breath, no bother, but we're a wild of worms, and shima shalev shom. As Regagnolena to Mount Agmoon, what she meant he could not can. All she meant was golden silver, all she meant was some night's plum jam. It's driving her daft, like she's so dumb. If he'd lonely talk instead of only gawk, as Dutch Yeatman had stuck his stick all through his spokes, and if he would not woolly so. He, speak, sweetie bird, meatsy, though I did eat tough curve, I'm not the bog doctor. Have you mon brimstone? No. Or hellfire stain? No. Or one diamond's coral pearl? No. He has lost. Off to clutch, Glug. For what? Check your rarest, Glug. For will. Ring we round, chuff. Farewell. Chuff's inners even. All's rise with their woe. Yet, tears, who can her mater be? She's promised he'd eye her, to try up her pretty. But now it's so longed and so fared and so forth, Jerry for jauntings. Alibi, fled. The flossies all and mossies all, they drooped upon her draped brimful. The bow knots, the shore lots, they wilted into woblots. The perligraph, knew witchily whether to weep or laugh. For always down in Carolina's lovely Dinah's vaunt their view. Poor Isa sits a gloaming, so gleaming in the gloaming. The tinsel is a touch tarnished wind, no lovely noise I want her swans. Hey lass, won't feel gleam she's so gloaming. This poor apathy I sold, her bowman's gone of a cool, be good enough to sympathize. If he's at anywhere she's therefore to join him, if it's to nowhere she's going to too. But if he'll go to be a son to Frances, she'll stay daughter of Clare. Bring Tansy, throw Myrtle, through rue. She is fading out like Journey's clothes, so you can't see her now. Still we know how gay the dyer works, in dims and deeps and dusts and darks. And among the shades that Eve's now wearing, she'll meet a new fiancé, tryst and trow. Mammy was, Mimi is, buenas Colleen's to be. In the deed gives a dame, and the dame desires a damsel, but the damsel dresses dully, and the dully does a dulcy damble. The same of renew. For though she's unmarried, she'll after truss up and help that hussy band how to hope. Hippotent, chipotent, cherub and sing. Lord Chuffy's sty sheriff and cloaks got to swing. So and so, toe by toe, to and fro they go round, for they are the angels, scattering nods as girls who may, for they are an angel's garland. Catchwire stockings, libertide garters, shoddy shoes, quick tapped with silver, penny fair caps on penny four frocks and a ring on her foam-thin finger, and they leak so luably as they link to light, and they look so luablit, loosed in a noxious night, with a sleek glance in, and a coy glance out. They rampant a little, a lesser, a listen, then rope right round and rout. Say them all, but tell them apart. Cadenzo coloratura. R is Brugretta and A is Alancia. Y is for yellow and N is for granary. B is for boy brew and Odadli's O, well W waters the florets of Novembrance. Though they're all but merely a schoolgirl, yet these way went they. It the view all the avenue, dancing goes enchancing roundly. Miss oodles of atoms before the luvium does like so, and then again does like so, and Miss Indas of eons after years of iodine does like so, and then again does like so, the many whiles of winter. The grocer's bought, she slips her hand in a haircut bag. The lady in waiting sips herself from the paraffin can. Mrs. Wildhair quick doctor helter skelts up the causeway. The flashed instinct, she hears a tinkle of thunder. The widow McGrave as she knits cats' cradles. This bountiful actress leashes a harrier under her tongue. And here's the girl who she's need in cold fashion, and she's told her priest. She's put on a chap. And this last not least, this Rakisimi woman, who she writes put fortunes many times over in the nursery dust with her capital thumb. Buzz. All runaway sheep bound back bo-beep, trailing Nortinis behind them. And these ways went they, and those ways went they. Winnie, Olive, and Beatrice, Nellie and Ida, Amy and Rue. Here they come back, all the gay pack, for they are the florals, from Funcy and Pansy to Papa Vera's blush. Forsake me not. While there's leaf, there's hope, with Primtim's rose and Mary May's blossom, all the flowers of the Anciles' garden. But vice reversing thereout from the poems of perfection to anger arbor, Shrirak Monoton, grossly out of stout devotion, bearded with wood, what tournaments and complimentary rages rocked the Diblan from his punch bowl to his Tommy's chinthreck as he displayed all the outward science of his visible disgrace. He was feeling so funny and floored for the cue, all over which girls as he don't know whose hue. If Goose's Gazius would but fain smile him a smile, he would be fondling a praise he ate some nice bit of fluff. But no guest reveals the uncouth. They're all odds against him, the beasties. Scratch. Start. He dove his head into Wat Murray, gave Stuart Ryle a puck on the plexus, wrestled a hurry communion with the gillybag, wiped all his senses, Marshall and menial, out of shove Sunday McPherson, excommunicted as freely as any froth blower into McIsaac, had a belting bout, chest to chest, with Mick ado about nothing, and childhood's age being I the shameless. Tell a Tartarin Tastarin Tootsum Tarascon Tultum, Vestim in Tiberas Flamidophagium, embraslated himself for any time untellable with what hung over to the Maconochie meal from the Maxicaries of the Greeks. Home! Alwhile, Bushmisu is from Mongi Monsi, praying in his mind, son of Everalim. Within himself, he swore, Macnoon Magati Mag, cross of a coppersmith bishop, he would split. He do big squeal like holy trick pat. Seek hell's where from Yank Islanders the Patriots' absolation. Mock Nitsa, Janik, he takes skiff come first dangling day over white tumbler, rough and dark, till wind bulls the shower show of the bower with three shirts in the wind. Pagoda Permecant, Croco Levante, the Bruce, the Corleone and the Ignacio. From Prudho's to the secular, but from the common to the neutral. Bye-bye, Brasilis, I'm breathing. Our war, Dolly Gray, a Conan stream of Loda circles. He hears Lucivenis, Casasso no more. missionary for the ministry to all the sins of Adam, Shimak, Eon of Era, Mums for's Maxim, Vans for's Book, and Dodge Song Dora for Head Home Sure Mistress, and Uncle Silan's Coach in Diligence. This connection of the succeeding, he wholehearted himself for Carberry banishment care of Pennsylvania, British America, to melt Mrs. Gloria of Beggars' Trust, Recorporated, Pronti, by meteoromancy and linguified estrogen, quit to hail a hurry lurker and catch the Panama telecom and regain that absentee Terry Easty, his cita immediata, by an alley and a detour with fair card available jetrany years, right for Robbie the Roder. From the safe side of distance, libera, nostalgia, piet ignorante autuli, euro prat nobis. Every monk his own castle, where every little ligger is his own ligotenente with inclined jams in full purview to his pronouns and to the delatane of his raredos. Frisfinster, foyer escaper, he would, with the greatest of ease, before the waiting meat hook, by dear home trashfold on the raging canal, for other sides of Dulden. He behave, watch your boy, make one of heathens with a knock on a cow and a chowcolazens and fire off. Your giornal, full substitution to mulmud, is first appested to the Hebrews. From Cornelius Slotan prepositus of Tomario to the Clutch in Antioch. Salvo, Ladex and jointermen. No more turden scalds. Free leaves for everybody's. I'll tend salmon in the yard, with ham and eggs till farther altars. Wild primates not stop him from at rearing a writing in handy antics. Nom de plume, good strap Finlands, and send Yarge for merry Inklanders. And don't you low if his bindcheck is trimmy, for he is the general, make no mistake in he. He is General Jinglesome. Go in for scrivenery with the satiety of Arthur's in Espiculish and inform to the old sniggering publicing press and its nation of sheep cuppers about the whole plighted trough between them. Malady of belady made melody of melody, she, the lilage of lionesses, and him, her knave, arrant, to wild rose like Gilligan from Croppy Crow Horde, for all within crystal range. Ukulele. Lothers is leave. Had days. Nemo in Patria, the luncher out, skilly and carob dish, a wandering wreck, from the mermaid's tavern, bully famous, Nazi calves, mother of misery, Walpurgis knocked. Malish, he would bear to untired world of Lemon Nordstria, and what a strip book a globe trottle they pairs with looks. How whole fellows, his gupper, the Sabbatarian, might faction split his beard. He too had a great big all in the megafundum of his Thomas Hunders, and how her ladyship, his Gomer, that congealed sponsor. She had never cessed at waking Malters among the Jamisons since the cloft that Medax dealt her made her microcosm as gap as down low. So they fished in the kettle and fought free, and if she bit his tail about all had given for thee, he would just sit it all right down just as he would just set it all rightfully written blot and void, yielding to no man in him's ignorance, seeing how heart silly sorry he was, owning to the condition of his bike stool, and, reading of his flesh skin and writing with his quill bone, fill full 9 quires with it for his auditors, Caxton and Pollock, a most miraculous Jeremiah head seemed book for all the peoples. Under the presidency of the Suches of Skonansko, I had to be held in, thoroughly enjoyed by many so many on block at Boyrat season, and for their account utterly admired by her husband in soul intimacy, about whose told his innocence and the gruesome head's Yorick of his spectroscope, and why he was off colour and how he was embossed upon by the very spit of himself, burst on the cheek side by Michelangelo, and, besides that, over on the old jowly side by Bill C. Babby, and the suburbs formule why they provincials Jolo eggs built him out of his Humpty Dumpty Neronin Donum. Osco de Pesco de Pesco de Pisco, because all his creature comfort was an omelette Venus Airbus in an arc Venus Orbe, and no master how mustard. Mind never mend. He could neither walk in, nor neither swim in the flood of socialism, and the best and the shortest way of blacking out a catalogue of all the sorrows of Sexton until he would accost her come in fu in tetotos as a wagoner would his mudhilly wizendonk at their tryst in Paradise after torments of potent years, bread cast out on waters, making goods at mutuality. Monde monsieur of Casanova and Mademoiselle from Armentiaras. Neblo nobis nebo novio and lubi in innovation. Occitanti tempore. He will see through several of sanctuaries, mewit me might who might so as to meet somewhere, if produced, on a gimme pension for his whole lifetime. Payment in go to slay music and poisonal company. Following which, like ipsi secum, when he can go to foil of the fluter, she could have all the GSM she moved after 4 and records to herself, including science of sonorous silence, while he, being brought up on soul butter, have recourse, of course, to poetry, with tears for his coronation, such as engines weep. Was leaving worth leaving? Mush. Bulbulf, tree train, Zokra sink, stone, arty, reminiscentive, at bandstand finale on Grand Carriero, dreaming largesse of life size over early lived offs. All old setters of the South set their highly nutritious family histrionic, genetic sling with Avis and Avia, that simple pair, and descendant down on veloci pads by avuncular process to Nularus and Noverca, those notorious nepotists, circumpictified in their sovereign senses. Patries all of them by the gloss on their germane faces and their sovereign eyes like transparents of Victricus. Protrudes to a man, the Archimate labors of his economy world. Remember the castle throwing? Once props cheed, now stohong baroque. And oil paint use a poem if yell trace me their title to where was a hover not a havel, the first rattle of his Jonaverse. With a tintum tingling and the next and next. Gina Patty? Got a patty? Gossies, give it up? Well, each showm. My God, alas, that dear old tum-tum home, whereof in youth food port I prayed, among the verdigrassy convict falsaldeses, and cluttered for a moment in thy bosom shade. His mouth full of ecstasy, for Xing young thing is Sheena from Yulayum across the Timor Sea. Hilpong, mad adventure, shot pinging up through the arrowroot of his wisdom, who thought him a honor owl, feast king of Shelley's by googling Lovey, regally freedom, eagerly plumed, and whispered gumble or writhy prods wretched some horsey McGee plods coffin acid out the tight clothes gents floppins muggerdy. His thoughts it had been sobbing into, holy sanguish blooded up disconvulsing the fixtures of his fears. A pang which his Kimpori chewer made him a crazy chump of a have-a-joke silly ass. Joshua Crosses, son of a nun, though he shall live for millions of years a life of billions of years, from the rosiest glows to their vilest lustres. He shall not forget that fucking Pegasus. Holy housebows and bloody acres, like nothing on earth. But, by Jove Cranides, seed of Sum, after that he had bade his breastplates for forgetting his birthplace, it was soon that he rahat himself. By a prayer? No, that comes later. By contrite attrition? Nay, that we passed. Meet exorcism? So is rigged. And it was so, and Mohos Moramor resumed his soul, with Go purchase off to Alad out of this. An old stand song. He threw his feet up to his ears, rolled his polygon eyes, sniveled from his nose, and blew the goth out of his horny pipe. The hop joint jerk of a little broom jig that he learned in Locafoco when a red-hot turnspite he, on the reign of old roast and the bull rat skillers. Redios! Where was that man for he's doing a row? Lookery looks, how he's not in his interest. Mookery mooks. It's a grape of his gripes. Sickery seeks, why he's biting his head off. Cockery cocks, it's his spurt of cool. And may his carpet dilute not give him chromitis, for the moe that blinks you blank is mostly carbo, where the inflammabilis might persuade his comparendo with a pure flame and a true flame and a flame altogether. Suit. The worst is over. Wait. And the Duboni mag may gang to praises. With Denny Fanin, Mikanti, Ho, in the lost of the Gleamans, Sosi most. For he would himself deal a treatment as might be trusted in anticipation of his inculmination unto fructification for the major operation. When, pip, a message interfering intermitting interskips from them. bent on Hersian ways, call her menacing names, call her a stain, a butterfly from her zip-clasped handbag, a wounded dove started from escaping out her forecoats. I'll wail for use, O Doherland, the poetess, and around its scorched cap she has twilled the twine of flame to let the latest know she's married, and Pimit goes backward, Tot burns it Celeste, a Clarabelle Kumpek to errand, hers before his even, posted your pinned, he's your charge, think you'll met him. Good afternoon, madam, mind the step, please stoop, oh, to please, stop. What saying? I have surrendered from to him now, dear mate ashore, so completely till I can get redressed, which means the end of my stays in the languish of Kentangle. Is you zealous of me as brother? Did you boo mighty lord? You supposed to be the unconditionally rejected? Certainly, lad, can that sob stuff, Wingy Willy, stop up, Mavron, and sit in my lap, Pepet, though I'd much rather not. Like things are MDS is all invincibles. Decoded. Now a run for his money, now a dash to her dot. Old cocker, young crowy, sepada, so son. A brand new speed hound, outstrip us on the wind, like a waft to wing weary one or a sauce to a coast guard. For directly with his whoop, stop and an epilepsy didando atiti in appreciable less time than it takes a glaciator to submerge her, and at length thus was he again, a gob, before the trembly ones, a spark scap off, double das gished, got an oar up in a simpler sailor made and shaking the storm out of his hiccups. The smartest vessel you could find would a lazily him on her knee as her lucky for the Rio Grande. He's a pig-tailed tar, and if he hadn't got it too thick, he'd a telltale call of his picture on a wall with his voucher in the papers for cutting mutton legs and capers, letting all he'd just be japers and his tail cooked up. Go! It's won by its legs. Angelina's, hide from light those hues that your sin bow may bring to light. Though down to your dour strip he's bent to knee, he wants no legends here. For a haunting way we'll go, and you need not make your mo. Bind the fringe for frocks and translate it into shots of such as touch with show and show. He is guessing at hers for all his worse, the seagoer. Hark to his wily geeses goosling by, and play fair, lady. And note that they who will for exile say can for dog, while them that won't leave Ingle End says now for no. For he falters how he hates to trouble them without. But leaving codhead's mitre and the heron's plumes sinistrant to the server of servants and wrecks of recums, and making a bolder dash for liberty of speech, he asks not have you seen a match being struck, nor is this powder mine, but, letting pun plays pass to earnest. Haps the genial Fergs? Now, haps the Majonties? No. Haps the percauses nonzibellis? No. Asky, get on, Mikako, get. Ping and ping non ping pon pung. And he did a get, their annoyance, and slink his hook away. El guera como a la guerra, like a chimista in chamises, whom the Heracana hurries and hotsputs, zingo, zango, zagari. 2 boots of Erskut, Urquard, Jamal, Kulm, Yela, Yuwash, yeah. For he could chifashi opatua upon a scorp snack of pure underfallen English, melon moon or torta tortas, sokisaki or sopisopon, as rascally and as bastly as your cheese truck cow could Spanish. Makoto, why did you play all day? Gilagalan no he is, yet right divining do not was. Hobobobo habogage hoki dimati in Kamicha. He had his spirits all fallen on him. To vet, most grievously, he was bedazzled and debozzled. He had his tristiest cavalier on, and looked like Brody Hal. A shelling, a cockshy, and we donkey shot at, or a peso pesant to join the armada. But, Sincho Panza, could any Brody which walked this world with eyes wide open have looked twinsomer than the curl he left behind him? Candidatus, Deridosus, our illusions, Senilab? Of all the green heroes ever wore cotton breeches, the whitemost, the goldenest, how he stood there with himself most heavenly. And that anti-revolutionary, the churchman child father from Tunter's Tuft to Almader's Cause, a hagiography in dual trigonomy, son Optimus of Sire Six Tusks, of Maya Quinius Sinosure, heavily booty time, in wreaths of his near seas, a mickly, dazzly, eely, oily with Duisi Carals, a soul netzer by Svezdal's priestess, their child attractive, and dim Dante Penny's knows the play of the eyelids, with his gamecock spurts and his smile like quid glue, the sauciest soulier ever winning war. Was his host of spraties, loose pillar in their knees, they went pea-hinning a rip at the rapider path around him. Pilgrim print kept Carolo Cavanaugh in Eucharistic congratulations, quite purringly excited, alluding to him by all the nicknames in the litany with the terms in which no Dulcinea ever thinks about implying except to her future's year, and sending him perfume most pray pops to satisfy more than to tease him. Shall we help, now you've mass-muled, you to recollect a bit, Yismik, Yimisi? That he, the fine-hued, the fair-haired, the far ahead, much would save unto every but everyone, as far as Safra stirs the soon, the have mercy on hers of his kiss your license, meetings. And you're the enjoya still in better rare. We know you like Latin with S's and pures, and your liber as they see. We certainly like gurgles loves the nerdly gardly so, LRBG. Tell that old frackhead boyok to billows up the tumbucky in his tum-tum or gone and give us a gust in his gushy old goof. Hymn number 29. Oh, the singing. Happy little girlie comes to have adulted such an Adelphis. Oh, the swinging hop-ups so golden. They've come to chant and chor. They say their salat, their maidens' prayer to the messenger of his nabis, prostituting themselves each-wise and combinedly. Seta folds the hands, be it honored, bow the head. May thine evenings in be blissful, even of bliss, as we've so hope for ablution, for the sake of the farbunk and of the saint and of the drops. Amens. A pause. Their orison arises misquite as Osman glory, ebbing westward, leads to the soul of light its fading silence. A-la-la-la-la-la, a turquoised sky. Then, Xanthos, 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 we take to thine, mighty innocent, that didst bring it off feet. Should in after years it became about you will after desk job duty, becoming a bank midland mansioner, we and I shall reside with our obeisant servants among Burke's Mobility at La Roseraie, Aylesbury Road. Red bricks are all hellishly good values if you trust the roster of ads, which will save up ourselves and nap what's nicest and boskiest of timber trees in the neighborhood on Kel's plot. Lucombe oaks, Turkish hazels, Greek firs, incense palm, etc. The hypsometers of Mount Anvil is hells to be dying out of heart attacks, but praise send lyrics through. The wick elm of Manilaw is still flourishing in the open because it's native of our nature and the seeds was sent by fortune. We'll have our private palipetum pillar posterings for lovesick letterines fondly affianced to our front railings and swings, hammocks, tight-top bellet lines, accommodation nooks and prismic bath porches, to make envy eyes mouth water and wonder when they binocular us from their embrushard windows in our garden rare. Fiat shall be our number on the autokineton and shall be in his chucks ours for only chauffeur. Tea will be waiting for uns as I sold you at the first entries. Our cousin Gourmand, Percy, the pup, will denounce the sniff-nomers of all colors where among our Sima's sister, Tabitha, the nine-lived, will extend to the fool her hearty welcome, while the turf and twigs they tapple. Tintin. Lady Marmella Shortbread will walk in for supper with her marchpane switch on, her necklace of almonds and her Poirette Sunday dress with bracelets of honey and her cochineal hose with the caramel dancings, the briskly best from Booty's Town, and her sucking staff of ivory mint. You mustn't miss it or you'll be sorry. Chomos' sloes, glittering jewels, Lydia light fans and perfumed silhouettes, and the Prince Lemonade has been graciously pleased. His 6 chocolate pages will run bugling before him and cocoa cream cuddle after with his thick sword and a pink cushion. We think his sparkling headiness ought to know Lady Marmella, do some his for lissome hers. He's not going to Cork till Kettle-a-Mess or may hope till Rose-Eater or St. Tibble's Day. So Neoman knows. The foremost in his fin, the mormors her and him. A paralon, and Dublin's all a din. We'll sing a song of single month and you'll too and you'll. Here are notes. There's the key. 1, 2, 3. Chores! So come on, ye wealthy gentlemen, we'll prove rocks full of fun. Thin, Tej Ollie and Thel Ively, they'll belly with thee cool, for to jog a jig of crispiness nice and sing a missile too. Hip shampooray, hip shampooray. Oh, you long-tailed blackman, poke it up behind me. Hip shampooray, hip shampooray. And Jessie's, push the pumpkin round. Hallelujah. Since the days of Romalos and Remus, the Pabanos have been strident through their struts of Chapelle de Soute. The Volsies have mead and yodeled through the pearly ooze of Ballybor. Many a mimsy cloudy has tripped daintily along that per-coach-strayed railway, and the rigadoons have held ragtimed revels on the plateau plain of Grant Gorman. And, though since then sterlings and guineas have been replaced by brooks and lions, and some progress has been made on stilts, and the races have come and gone, and time, that chief of seasoners, has made his usual astute use of indigestibles, and what not will be is nor was. Those Dancidales and Kenkenzanis have come stimmering down for our beguilement through the bedeftdom of Poe's Tyons, the obsessity of Pa's teapox, as live and limb-free limber as when mummy mummed et ma. Just so styled with the natties are their flower heads now, and each of all has a love stock unto herself, and the thought of all the tints of their understatements is as open as he can possibly she, and is tournesoled straight cutter sideways, according to the corsets of things feminite, to woowards him in heliolatry, so they may catch cop in their calizettes, as they go dropping those parachutes from his musculone pistol, for he can eye-spy through them to their self-colors, never the least their tissue peepers, meaning mulberry mesh, the time of appling flowers, a guarded figure of speech, a variety of perfume, a bridal, seemest in so one, as likely as seesaw. Oh my goodness, oh my greatness, oh my pricelessly precious, while joyfully as dim dumbbells, all a listen to his elixir. Lovelit. And they said to him, Enchanted, dear sweet Stanislas, young confessor, dearer dearest, we hear about your loss, O Carly Cola, de salutant, pattern of our unschooled, pageant master, deliverer of soft missives, round the world in 40 mails, bag, belt, and balmy beam, our Barnaboy, our chip-a-chap, with that Pam pipe in your put-away, gab-borab, when you will be after doing all your sightseeing and sound-hearing and smell-sniffing and tasty-tasting and tinderum-stotchings in all Danical, send us your adorables, thou over-blessed, a wise and letters play of all you conceive, chief Celtic chappy. From your holy post now you hast ascertained ceremonially our names. Unclean you art not, outcast thou art not. Leper's Tower, the Carmen's Loki, has not blanched at our pollution, and your intercourse at 90 lake splits does not defile. Untouchable is not the scare crown is on you. You are pure. You are pure. You are in your purity. You have not brought stinking members into the house of Amonte. Elib inum, teach-up, note-up, we name them to the hall of honor. Your head has been touched by the god Enel Ra, and your face has been brightened by the goddess Arak Ituk. Return, singed youngling, and walk once more among us. The rains of Dimani are massacred as of year, and Baraza is all a flower, secular of Carmi days, as shiver as shower can be. Our breed and better class is in brood and bitter pass, Lebi Cleath looms, but we're counting on the clock. The great cackler comes again. Sweet staker, able lord of all our Heloise, we, to be slightly more familiar perhaps than is slickly more than necessary, Cotis Philomelas as well as Magdalene's were draw pairs with 2 pin marks, BVD and BVD dot. So once lotteries of ticklets post hastum, you appreciate? So as to be very dainty, even is a spell, and so as to be verily dainty, even is she belly, of and on, to and for, by and with, from you. Let the hitchback hurry his wayward ere the missus has time to take herself off. 'Twill be whether more wilfully into meat if the coming offence can send our shudders before. We seem to have being elsewhere as though the had patched in our fuffpins. Next to our shrinking souls we love sensitivas best, for they are the angeles. Brick, father, jongle, sprig, fleet, nocturne, smiling bruise, for they are an angelis garment. We will be constant, what a word, and bless the day, for whole hours too, yes, for so long a sign as we shall be heeing in our creative being of ours elvishness, the day you befell, you dreadful temptation. Now promise us as at our requested you will remain ignorant of all what you hear, and, though if whilst disrobing to the edge of risk, the vice of things and idle hours that Saturn finds to draw a veil till we next time. You don't want to page, but be chimmed if ye do. Perhaps we urged to may. How many months or how many years till the myriads and first become bashfulness we tucked? May he culp her, may he mix and misculp her. Talk with the hair and you wake of a tartars. That's moose, says the law. List. Kiki Lacey, the Pervigind, and Bianca Utantani. Her conversa, drew their fools long finished first, Herzog van Valentum. But me and me other raven, my cousin of mine, have mere good 3 chancers, we others, after Bonaparte's. The missing smile of me, my wholesale assumption, she's not without as weam twin here within, that I love like myselfish, like Smithereens Robinsons, like Jones's nuts lost, like the blue of the sky if I stoop for to spies between my two columns. How their duel makes their trail, ears wax for Sir Sword, dum bullets for the Irish riflers, queen's wealth of cockum in their combs for the Jenny Joes, Kero Caressimus, honey swarms were Mellisbons, will be albuzzy one another meanies for the mere effect that you are so full of pollen yourself. Tio mio, their tower, we feel unspeechably thoughtless over it all here in Gizzy Gazelle Tark's Bimbo Woods, so please kindly communicate with the usual sense we are only yearning as yet how to burden. It's millions of sentiments dead lost or mislaid on them, but, master of snakes, we can slow change in the nip of a nap so long as we can I'll see for deeds set on your quick. By the hook in your luck we're eye for eye were you begging the question with your Lutean bull round monk messerag. And whenever you're tingling in your trout, we're sure to be tangled in our enticements. It's game, ma chere. Be off with your shepherd dress on. Up some cauda. Behold our handmaids for the Lord. To these nuns we are but yours in amateurs, yet will come that day we shall hope to be ours. Then shall we see, sing, the sight. No more hawk sights, nay more gifting in menage. A her's fancy for a his friend, and then that fellow yours after this follow ours. Venia beniorum, domne venias. High time is up, be it down into outs according, when there shall be foods for vermin as full as feeds for the fat, eat on earth as there's hot in oven. When every clitty of a sculdery maid shall hold every yard scullion's right to steam her uprect for whimsoever, whether on privates, whether in publics, and when all us romance Catalines shall have once for all emancipated, and the world is made free. Methinks, so much for his mindness the man, and all his begettings. So till coquette to tell cocotte to teach Connie Curly to touch catty hair and tip Carminia to tap La Cherie. Though where the diggings he dwells among us here's nobody knows save Mary. Why for we go wringing hands in giro rondo. Those bright elects, consorted, they were waltzing up their hillside with their princely handsome Angeline Sheoff, while in those whereabouts their wont bears way. Meeting unknown, a place where pigeons carry fire to seethe viands, a mighty hill, village and sword foods. Oaths and screams and bally groans with the belchy bob hob and the hell of a low bedimmed and bedabbled the remaining loser sphere. Hell-stained world selves. London's breach lay bound up uncouth not to be brushed by puns and readers. Yet the ring gate run through Rosalie with a drash for a brash you. Yasha yash h sausage and mash. So he found he bash. Poor Yasha yash. And you wanna make one of our picnic party? No honor request on our sports at least. For poor Glugger was dazed and laid in his grave. Aye, he laid in his grave. But lo, boys, lo, he rises, shivering, with his speedy-filled eyes, and his hose become worse. Sesamus. Examine of conscious scruples now he to the best of his memory Shimado. No mere forever siding on the stolen, with his tumasinquinance in the fight of his tongue stole. No more singing of the dags in his singing, expressly at hand, counterhand. Try to take this kink had muddled his dome, peccant pint form, him serf, Majal, maiden, born of thug tribe into brood blackmail, duly redicant albigenesis Hennessy's. He, by bludgeoned mocked of the girls, pro for him penance and come off internatural. He, self-sufficiency, ex-commander in chaffs, particularissimo, what though the two throws in his lava bad eyes, makes to make polente rosum. Good savor's queen with a stem of swerve aftrek, fit for king of Sundas. Out of Biaconis, hiking ahead like any nudge me rough go rude all over Terracotta. No more throw acids, face all lovabilities, appeal for the union and play fraternities. He, praise Saint Columbarnus, make clean a breast sack of goody girl now as ever drank milk soap from a spoon. Weed-hearted boy of potter and mother, chip of old Flynn the Flinter, twig of the hider that tanned him. He go calabush all same, he tell him out. Poof poof man, he strip him all moosey calico blown him all same, he tell him all out how he make what's name. He, through volcanic connection, relation belong this remarkable Moliman, Anax Antrum, pearly gluten, pure blood, Jebusite, simply prosent earth from spoken, drug malt store juice, entrance on back, most open on the ladies. He, A. In pitch-skinned shanpoms, possible, sooth to say, notwithstanding far former gals to be gaining fish considerable, by saving praise after avalanche, to look most profitable out of Smiley's skiblo eye. He repeat of him as pious alias, cause he asked for shave and haircut. People said he'd shave of he-goat where he was sheep of haircut with his tile togged. Pope. Not true what chronicles is bringing his portmanteau preempt full potato words. Big dumb crumb, digadichis, say short again actor, even while assassinated by summon, he coxiram a penny silvers offerings, blottinages with candid zokers and spinchesses walk in presence kills the maidenette for it blew his news for him with puriest polygamious inattentions. He having that pecuniary element spectacularly in Heather Cliff emergency on gale days because sufferant chronic from a plentitude of house courts. Colossal rodomantic, not worth one bronze light scholarina say as he, dread like colopolar, walk in her sleep his pig index wig 50 boots. Of so little is her time in Charles nest great for greeting his immenseness. Such soon as set they were, her is as his oracles. Killed bunch, how could one classically? One could not, critically. In a nest lighting shaft only for Lovelit smug pipe, his mistress mere shame of cupric tresses. The form white feminine, the amber sandaled, after as Dr. Talap's onomotony lecture, a mish, holy bomb of Saint Mary's. He is as good as a mountain and everybody what is fond of his jades he knew maestral Viking son, fur-framed Nordwoken's Compton, with complexion of blushing dolomite fanned by Ozion breezes, which never saw his bed's head borrow and never met his swigamore, have his ignominy from prima signation of being master Miltco, queerest man in the benighted queendom, and, as craft ident, how he found the kids. Other accuse him as look deep for sunkener, dope in stock lob, all a melting malt after rheumatism, purely simply Tammy Ratkins. The cards of cop on the Berberotters and their bellowings. Even was she's heard brigades off before all his neighbors in the cold Bethesda. No goods, not one source. They white liveried ragsops, 2 whales of the sea of deceit. They bloody blabstered shooters, 3 dromedaries of the sands of Caledonia. As is not worthy to shock his hind, you'll grate on them. Such askers and their Ruperts they are putting in for more Oscars is Alcephars the Arnolds. The broken halted victims, horror of firm is against simply Lotta Carsons. They would lick their lenses before they would negatize a John Petter from his sodalities. In his contrary and unreality, which Bishop Babwith bears to his richness in his justification of Willemses, this Mr. Hill Assessor Nielsen of Sore State Hearing, diseased, formerly with adenoids, didn't feed a lighty, like sleep great change of retiring family butler, highly accurate in his everythings, from 10-cent copal to Birkin basement, lived with household of number 7, wide awake, roundabout, walking beds, weaklings, in black velvet on Georgian mission, sinest mangy gears his rear in the lane pictures, blaking same with autonaut and annexes and got a die-linked baby boy bucktooth, the thick of a gobstick, coming on ever so nursely, graces to goodness, at 81. That's why all perks up excited about his gunfather. That's why ecclesiastics and the crime ministers preaching him mornings and make a power of spoon victuals out of his proverbs. That's why he, persona erecta, like choral man arsenic for demonizer, for a trial by Julius, in celestial sun hat, with 2 purses agitating his theopot with walkabout shake, rather incoherent, from 1 to 18 to 118 bis, young shy gay youngs. Simply far infusing up pretty stupidities to lock up the radio daisies and be nice and 20 in the shade. Old grand tutored toucher up of young poetographies and he turn around the brook, read out frumpishly like here some heart curer for some make one noise. It's his last lap, gigantic, Fergim wheel, revelation, of fact, true bill, by a jury of matrons, hump for humbleness, dump for dirts, and to make a long stony batter and a poorly show a perfect sight, his thing went the holy way writ up suffragette straight. Helped be it, too, contrasted Toga, his fiery ghost mother, loutsy-toutsy, woman who did. He tell princes of the age about, you sound on me, judges. Suppose we brisken up. Kings, meet the mim, Erin Lith, a river Paris out of couple of lizards. She just as finny as he is vulgar. How latsoever her latest still her sologs come up all standing. Sing a song of sex peons, a packer full of rhyme. His cheek mole of Aleph forever ever her Alenal and his Quran never teached her to be the honor of thyself. So she not swap her ekot his own for Howardin's castle, England Wales, but be the alliance of Irm on his flaming vestacoat, the fibule of brute bronze to his winter mantle of point of oaks. Who not knows she, the Madame Cooley Cowley, spa wife to Laird of Manor, when first come into the pictures more as hundreds elsterouts yards of Annams call away, factory fresh and fuming at the mouth, wronged by whimwed luggage. McGrath McGreeth, he takeable a rap for that early party. And went forward Annie Mama and her fiery bustles, terrified of mere gnomes, of mountains, and fury bound to be back in her mighty Betty. She frightened all souls at ping pong and gets a pan in her stomach from the piala bellers in their poor war. Yet Jack dictating all around her about his poorliness due to panelism and crime, for that he harbored her when famous soul. Her Zoravan lihord and Gibner Genron, and led her in ancient consort room and bound her durant coverture, so as she could not steal from him, owes her or Daman, so as if ever she's believed by checking both deeds, since both was parties to the feed, its headman Maccomhol foots the funeral. Meanwhile she neuter him jacinth from her Elmer's alms dish, Giantor and Stjana as seem as be brondas with fully Signer's tenor roman sheet of teaches the ladywigs out of his logwags, like a skittering kitty scattering hiles, when his favorites were all beruffled on him and her own undesirables gesticulating. It was such a blowick day, windin wandin wild like winchin windin wankun. The why if he but would bite and plug his backy pipes and renounce the devlins in all their poems and keep the steel workers out of the plague and Netjut's milk from sickling the honeycomb and cop ulobubo selling faulty trees. She would make massa diners with her sabonia dilinge and delicate her nose brown glory cloak to May the Berenice and hang herself in Ostmanstown, St. Megan's and make no more mule rails before Mahatmas or Mussulmans, but would undulate her sugar-loft hat from Apollary with a vive baselgia and clamast apotria like any purple cardinal's princess or woman of the grave word to papal legate from the Vatican, Monsignor Rebensum Crucis, with an ass of milk to his cowmate and chitterlings on account of all he quaquaduped for the floor of Rome and the nations abhorred him and woke Mittel Scudo to St. Percy O'Reilly that gave Louise Marius Josephs their loyal divorces to be offered up misas for vows for waiters. Here, O world without, piney tattling, backwoods, bewailing, dainty trees, go Dutch. But who comes yond with pyre unpulled up? He who relights our sparing torch, the moon. Bring low-lev branches to mud cabins and peace to the tents of cedar, Neomany. The feast of two Naglers is at hand, Shuk. In his veil, Timple Temper tells the bells. In Singa King ascend a song, for awe and onsless be. And the hag they dame named Coverview hastes from her lane. And haste, 'tis time for bairns to hame. Check childs, come home to rule. We check childs do, when the wild war wolves abroad. Ah, let's away and let's gay and let's stay shay with the log fires burning. It darkles. Tinkt, tint. All this our phenomenal world. Yon marsh pond by rude mark bird is visited by the tide. Ave Maria, we are circumveloped by obscuritats, man and Belvis Threeren. There is a wish on them to be not doing or anything, or just for rugs. Zukaud, der, death, kol leon and Culus Pietus. Where is our highly honor-worthy salutable spouse Vanderus? The foolish one of the family is within. Huzur, where's he? At house, 'twas pity. With Nazi hands, chit-chee, hound through the maze has fled. What how? Isogrim under lolling ears, far warm, and wheaten bells bite breathless. All, the trail of Gil not yet is to be seen. Rock drops, up bin, down a dell, a craggy road for rambling, nor yet through starland that silver sash. What eras awaiting? Lang gone late. Se long, cielo. Silume, Silo, Celine, Sil-o, Amune. Art? No! Not stirs in Spenny. The swayful pathways of the dragonfly spider stay still in readery. Quiet takes back her folded fields. Tranquil thanks. Adieu. In dear haven, embraced, alleged, enjointed and unlatched, the birds, comalized too. Quail silent. Yea. Luethum? Nuethum was avant air a while, now contasinum. As Lord the Leohan is shut you eyes. The time of lying together will come and the wildering of the nick till cockidul abends arole. Panther monster. Sint labaro loads amaro, while Luevdom schlitz. Ed infantes siong his triumph. Great is Elpheus Magistrodontos, and after knee prayer pious for Behemoth and Mahamoth will rest him from Tusker toils. Selam Salaam. Rhino Horn is not so pig fellow, but him east gone's worst. Kikikoki, Hopopadorm, so beast. No chatter of beagles, friendling of peacocks, no muzzing of the camel, smuttering of apes. Lights, page boy, lights. Brights will be brights, with help of Henoken's lamp. When the otter leaps in outer parts, then Yul remembers May. Her hung-made moons are blooming. Look, to greet those lows on coast of amethyst. Arc blows sea fire seamans, lure and Wexford, Waterford's hooker croakers. And now with Robbie Fox's fishy fable listened out, the threads seem what Toran and knots in its antarguments. The Pasiolans in Lithieta's bowl have stopped squiggling about Juno and the woke and fairy of quietism and pebble infinibility and the position of the Hortley course. And if Luberhabenor laid his horker to the river, saved the Garaguro and Daberdin going on in his mount of knowledge, Munt, he would not hear of flip-flapping old Finnyland. Which man, what of your night? Is booze, is news, not foes, just, noun. It goes. It does not go. Dark parks a coo with sucking loves. Rosamond's by her wishing well. Soon tempting twos will stroll adventure and hunt by threes, strut musketeering. Brace of girdles, brassa of boys, with the width of the way for Jobjoy. Hooker's sickless elbow nonsense. Hold hard, and his gathering waltzers of strike, but meetings made not as forsen. Hesperons, and if you want to live most, Wenderer, while Jimson's weed decks Jackson's Island, here lurks, bar help the bell, none iron welcome. Bing, bong, bang bong. Thunderation! You talk with the mullygrubs and we lack Wilson. No, sorry, Bob. Great goodness, no! Were you merely Queen of Scots or but Christian the last? Our duty to you, Chris. Royalty, squat. How match your mark? Go look your joy. Here's dapple-bellied mugs and trouble-bedded rooms and sawdust strewn in expectoration and for ratification by specification of your information, Mr. Knight, Tondaxter, Bottles, his elfrows up to his hip. And what's he like sees after all rinsings and don't miss Kate, home swab homely, put in with the bricks. A's the sign and one's the number, where Chaviot Chaser calls the cup and Poropurum stands a stirrup. The old whiz builds the Kierkegaard, so who overcomes ever for whoopee wigs must put up with the jug and chambers. But heed, our 30 minutes wars a lull. All's quiet on the fellet of Gory. Between the Star Fort and the Thornwood brass castle flams with mutton candles. Huska, a horn, give your nagatog, God SN? Housefather calls in threateningly. From Brandenburgen Thor, at Essos Ardra. In thundercloud periweek, with lightning bug a flash from a finger. My soul's in by James, should he work his jaw to give down from the banks and hark from the tomb. Ansigoza pokes in her pot still to sow such the sop be sodden now and to hear all the bubbles be saying. The coming man, the future woman, the food that is to build, what he with 15 years will do, the ring in her mouth of joyous guard, stars astir and stir about. A palace of her hears, a saucy for hers, and a ladle like spoons for the oner. But Eine and Twee were never worth 3, so they must have their final since he's on parole. Ed Lapal Leone has the choice of her lives between Josephinus and Mario Lewis for who is to wear the lily of Bohemy, Florestan, Thaddeus, Hardress or Miles, and lead Raptivity captive. Ready, like a finite affair. Now hold la bella, I see la belle. The campus calls them, Ninan, the Gatling gun. Childs will be wilds, 'twas told. And vamp, the girls are merchant. The horse show magnate draws his field, and don't the fillyings fly? Educande of Sorrento, they knew no well their Rico's road. Arranged in our array and flocking for the fray on that old orange ray, Dolly Bray. For these are not on terms, they twain, Bartrossers, since their battle of Waterloos when Adam left us and the devil took our hindmost, gifting her with his pain-apple, nor will not be atoned at all in fights to no finish. That dark deed doer, this well-willed wooer, jerk off and eat soup, Yim or Yan, while Felix is to Corpus does, and Harmsworth healing and Brune is bad French for Joe d'Arnaud. Kagers and tuggers they're all for 10 zones, Bethlehem braves, for she must walk out. And it must be with who? Tease for him. Toss for him. Toss for him. 2. Else there is danger of solitude. Post reintroducing Jeremy, the chaste not courter, The flowing tile that brooks no brooking runs on to say how, as it was mutilator foretold of him by a time killer to his spacemaker, Phalos ambos and Arabiat gnates, with their tails within wheels and stucks between spokes, on the hike from Elm Street to Stain and back, running aways with the use of reason, 6, and ramming amok at the break of his voice, 6. His laster health was set for getting the bester hold of his young endowment, for control number thrice was operating the subliminal of his invaded personality. He know which smurfy and go poultry and let all the tondo gank bolle del rofo. Berto no know him more, it lurto altruis with most perfect stranger. Boo, you're through. Who, I'm true. Men, tikana tea simmering, hemo mavrom carry all? Teapotty. Teapotty. God knows, anything ruined. Meaningless. He wept in diterum. With such a truth he seemed to love his wee heart when abay, highly ma morning he see the before him, melaned from nape to kneecap, though wide from her girdles up. Holy Santolto, cursing said, sight most delicious to bros up the spy balls like exude of Margery, and how him it heavier that iron rust. And they bear falls witless against thee, how slight becomes a hidden wound. Sold water he wash him all time big feller bruisey place blonk him. He no want Mrs. Blonk all boy other look bruisey place blonk him. Hence, it will paint us the chaste not in that whereof his winds he had loseth his wants for every, even though mood grow more and more minorich and the terror boom decay. Immaculacy, give but to drink to his shirt, and all scourges must change her tunics. So ward he from first to last, forband and betweenly, a smuggler for lifer. Lift the black the verdes higher, spits the wide and eye sees heaven. He knows for he's seen it in black and white through his eye trumpet trained upon genies and all that sort of thing which is Gandhi-mount to a clear obscure. Pretty maid tent may try their taunts. Apple, picante, custard, dub, Eskimo, Feldgro, hematite, isinglass, jet, kipper, lucille, mimosa, nut, oysterette, prune, quasimodo, royal, sago, kango, umber, vanilla, wisteria, x-ray, yes please, Zaza, Philomel, Pre-Rose. What are they all by? She. If you nude her in her prime, make sure you find her complimentary or, on your very first occasion, by Angus Daggerson and all his picayunes, she'll prick you where you're proudest with her unsatched spiegel eye. Look sharp, she's signaling from among the asters. Turn again, wistful tone, Lord Mayor of Doubtlin. Arise, land under wave, clap your lingua to your palate, drop your jowl with a jolt. Camberine until your breath slides, pet a pout and it's out. Have you got me, Ali Sloper? My top it was brought acres low, my middle I ope before you, my bottom's a verser if ever they're boused, and my hull the flower that stars the day and is solely well worth your penches barbed. Where there's a hitch ahead of things, let hinkers halter hang the halonkinend. For I see through your weapon, that cries not cuculus, and his eyelids are painted. If my tutor here is cut out for an old bar, I'm flow, shy of peeps, you know. But when he beetles backward, ain't I fly? Pull the bull pee to see how we sleep. Be peep, peep head. Would you like that lump of a tongue for luncheon or this turkey's delighter? He's hyphen meese. My belly swains a 12 Woolworth's power, though he knows as much how to man a wife as Dunkel Darton of matching rules. Shake hands through the thicket look. Sweet swan water, my other is mouth filled. This kissing wool's full of chilling fellows, kneeling buoyantly to the cup of heaven, and somebody's coming, I feel for a fact. I've a secret to sell thee if old Dians won't be brace-bunning. When you'll next have the mind to retire to be wicked, this is as dainty a way as any. Underwoods spell bushman's business. So if you sprig poplar, you're bound to twig this. 'Twas my lord of Glendalough benedicted the gape for me that time at long entry, commanding the approaches to my intimast innermost. Look how they're brothered. 613s at Blanchet de Blanches of 3 behind street and 2 Turnigan lane. Our bag is my call by, Magnus here's my max. Wonder One's my cipher and Seven Sisters is my night brood. Radoga, Rab will ye not pick them in their pink of panties. You can color up till you're prawn while I go squirt with any couple. When hear who adores me in Fuchs's sleep. But if this could see me with its backside, he'd be the grand old green-eyed lobster. He's my first view mark since Valentine. Winks the winning word. Look. In the house of breathings lies that word, all fairness. The walls are of rubenin and the glitter gates of elfin bone. The roof hereof is of massicious jasper, and a canopy of Cairene awning rises and still descends to it. A great cluster of lights hangs there beneath, and all the house is filled with the breathings of her fairness. The fairness of abundance, and the fairness of milk and rhubarb, and the fairness of roasted meats and union markets, and the fairness of promise with consonantia and the vowels. There lies her word, you rather. The height hereof exalts it, and the lowness her down abaseth it. It reverberates upon the tagman and prose blows from Pomo area. A widow, a hedge, a prom, a hand, an eye, a sign, a head, and keep your other auger on her paper pay. And you have it, old Sim, pat as I be seated. And Sonny, my gander, he's coming to land her, the boy which she now adores. She doors. Oh, back to Von Dim Zog. Make way for their tug. With a ring-ding-dong, they raise clasped hands and advance more steps to retire to the Somme. Curtsy one, curtsy two, with arms akimbo. Devotees. Irrelevance. All sing. I rose up one Maple morning and saw in my glass how nobody loves me but you. Ugh, pug. I'll point in the shum direction, as if to shun. My name is Misha Misha, but call me Coffee Cough. I mean Mitten Chuth. It was her, by the boy that was loft in the lurch. Ugh, ugh. Her reverence. All laugh. They pretend to health while they simply shorted at him sauce to make him preach. And it is not cricket, Sally looms. Not by ever such a lot. 29s of groomers gagging in man arose. Avis was there and chilled her about it. She's her sex, for certain. So to celebrate the occasion. Willest thou Rosy Banders have ain't? He simules to be pike and ribbings round his rumpfkorf. Are you swart hands that's hit on a shorn stya? He makes semblant to be sweeping their chimneys. Can you adjo prosidum? He finds us to be cutting up with a pair of scissors and to be biting of their maidens and spitting their heads into their face pails. Speak spoken. So now be hussy, little pukers, side here ruhies, cleany fugglers, grindy salies, I'll stay zitty, adultera, rest as bepower, for you jolly welly doddled all the day. When ye coif uncle's hat, there'll be largely timps for that. Yet's the time for being now. For a burning wood is to come to dancing in. Glamours hath moidered live, and herefore collars must leap no more. Lack breath must leap no more. Le lulls for Liberman libeling his lord. You laborman you loved to be leaving Libius. Lift your right to your liber lord. Link your left to your lass of liberty. La, laborman, your lips but a loop to lee. A fork of hazel o'er the field invokes the vervain virgin's ode. If you cross this rood as you roamed the rand, I'm blessed, but you'd feel him a blasting rod. Bind me, freeze from evil smells, perdition stinks before us. Agatharapt they florally to Nibno's will and Rosacal. Twice is he gone to quest of her, thrice is she now to him. So see we saw as seed we saw, and their punked queen killed her kirtles up and set out. And her troop came healing, oh, and what do you think that pride was dressed in? Buliking's diamond Dinah's vesting. Forever they sent where'er she went, while all the fun's flares widens wild to see a floral's school. Led by Lignifer, in 4 hoops of the happiest, Akbith Cactuf, a mirror of the swired incarnate. The few fly the far between. We had many money on that piebald nig. Will any double dabble on the bay? Nor far jokabus, Nick for J? A tea lad, a tassy lad. Kitch up, God's scourge on you. There's a visitation in your impluvium. Hull, hull. He stands there's moon in his natural, oblius autumnasiacally of his very proprium, such as stuck but leaden, solid souls upon crake. The want to be one-tone made a will to be wides. Thrust from the light, Apophoto rejected, he spores loves from her heat. He blinks. But rats, the higher where those reads charity, for all of these have been this worlders, time liquescing into state, pitiless age grows angelhood. Though, as his death, most anything may befall him from a song of a witch to the torture of black hours, given a famished devil, a young sorceress, and eternal conjunction, the permission of overalls with the cooperation of nightshirt. If he spies east, he seethes in sooth, and if he peers north, he wilts in the west. And what wonder with the mercury vice head in the shade? The specks on his lapspan are his foul deed boats, wishworks of mad imagination. Take thee off, make thee off, but funny legs are leanly, bim bum bo. They then would convert thee to be hers in the word. Gosh, they would, cash their fair ripe cherry. As for she could shake him, an oath no more. Still he'd be good tutor too in his big armchair learning stool, and she be waxen in his hands, turning up and fingering over the most tantalizing pages in the longerest book of the dark. Look at this passage about Galileato. I know it is difficult, but when you're cozy I go dig. Turn now to this patch upon smack Schiaveluti. Sutelors, he's sure to spot it. 'Twas ever so in monetarology since Headmaster Adam became Everhard's toucher. In omnibus bullibus et temporibus, with man's mischief in his mind whilst your pupils swimmed to heaven lies. Let his be exasperated, letters be blowed. I is a feminine person, oh, of provocative gender, unisingular kiss. Which is why trumpers are mixed up in duels, and here's B. Rohan meets in Orland for the prize of a thou. But listen to the mocking bird, to making bird making bird. We've heard it aye since Songdom was Jimarmal. As he was clearing his shoulders, so was I. And as I was cleansing my falsies, so was he. And as we were puffing our blowbags, so were you. Come, thrust, go, parry, the Buena Braslan, there! The mad loam ramp of mankind's parliaments, the learned lack learning, merciless as wonderful. Now may Saint Moe of the pleasant grin be your everglass and even prospect. Feeling dank, exchange, reverse. And may Saint Jerome of the harlot's curse make family three of you, which is much a better. Classy ass ago. And each was wrought with his other, and his countenance fell. The Bivetlings, Matelus and Amatalicos, her crown pretenders, obscenely-minded bikerers, burying directly, Urusai each ox's other, superfocated. Never cleaner of lamps frowned fiercelier on anointer of hinges, while their tree-ground girls, king's game, if ye deign so, or in such transfusion just to know twixt timidity tomies, for grace's sake, who is orthodox from whose heterotropic, the sleepy or the gluge, for shyly born and surely nurtured, exceedingly nice girls can't strike exceedingly bad times unless so richly chosen by. What though of riches he have none, and hope dashes hope on his heart's horizon, to guard their great moments greater. The thing is he must be put straight on the spot. No mere water-steechy stuff in a self-made world that you can't believe a word he's written in. Not for pie, but one's only owned by natural rejection. Charlie, you're my darling. So sing they sequent the ascent of man, till they go round if they go round again before break parts and all dismissed. They keep. Step keep. Step. Stop. Who is Fleur? Where is Ange? Or Gardon? creedless, croonless, hangs his haughty. There ain't no more red gavel in the white of his eye. Troglodyte him to a catadope, a condam quondam jontum sick of a sick but. He does not know how his grandson's grandson will stammer up in Peruvian, for in the best idiom I have done it equals I so shall do. He dares not think where the grandmother of his grandmother's grandmother caught risky with suchly husky accent, since in the mouth heart of the stew of it look at me now means I was once otherwise. Nor that the mapamond has been changing pattern as youth plays moves from street to street, since times and races were and wise hands hoarded and soterels were spendthrifts. No thing making new thing whatsoever for a silly old soul, healthy to better and late wiser. Nor that the turtling of a London's alderman is laid out by the wagger full to the regionals of Pygmyland. His part should say in honor bound. So help me smite you, Samark, Seluk, and Sengen. I will stick to you, by gum, no matter what. Bite Simbum, and in case of the event coming off beforehand, even so was to release me for the sake of the other cheap girl's baby's name plaster me, but I will pluckily well pull on the buckskin gloves. But nudie Nady's actual ingrate tootle is of, come into the corner move and die nice our stores of mourning and buy me a bunch of iodines. Evidentement he has failed as scarcely as the deuce before she is wearing none of the three, and quite as patently there is a hole in the ballot through which the rest fell out, because to explain why the residue is, was, or will not be, according to the 8th axiom, proceeded with, namely, since ever a part that goes into it, so sure as there's a patch on a pomelo, this yam ham and it never live could. The shifting about of the lassies, the tug of love of their lads ending with a great deal of merriment, hoots, screams, scarf drill, cap fecking, ejaculations of orinos, ritual mirth peals, and general functionosery. Miam as a young country. One must reckon with the sudden and gigantesque appearance unwithstandable as a general election in Burrado's bearskin amounts to the broad middle of this village childergarden of the largely long-suffering laird of Lokenhoth. But Vray de blank, god of all machineries and tombstone of Barnstaple, by mortisection or bibisuture, splitting up or recompounded, an Isaac Jacoman Moro Milesian, how accountables for him, more blue? Was he peached for an end simple as certain have dog-nosed of him against our seawall by Rory, Booth, and Cleaver, those 3 stud swinehearts, Orion of the Ordiasts, Mirashal Macmohon, the Ipsy Darden, product of the extremes giving quotidians to our means, as might occur to anyone, your brutest layman with the princess champion in our archdeaconry, or saw ye clipped from Cleo's clippings, which the contour of chivalries is supicious save he scan, for ancients link with presence as the human chain extends. Have done, do, and will again as John, Polycarp and Ironlew's eye to eye witnessed, and to Paddy Palmer, while monks sell you to archers or the water of the Livying goes the way of all fish from Sarah's jawhead, the quarrelsome, to Isaac's, the loft but one, with her minilisp exterior to his monologue interned, so Perachon with Bastion or heavy humph with Harry Nan, Ricarac Brimbley Jicky Jogjolicus? How soest thou, Dulcisamica, and Abu Abead? A babble min, double gulch of tears. The murmur of murmury murmurs to the mind's ear, uncharted rock, evasive weed. Only the cow knows his 1001st name. Hocus crocus esquilocus, Fin the faineant, how feel full foes in Bernard. Doth it not all come apt to you, purity snooper, in the way television oaks long times after when Ptolemy Soter or Sordenapolis the Lollapalooza? The chances are, you will remember, the chances are, you won't. Bit it, old Joe, the Java Jane, older even than Odom Costello, and we are recurrently meeting him. Per Mahon Mesme, in psychoanalysis, from space to space, time after time, in various phases of scripture as in various poses of sepulture. Great God, groceries, Mirodak, defend the king. Hot of the rough throat attack, but whose say is soft, but whose E has a cute angle. He whose heart is a Hisorlik, even as her hinens aspire. And incidentally, she's a kind of Sam a shaker, well as a murder of corpse when his maggots up. He's the best baritone singer in all the isles of Scandinavia, as who shall hear. For now at last is long abed going to be gone too. That more than man, Prince of Bunicum of wide roadsteads, the herb lord, the gilly floweret so fain fan to flatter about. Orko is the name is on the hero, Capelli Sato, shoe-handed slaughterer of the shader of our leaves. Attached to him, horde! Yet stir thee to clay, Tabor. Why wilt thou awaken him from his herbs, O Samanorado? He is weather-bitten from the dusts of ages. The hour of his closing hies to hand, the tocsin that shall claxonize his whereabouts. If one who remembered his web goods and tea-loves were to ask of a hooper for whose it was the storks were quitting Aquilaria, this trundler would not wot. If other who joined faith when his depth charge bombed our barrel spillway were to... Jehoshaphat, what doom is here? Rain ruth on them, sire. The wing of Wake he'll cover him. The bull-joined boss brute guarantee him. Calavera, caution, slaves to virtue, save his veritotum. Belada Toliaris, Pokla beat. The Ivor Bunguller of Danamara Kabi. He's Hector protector, Voldemar with Vasa. Peel your peeps and try to save your eyes the Knights of Labor to the order of our blooding world. While Pliny the Younger writes to Pliny the Elder his Calamulaman of Contumelas, what Alice Gallius picked on Mick Macrobius and what Petruvius pocketed from Cassiodorus. Like we learned from that book of Lucan in Dublin's capital, cum dam cum. Even if you are the cooper of the Winkle overmeasured never lost a license, nor a duck indulged divulged from half and breakfast. And for the honor of alcohol, drop that you know what I've come about I saw your act, Punch may be pottle proud, but his Judaism writes wit better. For the producer, Mr. John Baptiste Vicar caused a deep abuliousness to descend upon the father of truants, and, at a side issue, Cooter promptly brought on the scene the cutlet-sized consort, foundling filly of 40-shilling Foster Taylor and shipman's Shoppahoyden, weighing 10 pebble 10, scaling 5 footsie 5 and spanning 37 inches round the good companions, 39 ditties round the wishful wastress, 37 alsos round the answer to everything, 23 of the same round each of the quiz separa bits, 14 round the beginning of happiness, and nicely 9 round her should for slender. And a hair you could pray mercy to goodness or help with your hockey or me hockey pull. Galas's hen has collared her pullets. That's where they have Aurelias for, their bone of contention, flesh to their thorns, pressed as prestissima, makes often a thinkling. And not one hen only, nor 2 hens neither, but every blessed breed came a-clucking and a-clacking. While, a rum, the ram of all horns, beer, reason, spirituals and for consumption on the premises, advocate without implaters, mass merit, past polit, last ruddiest of all, though flamme festooned from galanta flowers, is hued and cried of ages colour. Home, I'll go. Hallom. Blare no more rams blares, autumn barks, and cease your fumings, kind-eyed bushes, and sherry goldies yassy McNice. Your Weldishaw show moves swiftly sternward, for hear the holy language, soon's to come. To pose. 'Tis good. Het best. For they are now caring, that is, till returning. Too soon are coming Cas books and goody, hominy bread and Bible bee, with jaggery yaw to juju jaw, finds French phrases from the Grand Mère des Grammaires and Bullard parsnaps from the four Massors, Matatius, Marosius, Lucanius, Jocanius. And what happened to our 11 and 32 Antipus dating the vulgar ire, and why is limbo, where is he, and what are the sound waves saying ceased ere they all weighed wrong and amnest anguished axes collis, and where Fishingaman fetched the munga fish from, and what for Paddy Bird note please Rancoon, and why was Sindat seething on him sitbom like a soldier, with what the dock did in the Doyle, not to mention define the hydraulics of common salt and its denier trade of old Provence, where GPO is Zentrum and DUTC are radiant, right down by the frequency of the scores and crores of your refractions, the valuations in the price of dingyings on NCR and SCR. That's Little Cloud, Anibalisa still hangs the sky. Singabed sulks before slumber. Light at night has an Alps on his truck house. Thick head and thin butter or after you with me. Caspi, but where are leaks stings the air. Gay likes to riot of us, Garox to laugh. What is a maid today to do? So angel and all weeping been that easy most unhappy is. Fain as he fi unhappy, laughs her Stellas Disperine. While running about their ways, going and coming, now it's Rimbo Rumbo, now in Trapeza Trapaza, repeating a pattern, grand geometron, showed them of gracehoppers and skippers and coney farm lepers. They jeered along, Durian Grey and Marian Maidcap, Lou Dario beside La Macieto. All boy more, all girls sing out feller longer house blonde store hoodie. Wellest nin 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 nin, that poor man's clock, a whinny on the tinny side. Nin 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 nin. About old Father Barley, how he got up of a morning early and he met with the platinum blondes named Heaps and Haws and fell in with the fellows of Trinity. Some header skullwood shaws like, you'll catch it, don't fret, Mrs. Cumming Lupton, come indoor, scobby nosy, and shed your swank. Old Daddy Deacon who could stow well his place of beacon, but he never could hold his kerosene's candle to. The nurse'll give it to you, sticky thoughts, and you wait, my lasso, thecking the twine. Bold farmer Burley who woke up in a hurly-whirly where he hardly could whirtle to wallow his wake till back of the baker's booth to beg of. You're well held now, Missy Cheekspere, and your pint was off. Fie for shame, Ruth Weedagle, after all the booze said. Il't the diddy aching for the prize of a piece of bacon with a pinch of the punch of the punch and jury's for. Ah, crab eyes, I have you, showing off to the world with that cape in your stocking. Old Forester Barley, who, in desperation of de-aspiration at the diaspiration of his diaspiration, was found of the round of the sound of the lound of the Locador and an under as to dilo for more porter Tories ways fan importance bothak and sat white verse kapak kapuk. Byfall. O cloud, the play thou shall burst, game here endeth, the curtain drops by deep request. O plouder an I'm gun the gulls, gunners gust spells, win the edge, who the hull, how the hue, where the hewer, orbiter answers, lots lives lost. Theonia is fed up with feet fudsons, Sealand snores, rinsing rocks, brooks reckoning rains, geets with girls are gitter dimbrum, verse, the timid hearts of words are axiom notions, managad, lemalilo. How do that come? By dad, you'd not heed that vert? Burgitudes agist rodan and ponout. Poke, and bunkstly doodle, kadoosh. Of their fear they broke. They ate wind, they fled. Where they ate there they fled. Of their fear they fled, they broke away. Go to, let us extol Azrael with our hearts, by our bruise on our jamses in his gates. To Mazuzalam with the debilim, did it stinkin' stood? Yup. Yeah, and let Neculon extol Macal, and let him say unto him, Ime ame simi, and shall not Babel be with Labab? And he war. And he shall open his mouth and answer, I hear, O Ishmael, how thy Lord is only as my loud is one. If Neculon shall be heavenfold, surely Macal heavens. Go to, let us extol Macal, yea, let us exceedingly extol. Though you have lain among your postpots, my excellency is over Ismael. Great is him who is over Ismael, and he shall make a neck of Macnaculon. And he did. Opnadra mine again. For the clearer of the air from on high has spoken in tumbledum candledum to his kindred in tumbledum world, and mogophonoized by that phonemanon. The inhabitants of the earth have terror rumbled from firmament unto fundament, and from tweedity doms down to tweedity dees. Loud, hear us. Loud, graciously hear us. Now have thy children entered into their habitations, and nation glad, kept meeting over, to Shinnet, God be thanked. Thou hast closed the portals of the habitations of thy children, and thou hast set thy guards thereby, even guarded Didymos and guarded Domas, that thy children may read in the book of the opening of the mind to light, and err not in the darkness which is the afterthought of thy no matter with the guardians of those guards which are thy bodemen. The cheery boyum cheery both with the carry bombers in their crew beams. Pray your prayers, Timothy, and back to bunk Tom. Till tree from tree, tree among trees, tree over tree becomes stone to stone, stone between stones, stone under stone forever. Oh, loud, hear the we beseech of each of these thy unlitten ones, grant sleep in hours time. Oh, loud, that they take no chill, that they do make no murder, that they shall not commit mad hariachis. Loud, heap miseries upon us, yet entwine our arts with laughter's low. Ha 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 hoo hoo. Moom moom. Ew. Yes. Daddy. Oh, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes. Daddy. Oh. Yes, Daddy. Yes, how? Daddy. Yes, Daddy. No. Yes. Oh, Daddy. Oh, oh, yes. Oh, Daddy. And we, oh, oh, and we, yes. Daddy. Ah, oh, 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 yes, uh, uh, they, no, oh, whoa, oh, uh, 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 oh, 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 ah, ah, Allah, Allah, yeah, yes, ah, oh, I just, oh, 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 Allah, oh, oh, uh, yeah, me, uh, 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 oh, oh, yes, uh, that, yes, yes, uh, 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 oh, yes, you, daddy, uh, yeah, uh, daddy, oh, yes, daddy, oh, ah, yes, ah, you die, ah, only we, me, yes, yeah, daddy, oh, uh, yeah, yes, daddy, yes, oh, oh, um, oh, 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 and oh, yeah, yes, I own and oh, ah, yeah. Only Mario's daddy. Uh, 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 yes. Dad. Oh, yes, die. Oh, wow. Um, yes, I. Ah, ah, yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Ah, how we just daddy. Ah, and 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 was oh, and this is baby. It's not everything and whoa, no, no, yeah, oh, 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 uh, where's I, oh, 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 Yes, they. Yes. Uh, mm, 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 uh, 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 yeah, oh, yes. Daddy. Uh, uh, no, no. Uh, 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 yes. Uh, 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 well, I'm, uh, uh, oh, yeah, daddy, oh, uh, uh, but you are, uh, uh, oh, I yes, Dad. Uh, 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 yeah, uh, nay, nay, uh, oh, oh, I just, yeah, hello, oh, 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 yeah, yeah, daddy, oh, are you, yeah, oh, oh, no, oh, 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 ah, oh, 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 on her, oh, oh, I'm yeah, yes, oh yeah, oh, oh, it's 90, oh, 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 uh, 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 oh, uh, right, uh, yesterday, uh, uh, yesterday, yes, uh, oh, oh, day, uh, oh, uh, yes, oh, daddy, yes, daddy, yes, daddy, oh, nah, yeah, yes, mm, 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 ah, Yeah. Yes, Daddy. Yeah. 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 Yes, Daddy. Uh, 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 oh, uh, 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 yes, Daddy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Daddy. A lot. Love. Yes. Daddy. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Ah, yes, eating. Yes, yes, so that. No, no, yeah, daddy, uh, Nay, oh, no, I am nearly, oh, 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 yes, yes, they, yeah, they, yeah, they, girls, no, you, no, 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 yeah, yes, no, yeah, yes, and I can't do it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, no, how, yeah, yeah, me, how, I'm alone, oh, 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 yeah, they should, she, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, I know where I am. I mean, what, yes. Daddy, yeah. Oh, 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 yeah, yes, they are, oh, yes, oh, then he, uh, oh, oh, yes, oh, say, oh, yes, I study, ah, Yes. I. Uh. 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 Yes. I. Refer. Yes. Daddy. Yes. Yes. Daddy. Yes. Yes. Uh. Yes. Daddy. Uh. Oh. Yeah. Left. Head. Or. Feel. Yes. Okay. Uh. What? I. Um. I. Um. Uh. Uh. I. Uh. Yes, Daddy. Uh. 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 Yes, Daddy.